Chapter 81. Bang! Hurry up, Shoho! It's getting dark, we have to go back. Why are you rushing me? Don't you want to? It's dark, so what? We can just stay in this shabby house for one night. Pa! The crooked-mouthed man called Shoho slapped the girl on the face, and the girl was dazed. The side of her face was swollen, her eyes were fierce, and she kept struggling, but she didn't say a word of begging for mercy. It was like an indestructible cockroach. The fat man looked at the white skin on the girl's waist that was exposed during her struggle, and his eyes instantly became obscene. Rubbing his hands and laughing, he said, "That's right, this kind of top-notch girl won't be our turn on Blue Star, so you hurry up." The Shoho cursed with a smile, turned his head, and pressed the girl to move. The girl's nose and face were swollen, and she was covered with wounds. She looked extremely weak, but her fingers went up and pried into Shoho's eyes. The thin monkey tilted his head, and the sharp nails missed his eyeballs, but scratched his face. "Fuck. You bitch are so fierce. I let you be fierce." The thin monkey's fist landed on the girl's abdomen, and the girl instantly curled up in pain and lost the ability to resist. Seeing this, the thin monkey dragged the girl's legs to the front of him and prepared to violate the girl. The girl's eyes finally became desperate, and she reached back to grab something. One hand grabbed the weeds, and the other hand strangely touched a dagger. Her weapons had been robbed long ago, and she didn't have such a good weapon. Without time to think about it, the dagger in his hand turned around and stabbed fiercely into the smelly mouth that the thin monkey approached. Ugh! The thin monkey groaned, and the dagger stabbed into the mouth and out from the back of the head. Blood splattered on the girl's face. The skinny monkey opened his eyes in disbelief, and the girl pulled out the dagger without blinking. The fat man with his back turned thought that the skinny monkey was enjoying himself, and the obscene smile on his face never stopped until he smelled the thick smell of blood in the air. He turned around with an angry face. "Skinny monkey, don't go too far. You killed her." The fat man turned around and saw the girl pulling out a dagger, her eyes, like a hungry wolf, staggering towards him. "You? How do you still have a weapon?" The fat man quickly raised the machete and aimed at the girl, and the girl rushed over desperately. The fat man's strength was above her, and it would be best if they could die together. The fat man obviously saw her intention, and the machete in his hand instantly switched to a loaded crossbow arrow, aiming at the girl and pulling the trigger. Swish! The crossbow arrow flew past the girl's ear, brushing her hair, and the next second the fat man's right wrist hurt violently, and the crossbow arrow fell to the ground. The girl's dagger also stabbed into the fat man's heart smoothly. "Ah! Help! Help!" The fat man felt a sharp pain in his heart, and felt as if all his energy was drained away. His hands and feet became weak, and he fell to the ground. The girl turned into a killer of revenge, and threw herself on the fat man with a fierce look on her face. She stabbed the dagger in her hand, and pulled it out fiercely, until the fat man lost his life. Finally, the girl fell down weakly, gasping for breath. She was exhausted, holding a fine iron dagger tightly in her hand. In the woods in the distance, behind the bushes, Wen Ning retracted the crossbow arrow he had fired. Finally, he took a look at the girl lying on the ground and said in a calm voice, "Let's go." Hu Zi obediently did not make a sound, and followed Wen Ning to the north quietly. The girl lying in the pool of blood turned her head, as if she had sensed it, and looked in the direction where Wen Ning left. The smell in the air was looming, and gradually faded away. "Thank you." The girl's eyes softened for a moment, and she whispered softly. Of the three people present, only she heard her voice. Wasteland, January 8th, 1943, mild season. It was getting dark, and Wen Ning did not choose to continue on his way. By chance, he walked to a mountainous area, and Wen Ning found a mine cave, and put blue torches everywhere. It's not that he couldn't release the shelter, but the map was too big. It took a day to walk out of the grassland, and into the barren mountains. Wen Ning was afraid that the core of the safe house behind him would not be enough. He released a simple camp bed, lit a bonfire, and had a simple dinner with Hu Zi. This mountain area is a bit rugged. Tomorrow we have to go over the mountain to see the other side. The energy value has dropped to 70. Wen Ning replenished the food and chose to rest to restore her energy. She walked all day today, and barely walked out of the grassland map, and entered a forest. After the forest, there was a barren mountain. Here, she picked up a lot of scattered minerals outside, and finally rescued the girl in a small forest. Wen Ning understood that there would be a small forest near the shelter, and there seemed to be no survivors in this barren mountain group. Wen Ning picked up a lot of scattered minerals on the surface. If there were people, these would not be her turn. Just like the girl just now, The edge of the forest was her shelter, but those two cannon fodders didn't know how to find her. The reason why Wen Ning saved her was simple. This girl didn't want to die. Just treat it as seeing injustice. I gave her the dagger, since it was already an obsolete weapon. Wen Ning saw only a few small woods along the way, and most of the time, she didn't see a shelter. This girl was the first of her kind she met when she went out, so she just regarded it as fate. She couldn't help much, and she didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Whether this girl could survive in the future depended on herself. After packing up, Wen Ning went to bed early. On the first day of the mild season, the World Channel was much quieter. Everyone switched to the regional channel, and the World Channel became a place for everyone to recruit people and advertise. Wen Ning browsed for a while, but didn't see any useful information, so he planned to rest and restore his energy. A peaceful night. But even if nothing happened at night, Wen Ning still didn't sleep well enough, and Hu Zi's sleep was also very shallow. Wen Ning and Hu Zi would unconsciously open their eyes if there was any movement at the cave entrance. After a night's sleep, Wen Ning's energy value only recovered to 90. Feeling uncomfortable with the card being neither up nor down, he had breakfast and rested until 9 o'clock. His energy value returned to 96. No more waiting, let's go! After packing up, Wen Ning set out on the road to run the map again. Hu Zi followed Wen Ning over several mountains. The further north he went, the more desolate it became, and there was no one in sight. Wen Ning did not meet a single living person on the road, but he saw several severely damaged shelters. No one lived in them, and only a few wooden walls were left to support them. The sun rose in the east and set in the west, and soon the sunset was hanging obliquely on the horizon. The barren mountain in front of Wen Ning finally came to an end. After climbing over the hill, the map in front of him suddenly expanded. The wind blowing in front of him was surprisingly moist. Wen Ning looked at the scene in front of him in shock. As far as his eyes could see, the sunset beach was sparkling. This is the end of the map. This is the sea. Chapter 82. This should not be the border of the map, Wen Ning guessed by looking at the area covered by thick fog on the system map. The waves under her feet hit the reefs again and again. The system map can only show the farthest place she can see. And this sea seems to be boundless, and there is only a large area of blue on the map. Hu Zi happily chased the crabs running rampant on the beach. Wen Ning looked left and right, and chose a direction. Finally, he walked along the beach on the left. 2 hours later, a huge forest appeared in front of Wen Ning. The forest was endless, bordering the barren mountains on one side, and the beach on the other side. The trees here are nothing like what Wen Ning had seen on the grassland before. The thinnest ones are thicker than Wen Ning himself. There are many coconut trees on the beach. Wen Ning took a look and saw that they were full of coconuts, a bunch of green ones. The supplies are very rich. 3 intersections. Isn't this the resort in the game? This place is great. It's very suitable for settling down. I just don't know if it is Hu Zi's hometown. Looking at Hu Zi's heartless appearance, it doesn't seem like it. Wen Ning decided to settle down in this shelter first, and then take Hu Zi to explore the surroundings tomorrow. Entering the edge of the forest, Wen Ning approached the direction of the barren mountain and walked to the middle. He felt that the sea breeze here was not very strong, and it was far away from the seaside, preventing typhoons. The forest around him can also play a role in blocking wind and sand. The barren mountain area behind him is not far away, which is very convenient for collecting ore. Wen Ning took out the center of the safe house. Adjust the position and concentrate. Suitable terrain detected. Should we set up a shelter? Set up successfully. Facilities well preserved. Please make sure to clean up the exit of the safety passage. Tunnel? Yes, the tunnel exit here is still underground, and you have to dig it out yourself. After Wen Ning's shelter was placed, the walls turned green with moss, hiding behind the thick trees, leaving a path leading to the edge of the forest. Very hidden. Wen Ning found the tunnel hidden in the forest, dug for a long time, and then camouflaged it. After solving these, it was noon. Wen Ning looked at his energy value, which dropped to 80. After lunch, Wen Ning looked at the seaside. I just don't know when the sea will recede, so I can go to the sea. Back in the shelter, the muddy land in the yard disappeared and turned into the same soil as the forest. It was very comfortable to step on. Wen Ning also put out the greenhouse. He put out his own primary planting field and 2 intermediate planting fields. After thinking about it, he put the 2 intermediate planting fields into the synthesis fence. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining an advanced planting field *1. Advanced planting field, size 3 by 3, 9 grids for planting, can plant fruit trees, and mature fruit trees can be transplanted to Wasteland. His, not only has the area doubled, But fruit trees can also be planted. Wen Ning laid out the advanced planting field without hesitation. The area of the greenhouse is 3 times 4, which can accommodate 2 planting fields in a row. The primary planting field is planted with some Chinese cabbage, leeks, coriander, and green onions. Wen Ning directly divided a piece of land into 4 parts, so that vegetables can be planted in a cycle. In addition to the properties mentioned above, after synthesis, the growth rate of the advanced planting field doubles, and the maturity time is halved. The time for plants to mature is much faster than the primary one, and the quality is also much better. Wen Ning immediately added the planting field to the must-buy list. Thinking that his fruit was almost consumed, Wen Ning simply planted 2 crisp peach trees, 2 guava trees, and 2 mango trees. 3 corns were planted in the middle. All the planting fields were fertilized with nutritious black soil, and seeing that the germination time was shortened a lot, he left with satisfaction. After taking a nap, the energy value was restored to 90, and Wen Ning and Hu Zi went out to explore the surrounding area, trying to open the map to the maximum range. In the forest, at the foot of the barren mountain, and on the beach, the supplies are much richer than on the grassland. Wood and ore can be found everywhere. The backpack was almost full when Ning put the things back to the shelter, and turned around to go to the beach again. Such a big coconut tree. Hu Zi, go! Hu Zi stood under the coconut tree in a daze, and reflexively raised his head when he heard the words. Ah! Climb. Where? Climb a tree. Isn't it said that cats can climb trees? Ah. This tiger can't. Wen Ning laughed at him without hesitation. Then you are really a useless tiger. I have to do it myself. Speaking of climbing trees, Wen Ning was naughty when he was a child. He often sneaked out of the house without telling his master and his friends in the village, climbed trees in the mountains to dig out bird nests, and went to the river to catch shrimps and crabs. All of them were easy to do. After so many years, even if the business is a little rusty, the coconut tree in front of him is not impossible to conquer. Wen Ning walked to the coconut tree with his hands rubbed, looked up and estimated the height. Then he took a step back and stretched out his hands. The next second, he took out an axe. Ah! Coconut tree, you are noble, you are amazing. Wen Ning explained with a smile. The energy value is a bit low, hee. The axe will tell you if it's good or not. Wen Ning chopped down a coconut tree in 2 strokes. Congratulations on getting 3 pieces of wood and 12 mature coconuts. Hey, not one is missing. Wen Ning just looked up to count the number of coconuts. After chopping down the tree, although there are only 3 pieces of wood, is the wood the most important thing about a coconut tree? It's the coconuts. Wen Ning worked hard and chopped down several nearby coconut trees in one go. A total of 15 pieces of wood and 60 coconuts were obtained. These 5 trees are the closest to Wen Ning's shelter. There are still many coconut trees on the beach farther away. Wen Ning didn't want to run far, so he pulled Hu Zi to sit down. Recalling the method of opening coconuts that he had seen on Blue Star before, he studied it for a while. He took out the serrated blade again, pressed the upper part of the coconut, and cut it directly. Serrated blade didn't expect that his first appearance would be to cut 2 coconuts. 1 man and 1 tiger, 2 coconuts, pure white flesh, clear juice, the rich sweetness can be felt before drinking. So delicious. Hu Zi beside him carefully licked the edge and purred with satisfaction. Wen Ning tilted his head back and drank several mouthfuls, and in the end, he was still not satisfied, so he took out a spoon to dig out the coconut meat and eat it. This kind of pure natural thing is so fragrant. It must be very valuable in the store. Wen Ning calculated in his mind, opened the store homepage directly, and put 40 fresh coconuts on the shelves in one go. Wen Ning planned to observe whether the 5 trees cut down today would regenerate tomorrow. If they could, he would just cut them every day in the future. If not, there are still many coconut trees in the distance, which are enough for Wen Ning to eat. The first item on the shelf of the treasure pavilion was fresh mature coconuts, and after the second disaster season, more and more people began to try to grow them themselves. So Wen Ning's coconuts did not cause any big splashes. Fortunately, Wen Ning traded some basic materials, such as stone, iron or glass, plastic, etc. He didn't have to worry about not being able to sell them. After editing the sales information, Wen Ning exited the system, and saw the seawater in front of him recede, revealing a large area of mudflats and reefs. Hu Zi! The tide is receding. Chapter 83. Wen Ning took out a plastic bucket and a spear from the space. He thought he could catch some small fish and shrimps to see if they could be used as dinner. But when Wen Ning actually entered the mudflat, he found out. The crabs running on the beach were only the size of a thumb, and they went into the sand hole when Wen Ning was far away. Other than that, Wen Ning didn't see any trace of fish. I thought too much. Where can you find sea urchins in the wasteland? These crabs are probably used to enrich the map. But it's not a loss to harvest dozens of coconuts today. Wen Ning thought so, and wanted to go home. The tide receded, and the sea breeze was blowing coolly. At this moment, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind. Danger! Wen Ning rolled forward on the spot and avoided the attack behind her. But on the mudflat where she rolled, the sand surface began to flow. A humanoid monster grew out of the mud-like sand. Wen Ning shouted "fuck!" and took several steps back. Mermaid! Ugly fishman! Wen Ning looked at the fish-headed human body monster in front of him in disbelief, holding a long harpoon in his hand. Pet passive skill triggered, detected that there are restrictions in your environment, passive skill invalid. Ding! You triggered the dungeon task. Please kill 20 fish-headed monsters within half an hour, and you will get survival points *40 if you complete it. No penalty for failure. Fish-headed monster detected, monster illustration updated. The two fish heads stared at Wen Ning, ready to attack again. Wen Ning listened to the system's explanation. His eyes were horrified, but he was glued to the fish-headed monster in front of him. Very weird. The two fish heads of the monsters were facing left and right, and the scales began to attach from the fish heads, all the way to the body of the person below. The fish heads were silver, shining in the sun, and the scales on the body were light blue. While Wen Ning was stunned, the two fish-headed monsters attacked him fiercely. Wen Ning ducked and dodged, and blocked one of the harpoons with his spear. Hu Zi had already rushed up. Wen Ning fell down with his head raised, and kicked out with his long legs. He kicked right on the chin of a fish-headed monster. Plop! The fish-headed monster fell to the ground, and Wen Ning took this opportunity to throw his spear, and stabbed it directly into the chest of the fish-headed monster. Dark blue blood flowed out, and the fish-headed monster twitched twice and died. Progress 1/20 of killing the fish-headed monster. Ouch! It stinks. Wen Ning looked back in the direction of Hu Zi, and saw that the fish-headed monster actually reached out and grabbed Hu Zi, who bit the fish-headed monster's shoulder and broke free. A look of disgust on his face. Bah bah bah. Then his anger was rekindled, and he jumped up and down and slapped the fish-headed monster with his claws. Progress 2/20 of killing the fish-headed monster. Your pet successfully killed one fish-headed monster and gained 20 pet experience. Fortunately, it's not difficult to deal with. Wen Ning had time to open the monster encyclopedia. Name: fish-headed monster. Type: low-level monster. Dangerous factor: 30. Drops: weapons, armor, pearls, shells, and other things it carries. Weakness: usually hidden deep in the sand. Only gravity can wake them up, and the moment they come out of the sand is when their defense is the weakest. Tip: don't try to eat their meat. The bitter taste will make you doubt your life. Of course, it doesn't mean you can't eat it, so that's how it is. Wen Ning keenly saw the type column of the fish-headed monster in the monster encyclopedia. Low-level monster. Unlike ordinary creatures, it should be a monster belonging to this world. Now that the weakness of this monster is known, the next step is easy. Wen Ning picked up the supplies that just dropped. Congratulations on getting the harpoon *2. You two are so poor. What if you want to buy something without taking some pearls? After silently complaining in his heart, Wen Ning waved to Hu Zi. Hu Zi came to him happily, and listened to Wen Ning's battle plan. Anyway, it was a low-level monster, so he must give it to Hu Zi to practice and gain experience. Get out of the sand obediently and enter Hu Zi's experience pool. It was triggered by gravity, and Wen Ning ran on the mudflat. As for Hu Zi's speed, there was no need to worry at all. As soon as Wen Ning stepped on the muddy beach, the muddy sand began to slide, forming a shallow pit, and then a fish-headed monster emerged. This time, the fish-headed monster was wearing a helmet made of shells, which was so ugly that it made people want to cry. Hu Zi quickly stepped forward and solved the battle with one claw. Wen Ning's ears kept ringing. Progress 3/20 of killing the fish-headed monster. Progress 4/20 of killing the fish-headed monster. At this speed, Wen Ning completed this dungeon task in just 10 minutes. Congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon task. This task is rated as excellent. The rewards are as follows. Obtain survival points *40. The task rating reaches the excellent level, and you get the title of fish-headed monster nemesis. After wearing it, the damage to marine monsters is increased by 20%, and the defense is increased by 20%. Note, there is only one such title. This one alone can well illustrate its rarity. After completing the task, Wen Ning looked at Hu Zi's experience bar. He only needed 200 or 300 to upgrade. Perhaps because the fish-headed monsters belong to the monster category, they give a lot of experience. There were spoils everywhere, and the harvest was quite rich. Congratulations on getting the fish skin mask *1. Congratulations on getting the harpoon *15. Congratulations on getting the machete *4. Congratulations on getting the fish skin armor *6. Congratulations on getting the pearl *5. Congratulations on getting the fisherman's hat *2. Congratulations on getting the shell *14. Each of these fish-headed monsters has a weapon, but there are more harpoons, and it is unknown whether they were snatched from the fisherman. Each pearl is as big as a thumb, and Wen Ning didn't know whether he should say that they are poor or rich. Let's go home. Wen Ning called Hu Zi to go back and check the properties of these weapons. Harpoon, a weapon commonly used by fish-headed monsters, with an attack power of 40 and a durability of 20/20. Fisherman's hat. What? Fish heads don't deserve sun protection? It's just an ordinary hat. If you have to say what's different about it, maybe it carries the scent of fish-headed monsters. Fish skin mask. Wear it, you can blend into the fish-headed monster and temporarily possess the abilities of the fish-headed monster, such as diving into the sand, breathing, and speaking. Fish skin armor. Armor made of fish skin. The armor value is not high, but it has the function of fish gills, and you can breathe freely in the water for a short time after wearing it. Both of these are good things. One can breathe in the sand, and the other can breathe in the water. Stay, won't you be able to head to the underwater world in the future? Pearl. A round and large pearl, which can be used to make accessories. Shell. A specialty of the seaside, a basic material, can be used to make lime. It doesn't look special, but it should be a material. Wen Ning decided to stock up. Today ended successfully. Chapter 84. It was not a coincidence that Wen Ning encountered the dungeon. That night, many dungeons were exposed in the World Channel. The task that Wen Ning encountered was quite simple, just killing monsters. Others also encountered dungeons when exploring the ruins, requiring him to play a certain role in the dungeon, get certain items, etc. And the monsters, or so-called native NPCs, that everyone encountered belonged to different races. This made everyone feel that this game was getting weirder and weirder. It seemed that a complete world view was being established invisibly, and there was a real plot. It seemed that it was no longer just a Wasteland survival game. However, despite this, the survivors still put survival first. At present, the dungeons that everyone encountered were rewarded for success, and no punishment for failure. Wen Ning guessed that the dungeons in the future would definitely not be so simple. Wasteland calendar January 9th, 2200 hours, mild season. On the second day of the mild season, she found the perfect place to put the shelter and harvested 60 fresh coconuts. Killed 20 fish-headed monsters and obtained their supplies. Hu Zi will soon be promoted to level 2. Everything is good. Wen Ning retrieved the drawings of household sewing machines and household food processors. Remember the materials in your heart. Tomorrow, you will go to explore the barren mountain. Try to find the corresponding materials. The next morning, Wen Ning first checked the fruit trees planted in the greenhouse. They were taller than her. The tree crowns were open, and the branches were shaded, filling the entire top of the greenhouse. The transplanting could be done in the afternoon. Wen Ning watered them, took dry food and weapons, and went out, walking along the bushes at the edge of the forest towards the barren mountain. Wen Ning's main goal today is to find tin and gold mines, as well as coal crystal blocks. The vegetation gradually became sparse, and the green grass became withered and yellow as it approached the bottom of the barren mountain. The woods gradually turned into bushes. Wen Ning walked and looked around, and suddenly a flash of red in the grass caught Wen Ning's attention. After getting closer, Wen Ning hid behind the grass and saw clearly that there was a group of pheasants under a huge pine tree. Wasteland chicken detected. Monster illustrations have been updated. Wen Ning quickly called it out. Name: Wasteland chicken. Type: ordinary creature. Dangerous factor: 10. Drop: mutated feathers, eggs, chicken legs, others. Weakness: fright. Hint: the original ecological native chicken from the Wasteland plateau will flee in response to stress when frightened, but there are also timid ones who shrink in place and dare not move, and can be tamed. Can be tamed. Wen Ning's eyes lit up instantly. Doesn't taming mean that she will be able to lay eggs freely soon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, 14. Wen Ning counted the number of wild chickens in a low voice. Found that there were 3 roosters and 11 hens in total. This is definitely a great egg-laying device. Since you have a frightened physique, you can't waste this opportunity. Baby, you do this, go around the back. And then? Ah! Can't bite it to death? This is a bit difficult. After the task is completed, I will reward you with a chicken leg. Ah! Don't worry, I leave it to you. A white figure rushed into the woods behind Wen Ning. Wen Ning couldn't help laughing and chuckled, "Little foodie." Then he stared at the chickens that were looking for food in the bushes. 3 roosters, with their necks tilted up, the crimson combs on their heads swaying, like a monarch inspecting his territory. Wen Ning waited calmly, and soon, a faint white color appeared behind the chickens. The time was almost right. Wen Ning reached behind his back, and suddenly an enamel basin and a piece of wood appeared in his hand. He raised it above his head and started to knock violently. There was a sound like thunder. The chickens were instantly in disarray, and several of them stuffed their heads under their wings and squatted there trembling. More chickens fled in response to stress, running in the opposite direction of Wen Ning. Wen Ning took out the crossbow calmly and aimed at one of the roosters. Swoosh! The rooster that flew into the air died instantly. At the same time, the cubs that were waiting for the opportunity suddenly jumped out of the bushes. A tiger roar directly frightened the fleeing chickens and made them retreat one after another. Finally, they successfully blocked 10 hens that were frightened and left their legs limp. Ah! If you hadn't stopped them from biting, those hens wouldn't have escaped. Wen Ning thought of the 1 hen and 2 roosters that had escaped and educated Hu Zi earnestly. Leave a line for the tiger so that we can meet again in the future, right? If we kill them all, there will be no chickens in the forest in the future. If these chickens die, where can we catch them? Your chicken legs. Hu Zi jumped up and caught the chicken legs. You are still thoughtful. Next time you catch chickens, remember to call me. Wen Ning ignored him, took out a hemp rope from the space, and tied up the captured chickens one by one. I just don't know if the backpack can hold these chickens. Detected that the player wants to carry living things. There are 2 options. 1. Kill the chicken and put the chicken meat. 2. 1 chicken is charged a storage fee of 3 survival points, and can be kept in the backpack as a living thing for 24 hours. Handling fee? There is a handling fee for packing living things in the backpack. Wen Ning rolled his eyes. But thinking that it takes an hour to walk out this time, if I send the chicken back, it will take 2 hours to go back and forth. I choose 2. The collection is successful, and 30 survival points have been deducted. Okay, let's go! After collecting the chickens, Wen Ning walked for another 10 minutes, and finally arrived at the bottom of the barren mountain. Along the bottom of the mountain, Wen Ning explored while picking up ore. Looking at the appearance of this mountain, there are scattered iron ores outside, and even 1 or 2 silver ores. There shouldn't be no mines. Wen Ning walked around for about half an hour, and finally saw a dark mine about the height of a person. Found it. Wen Ning came to the front of the mine and looked inside. The cold wind blew out from the hole. It felt cold on the skin. Wen Ning moved his nose. There was a strong smell of coal. It's better not to light a torch and go in. Wen Ning took out a searchlight from the space, which was a head-mounted one. There was also an excellent fine iron pickaxe. This was what she made and synthesized last night. Fine iron pickaxe, excellent durability 40-40, attack 40. Made by special craftsmanship, solid materials, you get what you pay for. High quality. Tip: using this pickaxe to mine can reduce your energy value by 20%, increase the hardness of the pickaxe by 1, and there is a probability of critical hit on the ore dug at one time. After getting dressed, Wen Ning peeled away the branches in front of him and headed into the mine. Chapter 85. After entering the mine, Wen Ning did not rush to pick up the scattered ore on the ground, but observed the surrounding mine walls. There were scattered iron ores on it, and the places where the mine lamp shone were shining. The further you go in, the richer it is. Wen Ning thought about exploring the way first and then collecting. The mine as a whole showed a downward slope, and the top of the head was getting higher and higher, and finally stabilized at about 8 meters. There was no bottom at the end, but there were many branch roads, leading in all directions. Wen Ning did not plan to go in, and randomly chose a branch of the passage. Tin ore. Wen Ning went into a passage, and saw that the walls inside were inlaid with some dark blue ore, with blue and white patterns arranged in vertical rows. The pickaxe in his hand came in handy, and he dug down 3 pieces in a row, and triggered a critical hit. Congratulations on getting tin or *4. The refining furnace needs 20 tin ingots, and the food processor and sewing machine need 10 each. What is the conversion rate of 10 ingots? Opening the friend list, Wen Ning found Chung Dingquan, who he hadn't contacted for a long time, and sent a question directly. Private chat channel. How many tin blocks are needed for 10 ingots? After sending the message, Wen Ning dug a few more pieces to be prepared. Hu Zi was on guard at the side. It seemed very nervous when it stepped into the mine. Soon Chung Dingquan replied. Chung Dingquan 7777, boss. Long time no see. 7 pieces of tin or can synthesize 1 tin ingot, and gold or requires 9 pieces. Private chat channel. Do you take orders? Chungdinkuan 7777, boss. I may not be able to take it. I added a base, and now I am a little too busy with the work inside the base. Wen Ning was silent. I understand that I have a companion now. Just as he was about to close the chat channel, Chungdinkuan sent another message. Chungdinkuan 7777, boss, you must have coal crystal blocks if you have these 2 mines. This stuff can greatly improve the efficiency of the furnace. Can you sell me any extra? Private chat channel. It seems that he is really busy. Chungdinkuan 7777, please don't make fun of me. I only know how to burn some ores. I will try to distribute them to you. Tell me how much you want. Chungdinkuan was still thinking about Wen Ning's life-saving grace. Just now, he was thinking too fast. In addition, he usually rejected too many orders, so he actually rejected Wen Ning. Private chat channel. Did you add the base in the same area as you? Wen Ning changed the subject and asked about Chungdinkuan's base. Chungdinkuan had no intention of hiding anything and even wanted to pull Wen Ning into the group. Chungdinkuan 7777. No, it's my good brother. We were not in the same area originally. Later, he built a base, and I became the first member. I thought it was no big deal to join him. But after I joined, a teleportation array appeared in front of my shelter. Chungdinkuan 7777. I walked in according to the prompts, and came out to my brother's base. Chungdinkuan 7777. The base is now in a state of development. There are only 5 people in total. We mainly rely on selling ores to save materials. We need to build a fence and wall first. Chungdinkuan 7777. I am the only furnace in the whole base. I need to build the wall before the next disaster comes, so I am working overtime. Wen Ning's eyes flashed with deep thought. He actually used the teleportation array to go to the base establishment area directly. Then can he teleport in the opposite direction? Or will the game have a teleportation system in the future? Chungdinkuan explained sincerely, and Wen Ning didn't mean to blame him. Just said that she would talk about it after she collected the coal crystal blocks. Wen Ning got the news about the base from Chungdinkuan unexpectedly, and he had some guesses about Chungdinkuan's friend. The other party should be a capable person. None of the bases that were publicly recruiting people on the World Channel in the past 2 days have been established. Just come in first. The number of places is limited, first come first served. Wen Ning felt that it might take a lot of materials to build a base, and these people might have been deceived into crowdfunding. Shaking his head, he remembered that Chungdinkuan was also a person living in the mining area. Since he said there were coal crystal blocks, there should be some in this mine. Tin mines require more than 200, and gold mines require nearly 200. There is a long way to go. Hu Zi, is there danger? Seeing Hu Zi's face deep, staring at the depths of the mine, Wen Ning asked cautiously. Ouch. I didn't feel any danger, but I don't like this place. It's so gloomy. I said I didn't like it, but I still guarded Wen Ning diligently. When Wen Ning heard it, he turned around and worked, digging it out as soon as possible. The wall was full of pits and holes, and ore was dug out from time to time. I could hear the sound of critical strikes from time to time. Ding! A flash of inspiration. You dug up a piece of coal crystal stone. A flash of inspiration? I stretched out my hand, and a piece of pure black coal weighing about 2 kilograms appeared in my hand. Under the light of the mining lamp, the surface shone with a warm luster, the texture was very clear, and the faults were distinct. It was good coal at first glance. Wen Ning looked at the inside of the tin mine he dug. After the tin mine was dug out, there was actually a layer of black coal hidden inside. Just now, I dug up the coal mine, which triggered this flash of inspiration. Coal miner. Work hard. Wen Ning immediately became a miner, and dug all the way to the bottom along this passage. Ding! A flash of inspiration. You dug up a coal crystal block. Trigger a critical hit. Get 2 ordinary coal blocks. Various prompts sounded online. An hour later, Wen Ning smiled as he looked at the 240 tin ores, 200 coal ores, and 30 coal crystal blocks in his backpack. It's so cool. Hu Zi looked at the woman who was so happy at the end of the mine, and was a little confused. But how could Hu Zi understand the joy of buying for free? Shaking his head, Hu Zi turned around and continued to stare at the deepest passage. The energy in this mine was a bit heavy, and there was always something wrong. Wen Ning walked out of this passage with a dusty face, and turned into another passage shining with golden light. This looks like gold. Congratulations on getting a gold nugget *1, it's really gold. Boy! You've worked so hard. When we get back, we find a goldsmith to make you a 999 pure gold collar. Ah! Thank you. The durability of the fine iron pickaxe in his hand had just dropped by 1/3, and when Ning dug down another piece of gold ore, the gold ore did not produce a critical hit. Because when Ning had to dig twice to dig down a piece of gold ore, without a critical hit, the work became boring and complicated. When Ning's energy value dropped in the middle of the work, so when Ning directly took out a synthesized energy potion, advanced energy potion, after drinking it, you can immediately restore 30 energy points. Congratulations on getting a gold nugget *1, 199, 200 done. When Ning didn't want to dig the coal blocks behind for the time being. This gold mine not only consumes energy, but also consumes the durability of the fine iron pickaxe. The 200 gold ores reduced when Ning's energy to 65 again, and the durability of the fine iron pickaxe was only 10 points. There were still 2 advanced energy potions left. When Ning didn't plan to waste them here. Child, go home, it's getting late. The rest will come later. If Chungdingquan can make some materials for her, she might be able to make a food processor tonight. Ah! Okay, I go behind. Okay. It felt good to be protected, and when Ning felt relieved and accepted it calmly. Just as when Ning turned around, something flashed by the place where the mining lamp was shining, which caught Wen Ning's attention. Hesitantly stepped forward, Wen Ning looked up and observed carefully. Is this snake skin? Chapter 86. Hiss. Just above Wen Ning's head, a huge snake skin was stuck to the wall of the mine. The spread area was as thick as Wen Ning's body. Although only a small piece was broken, it looked very scary. Wen Ning's searchlight looked deep into the mine. On the ceiling, there were also broken snake skins extending to the depths of the mine. It is said that snakes shed their skin because they grow up, so this snake. It must be as thick as the big pine tree in front of Wen Ning's house. The back of his spine instantly chilled, and Wen Ning forced himself to calm down. Hu Zi's passive skill has not been triggered, so he should not have discovered us. After confirming this, Wen Ning quickly called Hu Zi to retreat. Cub! Go! Running quickly along the cave passage towards the exit until he got out of the cave, Wen Ning was still in shock. Such a big snake cannot be a primary one. It is very likely to be a Snake King level. Cub, active skill. Pet active skill has been activated, 2/3 times remaining today. The mine in front of him became transparent on the map in an instant. Dense and winding snake-like objects appeared in Wen Ning's field of vision. It made people's scalps numb, and they were about to have intensive phobia. With the mine entrance as the center, go straight into the passages that Wen Ning and his friends just walked into. At the end of the passage, there is a thin layer of mine wall. And inside this mine wall is a closed mine pit. Inside the mine pit, there are at least thousands of snakes coiled and curled up. What makes Wen Ning curious is that these snakes are motionless and look dense and scary. And Wen Ning did not see a big snake that matches the snake skin he just saw. The deeper the mine, the more snakes there are, and the bigger they are. But they are far from the snake skin that Wen Ning saw. Snake cave? There is a snake cave inside this mine. It should be hibernating now. No, to put it in the game, it should be dormant, waiting for some unlucky person to wake it up. Fortunately, he just entered shallowly. Wen Ning roughly estimated that the place where he just mined was at least 500 meters away from the nearest snake cave. And after this snake cave, the snake caves inside are almost 50 meters apart. Because this mine is as complicated as a maze, there are several snake caves at the end of each branch of the mine. Only in this way can it be as spectacular as it looks at first glance. I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the crisis is not in front of me. As long as this snake cave is not triggered actively, it should not crawl out by itself. Even if it crawls out, it can't get over its own electric grid. As for the Snake King, it is probably still in the deepest part of the mine. Wen Ning guessed that this might be a rich vein of minerals. The more dangerous the snakes were, the more minerals there would be, and the more precious they would be. As long as she continued to improve her strength, one day, she would be able to fight against the Snake King. It was still uncertain who would win by then. Thinking of this, Wen Ning instantly became full of fighting spirit. She returned to the shelter with the harvest of the day. Private chat channel. You first burn 10 units of 10 ingots and 5 units of gold ingots for me, and this coal crystal block is the reward. Chungdingquan 7777. Okay, thank you, big brother. I have some ready-made here. I give it to you first. With the coal crystal block, my efficiency in the next 2 hours can be increased by 200%. It's easy to say about the base too. Congratulations on getting 10 ingots and 10 gold ingots. Wen Ning accepted the extra 5 units of gold ingots given by Chung Dingquan without any psychological burden. She knew that this was a gesture of goodwill from Chung Dingquan. Speaking of which, except for the first time, when he rescued Chung Dingquan, he and Wen Ning had no time to bargain. And he didn't bother Wen Ning because of their relationship, and they were getting along well. In this way, Wen Ning inevitably thought of Lin Li, the first person he met. He opened the list, but suddenly found that Lin Li's avatar. It was gray. People were disappearing in the wasteland every day, but the avatar of the survivor who had talked to him, exchanged information, and bought and sold things for the first time was gray. Wen Ning was stunned for a while. Silently sat at the door of the shelter, holding the 10 ingot that Chung Dingquan had just given him in his hand, wondering what he was thinking. Hu Zi tilted his head and looked at Wen Ning, and smelled a hint of sadness from Wen Ning's figure sitting there. Wu! What's wrong? Wen Ning suddenly came back to her senses when she put her furry head in Wen Ning's hand. She lowered her head and looked at Hu Zi, who was rolling around to make her happy. Nothing, just a little homesick. Oh! Isn't this your home too? You seemed to be here when I was born. Wen Ning shook his head slowly. My home, maybe in a very far place, where it's beautiful. Looking at the confused expression on Hu Zi's white face, Wen Ning rubbed him twice without hesitation and changed the subject. No more talking. It's getting late. We caught some chickens today. Let's take them out and raise them. Wen Ning took out 10 wild chickens from his backpack and untied the hemp rope tied to their claws. When the wild chickens were released from the backpack, they still kept their heads tilted and hidden under their wings. When they landed, they were still curled up with their bodies twitching. After a while, they gradually felt that there was no danger around, and gradually fluttered their wings and poked their heads out. After a while, Wen Ning looked again, and saw that the group of wild chickens were already leisurely turning over the insects in the soil in the yard. Wen Ning thought about it, and decided not to be too stingy if he wanted the chickens to lay eggs. So Wen Ning took out a handful of rice, and scattered it in the yard. And he called the chickens like the ant next door, in the countryside when she fed the chickens when he was a child. The chickens were startled by Wen Ning, and ran to the back corner of the yard shelter. Wen Ning saw that this was a good relationship. He would build a chicken coop there when the time came, just in time for laying eggs. After observing that the group of chickens did not fly out of the yard for a while, Wen Ning turned and entered the shelter. Wen Ning retrieved the blueprint of the home food processor from the workbench and clicked to build it. Construction successful. Congratulations on getting a home cooking machine *1. Home cooking machine, excellent and automatic cooking machine that combines more than a dozen cooking methods such as steaming, stir-frying, frying and stewing. Its excellent quality enables it to make more delicious food. Power supply, fire/electricity, electricity? Can this food processor be synthesized? Detected that 1 household food processor and 1 electrical energy core are memorized. Do you want to synthesize? Yes, you can. Ding! Synthesis successful. Household food processor, excellent. This is a miracle. The process of upgrading from excellent to excellent cannot happen to it a second time. This is the peak of its life. Tip: food made by excellent level food processors has a chance to gain special functions and improve its gourmet properties. Tip: excellent technology allows your food processor to obtain dual energy supply. 1 coal crystal block can make 100 portions of fire-powered food, and 1 electrical energy core can make 1,000 portions of electricity-powered food. His excellent properties. This is the first time Wen Ning has seen a level above excellent. Through the effect of the synthesis system, it can actually have such a strong effect. Wen Ning can't wait to try this food processor. Chapter 87. Wen Ning removed the original stove in the kitchen and placed the food processor in the window. A faint light flashed, and a black food processor appeared in front of Wen Ning. The height was just right, but there was no stove on the surface of the food processor, let alone a place to put pots. It was just a rectangular table, which could hold 12 plates that Wen Ning usually used. Huh? How can I cook without a pot? Wen Ning reached out and touched the food processor that didn't fit in with his wooden wall. Do you want to open the food processor manufacturing interface? After the first use guide, you can open and use it directly in the shelter, but the finished food needs to be collected from the food processor. Collect? Meaning, this food processor is still automatic? It is detected that you don't have a recipe yet. Do you want to enter it? You can choose the appropriate ingredients from your ingredients and put them into the food processor. How about coconut rice? Please select the energy supply method. Electricity? Making, please wait. Sweet coconut rice is successfully made. Consumes 1 coconut and 1 rice. The recipe has been automatically recorded and saved. Then, on the table of the food processor, a portion of hot coconut rice in a coconut shell appeared. It seemed to be steamed by electricity. The green coconut shell was soaked with water. The rice inside was full of coconut juice, white and plump, and looked very sweet. And because the default weight of a portion of rice is 1 pound, it is full and almost overflowing from the coconut shell after steaming. Wen Ning took out a spoon and scooped a mouthful. It was sweet. The aroma was overflowing, not greasy at all. He stuffed several more mouthfuls, swallowing without caring about his image, and his whole face was buried in the coconut shell. Another pure coconut juice. Please select the energy supply method. Electricity. Making, please wait. Could it be hot after it's made? While Wen Ning was guessing, the food processor gave the answer. Ding. A flash of inspiration. Coconut juice is made successfully. Consume 1 coconut. The recipe has been entered and saved, and the attributes have been saved. Attributes. When Wen Ning heard the flash of inspiration, he guessed that there was an attribute. At this time, he heard the system prompt and directly picked up the coconut juice on the cooking table. Coconut juice. Food attribute +1. After drinking it, it can quickly restore 10 energy points, and restore 1 energy point per minute for the next 10 minutes. This is better than the primary energy potion. Then, there are so many coconuts on the beach. I am rich. Wen Ning glanced at the entrance of the shelter. It was already dark. But what does it matter? I still have a blue torch. The coconut tree on the beach will be refreshed tomorrow. What is this? A money tree. Boy. Go chop trees. No, pick up money. After a bowl of coconut rice, Wen Ning felt that he had endless power and strength. Huzi followed his crazy mother to the beach in the middle of the night, watching her chopping coconut trees on the beach with great interest. Congratulations on getting wood *3, coconut *6? What the hell? Why is the production reduced at night? Wen Ning pouted unhappily, and her men continued to work hard. Even if there is only 1 coconut on a coconut tree today, she will pick up all the coconuts. An hour later, Wen Ning returned to the shelter with 300 coconuts in her backpack with satisfaction. Without bothering to clean herself up, she rushed into the kitchen. Huzi, holding the unfinished meat in his mouth, looked at her from behind. When did she love cooking so much? Add 1 to the production list. Coconut juice. Countdown 10 minutes. Add 1 to the production list. Coconut juice. Countdown 10 minutes. The production list is full. Please collect the food on the counter before making it. It's full already? And why does it take 10 minutes to make a cup of coconut juice? It only takes an hour to make 6 cups. It's exactly the upper limit of the production list. Wen Ning looked at the coconut juice that she hadn't drunk just now, and observed it carefully. The coconut pulp was crushed and mixed with coconut juice. It was a light milky white color, and the fragrance was much more fragrant than ordinary coconut juice. It looked like it would take 10 minutes. Okay. Wen Ning didn't plan to drink this coconut juice. Her energy had just returned to 80 after eating, and she had consumed 10 points when she went out. Now it was 70, so there was no need to waste it. She would take a nap, and it would be full tomorrow. His eyes rolled. Wen Ning came up with a plan. Treasure Pavilion. Shelf 0/5. Popularity, 500. Do you want to put the item on the shelf? Please edit the sales information. Edited successfully. The sales information has been published. Wen Ning held Huzi and rubbed his chin, but he had already opened the chat channel in his mind. At this time, a group of people were enjoying dinner in their own shelter. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in his ear. The treasure pavilion you are following has new items. New items. Let me see what good things are. Shit! A survivor dropped the chopsticks in his mouth, but he did not react, just staring blankly at the only item on the shelf. World Channel. Is the owner of the treasure pavilion here? I have a business deal. Please talk to me. Private message me. Please. World Channel. What's going on? What is the treasure pavilion? World Channel. Transfer product information. Click to view details. World Channel. Damn. This coconut juice is awesome. It's a high-end version of energy potion. World Channel. 2 life-threatening points in the system update. First, the manufacturing system requires points. Second, the daily energy value is not full. It has not been replenished yet. World Channel. The Treasure Pavilion is the name of the store. Last time, 40 coconuts were sold at once, and they only wanted stones and wood. World Channel. The owner of the Treasure Pavilion lives by the sea. Last time I bought a coconut from him. To be honest, it was really big and delicious. World Channel. But he sells an electric energy core. Even if his attribute is very good, no one will buy it, right? World Channel. Can you take a good look at the comments of others above? At this time, everyone saw the message of the sales information. Notes on the message. This is a pre-sale information. The official sale will start in 1 hour. How much I sell depends on my mood. World Channel. Boss, if you are in a good mood, just collect less supplies. I think the stones and wood from last time are very suitable. World Channel. Just think of it as poverty alleviation. I don't have enough to eat every day. Every morning when I wake up, my energy value is only 70. I have no energy after chopping a circle of trees. Wen Ning silently watched the sensation caused by her news in the World Channel. She intended to make the treasure pavilion famous, so she was so high profile. In this way, she would have an extra layer of identity cover in the future. Because Wen Ning found that after opening a store, Wen Ning could choose to speak in the name of an individual or a store in the World Channel and the Regional Channel. It is still very beneficial to establish a prestigious or popular identity. At least it can filter out most people who just want to get something for free. Private chat channel. Hello, owner of the Treasure Pavilion. I am the only designated spokesperson for the official base of Yin Country. Can we talk? Chapter 88. Official Yin State. Wen Ning's first reaction was that it was fake. The other party did not reveal any information at all. The profile picture was blurred and anonymous. Phishing? Scam? For a moment, Wen Ning had thought of countless ideas in his mind. The most similar one was, me. Xin Shi Huang. Send money, but the next second, the other party directly threw an item information. Pioneer submachine gun, excellent durability, 80. Attack, 64. The gun body is red, and it is an existence that cannot be ignored in the dark night. Magazine 30 of 200. Yelon 1245. Hello, this is our sincerity. I just forgot to introduce myself. I am Yelon, the spokesperson of the official base of Yin State W12 District. We want to make a deal with your store. Wen Ning's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly clicked on the other party's profile picture. It was indeed a Yin State woman, with a soft face and firm eyes, which also fits the image of the Yin State military. Official tone, neither humble nor arrogant attitude, and appropriate exposure of financial resources. At this point, Wen Ning actually believed half of it, but she just said the official base of one district. What about other districts? Private chat channel. Do you only represent your district, or? Yelon 1245. The population of Yin Country is distributed in various districts. Of course, there are more than one official base established at present, but we have a special intelligence network between us, and I can represent the entire Yin Country official. Yelon 1245. Our demand is the coconut juice on the shelf of the treasure cabinet. Now the official base of Yin Country is under intensive construction and needs this coconut juice. Yelon 1245. You must be a Yin Country person to be able to come up with such a name. We don't want to ask you for anything, but just hope that you can consider us first at the same price. The other party showed his sincerity from the beginning, and did not use his identity to ask Wen Ning for anything. Instead, he put Wen Ning in the same trading position. However, Wen Ning felt a little uneasy. So far, no national leader has appeared on the World Channel. Even a small country like this has not appeared. There is not even a well-known management-level person. If the top leader cannot show up, then there must be one or two persuasive people. None of them, which made Wen Ning fall into deep doubt. She didn't believe that no big boss in the world survived. The emperor of the White Bear Country, a certain Pooh of the Fierce Wind Country. Thinking of this, Wen Ning had a little doubt about the official who suddenly came to her. But Wen Ning would not show it. As long as he could afford the price and was not hostile, why would he go against money? However, he could cheat. Private chat channel. Who can prove that you are an official base? I haven't seen you on TV or in the newspaper. Nialan was stunned by Wen Ning's question. She was indeed from the army and worked in the military district office where Su Luo was, but she had never heard of her direct superior Li Weigua before. At the beginning, the major under Li Weigua called them together in the name of the Yin State Army. Nialan happened to be in this area and joined. After she came, Li Weigua gave her the identity of the official spokesperson of Yin State and asked her to recruit military personnel on the World Channel. Obeying orders is a natural duty, especially after experiencing a difficult survival. Seeing Li Weigua in a military uniform is very cordial. Nialan agreed without even thinking seriously. Nialan couldn't answer the question suddenly asked by the other party. It seems that she has never met any high-ranking leader, but Wen Ning didn't seem to need her answer, and sent another message. Private chat channel. Forget it, don't force it, it's business, don't care about these, as long as you are Yin countrymen, let's talk about this coconut juice. When Ning stopped being aggressive, if a national leader really showed up to talk to her, it would be really scary. The other party's attitude seemed to have known that Wen Ning's coconut juice could be mass-produced. The construction of such a large base definitely requires more than 1 or 2 cups. Nia Lan saw Wen Ning's words, shook her head, threw away the thoughts in her mind, and answered seriously, Nia Lan 1245, you don't have to be surprised. Our base has information that someone has also produced food with attributes. Your coconut juice has the best attribute that we can find so far. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the fact that food can be mass-produced is no longer a secret. Come to think of it, there were many bosses killed in the last disaster, and it was not uncommon to drop blueprints. In addition, due to the geographical location, others may have gathered the materials earlier than her. Instead, she was slowed down by the move. If it weren't for the golden finger, it might take her a long time to make food like coconut milk. However, since the other party admitted that the attribute is good, it means that this coconut milk is currently invaluable. Private chat channel. I can only produce 4 coconut juices per hour, and the coconuts refreshed every day are also limited. So don't link the base construction to me, I can't afford such a high hat. Even if Wen Ning stayed by the food processor for a day, the coconut milk he got would probably be a drop in the bucket. Keep some words in mind, so as to effectively prevent the other party from asking for too much. The other party's move was a fully automatic thermal weapon. Of course, Wen Ning was very tempted. And there is a high possibility that there is a complete ammunition supply line. This deal may be very cost-effective for others, but it is not so useful for Wen Ning. She is a lone wolf and does not support a team. What does she need so much ammunition for? Nialan here was a little surprised at Wen Ning's output. According to the data they have, it takes at least 5 minutes to make a food with attributes, not to mention that Wen Ning's attribute is so good. The base hopes to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the Treasure Pavilion. So Nialan 1245, we hope to establish a long-term trading cooperation with you. The submachine gun sent to you is a gift from our official base. We have already achieved mass production of ammunition. Nialan 1245, 1 magazine is 200 bullets, and the transaction condition is 1 magazine for 1 cup of coconut milk. Wen Ning thought for a moment. She really wanted that gun. The other party gave it to her like this, which shows that he really wants to make friends. But the price is a bit unsatisfactory. Is the official confident in their own hot weapons? Or do they think they are also a group and really need their guns? Why does it feel like the official is not as sincere as she said? If it were an ordinary person, they might have already attached themselves to it, but Wen Ning had no intention of relying on it. There is no harm in relying on a large base. Not only can you get some benefits. Moreover, since they dare to use the name of an official base, they must have many channels, intelligence, supplies, drawings, and even predictions of natural disasters. No matter whether it is true or not, it is only true when you get the benefits. In Wen Ning's opinion, Zhang Han is just a person who has some professional knowledge to attract attention. This time, except for being on a popularity list, he is not on other lists. The predictions of natural disasters are all nonsense. It has already explained the problem. Although the sincerity is not as great as they say. But business is negotiable, and if it can't be negotiated, you can find someone else to negotiate, right? What she has to do is to strive for the greatest benefits, and at the same time, keep her vest. Private chat channel. The output of coconut juice is not equal to the output of magazines, this is one. Second, you have seen the properties of coconut juice, and I don't think you have shown the greatest sincerity. Nialan's eyes flashed. All transactions are based on strength. And now, it is obvious that they don't know the strength of the other party. But from the beginning, she was at a disadvantage. Revealing the trump card too early, and giving hot weapons instead expressed her strong willingness to buy. Nialan 1245. What do you need? Nialan was too lazy to play dumb, so she asked directly. If she had what the other party needed, this deal might be easier to close. Private chat channel. I don't need anything. If you really want to trade, you can compete on the treasure shelf. Nialan just realized that she seemed to be controlled by the other party. Originally, she thought that the other party would be touched by the state machine, but Nialan obviously underestimated the impact of the rules of the Wasteland world on people. But compared to her official, who was not legitimate, there was a simpler truth that Nialan did not understand. That is, people should not do things for themselves. Wen Ning's eyes rolled around. Although coconut juice restores energy, as mentioned earlier, energy values 59 and 60 are completely two different concepts. If the energy value drops to the red line during the battle, it is not an exaggeration to say that a cup of coconut juice can save your life. But the other party did not seem to see the deep value in this. Wen Ning was not anxious about the long silence. Instead, he sent a new thing. Private chat channel. This thing cannot be traded on the shelf, but it is not restricted to private individuals. I wonder if you are interested. Private chat channel. Blue torch. Mialan on the opposite side hesitated and almost dropped her jaw when she saw the thing said by Wen Ning. She had seen this blue torch before. Recently, their base has been negotiating with the Fierce Wind country for this blue torch. This is a weapon that can make people ignore threats in the dark. Originally, they took the route of secret development and low-key, leaving small countries like Lia to jump on the surface. But the Fierce Wind country somehow got a blue torch that can travel at night. Originally, it didn't matter. One person holding a torch would not greatly improve productivity. But things were different after the game was updated. Each base developed rapidly. The Fierce Wind country built the base wall within 2 days, leaving them far behind. Mialan suddenly felt that finding Wen Ning might be the most correct decision she had ever made in her life, because the Fierce Wind country actually asked for half of their minerals to trade for their torches. Later, she searched for a long time on the trading platform, but couldn't find it. She thought it was monopolized by the Fierce Wind country. Mialan 1245. How many torches like this do you have? Wen Ning's eyes showed a trace of cunning, and he replied slowly. Private chat channel. As many as you want, as many as you want. The appearance of being rich and powerful made Mialan on the other side stunned. She was almost unable to suppress her excitement, and she jumped several times in the dormitory before calming down. Now it seemed that this business was not something she could decide. Chapter 89. Mialan quickly found Li Weigua. Does the other party really have a blue torch? Li Weigua's square face was red, his forehead was about to sweat, and a ball of hope floated in his eyes. Chief, the other party is not easy to talk to. Mialan tactfully expressed that Wen Ning was unmoved. Li Weigua pondered for a while, and then took the initiative to contact Wen Ning with his own account. Li Weigua 3516. Hello, store owner, I am Li Weigua, the head of the W12 base. Li Weigua 3516. Name a price for the blue torch in your hand. This is too small, I changed to a higher level, and from the name, it sounds like a chief level. I haven't heard of this chief's name. Private chat channel. Hello chief, are you going to buy it out or buy one? Li Weigua raised his eyebrows, and found that things were not simple. Li Weigua 3516. What's the point of buying one? Of course, I want to buy it out. Private chat channel. Buyout? No talk. Li Weigua's face twitched quickly. Buyout no talk, what do you mean by buyout? Li Weigua 3516. We should still be able to talk about it, young man. The cause of the motherland is being built at a rapid pace. You should. Li Weigua tried to arouse the other party's patriotic feelings, but when he was about to make a long speech, the other party interrupted him directly. Private chat channel. Moral kidnapping? Private chat channel. I thought I was very conscious of exposing this thing on my own initiative. You should also know the importance of this thing. There are many bases outside scrambling for it. Private chat channel. Moreover, if you really want to brainwash, you have to find a leader I know to be more convincing, right? Li Weigua was stunned. He was in charge of the base, and made plans. He rarely had no way to deal with the other party. The leader she knew. Li Weigua couldn't do this at all. His current official base was built by a group of old friends. They are still looking for a national leader. Wen Ning reminded him appropriately. Private chat channel. Let's talk business. The leader won't still do things the way he did on Blue Star, right? Li Weigua wanted to say, are you teaching me how to do things? But the reality is that facing the other party's questioning, he has no way to do it. Li Weigua 3516. Then tell me how to trade. Wen Ning laughed out loud. This leader seemed to be a broken jar. He didn't look like an official leader. Now that he had the initiative to speak, Wen Ning was no longer aggressive. The more he tried, the more he felt that this so-called official base was not right. But it didn't matter. Just treat the other party as a big base for trading. No matter what, you won't lose. Private chat channel. This blue torch is equivalent to the ability to go out at night, rounded to the nearest. Isn't it equivalent to controlling the night? Private chat channel. Combined with my exclusive secret recipe coconut juice, think about it. While others are sleeping, our base can be built day and night. While others are resting and recovering their energy, our members only need a cup of coconut juice to dig for another 3 days and 3 nights. Private chat channel. In this way, we have increased the construction speed by at least twice, which will not be far ahead of other countries. Private chat channel. Rounded to the nearest, It means that others have to do things according to our mood. Private chat channel. Such a good thing. Do you know how to have it? Li Wei was smiled slightly, as if he had seen the scene where the official base of Yen State was successfully built, while other countries were still struggling on the survival line. Unconsciously, he followed Wen Ning's words and replied. Li Wei with 3516. How to get it? Private chat channel. 1 price, 1,000 torches, 100 electric energy cores plus 10 molecular films plus a submachine gun plus a box of bullets. Li Wei was suddenly came back to his senses, his mouth twitching. You know the 1 price, and there are so many takeout products. Li Wei with 3516. You might as well go rob. Private chat channel. Do you think it's expensive? Then I contact you. Li Wei with 3516. No. Not expensive. Very. Suitable. In reality, Li Wei's face was full of pain, but he had no choice. He called the logistics department directly, transferred 100 energy cores over, and put them on the shelf directly. The other party initiated a transaction. As if he was afraid that Wen Ning would regret it, the other party actually initiated a transaction within 5 minutes. It seems that this base is very rich, and 100 cores are given as soon as they are said. Wen Ning immediately agreed to the deal. The other party sent over 100 energy cores, a box of ammunition, the submachine gun, and 10 units of molecular film without blinking an eye. Is this what it feels like to be fed by a big boss? Wen Ning happily sent over 1,000 blue torches, and the 3 cups of coconut juice she had just taken down. The official was so generous, she couldn't be too stingy, and she just regarded the coconut juice as a gift. Private chat channel. The chief is generous. Please drink a few cups of coconut juice, and come back if it tastes good. Ha ha. How does it feel to get the wool from the official? Wen Ning said it was very cool, and such unequal and mutually beneficial transactions will continue in the future. Thinking of this, Wen Ning couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Ah. What's wrong? What's wrong? You've been grinning for so long. Hu Zi was so anxious that he didn't know what Wen Ning's sudden madness was. Wen Ning didn't say anything, just threw a piece of meat to ZZ. Have fun tonight. I give you a snack. Then he rushed into the kitchen and packed the coconut milk and sent it to Nialan. He also modified the note on the store homepage. Treasure Pavilion. Sorry, the coconut milk was packed and taken away by a mysterious customer. The store is closed today. Wen Ning planned to donate all the coconut milk she made tonight to the official base, which was also her initiative to make friends. If it was really the national father, it would be difficult to care about her rude temptation, right? The survivors who were still squatting in the World Channel were instantly discouraged, crying and howling why they didn't think of chatting with the store privately. But on second thought, the one who could eat all the coconut milk must be a powerful person. How could they, the little shrimps, who were looking for a bargain, be able to deal with it? On the other hand, several bases on the World Channel, whose identities were unknown, directly opened the microphone and criticized Wen Ning passionately. Out of sight, out of mind, Wen Ning directly blocked them and put up 10 fine iron pickaxes, the same ones that Wen Ning used to mine during the day. The properties were also amazing. Wen Ning added a note. Note, the sale price is considered compensation. As for the few people who just made radical remarks, the store has blocked them and will never trade with them again. There was a new round of crying and shouting on the World Channel. The block bases saw that they could only watch the good things in the treasure pavilion being snatched away. The trading interface will pop up with 1 click. You have been permanently blocked by the store owner and cannot trade. I regret so much that I don't know where to go. It's rare for Wen Ning to be so naughty. It's not that he can't afford to offend the survivors, but Wen Ning doesn't want to go the black and red route. It's just 10 pickaxes, and these survivors should be grateful. She guessed that the world map will be integrated sooner or later, and how can she survive in the chaotic world alone? The fine iron pickaxe is not like the blue torch, and it doesn't matter if it is sold. As for the blue torch, Wen Ning only plans to use it for herself or trade it to the official. She is not stupid. It is obvious that there is no blue torch in circulation in the world. First, it must be rare. Second, there is a force controlling it. Looking at Li Wei's anxious look, the country that owns this thing may be a hostile country. Then as a Yen countryman, she must do her part for the country in the Wasteland, not to mention that wild survivors are not as well fed as the country's wool. She can't stop doing business just because she doubts the other party's identity, right? At this critical moment, she couldn't make things worse. Wen Ning didn't plan to take care of the store's affairs. These supplies were not rare, but his own sewing machine. If he made it quickly, he could make his own armor. After checking the materials, he was still short of 10 tin ingots. Wen Ning clicked on Chung Dingquan's avatar. 10 seconds later, the other party sent what Wen Ning wanted. Wen Ning's eyes lit up. Go! Wen Ning opened the manufacturing panel without hesitation. Do you want to manufacture an armor sewing machine? Yes. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations on obtaining an armor sewing machine. Excellent. *1. Armor sewing machine. Can automatically produce armor, provided that the armor blueprint is entered. Tip. The minimum level of armor successfully manufactured by an excellent quality armor sewing machine is excellent. Chapter 90. Armor sewing machine. Can automatically produce armor, provided that the armor blueprint is entered. Tip. The minimum level of armor successfully produced by the fine quality armor sewing machine is fine. Place it. After choosing a location, Wen Ning put the sewing machine down. Its appearance was very similar to that of a sewing machine, and even the pedal below was restored. The other side was empty, with a blue area the size of a piece of paper on it. Wen Ning tried to click. A dialog box popped up. Do you want to open the sewing machine manufacturing interface? After the first use of the guide, you can directly open the sewing machine interface corresponding to the manufacturing interface anywhere in the shelter for use, but the finished armor needs to be collected at the sewing machine. It seems that this is a common problem for machines above the fine level, and the first time you need to guide it. It is detected that you do not have armor-related blueprints for the time being. Do you want to open the Independent Research and Development interface? Can you still develop? Try it. It should be the same routine as the food processor. Please add armor materials. Animal skin, animal tendons, woolen cloth. Every time Wen Ning said something, the Research and Development interface automatically added one, and finally added them together, followed by a question mark icon. Development in progress, please wait. Ding! Research and development successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Jungle Warrior Cape. Excellent. The blueprint has been saved and entered. Jungle Warrior Cape. Excellent. A warrior suit developed by players themselves, with an appearance that blends in with the jungle, representing an outstanding warrior identity. Jungle Warrior Cape. Excellent durability 40/40, armor 30, it looks ordinary. The whole body is dark green, and the hood on the top of the head is too big to block the view. Moreover, the cloak is not close-fitting, and the wide style is in the way, not suitable. Wen Ning propped up his chin and tried again, this time replacing the woolen cloth with pearls obtained on the beach. Development in progress. Development failed, materials deducted. Failed. And swallowed her materials. Those are pearls. She only has 5 in total. After a while of emo, Wen Ning had to admit that he had no talent in this area. Professional things should be left to professionals. For example, armor and blueprints should be left to mutant beasts and monsters. Anyway, they will explode when they die, and what Wen Ning has to do is to kill them elegantly. After thinking this through, Wen Ning did not hesitate and returned to the kitchen to collect the coconut juice that had just been successfully made. Players successfully produce 10 coconut juices, and their proficiency reaches level 1, which will shorten the time to make coconut juice by 20%, upgraded. Proficiency. Is this what practice makes perfect? Now it only takes her 8 minutes to make a cup of coconut juice, and she can make 7 cups in an hour. Okay, very good. With 2 hours left before bedtime, Wen Ning stayed in the kitchen and made 15 cups of coconut juice, and sent 7 cups to Nialan, plus the 3 cups just now. Wen Ning gave 10 cups of coconut juice to the official base for free, and kept 5 cups for himself. There is also a high-level energy recovery potion in the backpack, which can restore 30 points of energy. Then he filled up the production queue again, so he won't have to worry about not having enough energy when he goes out tomorrow. If there is extra, he can also use it to put it on the shelf. Then Wen Ning took out the submachine gun given by the official. Pioneer submachine gun, excellent durability 80, attack 64, magazine 30/200. A magazine has 30 bullets, less than 8 magazines in total. A box of bullets has 20 magazines in total, which means 4,000 reserve bullets. It sounds like a lot, but in fact, the submachine gun has a very fast firing rate, and a magazine only takes about 3 to 5 seconds. But the recoil is much smaller than that of a rifle, so the bullet trajectory is much more concentrated. In addition, the submachine gun has a short range, with a maximum killing range of about 80 meters, an effective killing range of no more than 150 meters, and a maximum killing range of only 280 meters. So when facing mutant beasts or monsters within a range of 80 meters, Wen Ning must have absolute say. Can this gun be synthesized? Wen Ning's energy cores are rich again. There are more than 100 ice energy cores that have been synthesized, and there are still many fragments that have not been synthesized. There are also 100 electric energy cores that have just been traded. So which energy core is suitable for synthesis now? Hu Zi, you choose. Wen Ning, who has difficulty making decisions, took out 2 energy cores and asked Hu Zi to choose. One was ice blue, and the other was purple, with electricity flowing inside. Hu Zi turned around for a long time, lowered his head to sniff each, and finally held the 2 cores in his arms. 2? A possibility flashed through Wen Ning's mind. He looked at the 2 cores on the ground with an ambiguous look, detected 1 electric energy core, 1 ice energy core. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. Synthesizing. Please wait. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining a mutant lightning energy core *1 mutation. Wen Ning took the energy core in his hand. It was warm to the touch, and there was a faint current flowing in the blue snowflakes. He checked its properties, but he could only see a simple name, without any other properties. Detected a mutant lightning energy core *1, a pioneer submachine gun *1. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on getting a pioneer submachine gun. Excellent. *1. Synthesis successful. It also improved the quality of the submachine gun. Wen Ning would not believe it if he said it had nothing to do with the energy core. Pioneer submachine gun, excellent durability, 100 out of 100, attack 94, magazine 30/200. Tip: the excellent submachine gun has improved all its properties, and uses a mutant lightning core for energy. Skills acquired. Continuous electric shock. After the bullet hits, the wound will be in a torn state, and the residual electrical energy will continue to paralyze the wound, causing the wound healing speed to decrease by 50% and the wound bleeding speed to increase by 30%. Skills acquired. Ice and Snow Auxiliary. Ice energy is added to the energy core. The attack of this weapon in a water environment is increased by 50%, and the continuous electric shock effect is increased by 20%. Strong. Wen Ning held this red weapon in his hand, and the black muzzle made Hu Zi feel an inexplicable threat. It was not until he stood next to Wen Ning that he felt better. Wen Ning now understood the principle of the mutant core. 1 main attack, 1 auxiliary. This is to wrap the electric energy directly on the bullet, which will cause continuous electric shock to the enemy after shooting. Even if the bullet penetrates the body, this state still exists. This is equivalent to directly destroying the opponent's mobility. In addition to this, the 2 skills of reducing healing speed and increasing bleeding speed are also quite terrifying. It is very likely that the opponent will die before he can react because the bleeding speed cannot be stopped. When holding this weapon, Wen Ning wanted to see a few big words pop up on his head. Security plus 10,000. The synthesis system is really a golden finger. Wen Ning, who couldn't let it go, saw Hu Zi's vigilant eyes, and was willing to put away the submachine gun. Still be careful, there is no rule of team member damage exemption. Lying on the bed, Wen Ning counted the number of times with his fingers, and it seemed that the synthesis system was about to be upgraded. On the 3rd day of the new mild season, Wen Ning obtained a brand new weapon. 2 facilities and equipment were built. And he made good friends with the official base. The Wasteland Apocalypse, the future is promising. Chapter 91. Wasteland Calendar January 11th, 8 o'clock, mild season. Energy value, 100. It was the 4th day of Wen Ning's move, and there were still 3 days before the next disaster warning. Wen Ning took Hu Zi to the beach early in the morning. Today's goal was to upgrade Hu Zi to level 2. Compared with the unknown forest, Wen Ning preferred the easy-to-control beach fish-headed monster. In addition, she had just obtained a weapon with bonuses in the water environment, so she would use the fish-headed monster to test the waters with the first shot. She would never admit that she was upset because a pearl was swallowed last night. This beach has 2 low tides every day, one at 8 o'clock in the morning and the other at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wen Ning took Hu Zi to jump on the beach for half an hour, and no fish-headed monster was stepped out. It was inevitable that he was a little disappointed. Could this copy only be triggered once? Wen Ning thought about going to the forest, and couldn't waste time here. After greeting Hu Zi, who was chasing crabs, Wen Ning turned around and prepared to head towards the forest. Just as she took 2 steps, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on the mudflats under her feet, and directly swept Wen Ning and Hu Zi in. In an instant, the man and the tiger on the beach disappeared without even a scream. After a moment of suffocation, Wen Ning fell into a cave-like place with a thud. Player discovered the limited time ruins copy struggle. Did I find this myself? Wen Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, pursed her lips, and said nothing, waiting for the system information. It was a bit damp and dark around her, but she didn't feel suffocated. Tip: the limited time ruins last for 4 hours. In addition to escaping the ruins, players must complete the copy tasks within the specified time. Tip: players who have not escaped the ruins after the countdown ends will be trapped in the ruins forever, and death in the ruins will be considered game death. Tip: this instance is a plot instance, and the location is in the bottom world of the beach. Players can breathe freely within the scope of the ruins during the duration of the ruins, and the countdown effect is cancelled. Tip: this instance mission is to reconcile the conflict between the fish-headed monsters and the electric eel monsters, and restore peace to the beach. Previous story: the fish-headed monsters and the electric eel monsters represent two mutated races in the Wasteland. The grudge between them started hundreds of years ago. The original underwater world was very peaceful. When the disaster broke out, humans embedded in the seabed to seek life. His appearance directly affected the relationship between humans and underwater beasts. Strange changes occurred. Some animals in the seabed endured painful mutations and became different appearances and inherited them. Now, you will replace the humans who mistakenly entered the seabed. Your choice may change everything. Tip: language translation is automatically turned on. During the mission, you will be able to communicate freely with the two groups. I won't have time to breathe freely after the countdown ends. Then will my equipment work? Wen-Ning thought of her fish skin armor and fish skin mask. Perhaps she could use these two things to infiltrate the tribe of fish-head monsters, find the center of the conflict, and then solve it. But what does this conflict have to do with humans? Wen-Ning was puzzled. No matter what, time is limited. Let's take it one step at a time. Ouch. It's a little dark. The furry head was in Wen-Ning's arms, looking at certain directions vigilantly. We have entered the dungeon, you follow me, and hide when you meet the fish-head monster. Ouch. Can't kill it? Don't always think about killing. This time you have to outsmart it, understand? Huzi nodded ignorantly. The setting of this game for pets is extremely buggy, and Wen-Ning doesn't want to find out why Huzi can breathe freely. After adapting, the surrounding environment gradually became much clearer. Wen-Ning decided to take this task. Walking out of the cave, there is a wet passage outside, and water drops drip from the top of the head from time to time. There is no strange smell, only the salty taste of seaweed. Player has been detected entering the ruins. The chat channel is closed, the trading channel is closed, the map has been switched, and the exit of the ruins has been marked. The system countdown is synchronized with the countdown of the ruins. During the dungeon mission, the main/passive skills of the pet are temporarily ineffective. Fortunately, you can still fight, otherwise you would really be a mascot. Ah. White is the most auspicious color in our tribe. Wen-Ning blinked his eyes, and said, while carefully approaching the exit. Then your tribe will not choose the king based on color? Ah. No. Hush. There's someone in front. Huzi hid behind Wen-Ning instantly, and Wen-Ning also hid behind a huge stalactite column. Two fish-headed monsters rushed towards one direction with harpoons in their hands. They kept making noises. Quack, quack, quack. The electric eels are coming to attack. Quack, quack. Support, support. Wen-Ning was stunned. What was more unacceptable than the fact that the electric eels came to attack was that she could understand the conversation between the two fish. Although the game reminded her, it was still very mysterious. Wen-Ning remembered a sentence she had heard on Blue Star before. I often don't fit in with this world because I'm not perverted enough. The number of electric eels has dropped sharply. Players are requested to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. Wen-Ning's eyes deepened. She couldn't care less. If one side died, would her mission fail? Wen-Ning led Huzi and followed the two fish-headed monsters to the battlefield. As they walked on the road, fish-headed monsters kept joining the team. Wen-Ning found strangely that these fish-headed monsters simply ignored her existence. And she, like a bystander, did not attract hatred. Perhaps it was because of the external enemies at the moment that these fish-headed monsters had no time to pay attention to her. Wen-Ning's eyes flashed with surprise. It was not until Wen-Ning approached the battlefield that he found that the exit he was looking for was at the edge of the battlefield. After determining the location of the exit teleportation array, Wen-Ning hid in the corner behind the fish-headed monster and spied on the battle at the door. The war had obviously entered a white-hot state. The fish-headed man at the entrance of the sand cave was wearing armor, and his long arms and legs were obviously much stronger than the electric eel tribe. But the electric eel tribe was not to be outdone, and they kept organizing counterattacks to weaken the fish-headed monster's vitality. Wen-Ning saw the electric eel tribe outside through the fish-headed monster race. They were normal electric eels, all black, flexible in the seawater, and about 1 to 1.5 meters long. They rushed towards the fish-headed monster with great momentum, and attacked with electric discharge after getting close. There was a transparent barrier between the two tribes, which actually isolated all the sea water outside. The electric eel tribe would not rush in easily, and the fish-headed monster would not beat the door. The cave wall behind the fish-headed monster was bumpy and uneven, but the fish-headed monster in front did not mean to retreat. Amidst all the shouting and insults, Wen Ning gradually heard some horrifying content. Mutated race? You should be abandoned by the sea. The electric eel tribe shouted. We are evolving. If our ancestors hadn't eaten their human lovers, how could we have gained the ability to walk upright? You can't tolerate us fish-headed monsters, but you want to gain our human abilities. The fish-headed monster responded. If you know, hand it over immediately, otherwise, I will kill every one of you. Come on, fish-headed monsters and other genetic monsters will rule this planet one day. Bullshit, you and humans will all be extinct, and the ones left must be us mutants. Haha, humans. They are the lowest creatures on this planet. The race that invaded the planet hundreds of years ago will be killed sooner or later. Wen Ning's eyes widened in disbelief, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In this wasteland world, there are actually other races that want to exterminate humans. Although there are conflicts between these two races, it is obvious that humans are their common enemy. What about those mutant beasts and fish-headed monsters that seem to be game-like? They obviously don't have their own thoughts, and they all look like data controlled by the system. Wen Ning carefully recalled everything that happened in the wasteland, not missing a single detail. Her eyes gradually turned cold. From the beginning, it seemed that there was a pair of hands pushing everything invisibly. Now Wen Ning couldn't tell which things were real, and which were imaginary. The worldviews of these two races seemed to have dragged humans into the water, and were going to kill humans. Wen Ning lowered her eyes to hide the turmoil in her heart. In just a few seconds, she made a decision. Whether it was created by the game or real, none of them could be kept. Reconcile the contradiction? Reconcile the bullshit. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Wen Ning's eyes were filled with coldness, and she took out the fish skin armor and fish skin mask and put them on. Wait for me here. Then she walked quietly into the front row of the fish-headed monster. Chapter 92. Wen Ning was given the title of the fish-headed monster nemesis, and gained a 20% bonus to marine monster damage, and a 20% increase in defense. Wearing a mask and fish skin armor, Wen Ning's image was exactly the same as the fish-headed monster on the scene. After blending in, there was no sense of disobedience at all. Hiding in front of the fish-headed monster, firing cold arrows, and killing it quickly with a crossbow. Because of the barrier, the spoils of the kills by Wen Ning actually went directly into Wen Ning's backpack. Successfully killed an electric eel monster *1, obtained fragments of electricity *1. Successfully killed a fish-headed monster *1, obtained an iron treasure chest *1. Both sides were killing, and there were also people holding crossbows in the fish-headed monster team, but their accuracy was too poor. Wen Ning would backstab a fish-headed man from time to time, and then attack the electric eels in the sea opposite. It seemed that there was an invisible barrier at the entrance of the cave, preventing the sea water from entering the sand cave. Wen Ning also discovered that fish-headed people can't live in the sea for a long time. The gills on their heads are not enough to provide oxygen to the whole body. This is why the electric eel tribe looks down on the fish-headed monster tribe. The two tribes have been fighting for hundreds of years, and the living space of the fish-headed monsters has been squeezed, and the number has decreased a lot. Both sides have the ideal of dominating the entire planet, so this contradiction cannot be reconciled. It is even more impossible to mediate as a human. Wen Ning just discovered that this is a copy of the spectator, and the system is not for her to reconcile. The system is more like showing such a cruel world view in front of her. Before she joined the battle, both sides could not see her, but now she joined the battle. Immediately, the fish-headed people looked at her in surprise, as if they were curious about why they had never seen her before. And under Wen Ning's superb shooting skills, the electric eels were defeated step by step, and their numbers gradually fell behind. And Wen Ning hid behind the fish-skin mask, his eyes were cold and sharp, and his men were even more ruthless. Anyway, the hatred was all on the fish-headed monster. She also intentionally or unintentionally pushed the fish-headed people around her out of the barrier without making a sound. Once they entered the sea outside, the fish-headed monsters would be surrounded and electrocuted to death by the electric eels in an instant. For a while, both sides were very stalemate, and the number of both sides decreased relatively. The electric eels in the sea decisively retreated and fled when there were only a dozen of them left. And there were only a dozen fish-headed monsters around Wen Ning. Wen Ning's eyes were full of cruelty and fierceness, and at this moment, like a bloodthirsty beast, He sent a signal to Huzi behind him. Roar! Huzi jumped out from behind the fish-headed monsters at the right time and knocked down the last one. Invasion! Invasion! Mutant beasts are invading. The remaining fish-headed monsters were horrified. The hatred engraved in their bones made them turn around and rush towards Huzi. Wen Ning stood on a step behind him calmly and took off the fish skin mask on his face. Then, the fiery red pioneer was raised. The muzzle was pointed at the defenseless fish-headed man. Duh. The rapid gunshots rang out, and the fish-headed monster in front of him was penetrated by bullets, and instantly twitched and fell forward. Enemy attack. The fish-headed monster, who reported the news, loudly turned around and stared at the human, who looked like a killing god. He rolled his eyelids unwillingly and died. The remaining fish-headed monsters were hit by Wen Ning's bullets. At this moment, they were like struggling fish on a chopping board, flapping their arms non-stop. Successfully killed fish-headed monsters *3. Wen Ning knocked down more than a dozen fish-headed monsters with one shot. The ground was covered with blood. Under the effect of continuous electric shock, the fish-headed people died one after another. Huzi! What are you doing? The experience on the ground is full, pick it up quickly. Your pet successfully killed a fish-headed monster *1 and got 20 pet experience. 5 minutes later, there were only large pieces of blood and some harpoons on the ground, and occasionally 1 or 2 blood-stained pearlite balls. Wen Ning picked up all the spoils. Huzi has not yet upgraded, and he still lacks 120 experience points. The battlefield was in a mess. Wen Ning looked around and found no fish that had escaped. System, why is the task not completed? Don't play dumb. If both tribes are dead, won't the beach be peaceful? As for the center of the contradiction, according to the conversation between the two tribes, they both want to obtain human abilities, but it is unclear what abilities they want. One tribe got half, and the other got none. But both tribes hate humans very much. So to resolve the conflict, Wen Ning understands that it means to resolve humans. From her perspective, she would never do that. So in turn, if I can't resolve myself, I can only resolve you. There are still living creatures detected at the scene. Players, please continue the mission. The system finally mercifully gave a voice prompt. Wen Ning's eyebrows were cold, and he carefully checked around to confirm that there were no remaining fish-headed monsters or electric eels. But the system should not be wrong. There is no more here, so what else is there? Either deep in the cave, or... Wen Ning stared at the dark blue sea water outside the barrier. It was impossible for him to go out of the barrier and into the deep sea, right? Ah! Be careful. Huzi behind him suddenly reminded him, and Wen Ning quickly dodged to the side. The mucus shot from behind brushed past Wen Ning. Another reminder came from behind. Be careful. The speed of the mucus was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. It arrived almost as soon as Wen Ning left. Puff! The impact of the mucus was comparable to that of a bullet, and it directly hit a hole in the ground where Wen Ning had just stood. Duh. Wen Ning dodged and seized the opportunity to counterattack, and a muffled groan came from the opposite side. Hit! Wen Ning hit at the corner wall, her pupils slightly sunken. People's voice, and just now, when she was dodging the mucus attack, a pale yellow figure passed by her sight very quickly. Ah! It's that girl. Wen Ning turned around and looked at the monster behind him. He saw a huge lanternfish head on top of a human body. The human's limbs were deformed and could only bend on the ground. And in the center of the sharp teeth of this fish-headed monster, there was a girl bound. It was the one that Wen Ning had rescued that day. Wen Ning's bullets just hit the lanternfish head. At this time, due to the electric shock, the restraint on the girl was weakened. The girl took the opportunity to escape. Wen Ning quickly leaned out to cover the girl. The lanternfish suddenly became furious at this time and rushed towards the girl. Wen Ning's bullets could not stop it. Quick! The girl stumbled over, but she didn't come towards Wen Ning. She quickly passed Wen Ning. She rushed to the place where the barrier was, and a fine iron dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, and stabbed it into the concave part of the wall on both sides of the barrier. Wah. The barrier disappeared in an instant, and the huge pressure difference between the inside and outside of the cave caused the seawater to pour back in instantly. Before Wen Ning could react, the girl next to her pounced on her. Chapter 93. Plop! Plop! 2 sounds landed on the ground. The first one was Wen Ning, who was rushed in by the girl, and the second one was the kid who followed in. What do you want to do? After Wen Ning landed, he pushed the girl away with his backhand. Her series of actions were really unpredictable. Huzi jumped between the two of them in an instant, staring at her with a fierce look. The girl was obviously injured, and just faced the barrier, and was the first to be hit by the seawater. She coughed up a lot of water. Now she kept coughing, but her eyes were glued to Wen Ning, bright and energetic. Wen Ning's black eyes were covered with a layer of coldness, and she was a little scared when she looked at him. Of course she recognized that this girl was the one she had saved that day, but why was she here? This copy was on the beach. Wasn't she still on the other side of the barren mountain, being stared at by the scrutinizing eyes of her savior? Sun Yanhe felt a little lost in her heart. Holding the fine iron dagger tightly in his hand, he slowly raised it, revealing the handle of the fine iron dagger, with the blade facing himself. You don't remember? The coldness in Wen Ning's eyebrows faded slightly, but he didn't say anything. My name is Sun Yanhe. 3 days ago you saved me. I'm 18 years old, studying at Anha University. I don't know if it's because he hasn't spoken for a long time, or something else. Sun Yanhe stuttered as he introduced himself. I remember you, why are you here? When Sun Yanhe heard that Wen Ning remembered her, her eyes lit up instantly, and she didn't even care about the pain in her body, and wanted to get closer to Wen Ning. Just after crawling over 2 steps, Huzi grinned, and that's not all. A black hole appeared on his forehead, and Wen Ning's eyes were full of coldness. Sun Yanhe stopped awkwardly, not daring to move. But the intimacy in his eyes did not fade, and he looked at Wen Ning eagerly. Wen Ning was a little scared by her trusting eyes, and coughed uncomfortably twice, and put away the submachine gun. Say. Sun Yanhe was startled, and then he remembered Wen Ning's question. He carefully glanced at Wen Ning's profile, and then said, That day, after you saved me, I returned to my own shelter. I have been very sensitive to smell since I was a child, and I don't know why my ability in this area has been strengthened after entering this game. Then I moved. Wen Ning's eyes fluctuated, but he didn't show it. I only have 1 safe house core. I exchanged it with all the supplies on those 2 people, but I can't keep up with you. At this point, Sun Yanhe's tone was a little aggrieved. She followed Wen Ning sent to the cave under the barren mountain, but couldn't catch up with him, so she had to settle down under the barren mountain. There was no water source around the barren mountain. She dug a mine for a long time and found an underground river. She tasted it and found that it was seawater and could not be drunk. This morning, she accidentally triggered this dungeon when she went to mine. Wen Ning listened to Sun Yanhe's words and observed her expression calmly. Bodyguards are the best at reading people's faces, and many of the employer's needs will be revealed through micro-expressions. Facing a simple-minded person like Sun Yanhe, Wen Ning could tell at a glance that she was not lying. This also explained why she could enter this dungeon. It seems that the underground river near her shelter should be seawater. Your mission? After confirming that Sun Yanhe had no ill intentions, Wen Ning put away some of his defenses. Find the history book of this copy. Sun Yanhe trusted Wen Ning very much. Holding the dagger given by Wen Ning in her hand, she was secretly excited. It was the smell of Wen Ning that made her feel at ease. She bumped into her when she rushed in just now. History book? Perhaps the secret of the fish-headed monster is hidden in this history book. Wen Ning nodded, stretched out his hand, and rubbed the tiger in front of him, signaling it to put away its hostility. Sun Yanhe looked at the furry head of the tiger with envy, and retracted his gaze before Wen Ning found it. Did you find it? The history book. Wen Ning looked at the countdown of his mission. There were still 2 hours left. The lanternfish monster should be the last living thing. Found it. I smelled it. That's all right? Wen Ning's eyes were filled with surprise. Sun Yanhe was a little proud, pointing to another cave entrance. Sister, the monster you want to kill is also over there. There is a palace at the innermost part. Wen Ning didn't care about Sun Yanhe's address, but was a little curious about how she knew her purpose. Let's go! Sun Yanhe's eyes flashed with disbelief. She didn't expect that Wen Ning, who was so vigilant just now, would believe her so easily. Wen Ning didn't really care about whether to believe it or not. Anyway, she had seen through the girl's strength. She just couldn't beat him. Besides, the lanternfish was injured and had been bleeding continuously. Huzi had already smelled the bloody smell. She was the only one who could not smell anything. Wen Ning followed Sun Yanhe into a passage as tall as a person, and casually asked Sun Yanhe how he was captured. After I entered the dungeon, I entered the palace while searching, and then when I was looking through the information, the lanternfish monster fell from the sky and swallowed me. When he was about to eat me, there was a commotion outside saying that the door was attacked, so he tied me up and went to the front door. I only remembered one thing, which was how to open the barrier, and that these fish-headed monsters could not survive in the seawater for a long time. I had no hope after being captured. Sister, you saved me again. Sunyan's tone was a little excited, and there was no relief for escaping death in her words. Instead, it seemed that she was happy because the person outside was Wen-Ning. I didn't save you. You killed those two people in the woods, and you saved me at the door. Sunyan didn't listen to what Wen-Ning said, but just smiled gently at Wen-Ning, as if to express that everything you said was right. Wen-Ning usually faces employers with many requirements, but now suddenly there comes such a soft and cute girl who has no requirements. Wen-Ning is uncomfortable all over. Sister, we are almost there, and the monster is almost dead. Sunyan suddenly spoke, and Wen-Ning looked in the direction of her finger. A unique cave appeared in front of the two. Bright light shone from inside, and the cave was decorated with corals, shells, and pearls. Seaweed decoration? It looks like the doorway of a palace. Wen-Ning loaded the submachine gun and changed the bullets, and followed Sunyan carefully into the room. As soon as he took a step forward, the system prompt sounded in Wen-Ning's ears. Congratulations on successfully killing the fish head boss, Lantern Fish. Chapter 94. Congratulations on getting Lantern Stone *1, Bronze Treasure Chest *1. Congratulations on completing the dungeon mission. You can freely explore the ruins or quit in the remaining time. Underwater breathing function still exists before the countdown ends. Wen-Ning was stunned. He didn't expect that this lantern fish was really the last living creature. His mission has been completed. Seeing Wen-Ning's hesitation, Sunyan whispered, Sister, there is a strong smell of blood inside. This monster is already at the end of its strength. We can go in and kill it directly. Wen-Ning nodded slightly, without pointing out that the lantern monster inside was dead. It seems that this girl is really sensitive to smell. The two people and the beast stepped into the palace that Sunyan mentioned. When they came in, a whole row of pearls on both sides lit up one by one, illuminating the situation in the entire cave. This cave with a narrow entrance is much higher inside. At least as high as 2 or 3 floors, various corals and sea vegetables grow on the top. The decoration was lush and green, with a whole row of lighting pearls at the bottom. There was also a huge shell bed in the middle, covered with soft seaweed. But now the seaweed here was in a mess, and there was a lot of ink-colored blood. The heavy smell of blood spread throughout the space. Sunyan couldn't help but cover his nose and looked at the mess in confusion. Where is the lanternfish monster just now? It's dead, don't look for it. When Ning's cold voice came from behind, Sunyan suddenly realized, turned around and walked to the corner. The book of history, I just saw it here. Found it. Sister. Here. Sunyan handed the sheepskin manual in his hand to Wen Ning with sparkling eyes. Isn't this your mission? Wen Ning was a little confused, but curiosity drove her to take the book. The 4th volume of the history book has been detected. Do you want to open it? Open. The sheepskin manual in her hand was automatically flipped through quickly, and then a beam of light was emitted upwards. A holographic image appeared from the sheepskin manual in Wen Ning's hand. Humanity was defeated in the disaster. Countless casualties. An emotionless mechanical voice sounded, acting as a narrator to explain what happened in the holographic image. When Ning saw a male human, one of his blue pupils was blind, and there was a bite wound on one leg. A messy head of white hair became the only bright color in the dark dusk. The monster behind him was completely black, and the outline could not be seen clearly, but it chased the injured man relentlessly. The man fled to the cliff, with no way out in front and pursuers behind. Finally, when Ning saw the man took out something and swallowed it into his stomach. In an instant, his skin was almost transparent, and crystal blue flowed through his blood. When Ning's pupils suddenly sank, because the side of the man's neck was broken and a structure similar to fish gills grew out, the man knelt down instantly, and then gasped as if he had difficulty breathing. But it seemed that there was no oxygen in the air. The man looked at the sea in pain but obsession, and then jumped into the turbulent ocean a second before the monster behind him grabbed him. At the end of the picture, the man waved his hands and swam towards the deep sea without looking back. In the depths of the deep sea, there is a hint of mystery, and at the same time a hint of gloom and horror. But the white-haired man was determined, as if something in the deep sea was attracting him deeply. The picture ended with a shadow flashing in the depths of the sea. When Ning's eyes moved slightly, and when she wanted to look again, the holographic image had disappeared. The parchment scroll also turned into a beam of light, and disappeared in front of the two. Frowning, Wen Ning carefully recalled the scene he saw. The white-haired man, the bite wound, the monster without outline behind him, the gills growing on his neck, and the last picture. Wen Ning always felt that the image that flashed by was familiar. but he couldn't remember it. Sister, my mission is completed. Sun Yinha obviously trusted Wen Ning very much. At this time, he kept guarding Wen Ning step by step. Huzi followed Wen Ning on the other side indignantly. Be wary of this familiar girl. Wen Ning glanced at Sun Yinha and felt a little headache. When he saved her, he felt that this girl was quite cold-blooded. She didn't even scream when she was tortured, and even thought about dying together. Well, how long is your countdown? Wen Ning looked at his own, and saw that he still had an hour and a half, but Sun Yinha obviously didn't want to talk about this topic. His eyes drifted to Jinju beside him, which was a very obvious move to avoid the topic. Wen Ning had a guess at his heart and said in a calm voice, "If you don't go out after the countdown, you will die in here." Sun Yinha's eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look up at Wen Ning's eyes, but just stared at Jinju in front of her with some stubbornness. Wen Ning sighed slightly. This was obviously a fledgling complex after traumatic stress. This girl, I'm afraid she is now relying on her and regards her as a protective umbrella. Or a mother protecting her cubs. Turning around, Wen Ning quickly removed a row of pearls, and the fist-sized pearls flashed. Congratulations on getting the Pearl Lamp *12. Pearl Lamp can be used as a lighting device. It will automatically absorb the surrounding light during the day and emit it at night. After being processed by the system, it can be turned off by thought after being installed in the shelter. Wen Ning put away 10 of them, and then took the remaining 2 and stuffed them into Sun Yinha's hand, looking at her in a daze, and said, I saved you not to let you live and die, and I don't keep a fledgling with weak wings around me. The original words choked when they came into contact with Sun Yinha's obviously hurt eyes. The words turned around at the tip of his tongue. Wait until you are stronger than it, then come to me. Wen Ning casually pointed to Huzi on the side, and Huzi straightened his chest instantly when he heard it, and looked at Sun Yinha with a contemptuous look. Sun Yinha looked at the tiger, and knew what was going on. I can't beat it. Wen Ning's words, that could not be refused, made Sun Yinha clench the pearl in her hand. I still have 5 minutes. Can I add you as a friend? I promise not to bother you. Wen Ning looked down at Sun Yinha, who was shorter than her. The girl's eyes flashed with determination, her side face was stained with blood, and her clothes were tattered and even mismatched. The compassion in her heart moved. Wen Ning was silent for a while and nodded. The girl's expectant eyes instantly became excited. After adding her as a friend, she hesitated and waited until the last 2 minutes before rushing out. Wen Ning signaled Huzi with his eyes, and Huzi quickly followed. It's not that she didn't want to go, but her indifferent attitude. Agreeing to add a friend made the girl so happy. Wen Ning touched his face. When he was working before, people in the same group said that she was the most difficult person to approach. Employers usually don't choose her first, because her temperament has always been so unapproachable. What happened today? A big burst of charm. Chapter 95. Have they gone back? Wen Ning emptied the palace, including the coral decorations. It can be said that the geese passed by without leaving any trace, and not a blade of grass was left. Huzi ran back happily and followed Wen Ning's feet. Ah! She is not right. She wants to defeat me and get the upper hand. You know how to get the upper hand, then you have to upgrade quickly. I think she will be able to defeat you next time I see her. Huzi's sense of crisis came so suddenly. Brainwashed by a mother with bad intentions, Huzi has regarded Sun Yinha as the #1 imaginary enemy. And he said that he would upgrade after leaving the dungeon. Wen Ning praised him for being a teachable child. 1 man and 1 tiger emptied the entire cave before leaving the ruins. It was about 8:30 in the morning when they entered, and it was still 4 o'clock in the afternoon when they came out. Because the court had not been dismissed at this time, Wen Ning was directly teleported to the coconut tree on the beach. It's okay, it's quite humane. Wen Ning observed his position. He looked at his energy value, which was still full. Think about it, Wen Ning killed no less than 40 monsters in the dungeon. He got more than 10 fragments of electricity and various treasure chests. There was also a bronze treasure chest. It should be that energy is not deducted in the dungeon. He took Huzi back to the shelter, first went to the kitchen to take the coconut milk, and added new ingredients. Wen Ning sat by the fire and counted the spoils. Successfully opened wooden boxes *3. Congratulations on getting Wahi mineral water *2. Congratulations on getting wood *20. Congratulations on getting stone *30. Successfully opened iron treasure chest *6. Congratulations on getting animal hide *3. Congratulations on getting pearl *5. Congratulations on getting toilet paper *2. Congratulations on getting sparkling wine *3. Congratulations on getting iron block *20. Although there were many low-level treasure chests, the items they opened were all the same. Wen Ning patiently sorted the supplies into categories. Since killing the fish-headed monster, Wen Ning's warehouse has an extra box, which is used to store harpoons. Now the harpoons are almost half full of the box. Then, Wen Ning took out the lantern stone and bronze treasure chest he got this time. Lantern stone. Fish-headed king lanternfish dies and drops, a combat auxiliary prop. In the ocean battlefield, with it, you can summon a lanternfish king to help fight, and the summoned lanternfish king has 80% of its peak combat power. Tip: the summoned beast lasts for 30 minutes, and the cooldown time is 48 hours. Summon! This thing can actually summon the dead lanternfish king to help fight, although its strength is only 80%. But Wen Ning, who fought the lanternfish king head-on, could feel its power. If Sun Yanhe hadn't triggered the barrier at that time, causing the seawater to flow back. In the end, the continuous electric shock of the pioneer bullets and the auxiliary effect of the water environment, coupled with the weakness of the fish-headed monster race that cannot survive in the seawater for a long time, killed the lanternfish king. Wen Ning was bound to have a fierce battle with the lanternfish. Wen Ning smiled happily. Although he felt that he would not go to the ocean again in the short term, this item could be reused. It was still very powerful. And if there was a summoning item, it meant there was a second and a third one. One more means one more way to save your life. After happily putting it away, Wen Ning looked at the last box. The only thing left was the last bronze treasure chest. The most common treasure chests in the world were wooden and iron ones. Even when killing disaster bosses, there were no bronze treasure chests. This made Wen Ning have great expectations for this treasure chest. Successfully open the bronze treasure chest. Congratulations on getting the Qingxian ring *1. A flash of white light passed, and only a ring-shaped ring remained on Wen Ning's hand. This is the only reward? Wen Ning frowned and looked down at the thing in his hand. It was all green, and the surface had the same complex patterns as the bronze box. Wen Ning picked up the ring, and the matte surface made the ring not have a brilliant light. It looked very low-key. Qingxian ring. It belongs to the equipment of the Sky Qingxian bird clan. Due to special reasons, it came into the hands of the lanternfish king and became its private collection. Tip: excellent level equipment. The pattern represents the totem of the Qingxian bird clan, and the ring is cursed. Marine creatures will not only have no bonus effect when wearing it, but will suffer backlash. Tip: after the system transformation, the effect of wearing it is to increase the physical fitness by 1. Physical fitness. This is the first piece of equipment that Wen Ning has seen that adds attribute points. As expected, the attributes of the equipment with improved quality have also been improved. But the Sky Blue Bird Clan? So far, Wen Ning has come into contact with 3 races today: the Mutant Fishhead Monster Race, the Ocean Electric Eel Monster Race, and now the Sky Blue Bird Clan. What else is hidden in this world that Wen Ning doesn't know? Is it deliberately hidden by the system, or is there some secret on this planet? Also, how did the things of the Sky Clan become the collection of the lanternfish? What is the reason for the special envoy here? Fought a fight? Also, there were traces of humans on this planet hundreds of years ago, but it has only been half a month since Wen Ning's crossing. These questions are like a huge network, trapping Wen Ning in it. There are so many threads, and there is no clue. Shaking his head, Wen Ning looked at the ring in his hand. He put the ring on his index finger. The ring, which was a bit wide, shrank to the normal size of Wen Ning's finger in an instant. As long as Wen Ning likes, she can change the finger to wear the ring at any time and change the size at any time. Tip: the ring can be hidden. Wen Ning chose to hide it without saying a word. Everyone knows that wealth should not be exposed. Ever since he met Sun Yanhe in the dungeon today, Wen Ning had a premonition that sooner or later, the survivors would face each other. As for whether it will be cooperation or struggle at that time, no one can say for sure. So keep a low profile. Randomly, Wen Ning called up his own attribute panel. Name: Wen Ning. Constitution: 15 + 1, average 10, equipment +1. Stamina: 100. Equipment: Qingxian ring, pioneer submachine gun, sawtooth blade. Only the top 3 attributes are displayed. Pet: crystal white tiger. Survival points: 676. Backpack: 225 cubic meters. Physique has reached 16. In the world channel, most people have 11 or 12, and the better ones have 13 or 14. Wen Ning's physique is far ahead. As for the role of physique, Wen Ning said that the body's ability to withstand pressure has increased a lot. Just like today in the cave, when the seawater backflowed, she was soaked in the seawater, but she didn't feel uncomfortable, and her breathing was not blocked. Wen Ning was almost the same as on land. In the future, when the physique is improved, it is not impossible to fight against robots with the flesh. Looking at Sun Yinhe again, this girl is definitely not as weak and powerless as Wen Ning looks on the surface. Her mind should not be as naive as Wen Ning saw today. It is very likely that while Wen Ning was considering Sun Yinhe, the other party was also secretly observing Wen Ning. Fortunately, she didn't pester him. Wen Ning had no intention of forming a team for the time being, so Sun Yinhe left tactfully, saving her a lot of trouble. Chapter 96. W12 Zone. Captain, it's getting late, should we go back? Su Luo glanced at the team's harvest. The mine will soon be dug to the bottom. Before coming out, Li Weigui gave him 3 blue torches. As far as he knows, this thing has always been in the hands of the Lifeng country. In the intelligence system of Yin country, there are no more than 10 people who can make blue torches. Most of them are foreigners, and the Yin people have not discovered them yet. And now Li Weigui took out 3 at once. With blue torches, Su Luo didn't care so much about the weather. The new team is still composed of 6 people, and Su Luo is the captain. The scars left on his face by the last disaster made Su Luo's white face look a little fierce. No, dig this mine clean and move tomorrow. Su Luo's expression did not change. He took out a torch from his backpack and threw it to him. After receiving it, the team member subconsciously checked the properties. A small exclamation. His eyes were instantly filled with enthusiasm, and he answered loudly, and ran to the team members excitedly. His subordinates were even more motivated. Soldiers have never been afraid of the dark night outside the shelter, but many curious members have lost their lives outside, and the key is that death is fine. No one has ever seen the monster in the dark accurately. So the base has a clear ban on staying overnight outside without permission. Now Su Luo took out the torch and asked them to continue digging, obviously wanting to see the dark night outside the shelter. How could this not make these militants excited? The sky darkened inch by inch, and Su Luo lit the torch just before 8 o'clock. 3 torches illuminated the teams in 3 different mine tunnels. After communicating the progress, it would take about an hour to finish the work. Attention teams, 1 person digging, 1 person on guard, change every half an hour, save your energy. A calm voice sounded in the mine, and the team members nearby responded in a low voice. It was also the first time for Su Luo to perform a mission in the dark. Originally, it was the moment of darkness. Some panic and fear arose in the bottom of her heart for no reason, but the moment the blue torch was lit, this feeling disappeared. With a sense of vigilance, Su Luo scanned the surrounding darkness with eagle-like sharp eyes. Just as several people were digging, a subtle sound came from the mine tunnel far behind them. Rustle. Su Luo raised her head vigilantly and looked into the depths of the mine in the light of the fire. Is it coming? The danger hidden in the dark night of the Wasteland continent. Su Luo slightly retracted her jaw, clenched her teeth, and stared at the darkness in front of her without blinking. Nothing happened. Could it be that I was too nervous? Su Luo frowned, scars twisted on her face, and her expression was solemn. Just when Su Luo really thought he had heard wrong, the tip of his ear moved slightly. Rustle. Although the sound was still small this time, Su Luo heard it clearly. Fold in, be alert, there is something. Sent out decisively, several team members in the adjacent mine tunnel stopped their actions instantly, and quickly gathered their formations with Su Luo as the center. Triangle battle formation, heading into the cave. Retreat. Su Luo gave the order calmly, but his expression did not relax at all, and the gun in his hand was aimed at the cave. The dark mine tunnel. It was depressing and creepy. The moment the team members started to move, a more obvious crawling sound was heard. Something like a centipede walked over the mine wall, leaving a rustling sound. Carefully moving backwards, Su Luo and others went at least 1 kilometer deep into the mine. They had never seen a mutant beast in the past few days. But now, just when Su Luo retreated 100 meters, the muzzle of the gun aimed at the depths of the mine was suddenly pressed. The gunshot suddenly rang out, and several guns fired at the entrance of the cave at the same time, with flames coming out of the muzzles. The blue torch illuminated the edge of the range. A scorpion with a black body appeared, then, the dense army of scorpions appeared behind it, each of which was at least as thick as a calf. A body about 1 meter long. Waving large pincers and sharp mouthparts, it rushed towards everyone. The long tail behind it stood upright, with a huge tail hook hanging on the top. There were too many scorpions, densely crawling on the top of the mine tunnel, on the ground, and on the walls. All of them rushed over at once. The guns had limited bullets, and there was no time to change bullets after a round was fired. Alternate cover. Su Luo took back the submachine gun, held the blue torch steadily in one hand, and suddenly pulled out a tang sword with the other hand. With a swish, the scorpion that pounced in front of him was split in half. Several team members instantly gathered their formation, leaving only a torch in Su Luo's hand. They used tang swords and submachine guns alternately to kill the scorpion army in front of them. When 3 teammates used guns, the remaining 2 used sabers or machetes, and switched when the bullets were empty. In this way, the team's firepower output was maintained. There were at least hundreds of scorpions chasing us in front, and we didn't know how many were in the cave behind us. In the narrow mine tunnel, the team's formation became 2 rows of 3 people on each side. They divided the work and resisted. Su Luo waved the tang dao in his hand, and killed no less than the teammates holding guns behind him. The armor they wore was also the best produced by the base. Even the sharp tail hook of the scorpion could not break their defense. The most important thing was that they cooperated perfectly, switching between offense and defense freely, and did not give the scorpion too many attack opportunities. The scorpion above his head loosened its foot strength and fell straight from the top of his head to the team. "Be careful of the top of your head," Su Luo shouted, and then swung the tang dao out, cutting the falling scorpion in half. The blade cut into the scorpion's body from 1/3 of the way through, and after cutting it off, the scorpion's blood and body fluids splashed out. The body fell to the ground weakly, and was still struggling, but Su Luo's teammates stepped on it hard, and the scorpion behind it stepped on it mercilessly. In an instant, it turned into meat paste. The hard shell broke, revealing the muddy organs inside. "Speed up." Su Luo looked solemn, and it was no problem to deal with these scorpions. But Su Luo felt that the ground was shaking slightly. It was not obvious, but this kind of shaking was definitely not caused by the scorpion of this level in front of him. "I'm afraid there are more heavyweight monsters behind him. No need to pick up the spoils, retreat first." No one disobeyed Su Luo's order. Several people retreated while fighting, and retreated from the cave after 10 minutes. Retreat to the shelter, give the leader a message, let them prepare for the battle. Su Luo saw that the scorpion that followed him did not mean to stop, and the teammates beside him also lit torches, and several people dispersed slightly, to avoid being in the way. The retreat speed after leaving the cave was obviously much faster. The skills of several people were not restrained, and their fighting power was enhanced. All the way to the gate of the refuge base, there were about 100 persistent scorpions following behind. On the wall of the base, Li Weigua held a blue torch and calmly waited for Su Luo's return. The light of the torch gradually appeared in his sight. "Prepare for battle." It was 10 minutes ago when the message was received. Li Weigua organized the support as quickly as possible. Dozens of gun muzzles were pointed down. After the figures of Su Luo and others appeared, the muzzles of the guns were slightly raised. At Li Weigua's order, the gunmen on the wall opened fire directly. Su Luo's face was delighted, and he led the team members to run into the door that had opened a crack. The people inside were guarding the time-trapping door, and directly crushed the head of a scorpion that had no time to break. Chapter 97. Su Luo held his knees with both hands to catch his breath, and looked back at the door. All the team members were there. He breathed a sigh of relief. Half of a scorpion's head fell to the ground. The door was closed tightly, and no more scorpions came in. "Phew? That was close, that was close. Brother, help me up. My energy value has dropped to 40. One of the team members fell to the ground with his legs weak. The people around him helped him down to rest. When it was Su Luo's turn, he waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it. A chill came from behind, and he was actually covered in cold sweat. He stood there with the torch that the team members had just handed over, feeling a little overwhelmed. The gunfire on the wall lasted for 10 minutes and then ended. Su Luo was still waiting there when Li Weigua came down from the wall. "Chief." Li Weigua patted his shoulder. "I'm glad you're okay. Someone will clean up the battlefield, you can go back and rest." Su Luo saluted, extinguished the remaining unused torches, and was about to hand them to Li Weigua, who glanced at him. Su Luo is good in everything except that he is a little stubborn. After joining the base, he obeyed orders, endured hardships, and rushed to the front in any dangerous situation. Li Weigua sighed. "I will tell you more about the torches later. The base doesn't need 1 or 2 of them, take them." "Yes." Su Luo put away the torches, turned straight and walked towards his shelter. Nialan sighed slightly on the side. When Su Luo went out last time in a disaster, some of his team members died, and some were injured. In any case, it was a huge blow to him. A good child of destiny, a sharp sword in the army, he was originally in high spirits. But now, he is so timid that he is worried about the gains and losses of even a few torches. Nialan knows that Su Luo is afraid that the chief will not trust him. Alas! What kind of bullshit game is this? It has messed up the whole world. Recalling the time in the military academy, Su Luo. What's wrong? Li Weigua turned around and saw Nialan staring blankly at the direction where Su Luo left. He then glanced at her and saw nothing unusual. Nialan came back to her senses, her eyes flickered, and then returned to normal. It's nothing, Chief. Li Weigua looked at her strangely, and when he saw the soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield came back, he walked back with peace of mind. Let's talk to Su Luo tomorrow. Whether they encountered a mutant beast or a product of the night tonight remains to be investigated. Yes. Wasteland calendar, January 12th, mild season, 8 o'clock, sunny. Sunyanha 3232. Sister, I have arrived at the shelter safely. When Ning received Sunyanha's message as soon as he woke up in the morning, he raised his eyebrows. This little girl, why is the topic so awkward? Private chat channel, Sunyanha looked at the message sent by Wen Ning with a tangled face. Is her topic a bit too clumsy? How about changing the topic? But what topic would she be interested in? Sunyanha thought hard, but couldn't think of it. He was scratching his head in the shelter in pain. Wen Ning's plan today is to raise Hu Zi's level today. So after breakfast, he took Hu Zi out with him, and took a few cups of coconut milk with him. Wen Ning made a total of 35 cups of coconut milk yesterday. Tonight, he can mix it with the pearl lamps obtained in the dungeon and sell them. The wild chickens in the yard were leisurely digging at the rice that Wen Ning had thrown down. Wen Ning found that the wild chickens were very adaptable. It had only been a short time, but they had already gotten used to the environment of Wen Ning's yard. They were not afraid even if Hu Zi chased them. And Wen Ning was even more obviously treated as a part of the environment. Wen Ning found some bamboo products on the trading platform and chose a large cage and placed it in a corner of the yard. He laid soft straw inside. When it got dark, the chickens took the initiative to go inside and sleep, and Wen Ning didn't have to worry about it. The fruit trees in the greenhouse will mature in a few hours. Wen Ning decided to transplant them to the forest in the afternoon. Leave the range of the shelter, so that the next time there is a tide of insects or other beasts, the fruit trees will not be targeted. As for the mutant beasts and people with bad intentions, Wen Ning is confident that they will pay the price. After dealing with these, Wen Ning took Hu Zi out. First, go to the edge of the deep forest to scout. If you encounter a mutant beast, beat it half crippled, and then let Hu Zi gain experience. This forest doesn't look like it was formed in a day or two. It's more like a primeval forest. After walking in, the light around suddenly dimmed a lot. Wen Ning glanced at the depths, and it was even darker. The sunlight couldn't even penetrate the canopy and fall to the ground. Hu Zi, do you feel familiar with this place? Not at all. Wen Ning's eyes flashed with regret, but he quickly regained his confidence. It doesn't matter, maybe you don't remember it. When you upgrade, you may feel more accurate. Even if it's really not, it doesn't matter. I have the safe house core. We can continue to move after the disaster. As long as your home is on this planet, we will definitely find it. I believe you. Wen Ning squatted down slightly, rubbed Hu Zi, who was tilting his head, and looked at the surrounding environment. Let's look for mutant beasts on the edge. It's too deep inside. We find time to go after you level up. Hu Zi had no objection and followed Wen Ning obediently. Wen Ning followed the path and explored along the edge of the forest. The trees here are very tall, and the shrubs are particularly rare. In the grass on the side of the road, there are unknown small flowers blooming. At this moment, Wen Ning really wants to have a plant atlas. There are treasures everywhere in the forest, but none of them are familiar to her. What a pity. Just as the two were exploring, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Mutated bamboo rats were found, and the monster atlas has been updated. Bamboo rat? Is it that bamboo rat? Wen Ning was stunned for a moment. Didn't he see it? Under normal circumstances, the customs atlas will determine that the monster is found only when it appears within one sight range. But I haven't found it after watching for so long. Just when Wen Ning was wondering, there was a squeaking sound under his feet. It seemed that he stepped on something and was struggling violently. Looking down, he found that he stepped on the tail of a bamboo rat. He raised his foot reflexively, and Hu Zi, who was about to leave his phantom, pounced on him in an instant and held down the bamboo rat that was about to escape with one claw. Squeak! Wait a minute, kid. Wen Ning stopped Hu Zi, who was about to slap the bamboo rat to death with one claw. Hu Zi poked his head out and looked at Wen Ning, who was walking forward in confusion. Only then did Wen Ning see clearly that a big brown rat was twisting its fat body under Hu Zi's feet. The color of its body was exactly the same as the fallen leaves on the ground. It was lying quietly without any movement just now. No wonder Wen Ning didn't see it. While Hu Zi was still wondering why he couldn't kill it, Wen Ning picked it up calmly and let the bamboo rat go. The panicked bamboo rat ran away in one direction. As far as I know, it lives in groups. Hu Zi opened his eyes wide. Ah! It has to be you. I just want to kill one of them, but you are eyeing the whole nest. Chapter 98. Wen Ning chased after him, and saw a large bamboo forest at the edge of the forest. There were clumps and clusters of bamboos growing well. There were fewer trees in this area, and all he could see were bamboos as thick as bowls. It seemed that this was the home of the bamboo rat. Hu Zi, take action when it's time. Hu had been ready to go, and when he heard Wen Ning say that, he roared and rushed out. He rushed towards the bamboo rat that was fleeing in panic at a phantom speed. Squeak! Finally, when the bamboo rat was about to escape into a cave deep in the bamboo forest, it was caught by Hu Zi. Your pet successfully killed one mutant bamboo rat, and gained 5 pet experience. What? Only 5? Wen Ning pulled out the monster encyclopedia. When he saw that the bamboo rat's danger factor was only in the single digits, he patted his forehead. It was indeed not a threat. Look at Hu Zi. Come on, your goal today is to shoot 60 bamboo rats to death. Ah! But they all went into the hole, and wouldn't come out. A sly look flashed in Wen Ning's eyes. That's easy, wait. Wen Ning took out his axe, and chopped down a bamboo with 2 clicks. A white light flashed. Congratulations on getting 4 purple bamboos and 2 bamboo leaves. Purple bamboo. Toughness is its synonym. It is one of the specialties of the morning forest, and the purple bamboo shoots it produces are the favorite of the mutant bamboo rats. Oh! So this forest is called the morning forest. But are these bamboo shoots really that useful? Seeing this, Wen Ning immediately chopped down another bamboo. Congratulations on getting 2 purple bamboos, 2 bamboo leaves, 1 purple bamboo shoot. The explosion rate is okay. Wen Ning collected the bamboo leaves, which looked quite wide and thick, and he could try making zongzi when he got back. Putting the bamboo joint aside for the time being, Wen Ning picked up the bamboo shoots. Purple bamboo shoots, fragrant bamboo shoots, produced in the purple bamboo forest in spring, can attract bamboo rats within a 10-meter range to collect after peeling. Good fellow, isn't this a trap? Originally, Wen Ning planned to wrap the torch with bamboo leaves, then find the bamboo rat's cave and smoke it out. But now it seems that there is a simpler way. Hu Zi, you get ready, wait for me to make the trap, and you just wait for the rabbit to come. Hu Zi stood upright beside Wen Ning in a majestic manner. Wen Ning found a long bamboo pole that had dried up naturally. He took out a rope and tied the purple bamboo shoots. Then he used a dagger to cut the bamboo shoot skin. Suddenly a fragrance came, and the bamboo shoots in Wen Ning's hand revealed the pure white bamboo shoot meat. Slurp. What a nice smell. I dig some up and bring it back to stir-fry with meat. Wen Ning swallowed her saliva. Who wouldn't be confused by the smell of bamboo shoots, let alone bamboo rats? And now there are no bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest, which means it's not spring. The reason why she cut down bamboo, and it exploded is probably related to the system settings. But it doesn't matter, things are precious because they are rare. With this fragrance, even if all the bamboo rats in the cave are hibernating, Wen Ning is confident that she can wake them up. Get ready. Remind Hu Zi in a low voice. Wen Ning erected the bamboo pole, and the bamboo shoots were hung on it, swaying with the wind. This fragrance is spreading, and the distance it floats away is definitely more than 10 meters. Sure enough, after just a few dozen seconds, there was a rustling sound from the ground. In the few caves that Wen Ning could see, brown noses stretched out one after another, probing left and right. Soon, bamboo rats that couldn't stand the aroma popped up one by one. Wen Ning hid aside and watched. Hu Zi's small body suddenly exploded and rushed towards the 2 nearest bamboo rats. Pa! Pa! Your pet successfully killed 2 bamboo rats and gained 10 pet experience. In just over 10 seconds, Wen Ning heard the system prompt sound 3 times. Hu Zi's experience bar also slowly increased. 5 minutes later, no more bamboo rats popped out of this area. Not bad, 11 killed, plus the one in front, that's 12, let's change places. Wen Ning stood up and walked to the front of the bamboo pole, holding the bamboo pole, and walked to another part of the bamboo forest. This time, before they were settled, bamboo rats had already popped up. Wen Ning quickly hid aside, fearing that he would be too obvious and scare the bamboo rats. Watching Hu Zi constantly shuttle back and forth, the scene was like playing whack-a-mole. The monster encyclopedia said that bamboo rats would drop bamboo rat meat, But Huzi didn't get a single piece of meat after fighting for so long. Wen Ning once again admired Huzi's unlucky level. After this wave of fighting, a few pieces of meat finally dropped. Wen Ning didn't want to eat them, so he just threw them all to Huzi for a snack. Just like that, he shot and moved around, and it took less than 2 hours to kill 60 bamboo rats. Your pet successfully killed 1 bamboo rat, and gained 5 pet experience. Ding! The pet experience is full, and your pet will automatically upgrade. The upgrade time is 60 minutes. Upgraded, before Wen Ning could be happy, Huzi had already stumbled over. Ah! This tiger is going to sleep. Upgrading. Countdown 59 minutes and 55 seconds. The familiar countdown appeared above Huzi's head, and Wen Ning felt relieved. Backpacks cannot accommodate pets, so Wen Ning decided to send Huzi back first. This bamboo forest can be explored further. Back to the shelter, Huzi was placed on the bed. Wen Ning drank a glass of coconut milk to replenish his energy. Put the meat he just collected in Huzi's food bowl. Go out again. Back to the bamboo forest. Wen Ning took out the fine iron axe and started to cut down the bamboo forest. I am a lumberjack. I love to cut down trees the most. Humming a little tune, Wen Ning quickly cut down a cluster of purple bamboo, and 10 round and big bamboo shoots popped out. Delicious. Wen Ning stood up, turned around and walked to the next cluster. Wen Ning frowned slightly, then looked up at the sun. Was this cluster of bamboo originally in this position? Is it a perspective deviation? Wen Ning shook his head. It can't be that the purple bamboo moved by itself, turned around and continued to cut down, still humming a little tune. His eyes were focused on the shadow of a group of bamboos behind him on the ground. Something is wrong. The shadow of the bamboos is moving faster. Wen Ning turned around abruptly, looking at the group of bamboos that had just moved with extremely precise eyes. The bamboo leaves shook instantly, as if they were frightened. This bamboo is alive? Wen Ning glanced at the other bamboos and observed them calmly for a while. He saw the problem at a glance. The leaves of this group of purple bamboos are darker than those of other purple bamboos, and the bamboo trunks look stronger. The color between the bamboo joints is dark green. If you look closely, you can see a faint purple. After confirming the special nature of this group of bamboos, Wen Ning raised the axe in his hand. Pretending that nothing had happened, he walked to the front of this group of bamboos, swung the axe, and chopped down a bamboo next to it. A sense of relief came from beside him, a clear feeling of relief. This bamboo is quite human-like. Wen Ning chopped down the bamboo with 2 slashes, and then stood in front of the bamboo forest. This time, he took back the axe directly. The next second, a serrated blade appeared in Wen Ning's hand. Chapter 99. Buzz buzz buzz. The serrated blade roared. Wen Ning narrowed his eyes, and raised the chainsaw to cut down the bamboo forest. Swish swish swish. A magical thing happened. The bamboo forest in front of Wen Ning suddenly retreated several steps behind him. He looked at the serrated blade with blue light in Wen Ning's hand in horror. The coldness in Wen Ning's eyes was about to condense into substance. What on earth was this thing? It seemed that the purple bamboo forest was afraid of Wen Ning. But Wen Ning also felt other emotions from the bamboo. It was hard to explain. Or just get rid of it. Thinking of this, Wen Ning raised his eyes with a hint of murderous intent. Just when he was about to walk towards the purple bamboo forest, a small and tender voice came. Stop! Stop! Can we talk? Wen Ning frowned suddenly, and looked at the bamboo in front of him with an ambiguous look. Is it the bamboo that is talking? It's me! It's me! It's me! Wen Ning was completely shocked. How many fantasy things are there on this planet? Seeing Wen Ning standing there with the serrated blade without moving forward. The purple bamboo bush in front of him began to shrink inward, and the body gradually became smaller. Just in front of Wen Ning, shrinking and shrinking. Finally, it turned into a little thing with green wings behind it, 2 bamboo leaves on its head as decoration, and a purple body, little hands and feet, and a pair of big sparkling eyes. Cute. The only thing left in Wen Ning's heart was this name. This was more surprising than her seeing the fish-headed monster. What are you? The little thing tilted his head, and thought for a long time. He hesitated to respond. I shouldn't be a thing. If you didn't have such an innocent face, I would have laughed out loud. Wen Ning was still alert, and based on his experience in playing games, and what had just happened, he made a bold guess. Is this bamboo forest yours? When he talked about this topic, the little guy's eyes immediately lit up, flapped his wings and flew up, turned a small circle, and returned to Wen Ning. Yes, these are all my descendants. Descendants? Wen Ning's eyes flashed, and he looked at the little guy. Descendants? How old are you? 200 years old. Good guy. This little guy, 200 years old, Wen Ning choked. After hesitating for a while, Wen Ning had a bold guess in his heart. You are? An elf? Yes, yes. You too? But I have never seen such a big elf. And you don't have wings? Wen Ning shook his head, indicating that I am not. The elf was puzzled, and looked around and indeed did not see any wings behind Wen Ning. He asked in confusion, Then what are you? I am a human. I am a player. Wen Ning stopped blurting out the word human and changed the subject in time. Player. The elf did not understand what Wen Ning said, and Wen Ning interrupted her while she was thinking. Why are you hiding from me? The elf carefully poked his head out and looked at Wen Ning eagerly. I'm afraid you will chop me. I finally ran out from the depths of the morning forest. It would be a pity if I died like this. I haven't seen enough of the sea. Speaking of this, the elf said happily, I am the first elf in the morning forest to see the sea. Those ancestors talk about the outside world every day, but they don't let us come out to see it. They say there are humans who eat elves out there. Have you seen humans? Are they ugly and fierce? Fortunately, he didn't reveal his identity just now, and Wen Ning shook his head without changing his expression. No. I'm sorry for the innocent child. Well, you can chop my descendants, but be careful not to chop me. The elf was about to turn back into a bamboo, but Wen Ning stretched out his hand to interrupt her. You can control these bamboos, right? Yes. Well, can I ask you to do me a favor? Wen Ning used the most gentle tone of his life, and persuaded him. When he first came here, Wen Ning noticed that there were too many trees in this forest, which basically divided up all the sunlight. If his fruit trees were transplanted here, they would definitely die because they couldn't get sunlight. But this bamboo forest made the trees give in, and didn't dare to snatch the sunlight at all. Now it seems that this 200-year-old elf has something to do with it. The elf turned around and glared at Wen Ning, and his guard suddenly rose. I asked you to cut bamboo, why do you still want to help? Don't delay me from looking at the sea. Wen Ning stretched out his hand, and in his hand was a crisp pink peach, exuding a fragrance different from bamboo shoots. The elf's eyes lit up. What is this? This color is so beautiful, and it smells so good. When Ning flipped his wrist, the peach disappeared, and the serrated blade reappeared. The elf was startled, but the peach appeared in Wen Ning's other hand. Two things, enemy or friend you choose. The elf was stunned, and his expression seemed to say, You actually want to be friends with me. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows. Only by using both sugar-coated bullets and forceful threats can the goal be achieved more smoothly. As expected, the elf went back and forth between Towsy, the serrated blade, and Wen Ning's expressionless face. Well, because you are good-looking, I agree to be friends with you. Wen Ning was puzzled. What does this have to do with whether I am good-looking or not? Ding! The purple bamboo elf's favorability towards you has increased by 40, reaching the level of friends. The player's favorability with the elves has increased by 1 point, and is currently 1. Ding! Successfully become friends with the purple bamboo elf. The drop rate of cutting down purple bamboo increases by 20%. Wen Ning's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Oh, I made a friend. You don't know that the elves in the forest think I'm too young and don't want to make friends with me. This trip is really worth it. I saw the sea and made friends. I can help you with anything. Give me this peach. The elf suddenly opened up and flew around Wen Ning. Wen Ning shook his head and handed the peach over first. The amount of information in the elf's mouth was too much to understand for a while. I ask him later. The most urgent thing is to solve his own fruit trees. After Wen Ning told the elf about the fruit trees in his home, the elf thought about it, and agreed with Wen Ning's approach. Is that so? Wen Ning turned around and watched a bamboo forest begin to move strangely. The bamboo in the middle retreated to the surroundings, leaving a large open space, and there were no trees above to block the sunlight. It was just enough to accommodate Wen Ning's fruit trees. Wen Ning clapped his hands and praised. Great, that's it. The elf smiled shyly, while holding the peach that was bigger than her body. Wen Ning thought for a moment and added, You won't suffer a loss. You can pick one fruit from my fruit tree every day in the future. The elf's eyes lit up, and instantly heard Wen Ning say again, I can also guarantee that no one in this area dares to bully you, and no one dares to cut down your descendants. Except me. Wen Ning added secretly in his heart. Chapter 100. Wen Ning chatted with the elf for a while, until the system prompted that Tiger had been upgraded. After making an appointment with the elf for tomorrow, Wen Ning turned around and prepared to return to the shelter. You must come tomorrow. Although the sea is beautiful, I am a little lonely as an elf. The 2 leaves on the elf's head drooped down, indicating that he was in a bad mood. Wen Ning smiled and nodded, turned and left the forest. His mind moved slightly. It turned out that this forest was called the Dawn Forest. The elves lived in the depths of the forest. And in the middle of the forest, there lived mutant beasts, like the white tiger. In general, everyone is fixed in their own territory, and will not cross the border to the outside. I heard from the elf that the West City Forest suffered a great disaster hundreds of years ago. The plant elves who originally lived on the periphery were forced to cross the territory of the mutant beasts in the middle to the innermost part. The number was even more sharply reduced. For the elves, it was simply a disaster. Many plant elves died. You know, it takes at least thousands of years for a plant to breed an elf. So if we count from the time the elves were bred, she should be 1,200 years old. Since she was born, another purple bamboo elf who has lived for 10,000 years told her that she can't trust humans. They are greedy and crazy to squeeze the value of elves. In the end, they want to make the elves extinct. Wen Ning was shocked. What is going on? There has never been a large-scale population migration in human history. There has never been a large-scale population disappearance. But in the mouth of the fish-headed monster in the underwater copy, there is also the mouth of the elves. It was clearly humans who caused the disaster on the planet hundreds of years ago. Wen Ning was in deep thought until he returned to the shelter. The cub rushed out impatiently. Roar! Hu Zi thought he was the first-level cub, jumping and trying to fly towards Wen Ning. And his current size is already bigger than an adult Alaska. Standing, the tiger's head was directly above Wen Ning's waist. Such a big thing flew over, Wen Ning barely hugged it, and took 2 steps back to barely stabilize himself. Did you eat Popeye's spinach? Roar! What vegetables? No, I want to eat meat. Eat, how much will you eat after you upgrade? Wen Ning knew that Hu Zi would need to eat a lot after the successful upgrade, and it was rare that he didn't go crazy and eat his own meat. Wen Ning didn't even have time to read the information, and went directly to the cold storage to collect some meat to feed Hu Zi, because he consciously tested Hu Zi's current appetite. Wen Ning emptied the rice bowl and began to add meat according to the weight of the previous meal. In the past, Hu Zi ate about 20 kilograms of meat in one bowl, which is 60 kilograms a day. Now, after 1, 2, and 3 bowls, Hu Zi still didn't show any signs of being full. Until the 4th and 5th bowls, Hu Zi finally stopped begging for food. He burped and lazily nestled beside Wen Ning's legs, with his tail hooked around Wen Ning's ankles. He was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. Wen Ning's mouth twitched. 5 bowls. Even if he was starving now, he would definitely eat more than 3 bowls on a normal day. Even if it was 4 bowls, that would be 80 kilograms, and he would eat 240 kilograms of Wen Ning's meat in one day, including snacks. A ton of raw meat can be eaten in just 1 week. Wen Ning, how can I afford to feed this carnivore? He looked down at the spoiled Hu Zi in disbelief. Although its size has increased 3 or 4 times, its appetite has also increased too much. After finally calming down, Wen Ning looked at Hu Zi's attributes. Pet name: Crystal White Tiger, level 2. Pet level: top quality. Pet hunger: 0. Pet loyalty: 100. Pet experience: 0/8000. Pet skills: level 1 skills omitted. Pet skills: level 2 skills. Crystal bloodline: growth during the bloodline awakening time. The effect of normal attacks increases by 150%. Awakening time 180 seconds. Cooldown time 8 hours. Claw tearing: there is a chance to kill the injured opponent instantly. The wound caused by the claw attack cannot be healed, can be cancelled actively, and bleeding continues. The probability of triggering this skill is 10%. Hiss! Wen Ning couldn't help but take a breath. These 2 skills are both combat bonuses, which just make up for Hu Zi's current shortcomings. A bloodline growth skill: as Hu Zi grows, the awakening time will definitely be longer, the attack power will also be correspondingly improved, and the cooling time will be shortened. Claw tearing is equivalent to a big killer move, and the injured opponent can be killed instantly. Even if the opponent's strength is much greater than Hu Zi, as long as this effect is triggered, it will be a sure death. There is also the effect that the wound cannot be healed, which is equivalent to adding a negative effect to the opponent. As long as it is not cancelled actively, the opponent will be exhausted to death. Wen Ning looked at Hu Zi with sparkling eyes. No wonder you eat so much. Wen Ning suddenly felt that the meat was worth it. But we have to find a way to store more meat. The meat in Wen Ning's hand is enough for Hu Zi to eat for half a month at most. There are many beasts in the middle of the forest. This is what the purple bamboo elf said. but they are very strong and difficult to hunt. The meat source from hunting alone is unstable, and the risk factor is quite high. When Ning thought of trading, the Wasteland game has passed 2 rounds. Whether it is a single survivor or a survival base, there are many mutant beasts killed. Backpacks are limited. Is there an ice cellar? So, the best way is to trade the excess meat. After all, on this planet, meat is the simplest source of food, and the conditions for obtaining it are much simpler than planting. Now when Ning needs to come up with something to stimulate everyone's consumption enthusiasm, let them willingly provide rations for the cubs. Clicking on the trading interface of the treasure pavilion, when Ning started editing, trade, pearl lamp, see details, for 100 kilograms of clean mutant meat, fresh, sell 7 of 10 pearl lamps, and keep 3 for yourself. Trade, coconut juice, see details, 20 pieces in total for clean mutant meat, fresh. Leave a message, you can bid in the comment area, the highest bidder wins. Trade, harpoon, see details, 56 pieces in total for 10 kilograms of clean mutant meat, fresh. Although the harpoon has little attack power, it is still an iron product. If you have a furnace, you can buy it back and reforge it. Although there are few shelves in the store, the same type of goods can only occupy 1 shelf. After one is sold, it will be automatically replenished until the set number is successfully sold. Whether it is listing, selling, or removing, no extra survival points are required. However, the 15 fine iron pickaxes and blue torches made by Wen Ning before 10 were sold, cost a lot of survival points. The blue torch cost 100. The fine iron pickaxe cost 30. The survival points made are relatively small, 1 point or 2 points. Few exceed 5 points. But many survivors only have a few dozen points in total, and live a frugal life every day. System announcement. The number of players exploring the world has reached 1,000, and the game will be updated with a patch later. System announcement. This update does not take up your game time, so you can ignore it. Chapter 101. It was exactly 8 o'clock. When Ning was stunned the moment she heard the announcement. Number of people exploring the world? What do you mean, people running around? People who successfully moved? Or the elves she met today? When Ning was more inclined to the latter, mainly because there were too few people. And just like the disaster boss she killed last time, who knew that this thing existed before, it was all thanks to her stubbornness that she became the first person to try it. The magical thing about this game is that the content of the second stage is much richer than the beginning. Not only on the game map, but also on many details, especially the appearance of various races, which made Wen Ning feel more and more that this planet might be a real planet. But how did humans get here? The World Channel has already set off an uproar. World Channel, what the hell is exploring the world? What did you do behind our backs, big guys? World Channel, running around? I went to the edge of the map today. World Channel, what is the edge of the map? World Channel, where does the edge of the map come from? I'm at the beach. I built a small raft today and paddled all the way, but I didn't see the edge. World Channel, to be honest, could the recent dungeon be weird and have something to do with this? World Channel, yes. I met a group of dog-headed monsters, but they were easy to kill, one with one knife. World Channel, too weird and scary. Rabbit heads, human bodies. World Channel, they have the same name, a certain head monster. World Channel, it's really scary. I don't want to go to this dungeon again after I downloaded it once. World Channel, that shouldn't be related to this. Everyone has encountered it. It has nothing to do with 1,000 people, right? World Channel, is there 1,000th of a big guy willing to come out and share? The news on the World Channel was refreshed quickly, and when Ning read it 10 lines at a glance, no relevant information was found. I just know the nature of the system. The simpler and more common the language, the easier it is to ignore. So this update may cause more trouble. But when Ning knows very little information, she decided to talk to the elf tomorrow. According to the elf, humans have existed on this planet for hundreds of years. And I don't know why these humans are crazy about hunting elves. The number of elves has dropped sharply. After the disaster, the elves fled to the Dawn Forest. The purple bamboo elf is just a kind of elf. She is only 200 years old, and has heard all this information from hearsay. So, I am afraid that we need to continue to explore the specific situation. When Ning propped up his chin and looked at the information on the World Channel, focusing on capturing words such as elves, copies, and history books, he didn't even know that the items on the shelf were sold out. The auction setting of the store is simpler than personal transactions. When the required items are fixed, the store can automatically choose the party with the highest bid to complete the transaction at the end of the countdown. The store has sold out, please check. The system prompt brought Wen Ning back to his senses, and he counted his gains. 7 pearl lamps exchanged for 700 kilograms of mutant meat, and harpoons exchanged for 560 kilograms. Coconut juice had the highest price, and it was exchanged for 200 kilograms to 500 kilograms of mutant meat. The last 20 portions gave a total of 7,800 kilograms of mutant meat. Wen Ning's backpack was no longer enough, but fortunately the store warehouse had 10 days of unlimited storage. Wen Ning added 3 more rows of shelves in the underground cold storage, and used the largest boxes to pack the meat. Only 2/3 of it was packed. The rest was stored by Wen Ning in the store warehouse, and he could use it to feed Hu Zi. This meat is enough for you to eat for 2 months. The big thing in his heart was easily solved, and Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He came to the kitchen to have dinner today. Nielon 3516, are you buying mutant meat? We still have a lot of inventory in our base. Are you interested in long-term transactions? The private chat channel sounded. Wen Ning checked it with his mind, and saw what Nielon was planning at a glance. He replied without thinking, private chat channel, sorry, the survival points are a bit tight, and I can't make torches recently. On Yelan's side, Li Weigui and Su Luo stood beside her. They were all waiting for her news. Nielon was slightly stunned. This rejection was too quick. How? What did he say? Li Weigui said anxiously. 100 torches, each burning for 4 hours, is not enough at all. Niellan's face was dull, and she shook her hands helplessly. He said that he didn't have enough survival points to make torches. Ah? Li Weigui didn't expect this to be the reason. Not enough survival points is indeed a problem. At least before the next survival points are issued, the owner of the treasure pavilion will not be able to provide support for blue torches. That's not right. Old Jack said that they have tens of thousands of torches. This must cost tens of thousands of points? Even if the blue torch costs the same points as ordinary torches, the Fierce Wind Country can't have tens of thousands of points. Unless the blueprint of this torch is not disposable, but that's impossible. Such a precious blueprint can't be disposable. Li Weigui scratched the brim of his hat, and paced back and forth a little irritated. Now that the owner of the treasure pavilion won't sell them torches, where can they find new sellers? Su Luo stood silently beside the desk, with an ambiguous light flashing in his dark pupils. Under his messy short hair, the scars on his face were hidden by the angle of his head that he deliberately tilted. Nielon stared at him for 2 seconds, and before he noticed, she embarrassedly withdrew her gaze. Coughed twice. What are you thinking about? Su Luo raised his head slightly after hearing this, and said in silence for a long time, he is not her. A sentence without any reason. Nielon understood what he was saying. Today, Li Weigui contacted the owner of the treasure pavilion, with a mind to test whether he was the one on the list. But Su Luo made a conclusion so quickly that Li Weigui stopped in his tracks. How do you know? Su Luo said calmly, the number 1 on the list can't be so poor. And the number 1 on the list can't miss such a good opportunity to contact the official base. It must be said that although Su Luo suffered a blow, his pride and confidence still exist. After saying this, Su Luo turned and left the office. Only his slightly dull voice could be heard in the air. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. I will take the team out to brush the dungeon, maybe I can get the blueprint. Nielon lowered her eyes to hide her disappointment. Li Weigui pinched his chin and glanced at the distraught Nielon. He waved his hand and drove him out. The young man's tricks really thought that he, Li, could not see through them. The concubine had feelings, but the man had no intention. Some grievances were endured. Until Li Weigui was the only one left in the office, Li Weigui flipped through the documents. He slapped his forehead suddenly. Why do I feel that he just said that he didn't have enough points because he was too lazy to do it? Chapter 102. Rejecting the temptation of the official base, Wen Ning focused on the dinner in front of him. There were 30 bamboo leaves collected in the purple bamboo forest today. Wen Ning remembered the salty pork dumplings made by her master when she was a child, each the size of a fist. She had never finished one. Later, when she grew up and could finish a whole one, her master was gone. When she saw the bamboo leaves today, she remembered the taste in her memory. It happened that she had meat, and there was a bag of Wuchang fragrant glutinous rice in the warehouse. Wen Ning looked through the death notebook and found the list of items. This list of items was written down by Wen Ning when he was sorting out the warehouse. With a thought, a bag of 5 kilograms of glutinous rice appeared in his hand. Soak it in water first, then process the meat. Wen Ning chose a piece of mutant beast meat with fat and lean meat, which was no different from pork belly. Cut it into large pieces and marinate it with sauce. After an hour, Pour out the water in the glutinous rice and marinate it with sauce. Then you can wrap the zongzi. Purple bamboo leaves are larger than ordinary zongzi leaves, thicker, and much tougher. Wen Ning folded the two ends back and bent them into two triangles, then put a layer of glutinous rice on the bottom, added 2 pieces of meat, and covered them with glutinous rice. The two ends were closed in the middle, and the gaps between the bamboo leaves were embedded in each other, tightly fitting. Finally, tie it up with a thin thread, and it's done. Ding! Check that the player has successfully made food, salty and fragrant meat zongzi. The recipe has been entered. Do you want to use a food processor to make it? This is also a recipe? Wen Ning stared blankly at the large bowl of glutinous rice and meat in front of him. It would be better if it could save trouble. Agree. As soon as the words fell, the rice dumpling that Wen Ning had wrapped disappeared instantly, and the whole pot of meat and glutinous rice also disappeared. Please select the energy supply method. Steaming rice dumplings will definitely be more fragrant with fire. The smell of firewood. Fire. The materials are detected to make 30 servings of salty and fragrant meat dumplings. Please wait. It seems that one serving is similar to what Wen Ning made. Wen Ning himself estimated that 5 kilograms of glutinous rice can also make 30 rice dumplings. About 30 minutes later, this batch of rice dumplings was completed. Ding! A flash of inspiration. The salty and fragrant meat dumplings were successfully made. Successfully consume 5 kilograms of glutinous rice, 2.5 kilograms of mutant beast meat, 30 portions of sauce, and 30 portions of thin threads. The recipe has been entered and saved, and the attributes have been saved. Another attribute, Wen Ning couldn't wait to take a rice dumpling. Salty and fragrant meat zongzi, food attribute +1, after eating, restore 5 points of energy, mining speed increased by 10%, mining critical hit rate increased by 5%, wow, this zongzi is specially for miners. After reading the attributes, Wen Ning couldn't wait to peel off the bamboo leaves of a zongzi. When she just took it in her hand, the salty fragrance penetrated into her nose. Exactly the same as the zongzi she had eaten when she was a child. Wen Ning couldn't help but burst into tears and took a bite. Woo-woo, master, I never thought that one day I would be able to eat zongzi with this taste. Hu Zi leaned against Wen Ning obediently, stroking Wen Ning's back with his tail shaking, silently comforting him. Wen Ning couldn't help but feel a little sad for a moment, and after eating a zongzi with relish, he peeled the second one without stopping. It's so delicious, Hu Zi, it's a pity that you are full. Huh? Actually, I can still. I take you to see the purple bamboo elf tomorrow, and I cut some more bamboo to make bamboo rice. Purple bamboo elf, thank you, my friend, for not forgetting me at this time. Wen Ning stopped eating after eating two. One is because she was full, and the other is that such a good attribute cannot be wasted. Tomorrow I will discuss with the elf whether I can exchange her leaves with fruits. Wen Ning is sure that this zongzi can trigger a flash of inspiration, which is inseparable from the purple bamboo leaves. If I exchange it for leaves tomorrow, this zongzi can also become one of the treasures of the treasure pavilion. With the zongzi, Hu Zi's level has also risen. Wen Ning decided to go to the mine cave again after planting trees tomorrow. This time, I must not be scared away again. I must face the snake head-on. Even if I can't beat Hu Zi, he should be able to take me away. In the afternoon, Wen Ning had tried it. Hu Zi's current size can barely carry her. After recording the recent information in the death note and making plans for tomorrow, Wen Ning went to bed on time. A dreamless night. Wasteland calendar January 13th, 8 o'clock, mild season, sunny. System announcement, the patch has been updated. The Wasteland world has infinite possibilities waiting for your exploration. Update completed? Wen Ning opened his panel immediately, and did not miss any details from beginning to end. Confirmed that there were no changes. It seems that this update has nothing to do with the players themselves. But if it has nothing to do with the players, then what does it have to do with? Somehow, Wen Ning felt that it had something to do with the elves. Hu Zi! Eat! Wen Ning took out 5 enamel basins in one breath, lined them up, and put meat in each. The last basin was filled with canned food from the box. Then he went into the bathroom. When Wen Ning came out, there was still 1 basin on the ground. As expected, Hu Zi's appetite was 4 basins. Roar! Put it away. This tiger is a self-disciplined tiger and cannot overeat. Yes, you are the most self-disciplined. I don't know who is still awake when I woke up today. Hu Zi has grown up and still clings to Wen Ning to sleep at night. Fortunately, Wen Ning's bed is big enough. But the wooden structure can no longer bear Hu Zi, who is a large dog. Wen Ning is considering going to the trading channel to see if there is a suitable bed to buy. If not, it's okay to buy it directly. In order to prevent Hu Zi from becoming lazy, Wen-ning held its ears and went out. He said, "How can you sleep at your age? What if someone attacks you at night? You don't even know if someone stabbed your tiger head." Huzi lowered his head, as if he was feeling guilty, but he raised his head the next second. He roared at the electric net on Wen-ning's wall. Roar! The thing that discharges electricity would be afraid of the king, who would want to die? Wen-ning was speechless. The child was grown up. It was not easy to deceive. The chickens in her yard were better. They were cute. Wen-ning ignored him, and threw a handful of rice. The wild chickens flew over in an instant, and started pecking. Roar! Eggs! The eggs of this tiger. Huzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran to a corner of the yard. Wen-ning looked up, and saw Huzi carefully sniffing around a snow-white egg. Oh! It's laid! He quickly went over and picked it up. Wen-ning looked left and right, but he didn't find the second one after looking for a long time. There is only one. This is not for your eggs. How can you fit them when you are so fat? Huh? What kind of eggs are those? Wen-ning explained simply. Eggs for eating. She couldn't let Huzi know that she used to treat Huzi as a food reserve. She found a topic to avoid the topic, and put away the only egg. With one egg, are the other eggs far behind? Chapter 103. It was almost 10 o'clock when Wen-ning finished tidying up a few fruit trees, and went out. Walking along the same path as yesterday, Huzi asked curiously. Huh? We are going to shoot rats again today? Wen-ning shook his head. I'm not going to shoot rats today. I'm going to take you to make friends today. A bamboo rat has 5 experience points. It will probably take a month to level up by shooting rats. And this patch of bamboo rats will probably allow Huzi to shoot them to extinction. Friends? Huzi was obviously very unfamiliar with this word. And Wen-ning didn't plan to continue explaining, and walked straight into the bamboo forest. As soon as he approached, the whole bamboo forest exuded a comfortable atmosphere. Surprise and joy reflected the mood of the purple bamboo elf. Wen-ning looked up, and saw that the fruit tree planting area planned yesterday was still in place. The surrounding bamboo bushes were closer, but still lush. Looking in from the outside, you have no idea what's going on inside. It's a good cover. You're finally here. I've been waiting. Ah! Mutant beast. The purple bamboo elf fluttered its wings and approached. Suddenly, a ferocious beast appeared in sight. The purple bamboo elf was so scared that it hid behind Wen-ning's shoulder. He carefully poked his head out, and met Huzi's curious eyes. Ah! She shrank back in a childish voice, shivering while grabbing the clothes on Wen-ning's shoulders. The 2 leaves on her head tightly wrapped her up. What's wrong? It's not a mutant beast, it's my companion. Roar! How can this little thing talk? This tiger can't even speak. Huzi looked at the elf on Wen-ning's shoulder, who didn't dare to show his head with jealousy. Wen-ning turned his head in confusion. Companion? Then won't he attack me? Wen-ning reached out and took the elf, bowing. No! He also greeted Huzi. Come, say hello. Huzi always remembered that he was here to make friends. Although he was a little jealous that this little thing could speak human language, he still grinned in a friendly manner. The elf was so scared that he trembled, but the next second he felt a wet nose touching the back of his hand. The elf raised his eyes, and met Huzi's clear eyes, and even saw his own reflection in them. You are really not a mutant beast. Huh? What mutant beast? This who will slap one. He said he specializes in beating mutant beasts. Wen-ning acted as a translator. Although the elf was still a little afraid of Huzi's size, he only saw friendliness in Huzi's eyes, without the slightest murderous intent. When you came yesterday, you were still accompanied by a little mutant. No, a little companion, but today it has become a big companion? Wen-ning thought about it, and found a way for the elf to understand. He ate too much this morning. The elf nodded in ignorance. Seeing that she was not so scared anymore, Wen-ning said, I brought my fruit tree. You two can play by yourselves for a while I go to plant trees. Roar! Don't worry, I will be nice to my new friend. Wen-ning glanced at him. It was not that he was worried, but Huzi was a little careless. Huzi gave him a look that said I will do the job, please rest assured. Wen-ning did not want to show distrust, in case he hurt the child's self-esteem. So he walked into the open space in the bamboo forest leisurely, leaving the 2 little guys to communicate by themselves. When I went to see it this morning, the corn had already matured. Wen-ning harvested it, and planted glutinous rice seeds. There are 6 fruit trees in total, 2 each of mango, guava, and peach. All of them have already borne fruit, so the environment in the greenhouse is not suitable for growth. After the fruit trees bear fruit, They need to receive enough light to allow the sugar to fully precipitate. Only in this way can the fruits be large and sweet. Compared with the ability of the system, Wenning prefers to follow the laws of nature. 3 on the left and 3 on the right. Each fruit tree is 3 meters apart, leaving enough growth space. It is convenient for the growth of fruit tree branches. It took an hour to plant all the fruit trees. The energy value dropped to 82, and Wenning took out a glass of coconut juice and drank it while walking. As soon as I left the bamboo forest, I saw Huzi running around the bamboo forest. The small purple bamboo elf actually tied herself with the hair on the back of Huzi's neck. Then as Huzi ran, she hung behind him. The 2 little guys played like flying kites, having fun. "What are you 2 doing?" Huzi braked suddenly when he heard Wenning's voice. The elf on his head couldn't buffer in time and fell directly into the dents, for on the top of his head. He was dizzy for a long time and finally came to his senses. Hoo. Huzi panted violently, and the elf hid in Huzi's fur and giggled, not feeling hot. "Hoo! Thank you for bringing me this friend, so that I have a companion when you are not around." The elf flew up, turned a circle in front of Wenning, and bowed gracefully. Wenning was confused. "It's my pet. It can't stay here with you." "What is a pet?" Wenning rubbed his eyebrows, and Huzi squatted obediently at his feet. "How should this be explained?" "Well, it's a kind of contract. After signing it, it becomes my pet, or a companion, the kind that lives and dies together." The elf looked back and forth between Huzi and Wenning, and the enthusiastic expression on his face gradually became solemn. Wenning thought he couldn't figure it out, so he didn't plan to continue explaining. The elf only needed to know that Huzi couldn't stay in the bamboo forest forever. "I have something to discuss with you. I go back first after I finish it." The fruit trees have been planted, and Wenning plans to buy bamboo leaves and go directly to the mine. At this moment, the silent elf suddenly raised his face. He said to Wenning seriously, "I want to be your pet too." These words were powerful. Wenning was shocked and didn't have time to refute. "How can you, an elf?" Ding! The purple bamboo elf's favorability is increased by 40. The favorability reaches 80, and the pet contract can be signed. Ding! The purple bamboo elf has a strong intention to sign a pet contract. "Do you agree?" Wenning was even more shocked and couldn't believe it. Raise an elf? Can this game be played like this? Isn't it said that elves hate humans? Wenning didn't know what to do for a moment. It was a bit impossible for her to trick the elf into signing a contract. But she was also very tempted to keep an elf as a pet. But the premise is that if the elf knows that she is a human, she is still willing. "Well, Xiaoziju, I may not be able to raise you, you follow me. I don't need to eat. As long as I have roots in the ground, I won't be hungry. Even if I eat, I will definitely eat less than it." The elf pointed at Huzi anxiously. Huzi looked confused and stared at Xiaoziju. "Roar? We were playing happily together just now, are you polite?" Wenning was embarrassed. This was not the key reason. "Xiaoziju, I am a human, although I may not be the human who harmed your elves hundreds of years ago, but I shouldn't lie to you." Wenning apologized sincerely, looking at the elf with wide eyes. Sighing slightly, it seems that the fruit tree plan may have failed. Let's find another way. Ding! Purple bamboo elf's favorability increased by 10, currently 90? What's going on? Self-destruction also increases favorability. Chapter 104. An inexplicable emotion flashed through Wenning's eyes, and he looked at the elf with an apologetic look. I knew you were a human a long time ago." The elf was a little embarrassed, but still whispered, "The old elves in the forest have painted portraits of humans." So there was an explanation for the purple bamboo elf's escape at the beginning. It was not because she was afraid of Wenning's accidental injury. It was obviously because she was afraid that Wenning would hurt her. "Then why are you willing to agree to Wenning's conditions?" The 2 leaves on the top of the purple bamboo elf's head drooped. "We elves were able to escape into the depths of the morning forest at that time because of the power of humans. A good person in the human camp." The trust in the elf's eyes was about to overflow. Wenning didn't expect that the elf would entrust her to this extent after just a short time together. "I think that the Beastman is willing to be your pet, and you are also a good person." As one of the few new elves after the disaster of the elf has few playmates. The old elves are immersed in sadness all day long. So she actually envied the relationship between Wenning and the baby. Wenning also thought of this. But since elves and humans are not completely opposite, it is okay to accept this little elf. "Then sign it, but if I move after signing, you may follow me." The purple bamboo elf looked back into the depths of the forest, and then nodded firmly. "Well, I want to see the outside world." Wen Ning immediately chose to agree to sign. Ding! Pet illustration patch installed successfully. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first to successfully sign a plant-type pet. It is detected that the purple bamboo elf is more willing to sign the contract, and the owner selection period is skipped directly. Players can directly view the pet attributes in the pet illustration. Tip: it is detected that the number of player pets has changed, and the pet illustration has turned on the automatic translation function, and there is no barrier between pets. Patch: as soon as the familiar words appeared, Wen Ning immediately connected it to the previous system update. As expected, the game update was related to the appearance of the elves. The elf was stunned, as if receiving some information. Wen Ning checked the elf's attributes: pet name, purple bamboo elf, infant. Pet level, precious. Pet hunger, 0. Pet loyalty, 100. Pet experience, 0 out of 2000. Pet skills, induce birth. Induce birth. Pets can induce plants once a day, and each time they can induce a plant, the owner directly obtains the harvest. Tip: plant pets have strong plant affinity, and can be used to take care of the crops planted by the player. After reading the elf's information, Wen Ning once again sighed at the magic of the Wasteland game. The system can make elves. Maybe it can also make monsters or something. The two little guys have already started chatting, and the barrier-free communication between pets is really much more convenient. The elf then realized that Huzi's roar was talking. He's so old, and he still has a name. I want a name too. A smile appeared on Wen Ning's cold face. Huzi suddenly felt something was wrong. You actually want to ask this name-giving idiot to give you a name. You will definitely regret it, but it was too late to stop him. Only a calm voice was heard. Then you can be called Az. Az, can you be more perfunctory? But Wen Ning's character has always been one that sticks to what he says, and Az's protest is useless. Anyway, Wen Ning will call her that in the future. Since they have become one of his own, the next thing will be much easier. Wen Ning first glanced at the fruit forest behind him. Azzy, do we need to move this bamboo forest? Don't tell her that the trees that were planted with great difficulty have to be moved immediately. Azzy saw that Wen Ning didn't want to move, so she said, it doesn't have to be moved. The soil and sunlight here are very good. In my bamboo forest, I can watch at any time, and I know when others come in. That's great. After solving the big problem in his heart, Wen Ning set his sights on bamboo leaves. Azzy, can you control the output of your bamboo leaves? Azzy shook her head and said truthfully, my bamboo leaves are not that big, and I don't know why you can get them just by cutting them. Azzy's desire for knowledge is very strong, and Wen Ning doesn't know how to explain the power of the system to her. But in this case, her skills should be usable. The system's explanation is to directly obtain the output, and this output should be based on the player's drop. Then use your skills, and choose your purple bamboo as the target. Azzy is still relatively ignorant of the concept of skills, but some things have been engraved in her mind when signing the contract. Without practice, she stretched out her hand, and a purple ball of light flew into the bamboo forest. Pet skill used successfully, pet experience 100 obtained. Congratulations on obtaining purple bamboo *120, bamboo leaves *100. Nothing happened in the bamboo forest in front of her, and 100 pieces of purple bamboo and bamboo leaves were already in Wen Ning's backpack. Directly skipped the process of planting, growing, and germination. This surprised Wen Ning. Success? Wen Ning's mind moved, and a stack of bamboo leaves appeared in his hand. Azzy was also very happy. Her skills were really useful. Let's go, I take you to see the new home. You can stay in the new home if you want, or you can stay in the bamboo forest. After signing the contract, Wen Ning could clearly feel the bond between him and Az, and also knew that the relationship between elves and humans as pets was equal to a certain extent. Az didn't have to stay by her side, and Huzi could do the same. It's just that he was born by Wen Ning's side, and was used to being inseparable from Wen Ning. But as long as Wen Ning wanted, he could know Huzi's location at any time. For pets, this kind of induction is mutual. The team became one person, one tiger, and one elf. On the way back, Wen Ning found some glutinous rice on the trading platform. I make salty and fragrant meat dumplings when I get back later. This was the first time that Az had completely left the forest. In the past, she would watch the sea from afar on the top of the trees. Now squatting on Wen Ning's shoulder, he followed her out of the forest boundary. For some reason, Wen Ning felt that the elf was a little nervous along the way. He attributed this emotion to the fact that she had never been out of the forest before. Wen Ning reached out and stroked her head, comforting her lightly. Is that your house? Soon after Az left the forest, she saw Wen Ning's shelter. The granite exterior glowed white in the sun, and the iron gate was solid and thick. There was also an electric fence around the yard, with electricity passing through from time to time. Z was very curious why the place where Wen Ning lived looked like a solid wall. Because there are many dangers in this world, and I have to guard against these dangers. Including bad people? Yes. Z immediately sympathized with Wen Ning. She was so miserable. She had to guard against her own kind, and couldn't even make friends with them. Wen Ning didn't know that her image had become a pitiful thing in the eyes of the elf. Chapter 105. As soon as she entered the yard, Z looked around curiously. Wen Ning let her visit, and asked Hu Zi to accompany her. Just be careful not to touch the electric fence. Wen Ning went into the kitchen, and added 100 bamboo leaves, and the corresponding amount of glutinous rice and sauce. Wen Ning found that if she added them one by one, it would take 5 minutes to make a zongzi. But if she put the glutinous rice in a bowl first and mixed the sauce evenly, and then added it to the food processor, the time would be greatly shortened. Wen Ning added the ingredients 3 times in succession. In this way, it only takes less than 2 hours to make 100 zongzi. There are still 4 manufacturing columns left, and Wen Ning added 4 portions of coconut milk. There is no way around it. Coconuts are 1 portion at a time. After doing all this, he went out to call Hu Zi and Zi, who were still not satisfied. Prepare to explore the mine again. It was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Zi was a little excited. She had never been to the place Wen Ning mentioned. She had lived in the depths of the Dawn Forest since she was born. Do all of you elves live in the Dawn Forest? No, the old elf said that we elves used to live all over the continent, even in the sea. It can be said that wherever there are plants, elves may be born. I don't know what the disaster was, and the old elf doesn't want to recall it. I only know that the vegetation area was greatly reduced, and our living space was endlessly compressed. In the end, we had to flee into the primeval forest because humans were not strong enough to defeat the mutant beasts in it. And the mutant beasts didn't think much of us, but they killed many humans who escorted us. Wen Ning understood, so the 1,000 people who discovered the elves in the system prompt are likely to be in different forests. In the same area, there may be a few forests left. Wen Ning even suspected that a large area, 1 letter, is a complete planet map, and these maps are parallel and do not overlap. This also explains why after each disaster, after the integration of various areas, the survival environment of the players has not changed. They just fill in the position where the players in other area maps disappeared. For example, the desert player in Area A12 died. The players who fill this position are the players in the same position in other areas. Even the coordinates will not change. But Wen Ning does not think that this model will continue. Now there are people who can be found at the same area coordinates. Maybe one day, when the number of humans is getting smaller and smaller, some bases will also change the area map. At that time, expanding the territory will be a war of power. In the end, there is only one last map left in the whole game. That is the real Wasteland map. If Wen Ning cannot understand the situation and develop quickly, it is very likely that he will be annexed by others in the future. After thinking this through, Wen Ning has a rough idea of the direction of development. Build high walls and store food. Also, seek a second or even a third shelter. With the safe house core, Wen Ning has a direction to try in her mind. Can she build a few more shelters and take them out when needed? Thinking of this, Wen Ning came to the last cave entrance again. Abandoning the torch, Wen Ning directly took out a pearl lamp. The light that looks like a night pearl instantly illuminates the cave entrance clearly. Wen Ning walked in with the serrated blade. The last time Hu Zi used his skill, Wen Ning memorized the entire mine's terrain. He couldn't say that he remembered every detail, but he knew which mine had snakes. After thinking for a while, Wen Ning looked at Zi, who was sitting on top of Hu Zi's head. This little guy, if a fight breaks out, he might not care about her at all. Zi, there are many mutant beasts in here. If a fight breaks out, Zi's eyes turned, and after thinking for a while, she flapped her wings and turned in circles. Then she turned into a purple light and flew into Wen Ning's sleeves. That's it. Wen Ning lifted his sleeves, but he didn't see Zi's figure. He only saw a bracelet on his wrist with a small piece of purple bamboo decoration on it. Transfiguration is a must for us elves, but this place is too small. I can't turn into a bamboo bush, and I can only last a few hours in such a small form. Wen Ning knew that Zi had just come out and was very curious, so she didn't want to go back. So he let her go. Anyway, the focus of today was still mining. Chengdingquan had already refined all of Wen Ning's tin and gold nuggets. It cost Wen Ning 2 coal crystal blocks as a reward. Wen Ning was not limited to any mine today. He took out the fine iron pickaxe after eating a zongzi. He entered the nearest mine and started working. Hu Zi still quietly guarded beside Wen Ning, but he was more nervous than the first time. Hu Zi was obviously much calmer today, and there was a faint aura of kingship emanating from him. The feeling of looking down on this group of mutant snakes. Is this the confidence brought by the upgrade? Wen Ning's sense of security was full, and he placed the pearl lamp in a higher place, and the whole mine tunnel seemed as bright as day. Congratulations on getting iron blocks *3. Trigger critical hit. Congratulations on getting iron blocks *4. This mine tunnel is full of iron blocks. Wen Ning dug it out in a few strokes, and then dug up to the coal mine inside. Congratulations on getting coal blocks *1. Ding! A flash of inspiration. You dug up a coal crystal block. Trigger critical hit. Get coal crystal block *2. Wow! The critical hit rate of this salty and fragrant meat dumpling plus the critical hit of the fine iron pickaxe made Wen Ning get a critical hit almost every time he dug twice. It took Wen Ning 20 minutes to solve this mine tunnel, and he harvested a total of 68 iron blocks, 40 ordinary coal blocks, and 30 coal crystal blocks, directly tied the coal crystal blocks he harvested last time he entered the mine. But this time Wen Ning had just been in for 10 minutes. He hadn't even entered the place where he dug tin and gold mines last time. Wen Ning smiled, called Hu Zi, and continued to walk in. Digging one mine tunnel after another, drinking coconut water when energy is low. Fortunately, the system has optimized the eating experience, and food with attributes will not make you feel full after eating. Wen Ning explained that he finally realized a life where he could eat anything without getting fat. Just like that, Hu Zi was on guard while Wen Ning was digging. He went deeper into the mine little by little. Unknowingly, Wen Ning reached the place where he dug tin and gold last time. The snake's skin on his head was still there, and Wen Ning looked up. It was still a bit scary, such a big snake skin. The real thing would only be bigger. Wen Ning couldn't imagine it. For people with gigantic fear, this really requires a lot of psychological work to be overcome. He could only bury his head in mining, and listening to the ding-dong sound of the system, Wen Ning's mood became less depressed. After going another 500 meters inside, Wen Ning felt that the air was not so circulated. The smell of soil came from the wings of his nose, mixed with other smells, which were hard to describe. Hu Zi, be careful. If you go any further, you may dig through these mine tunnels at any time. The mutant snakes will most likely be awakened by then. Chapter 106. Wen Ning said this while carefully observing and moving forward. When mining in a tunnel, a pickaxe went down and a crack suddenly appeared in the wall of the tunnel. Before Wen Ning could react, the wall in front of him collapsed with a bang. Boom! The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Wen Ning came face to face with the mutant snakes in the tunnel. Mutated snakes detected. The monster encyclopedia has been updated. Primary. Wen Ning glanced at the mutant snakes that woke up slowly and reacted quickly. The monster encyclopedia can only identify primary monsters. This wave is not difficult to deal with. I just don't know if the movement just now has awakened other mutant snakes. Wen Ning and Hu Zi took out the serrated blade and moved forward at the same time. These mutant snakes seemed to have just woken up from hibernation, and Wen Ning dodged the attack with extremely light movements. He cut the mutant snakes off directly from the 7-inch position with his backhand. The mutant snake that fell to the ground was still twitching with electricity. Hu Zi was relatively simple and rough. He pressed the snake with his claws, and then bit off the snake's head directly. The scene was a bit bloody. However, this mutant snake could not break the defense of Hu Zi and Wen Ning at all. The one-sided massacre ended quickly. The bodies of more than a dozen snakes were lying on the ground in a mess, and soon disappeared gradually. A ball of light belonging to the spoils appeared on the ground. Hu Zi killed most of them. Wen Ning harvested some snake meat, some animal tendons, and 5 wooden boxes. The pet experience was only 100. So powerful. The childish voice came from Wen Ning's sleeves, purple light flashed, and Zi flew out. Clapping his hands in surprise, he looked at Wen Ning. Hu Zi raised his head with a proud expression, and emphasized to Zi how many he had killed. Wen Ning didn't care about the interaction between the two little ones, nor did he rush to continue. Instead, he checked the information of the mutant snake first. Name: Desert Mutant Snake. Type: Ordinary Creature. Danger level: 20 to 300, varies with body size. Drop: Snake meat, animal tendons, fangs, other. Weakness: Light. Hint: Desert mutant snakes are in a dormant state for 8 months a year. They are light-avoiding mutant beasts. Sudden strong light stimulation will cause them to become temporarily blind. Under long-term strong light, their combat effectiveness will be weakened by up to 40%. Afraid of light. If I had known earlier, I would not have sold my 10 pearl lamps. Wen Ning regretted it a little, but he still had 3 in his hand, which was barely enough. And Wen Ning felt that sudden strong light stimulation was more useful than long-term stimulation. You know, a blind mutant snake is likely to lose 100% of its combat effectiveness in an instant. Isn't it better than slowly weakening? The system said it was short-term, but it didn't say it could only be used once. Wen Ning thought about this carefully and felt that the plan was feasible. So he went into the mine to explore. And he temporarily put away the pearl lamp, leaving a torch for lighting. The light intensity of the pearl lamp is about the same as that of a searchlight. This kind of weapon must be used at the right time to achieve a surprising effect. Wen Ning explored carefully, and there was no unusual movement in the mine. It seems that the mutant snake inside has not been awakened. Wen Ning subconsciously used the body skills taught by his master, and the whole person sneaked up and minimized his presence. Entered a mine cave silently. Soon, there was a dull sound of fighting inside. A few hissing sounds of mutant snakes were heard, and soon it fell silent. Then, Wen Ning came out with Hu Zi smiling. Turned to enter the next mine cave. Every time Wen Ning arrived at a mine cave, he went straight to the innermost part and used a fine iron pickaxe to drill through the wall. If there was a mutant snake inside, the wall would collapse suddenly, and then the mutant snake inside would wake up. If there was no hidden mine cave, or there was no mutant snake in the mine cave, the wall would not move at all. Whenever the wall collapsed, Wen Ning would seize the opportunity to throw an open pearl lamp into it. This thing is like a stun bomb for mutant snakes. It can not only affect the mutant snake's vision, but also cause a dizzy effect on the mutant snake. Imagine a mutant snake just woke up, and a strong light like daylight appeared in front of it. While it was dizzy, Wen Ning approached silently and killed the snake with one knife. Although Wen Ning had the upper hand with the help of props, this one-hit kill situation changed in the 6th mine she explored. Just like the small bosses at each level, Wen Ning also met the first boss in the mutant snake ladder. At least that's what Wen Ning thought after looking at its size. After experiencing the white light stimulation and Wen Ning's sneak attack, it was still able to fight. The bull-sized body formed a sharp contrast with other snakes. But the movements did not become clumsy because of its size. In just 2 minutes, it had attacked Wen Ning several times. Wen Ning moved around in the narrow mine cave, but he was not bitten. This made the mutant snake very angry. Wen Ning deliberately retreated and walked out of the mine cave illuminated by the pearl lamp. He flashed into the darker mine tunnel. The mutant snake swam in the mine tunnel with its black tongue hissing, and its red vertical pupils locked on the prey in front of it. In just a moment, it was in front of Wen Ning. The serrated blade blocked the attack, and Wen Ning took the opportunity to take out the second pearl lamp. It suddenly started, and the strong light bloomed directly in front of the mutant snake. There was a momentary blank in the vision, and then this blank spread to the brain. There was a sharp pain at the same time under the snake's head, and the 7-inch vital point. The mutant snake fell to the ground in pain. Wen Ning retreated after he succeeded, and Hu Zi bit the snake's neck tightly, and refused to let go. The mutant snake rolled on the ground with it. Hu Zi activated his skills, and his claws kept attacking. The mutant snake was originally at the end of its strength. It tensed up for a moment, and then instantly collapsed. Your pet successfully killed one of the mutant snakes. The progress of the Snake King's awakening increased by 1. Your pet gained pet experience *200. Congratulations on getting detoxification snake gall *2, mutant snake skin *3, iron treasure chest *1. What's going on? Mutated snake. Child? This snake with a bowl-sized mouth is the child of the Snake King. If she killed the child of the mutant Snake King, would it trigger the awakening of the Snake King? Wen Ning subconsciously looked at the mine that stretched downward, as if there was no end. Before Wen Ning could think clearly, there were trembling sounds from the bottom of the mine. A sense of crisis suddenly arose, and the serrated blade in Wen Ning's hand was still dripping with blood when he heard the system prompt. Pet's active skill is triggered. At 600 meters in the mine, no less than 100 mutant snakes awaken at the same time and are rushing towards the player's position. The estimated arrival time is 5 minutes. In a corner that Wen Ning could not see, under the entire mine, the outermost mutant snake group centered on the giant Snake King awakened instantly because of the death of the snake just now. With red light flashing in their eyes, they hissed and swam towards Wen Ning's position. And a huge black shadow hovering in the center seemed to move slowly, but it stopped after a few seconds. At the same time, the mine stopped shaking. Chapter 107. Wen Ning woke up instantly. Evacuate. Quickly. Wen Ning only knew the approximate number, not the specific strength. There were too many mutant snakes in the cave, which made it difficult for her to exert herself. Besides, she was unwilling to take risks with Oz. It would take at least half an hour to evacuate from where Wen-Ning was. And the snakes only arrived in a few minutes. They would definitely encounter them on the way back. Ding! The player has triggered a hidden task. Ding! Hidden task released. Rage of the Snake King. No one can leave unscathed after killing the son of the Snake King. The only way is to kill the Snake King. Task requirements, unlimited time task. Kill the mutant snakes in the Wasteland, unlimited number. Each time you reach a certain number, you will receive a phase reward. During the task, all mutant snakes will wake up, and their activity range will be limited to the Wasteland mine. Players can challenge as many times as they want, and the progress bar of each challenge will be retained. The task of leaving the mine is suspended. Current kill progress 0 out of 800. The mission will start in 10 minutes. Fortunately, the system is humane enough and gives 10 minutes to escape. A total of 800 snakes. This also includes the Snake King and his children. Wen-Ning's calm face finally showed a trace of tension. Because, as the game reminded, all the snakes have awakened. That means she is now facing not only the 100 snakes just now, but the entire Snake Mountain. How is this possible? Although this mission has no time limit, no limit on the number of challenges, and even a set range. But undoubtedly, it is a hell-level copy. Wen-Ning, who had reacted, could not help but speed up, not caring about the pressure from behind. With a chill, it surged up from the bottom of the mine. This was brought by the awakening of the snakes. Wen-Ning dropped pearl lamps at 2 big corners. In this way, when the snakes pass by here, they will be stimulated by the strong light and temporarily blinded, which can slow down their pace. But this can only buy Wen-Ning a minute at most. Murderous aura came from behind, and this level was unprecedented since Wen-Ning came to this planet. In addition to murderous aura, there was also terrifying pressure from underground. A pair of huge vertical pupils seemed to slowly open under his feet, even if it was a light glance. Wen-Ning also felt the overwhelming pressure. Sweat was soaked on the smooth forehead, and the elf had already hidden inside Wen-Ning's clothes. Huzi followed Wen-Ning without saying a word, protecting her from behind. He had only seen such pressure when his father was fighting other races. Undoubtedly, the one underground was a true king. This time, he was in big trouble. When he was about 500 meters away from the cave entrance, Wen-Ning suddenly stopped. Turning to face the cave, his cold voice showed no fear at all. 500 meters, Huzi, how long will it take you to run out at full speed? Roar. At most 10 seconds. Okay, then we will fight here. If the situation is not right, we will withdraw immediately. Do you hear me? Roar. If you go, I will go. This sentence has a feeling of if you jump, I will jump. Wen-Ning smiled knowingly. She had known for a long time that Huzi had been her comrade in arms since the day he was born. Get ready. There was no time to explain the tactics, and the coldness in front of him made Wen-Ning alert. There was no fear in her eyes. When the moment came when she had to fight, she would never show her weakness. Besides, this hidden mission basically turned Wen-Ning from being chased by the snakes to a situation where she took the initiative. It was just killing snakes. If she could beat them, she would beat them. If she couldn't, she would turn around and run away. When she reached the border, these snakes couldn't do anything to her. The submachine gun in her hand was loaded, and Wen-Ning pulled the trigger without hesitation the moment the first snake appeared. Thump, thump, thump. The snakes in front of her twitched and fell down in a large group. They were killed almost effortlessly. Wen-Ning directly blocked the system's killing and trophy information. She fired with the submachine gun, and the concentrated mutant snakes would receive continuous electric shock damage and lose their ability to move instantly. And very few mutant snakes that broke through the defense line could hit Wen-Ning. Because Huzi is not a vegetarian, his claws never miss. The area around Wen-Ning is strictly guarded. The first batch of mutant snakes that rushed up were all white, with a pair of terrifying red eyes. At first glance, it was the same skin as the son of the Snake King that Huzi killed just now. Could it be the son of the Snake King? Your pet triggers the claw-tearing skill. Your pet triggers the claw-tearing skill. Although Huzi is unhappy, the probability of triggering this skill is only 10%, but the huge number of them has increased the number of times it is triggered in disguise. Since Huzi can scratch many mutant snakes with one claw, the skill is perfectly used to the maximum effect. With claws tearing and continuous electric shock, the mutant snakes can't get any benefits from Wen-Ning for a while. One is that they lose their mobility directly. Even if the mutant snakes can fight again after the electric shock, their agility will be greatly reduced. Another is a more perverted skill that can't heal injuries, which speeds up bleeding and can't heal. Many mutant snakes were killed instantly by the combination of two skills. Wen Ning watched coldly as this wave of about 100 white mutant snakes were killed. He didn't give them any chance to breathe. Another group of green snakes rushed up. They were densely packed, flashing a mysterious green light under the weak light, especially the pairs of green pupils. Reflecting light. No bullets. The magazine of the pioneer in his hand was used up. Wen Ning decisively stepped back half a step and threw the pearl lamp directly under his feet. Strong light was emitted. Fortunately, it still worked for this group of snakes, but there were still some more reckless snakes that rushed forward regardless of their vision being blocked. Wen Ning killed them with the serrated blade, and with the cooperation of Hu Zi, he changed the magazine within 10 seconds. For large-scale enemies, odd weapons are definitely more reliable. The serrated blade is too heavy and not very flexible to swing. This mutant snake, which is the size of a bamboo leaf green snake, is very sensitive. Only a submachine gun can shoot it, and the probability of hitting it is higher. In the remaining gap, Wen Ning took the opportunity to pick up the pearl lamp. The instant disappearance of the light source did not give this group of mutant snakes much chance to recover. Wen Ning's next round of fierce attack kicked off. After the bullet penetrated the mutant snake's body, the impact force did not decrease, and it continued to fly into the denser group of snakes behind. Originally, Wen Ning's plan was to take the snake group out. More than 100 snakes, not including the Snake King, her family's power grid could handle it in minutes. Now the system has restricted her battlefield, so she can only force it. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the bodies of the mutant snakes fell down, and soon formed a thick layer in front of Wen Ning. Wen Ning found an opportunity to attack with the serrated blade. He sent away the mutant snakes that were lingering below. This batch of green mutant snakes was more sensitive than the previous batch, and a little smaller in size. It took Wen Ning 2 magazines to deal with them. Is Hu Zi okay? After fighting for nearly an hour, Wen Ning's energy value dropped a bit. It's already 59. Chapter 108. The mutant snakes in front of him came to an end, and Wen Ning took the opportunity to replenish a tube of coconut juice. The snake group suddenly broke up, and there must be something wrong. Wen Ning held his breath and waited, deep in the dark mine tunnel. It seemed that something was approaching. Hoo-hoo. The few seconds seemed to be stretched very long. Hu Zi roared to warn the unknown creatures approaching from the depths. Suddenly, Wen Ning's eyes widened in shock. In the darkness, a pair of green snake pupils appeared. Retreat! Wen Ning decisively turned around and ran out of the mine, without even daring to look back. 2 minutes later, the player left the range of the Wasteland mine dungeon, and the dungeon task progress was 17%. The dungeon progress has been saved. Looking forward to your challenge again. Just now, there seemed to be a transparent barrier in front of him, and Wen Ning and Hu Zi went through it with all their strength. Then the system prompt sounded suddenly. Wen Ning stopped and turned around to see that nothing was chasing him. He then sat down on the ground without any image. Wen Ning was panting heavily, with sweat on his cheeks, and his usual calmness and composure were gone. His hair was a little messy, so Wen Ning simply took off his helmet and spread his hair, looking at the desert mine that was as peaceful as before with lingering fear. They were now at the junction of the mine and the forest. Ah! Why did it run away? Wen Ning coughed twice while sitting, his old face blushed, and he said embarrassedly, "Ahem, such big eyes scared me." Wen Ning guessed that the green-eyed snake that just appeared should be the second child of the Snake King. Killing one today caused this situation. I dare not kill the second one. In addition, the sudden long battle has put me under a lot of mental pressure. Wen Ning decided to take Hu Zi back to rest. Ah Zi has not recovered yet. Wen Ning is afraid that she is scared. It makes sense. She is an elf born only 200 years after the disaster. She should have never seen such a scene. Today is the 13th, and tomorrow is the day to announce the new disaster season. I will make plans after I know about the disaster tomorrow. After a short rest, Wen Ning took Ah Zi and Hu Zi home. Ah Zi did not dare to speak since the battle just now, fearing that she would affect Wen Ning. Now that she is out of danger, she flew out to play with Hu Zi. The afterglow of the sunset. Wen Ning's shadow was stretched a little longer. Facing the sea breeze, his long hair that was tied up just now in the battle was scattered. It was flying wantonly. Wen Ning opened the system panel to check the battle information. A total of 241 mutant snakes were killed in the mine, including one son of the Snake King. 30 antidote snake gallbladders, 3 mutant snake skins, 38 wooden treasure chests, and 12 iron treasure chests were obtained. The rest was a pile of mutant snake meat. Except for the mutant snake skin dropped by the son of the Snake King, Some other small snakes did not drop mutant snake skin. There were a lot of snake gallbladders. The second batch of snakes dropped a lot of iron boxes. Wen Ning guessed that the first son of the Snake King should not be very powerful. His status in the snake group was not very high. The number of its younger brothers was the same as the second batch, but their strength was obviously not at the same level. It was not as difficult to deal with as the bamboo leaf green snakes in the second batch. It seems that the class system in this Snake King population is quite strict. Different sons of the Snake King have different mutant snakes under their command, and their combat power is getting stronger and stronger. I just don't know how many sons of the Snake King there are in total. How strong is the Snake King? Although this dungeon is dangerous, it is a good place for Huzi to gain experience. After this trip, Huzi's experience value has accumulated 2,300. Back to the shelter, Wen Ning has opened all the boxes. There are no special supplies. I just don't know if it's because of the Wasteland mine dungeon. Each box has some, or more or less. This immediately enriched Wen Ning's ore reserves. But thinking that these ores still need to be refined in the furnace, Wen Ning is overwhelmed. Chengdingquan is now completely busy. Wen Ning really can't find someone suitable to refine these ores for a while. After thinking about it, he stopped at Nia Lan's name in the friend list. There are so many people in the official base, it's not strange to have a furnace, right? Moreover, the base itself has a furnace, right? Good idea. At worst, I can just give some more torches. If I don't have a few hundred, can't I give out a few dozen? Private chat channel, are you there? Wen Ning started the conversation, but didn't reveal his purpose. He closed the chat channel and prepared to go to the kitchen. My own Zongzi should be almost done, so I can take it down and put it on the treasure pavilion in the evening. The night before the disaster warning will be the last chance for prices to stabilize. Once the warning is released tomorrow, all forces will speculate on the specific content of the disaster and will stock up on supplies accordingly. Congratulations on getting 100 salty and fragrant meat Zongzi. Congratulations on getting 4 coconut milk, add ingredients. Wen Ning added rice, a piece of cut purple bamboo, and bacon in turn. Confirm the production. Ding. Research and development success. Successfully made bacon bamboo tube rice. The recipe has been entered. It was just a matter of a moment. The fragrant bamboo tube rice was ready. Wen Ning even smelled the scent of firewood. Wow! It smells so good. He threw a piece of fruit to Azi. And Huzi's 4 large pots of meat. The people in the shelter had reached the most relaxed and leisurely moment of the day. Wen Ning was shoveling rice while reading the message from Nialan. Nialan 3516. Yes, what do you need? Private chat channel. I need a batch of ore, you help me burn it, and I will provide the raw materials. Nialan 3516. How much do you need? Wen Ning roughly looked at the quantity of his various ores, roughly sent it over, and attached a time limit. Private chat channel. I need these ores within tomorrow, you name the reward, I will accept it if I can accept it. Nialan didn't reply for a while, probably because she was discussing with the leader. Wen Ning was not in a hurry, she was really tired today. She didn't want to bargain, it was a fixed price deal, as long as the official base still cared about the torch in her hand, it would definitely not cheat her. Nialan 3516. We can accept your conditions. We need 10 coal crystal blocks and 50 blue torches as compensation. Private chat channel, deal. Wen Ning used his mind to pack all the ore, and send it over. The two parties agreed to exchange the ore and torches tomorrow. After all this last night, Wen Ning put the salty and fragrant meat dumplings on the treasure pavilion again, in exchange for rare materials. Then the transaction time was set at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. In this way, the buyer's prices will be listed in the comment area, and they will be ranked by value. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Wen Ning can choose the things he likes to deal with. Then Wen Ning didn't care about the world channel and regional channel that were blowing up. He dove into the soft quilt. He fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 109. Wasteland calendar January 14th, 8 o'clock, mild season, sunny. System announcement, disaster season preview. Disaster season preview. This disaster season will come in 3 days. System announcement, this disaster theme is suffocation, and the disaster lasts 48 hours. System announcement, the ranking list will be updated after the disaster season. Please work hard and climb to the top. The familiar system announcement mode is repeated 3 times. Thus, the prelude to the 3rd disaster was opened. However, do these 2 words summarize all the disasters? Is it really what it means literally, suffocation? Does this disaster mean that everyone will hold their breath for 48 hours? Wen Ning's eyes flashed with doubts. While feeding the 2 little guys, Wen Ning opened the chat channel, World Channel, damn! What's going on? World Channel, let me summarize today's system announcement. The game is over. Humans, enjoy the last moments of your lives. World Channel, I'm really unlucky. I haven't found my wife yet, and this third disaster is going to send me away, right? World Channel, brother upstairs, stay calm. Is it possible that the game is going to reunite you with your wife? World Channel, damn! The coordinates upstairs are exposed. If you can't talk, just shut up. You think you have good manners by farting randomly? Blocking the meaningless Chinese curses, Wen Ning quickly looked at the other messages that flashed by. There were quite a few people discussing the disaster at the same time in the World Channel, and the two people's curse war was instantly drowned in the sea of words. World Channel, from the literal analysis, I think that all the oxygen on this planet will disappear after the disaster begins. World Channel, so should we start saving air now? World Channel, how is it possible that the oxygen on the entire planet will disappear? World Channel, naive, billions of people on the blue planet were teleported without feeling anything, it's just air, a small matter. World Channel, this is really the end of the world. World Channel, according to the above, the world has ended more than once. If you don't know how to speak, don't speak, save a few points to pay off a few disasters, don't come out and embarrass yourself, okay? World Channel, even if I have to die, I have to spend the points, can't I? I can see that the only nonsensical speculations and meaningless abuses on the World Channel are meaningless. Wen Ning pressed his eyebrows and stepped out. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it for now. Even if you really only have 3 days left to live, you have to eat well. He took out a hot and salty meat dumpling from his backpack. Wen Ning ate while looking at yesterday's store transaction information. Under the sales information of 100 salty and fragrant meat dumplings, there are already more than 1,000 bids. Congratulations on obtaining molecular film *2. Congratulations on obtaining glass fiber *3. Congratulations on obtaining woolen cloth *5. Congratulations on obtaining primary planting field *10. Congratulations on obtaining intermediate planting field *2. Congratulations on obtaining cement *20. Congratulations on obtaining alloy plate *3. Wen Ning sold out the 100 salty and fragrant meat dumplings in 10 minutes. The above materials were obtained. Calculating the time, they would not be delayed from having a hearty breakfast. Of course, on the premise of being willing to spend. I won't say much about the previous one. The focus is on the latter too. Wen Ning opened the manufacturing interface. Personal refining furnace. As the name suggests, it is a more advanced furnace than a smelting furnace, and can perform secondary processing on the items produced by the smelting furnace. Personal refining furnace. Iron ingot 50/489, gold ingot 30/35, cement 10/30, alloy plate 3/3. It is detected that the personal refining furnace has sufficient materials. Do you want to manufacture it? Manufacturing requires survival points *100. Manufacture. Manufacturing successful. The personal refining furnace is powered by burning coal crystal blocks. Please explore the other functions by yourself. Use coal? Can it be changed to electricity? Wen Ning synthesized an electric energy core and put the personal refining furnace in it. Electric energy core *1, personal refining furnace *1 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. Synthesizing, please wait. Ding. Your synthesis times have reached 1200 times. The synthesis system is being upgraded, please wait. Upgrade. The synthesis system has been upgraded at this critical moment. Wen Ning was a little excited, but she calmed down and waited patiently. System is being upgraded, please wait. Upgrade direction is being randomized. Random success. This upgrade direction is to permanently increase the synthesis attribute by 1. Synthesis system upgraded successfully. Before Wen Ning could react, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Personal refining furnace was synthesized successfully. Is this the system upgraded first, and the furnace synthesized later? Doesn't that mean that the furnace is equivalent to a second synthesis? Wen Ning couldn't help laughing. She was looking forward to it before she even looked at the attributes. You know, things that have been synthesized by the synthesis system cannot be synthesized a second time. So it would be great if the personal refining furnace caught up with the update of the synthesis system this time, and got the benefits of the synthesis system upgrade after the time difference. I quickly checked the synthesis system. As expected, the 3 skill slots were full. One was synthesis critical hit, and the other was non-single synthesis. And the newly upgraded synthesis attribute +1 effect. Wen Ning didn't quite understand what this +1 effect meant. But she knew one thing. That is, the next time the synthesis system is updated. If there is a skill other than increasing the number of synthesis bars, one skill will be randomly eliminated. Turn off the synthesis system and pick up the Personal Refining Furnace. Personal Refining Furnace, Excellence Plus 1. The special process not only makes this equipment reach excellent quality, but also improves its efficiency. Tip: with the function of the synthesis system, the Personal Refining Furnace can use electricity and combustion heat at the same time, and the energy consumption is reduced by half. Tip: synthesis system effect: Personal Refining Furnace quality is improved to pseudo-perfect level, add 1 effect. Tip: synthesis system effect: Personal Refining Furnace work efficiency increased by 300%, add 1 effect. Tip: synthesis system effect: Personal Refining Furnace consumes 1/3 of the original raw materials when working, add 1 effect. Good guy, when Ning really wants to sign now. System furnace equipment, 1 is better than 6. Although I don't know what it can do specifically, just looking at this series of attributes makes people very excited. And when Ning also knows that the level above excellent quality is perfect, looking at a series of gains, when Ning looked at the two little ones around him. Little guys, today, there is work to do. Chapter 110. When Ning gave all his ores to Nialan for smelting, leaving only some iron ingots. When Ning placed the refining furnace next to the workbench. Then he went out with 10 primary planting fields and 2 intermediate planting fields. By the way, he also synthesized all the planting fields. 2 primary planting fields were synthesized into a 2x2 intermediate planting field, and the synthesis system attribute was increased by 1, and it was upgraded to a 3x3 advanced planting field. Intermediate planting fields were synthesized into 4x4 top-level planting fields. The primary greenhouse was not enough. Anyway, there was an electric grid, so when Ning simply arranged the planting fields in the yard. Z, you are responsible for driving the wild chickens back to the cage. Z, use your skills today, and the target is still your Ziju. The two little ones acted at the same time. The wild chickens returned to the chicken coop area very tactfully in front of Z's obviously strong body. Z activated her skill, a purple light flashed, and when Ning obtained another 120 bamboo leaves and 100 units of purple bamboo. When Ning was not idle either, and flipped through the manufacturing page to find bamboo pieces. 5 purple bamboos in a group, 30 bamboo pieces, 5 survival points are needed. When Ning looked at it, that is, it takes 1 point to process a purple bamboo. Z, can you process your bamboo? When Ning rolled his eyes, and looked at the elf. Z blinked her big eyes, process? Well, like this. When Ning picked up a machete, and split a 5-meter-long purple bamboo into bamboo pieces in no time. The middle bamboo joints were all processed. He looked like a mature craftsman. Z understood it at a glance, and said it was no problem. Then she flapped her wings, and turned around the 100 purple bamboos thrown by Wen Ning. In the blink of an eye, all the purple bamboos were processed. They were neatly stacked in place. Great! Wen Ning's eyes were bright, and he praised the elf generously. Because these purple bamboos grow with my power, I can't use other wood. Wen Ning expressed his understanding. It was already great to save more than 100 survival points. And it was much faster than her hand chopping. The elf could only do simple processing. She didn't know how to weave these bamboo pieces into a fence. When Ning flipped through the manufacturing interface. After the bamboo products were unlocked, a series of them lit up. The survival points for secondary processing were still not high. A 1-meter-wide bamboo fence only required 1 point. When Ning looked at his yard. When it was originally designed, the main area of the shelter was 30 by 40, 120 square meters. The distance between the courtyard wall and the wall of the shelter is 30 meters on all sides. So the area of the yard is 90 times 100. The yard area of 900 minus 120 equals 780 square meters. The greenhouse occupies 16 square meters. The chicken house occupies 14 square meters. The remaining usable area is 750 square meters. Now there are planting fields. 1 piece is 16 square meters, and 5 pieces are 9 square meters. When Ning plans to confine the wild chickens and greenhouses to the right side of the shelter. Because the greenhouse has a door, there is no worry that the wild chickens will run in and eat her plants. Now all we have to do is to fence off the right side of the shelter. After calculating the area, it is more appropriate to take out 90 square meters to raise the wild chickens. The 2 sides are occupied by the courtyard wall and the wall of the shelter, so the length of the fence to be made is only 60 meters. Spend 60 survival points. When Ning made 2 30-meter-long fences. Then he added 4 purple bamboos in the corners and fixed the fences on them with wire. After systematic processing, the purple bamboos were buried deeper and more firmly, and the connection of the fence was more practical and strong. Now we can drive the wild chickens in. Hu Zi. The work of driving the wild chickens was naturally undertaken by Hu Zi. Wen Ning only waited for Hu Zi to drive them in, and pick up the eggs in the chicken coop, and then move the chicken coop in. It was not difficult. He just put away the chicken coop first, then walked into the chicken coop and put it in a corner. It reminded Wen Ning of the program he had watched on TV before. Question: how many steps does it take to put an elephant in a refrigerator? Thinking of the absurd answer he heard at that time, Wen Ning felt that it might be possible to achieve it now with the help of the system. Shaking his head, Wen Ning looked at the wild chicken huddled in the corner, took out 2 cabbages, and tore them into pieces, and threw them in. Eat it, eat more eggs. Watching the wild chicken gradually start to move, Wen Ning turned and walked to the other side. Go around to the back of the shelter. The remaining 3 sides of the front right and back of the shelter can be used for farming. Make it a planting area. There are no tall trees around, and it will not block the sun or anything. This work is similar to Tetris, just place it one by one. Wen Ning has 6 planting fields, although planting in the yard is not as effective as a greenhouse. But Wen Ning has a synthesis system. After the attribute is increased by 1, the maturation time is further shortened. Now it is almost the same as in a greenhouse. Of course, a greenhouse can be icing on the cake. But there are no greenhouses for sale on the market now. Everyone is tired of eating mutant meat, and is trying every means to grow vegetables and grains. The reason why the planting field can be traded is probably because the player's greenhouse is not enough, and he is reluctant to put it in the yard. Besides, there is not enough energy to take care of it. The reason why Wen Ning dares to plant so many is of course Az's ability. She has a natural affinity for plants, and it is best for her to take care of these plants. Az, these fields will be left to you to plant in the future. Az turned around happily. She likes plants the most. Even if these are not bamboos, she can take good care of them. And Wen Ning also found that Az can use the functions of fertilizing and harvesting in the shelter. She has a small space on her body to store seeds. The fertilizer is of course in the warehouse, and the harvested plants will also be temporarily put into the warehouse. Wen Ning can choose to put it in his backpack, or put it in the cold storage. Don't worry, Az won't let you starve to death. Wen Ning smiled knowingly. The little elf and Hu Zi have very simple minds. They will treat the things they are given with 200% attitude. After briefly explaining some of the crops that are currently needed, Wen Ning handed over the planting field to Az. At the same time, Az told her that the first batch of fruits in the bamboo forest will be ripe in another day. Wen Ning nodded and said that he would take her to pick them then. Including today, it is exactly the day before the disaster comes. If they are collected, they can be exchanged for a lot of supplies. The remaining bamboo pieces were put back in the warehouse by Wen Ning. Then, he was busy making salty and fragrant meat dumplings and coconut milk. Today, Wen Ning planned not to go out, study recipes at home, try all the ingredients he has, and enrich his usual choices. Until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a message from Nielon. Chapter 111. Nielon 3516. Hello, we have prepared your mine. Private chat channel. Thank you, this is the reward. Wen Ning traded the agreed reward, and the other party teleported the mine over. Nielon 3516. By the way, I want to ask, do you have sand there? Sand? Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. She had an endless supply of coconut juice, and anyone could guess that she lived by the sea. It was normal to ask her if she had sand. But this thing shouldn't be valuable, right? It should be easy to find in the world channel. After all, there are so many people living by the sea. The other party didn't wait for Wen Ning's response and continued. Nielon 3516. We need a lot of sand to produce bulletproof glass at the base. Bulletproof glass? It's not just ordinary glass. Wen Ning now knew why he asked her, just to show off. They have bulletproof glass. If you don't do business that comes to your door, you're a fool. Wen Ning replied immediately. Private chat channel. How much do you want? Nielon 3516. Any amount is fine. So many? Wouldn't it take her days and nights to dig? Nielon 3516. We can provide storage containers, so digging is quick. Private chat channel. Are you planning to store air? In an instant, Wen Ning had thought a lot, and the method of storing air mentioned in the world channel flashed through her mind. She believed that if the official base could make bulletproof glass, it must be able to make ordinary glass. So if there was no war in the short term, why would they need so much bulletproof glass? They must be making a lot of ordinary glass. It was not difficult to guess the purpose of making glass. Nylon 3516. This is indeed ridiculous, but we will not let go of any hope. Nylon 3516. And this technology is not as simple as you think. You will know when the time comes. Wen Ning was silent. Indeed, there are many sayings about disasters now, but they always involve the word air. Storing air has also become the choice of many players now. It doesn't take much time to think about it. She can work even at night. In the end, it was the technology revealed by Nylon that made her curious, both bulletproof glass and air storage. Private chat channel. Give me the container, I will go out later. Nylon quickly traded for a few huge bucket-like things. Nylon 3516. This tool was opened by Major Su Luo of the official base. Nylon 3516. Just do your best. We have also contacted many people in the desert. If there were not too many people in the official base, we would not have resorted to this desperate measure. Private chat channel. Aren't you afraid of getting nothing in the end? Nylon 3516. This loss, even if it's just getting nothing, is easier to bear than the destruction of the entire base. Nylon 3516. We will give you a can of air at that time, enough for you to breathe for 48 hours. Wen Ning didn't reply, but just guessed in her heart. How big a container would be needed to hold the air that a person needs to breathe for 2 days? It seems that she has to prepare for the disaster as soon as possible. After collecting the container given by Nylon, Wen Ning walked to the personal refining furnace first. Throw in a tin ingot. The personal refining furnace is detected to be out of fuel. Please add it. Didn't you put in an electric energy core yesterday, and it didn't work? Wen Ning added another coal crystal block. The fuel has been added. Do you want to start smelting? Smelt. Confirm to start smelting. Smelting target. Tin ingot and air. Tin ingot and air? Before Wen Ning could react, the personal refining furnace released a huge amount of energy. The heat radiation emitted suddenly made Wen Ning take a few steps back. After 5 minutes, the personal refining furnace stopped and the temperature around it dropped to normal. This is too fast. Wen Ning hurried forward and clicked the completion button on the surface. Congratulations on obtaining hard tin alloy *1, alloy. Tin ingot and air form an alloy, ding. It is detected that the player has successfully used the personal refining furnace for the first time. The personal refining furnace smelting list is now open. Please check it. The manufacturing interface has been updated. Please note that you should choose the appropriate energy supply method, otherwise the smelting may fail. A large piece of information came, and Wen Ning calmed down and first checked the hard tin alloy in his hand. I guess tin ingots can't use electricity, so there was no reaction just now. Hard tin alloy, excellent and excellent metal material produced by a personal refining furnace, which can be used to make weapons, armor, vehicles, houses, etc. In short, there is nothing it can't make, except what you can't think of. High-tech. Wen Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. She seemed to have come into contact with the core technology. Wen Ning quickly opened the manufacturing interface and found the personal refining furnace interface. It was like opening a new world in an instant. None of the materials here were what she had seen before. None of them were what she could name. Glass plus pearls electric smelting equals waterproof refractive glass. Iron ingot plus coal crystal stone fire smelting equals steel. Clay plus stone fire smelting equals tile. Refined iron ingot plus quartz sand electric smelting equals light alloy. Refined iron ingot plus sand fire smelting equals deep sea steel ingot. Quartz plus sea mud fire smelting equals ceramic glaze slurry, deep sea steel ingot? Wen Ning became interested when he saw this. He left the shelter, grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and returned to the shelter. He threw a piece of fine iron ingot into the refining furnace and added the sand he had just taken. Please select the energy supply method. Fire. Confirm smelting. Smelting target. Fine iron ingot plus sand. 3 minutes later. Congratulations on obtaining deep sea steel ingot *1. Deep sea steel ingot. Excellent. A steel ingot with drainage function produced by a personal refining furnace, which can be used to make deep sea waterproof walls. Deep sea waterproof wall. Does it mean that I can build a shelter in the deep sea? Or can I attach this material to the outside of my shelter and then move it into the deep sea? Wen Ning personally prefers the first one. Then she can have more than one shelter. But how to put it into practice? Wen Ning's idea is to build a small shelter on land first, and then use the shelter-safe house core to collect it. Find a sea area to put it in. But how to solve the problem of breathing under the sea, and light? Without sunlight, plants cannot survive. Wen Ning immediately thought of his fish skin mask and fish skin armor. But this is not the best solution. After all, no one wants to wear these two things to live under the sea. Not to mention that its effect is not permanent. There must be other Wennings that have not been made yet. But this provides Wenning with a good idea. If she moves the shelter to the bottom of the sea, who can attack her at this time? But before that, she still needs to solve many problems. More and more information is piling up in Wenning's mind. At this time, you must not get stuck in a dead end. When the water reaches the bridgehead, it will naturally straighten itself. Do what you can do first. For example, put 120 rice dumplings and a dozen cups of coconut juice in the store first, and collect these materials that you have never heard of. World Channel. Ah! Let's change the name of the Treasure Pavilion to Wasteland Food Store. World Channel. My wallet was just emptied yesterday, but the rice dumplings are really delicious. World Channel. Especially the bonus from mining. It's worth investing. World Channel. Oh my god. Coconut milk. 18 cups of coconut milk at a time. Whose saliva is flowing out? It's me. Chapter 112. The Treasure Pavilion you follow has new products. On the World Channel, the Treasure Pavilion is already a relatively well-known store. This is even though Wenning is not very active. The splash caused by the 100 zonzi yesterday was not as obvious as the coconut milk. However, after trying it, the players who bought Wenning's zonzi found that its properties were actually no less than coconut milk. So the number of people bidding on it rose rapidly today. Nialan notified Li Wei the moment she saw Wenning put the zonzi on the shelf. Buy. Bid. Li Wei waved his hand and asked Nialan to bid according to what Wenning proposed. It would be best if she could eat all of Wenning's zonzi. Chief, is this zonzi really amazing? Li Wei was smiling as he read the evaluation report submitted by Su Luo. Seeing Nialan's curiosity, he handed it to her. The properties of this zonzi can only work with the right tools. Nialan looked confused. What do you mean? Li Wei explained with a smile. On the surface, this meat dumpling only increases the mining speed, and the duration is 1 hour. But the real valuable thing is this critical hit effect. But there is a hard condition limit for critical hits, that is, when mining, you must dig it out at once, only then, there is a chance of triggering a critical hit. So, the level of the tool is very important. Do you know how many of the ores that the owner of the Treasure Pavilion gave us today are not available in our base? Of course she must have more advanced tools than us, and even the tools have mining critical hits, but she doesn't sell them, so we can only rely on our own tools. Even so, this 5% critical hit rate has brought us a lot of gains. We only bought 10 rice dumplings yesterday, but the mining team's gains were 1/3 more than usual. After Li Wei's explanation, Nialan understood that this meat rice dumpling is more useful for advanced tools. This is also the reason why there is not much competition, but those who can afford the price are all capable. The price filters out a large number of players. What Li Wei can think of, Wenning can also think of. He supported his chin and thought about it, thinking that this is a great opportunity to make the Treasure Pavilion famous. As for the vest, the more famous it is, the better. 1 fine iron pickaxe and 2 survival points, Wenning directly made 30. All of them are on the shelf. Well, it looks like a miner set. World Channel, wow. This pickaxe is too good. 20% critical hit. World Channel, excellent iron pickaxe, I feel it is shining. Chief. Look. Nialan returned to Li Wei's office without stopping. She was almost at the warehouse. She heard the sound of new things coming up again, and was shocked. Li Wei only took a glance and ordered in a deep voice. Be sure to take it, Nialan. You can mobilize 1/3 of the supplies in the warehouse. Go. Yes. Nialan hurried out of the office, and met Su Luo, who had just returned from a mission. Su Luo only saw her hurried back, with her ponytail swinging. Su Luo, you are back. Chief. Su Luo turned around and saluted, looking at Li Wei with a firm look. However, Li Wei still saw a trace of decadence in him. The mission failed again. The progress bar has only entered 1%. Su Luo's tone was inevitably a little disappointed. Last time, they found a scorpion nest at the bottom of the mine. After escaping back to the base, Su Luo has been brooding over it. Later, he found another opportunity to go down, but unexpectedly triggered a hidden mission. Required to kill 10,000 scorpions within a month. After converting this mission into a base mission, the mission requirement became to kill 100,000 scorpions within a month. But the strength of the scorpions has greatly increased, and the pressure on Su Luo's team has suddenly increased. Li Wei nodded, not disappointed, but comforted Su Luo. This hidden mission came suddenly, but according to our intelligence, you are not the only one in the world who received this mission. The Fierce Wind Country also received this mission. We guess that this is something created by the system. The reward after completing this mission may directly affect the entire world situation. But don't feel pressured. As far as I know, our base is currently at the forefront of the mission progress, 8%. White Bear Country 7%, Fierce Wind Country 7%, Rhea 6%, and some aristocratic families and some bases, I won't mention them. Su Luo bit his back teeth, his jawline became more obvious, and nodded to Li Weigua. He was more concerned about completing the mission as soon as possible. Li Weigua knew that he was anxious to prove himself, and he enlightened him a few more words before letting him go. Wen Ning received a flood of private messages as soon as the things were posted. Wen Ning ignored them for the time being. Those who sent her private messages now were either online beggars or arrogant people who thought they were throwing olive branches. If Nialan hadn't said that she was the official base of Yin Country in the first sentence, Wen Ning would have ignored her. The most taboo in buying and selling is impulse, which makes everyone's prices fly for a while. I looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wen Ning took the several large containers given by Nialan and went out, ready to dig sea sand and cut down the coconut trees. The two little guys followed Wen Ning immediately after seeing him go out. Wen Ning looked at the coconut tree and Hu Zi, and estimated Hu Zi's ability. He raised his chin and said to Hu Zi, "Hu Zi, go and break the coconut tree, and then pick up a bunch of coconuts." Wen Ning was right next to him, took out an iron pickaxe, and started to add sand to the container. Hu Zi listened to Wen Ning's words, walked under the coconut tree, turned around, and finally growled. He suddenly raised his front paws and pounced on the coconut tree. The coconut tree responded with a short sound, and the coconuts on the book fell down. Your pet successfully cut down a coconut tree. As he looked at Hu Zi's movements and flapped her wings to fly over. She circled around the ball of light on the ground. Your pet Azzy picked up the spoils. You got 2 wood and 4 coconuts, which have been stored in the warehouse. Wen Ning paused while digging the sand and looked in the direction of Azzy and Hu Zi in surprise. She was not surprised that Azzy could help her pick up things. But this unpromising Hu Zi had such a dark face. Chopping down a tree means 1 less coconut. Looking at the sand in front of him, Wen Ning calculated the time it would take to chop down a tree. Forget it, Barrett. Anyway, there are still hundreds of coconuts that have not been made in the warehouse. It is worth mentioning that the food processor has been making coconut milk for several days, and has now been upgraded to coconut milk level 4. It can make 12 cups of coconut milk in an hour. And there are 58 cups of coconut milk in Wen Ning's warehouse. 18 cups were put on the shelf, and 40 cups were kept for himself. Before leaving, the food processor was also filled with ingredients. The only drawback is that it cannot automatically store after making, and Wen Ning must manually take it down before the production list will be empty. Otherwise, Wen Ning can make more than 2,000 cups of coconut milk in 24 hours a day, and the coconuts on this beach are not enough for her to fill her teeth. Chapter 113. Congratulations on getting 1 ton of sea sand. Congratulations on getting 10 sea months. Wen Ning dug a container diligently, exactly 1 ton. He also got 10 portions of sea muds. Sea mud? The one used to make pottery glaze? I try it later. Just 20 minutes had passed. The 2 little ones were working together to deal with the coconut trees in the distance. Wen Ning added energy and kept digging. With the help of the fine iron shovel, Wen Ning filled 3 containers in an hour. In the end, he got 37 portions of sea muds. Hu Zi ran back with the elf, came to Wen Ning's side, and didn't mind the mud and sand on Wen Ning's body. After laughing for a while, Wen Ning returned to the shelter. It took exactly 1 hour. Wen Ning took 12 portions of coconut juice from the kitchen and put them in the store. Then he took a bath and changed his clothes. As usual, Hu Zi had 4 pots of meat and the elf had 1 fruit. The elves don't really need to eat, but the main point of Wen Ning's shelter is a sense of ritual. You can't favor one over the other, and the elves also like Wen Ning's fruits. Take out some dishes that Wen Ning developed today from the backpack, the kind without attributes. They are stir-fried Chinese cabbage, stir-fried bacon with garlic sprouts, and a tomato scrambled egg. Add a portion of coconut rice, a simple meal. Tomorrow we will go to meet the snake monsters in the mine. Wen Ning announced the arrangements for tomorrow. Ah! Beat them to the ground. Can I not go? The elf looked up from the fruit that was bigger than her head with a red mouth. Wen Ning gently touched the 2 leaves on her head. Of course, you can just wait for us to come back at home. If you are bored, you can go back to the bamboo forest. The elf loves peace and has never experienced a terrible battle since she was born. Wen Ning did not force her, just stay at home and be safe. The elf grinned and continued to fight with the fruit. Looking at the two little guys, his appetite was aroused. While eating, he opened the shop interface. World Channel. Why hasn't the Treasure Pavilion store started trading yet? I have been bidding for a long time. World Channel. Here it comes. It's moving. The Treasure Pavilion is moving. The players waiting in the world finally saw that the goods in the Treasure Pavilion began to decrease one by one. Soon, the World Channel was full of item sharing. The trading partner selected by Wen Ning couldn't wait to share the goods they got. World Channel. Ha ha ha. 5 cups of coconut milk. World Channel. 5 zonzi plus a fine iron pickaxe. I declare that I will conquer the mine near my home tomorrow. World Channel. Please reply to the private message when you see the Treasure Pavilion. We are sincere in cooperation with Ria. World Channel. Please reply to the private message when you see the Treasure Pavilion. We are from the Fierce Wind Country. We are very rich. World Channel. Fuck. The players who have a good life are jumping around again. World Channel. The last disaster has not been completely wiped out. The name of the Treasure Pavilion sounds like our Yin Country. World Channel. Shopkeeper, don't pay attention to them. Our Yin Country has reliable consumption power. They don't even offer a price. They must want to get something for nothing. World Channel. Yes, yes, yes. Agree. Shameless for freeloading. Wen Ning was happily collecting supplies, but her name was frequently displayed on the World Channel. After flipping over and looking for a while, I saw that it turned out that several major countries and bases were calling her on the public screen. Wen Ning thought about it and clicked on the private message channel. As expected, there were 999 plus messages the moment he opened it. Wen Ning chose to block keywords, and 90% of them were filtered out at once. The remaining ones were also similar. Wen Ning clicked on the nearest one. Jack 8898, I am the spokesperson of the official base of the Lifeone Kingdom. We have a special blue torch that can be traded privately. We only need 1,000 of your dumplings. Panasonic Book 2022. Hello, owner, I am the person in charge of the Ria base. We can establish a good cooperative relationship and achieve mutual prosperity. Lucier 1267. Hello, I am the person in charge of the Lu base. I have some drawings in my hand. I wonder if you are interested. Wen Ning read all the way. Most of them were not sincere, just talking. Just wait for her to reply, and then take the initiative. The Fierce Wind Country was sincere. If Wen Ning hadn't had the blue torch in her hand, she would have paid attention. Moreover, as a Yin countryman, Wen Ning had some complexes in her heart. The World Channel said that Yin countrymen had great spending power. But we could trick them a bit. Let's see what good things they have. Private chat channel. Hello, what blue torch? After returning to the Fierce Wind Country, Wen Ning ignored Leah, who always talked about the slogan of common prosperity. Then he replied to Lucier, who said he had the blueprint. Private chat channel. Hello, what blueprint do you have? After sending it, Wen Ning continued to collect supplies. Congratulations on getting quartz *10 quartz. When Wen Ning saw it, his eyes lit up. This thing was probably produced in the mine, but now the entire mine was surrounded by dungeons. She couldn't get through it for a while. There was no way to get the ore out. So the main thing Wen Ning bought tonight was the ore. Throwing the sea mud and quartz into the personal refining furnace, Wen Ning prepared to smelt. 1 part of quartz corresponds to 5 parts of sea mud. Please continue to add materials. Oh, the ratio is wrong. After adding, Wen Ning selected the corresponding energy supply method. Confirm smelting, smelting object, sea mud plus quartz. About 6 minutes. Wen Ning saw the completion icon light up. Congratulations on obtaining ceramic glaze slurry *1. Ceramic glaze slurry, excellent building material, can be used to make shelter ceilings and walls, can emit light. Light, luminous paint. Wen Ning instantly thought of the deep sea shelter she planned. Isn't the problem of light energy solved? Wow, it's really high-tech. The explanation is so simple and crude, but the function is amazing. Wen Ning added quartz to the purchase list. The sea mud is easy to solve. There is as much as you want outside. I just don't know how much area this ceramic glaze slurry can be used for. Wen Ning picked up the plastic bucket, which was marked with 2 kilograms. Wen Ning put the materials away, and just at this time the private chat channel message came back. Oh, not the private chat channel, but the World Channel has a lot of people clicking her name. The system reminded her. Wen Ning curiously clicked into the World Channel, but saw that many people were scolding her. The words were ugly, even traders and traders came out. Wen Ning was confused, and followed the players' comments to scroll up, only to find that she had just replied to the message from the Fierce Wind Country. The other party actually said directly on the World Channel that the two sides have reached a friendly cooperation? What the hell? Wen Ning's temper flared up. He originally wanted to test the waters, but he didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. After thinking for a while, Wen Ning began to edit the information. In the name of the store, the Treasure Pavilion is open for business. A public auction will be held at 10 o'clock tonight. Everyone is welcome to participate. Chapter 114. World Channel. Can you explain why you reached a cooperation agreement with the Fierce Wind Country? Treasure Pavilion. First, I did not reach a cooperation agreement. Second, what money can I not make by opening a business? Third, who are you? Why do you care so much? Why should I explain to you? After saying this, Wen Ning blocked him and sent him to the Team Black room. World Channel. So what if the Treasure Pavilion reached a cooperation agreement? There is no rule of law in this world, so how can we expect morality? World Channel. That's right, some people can guarantee that all the people they trade with are Chinese? World Channel. Yin people are narrow-minded, not as good as us North Dakar. Treasure Pavilion. The above person blocked me, don't come to the auction. World Channel. Beautiful. I think the owner of the Treasure Pavilion is fine. Businessmen should do business, so don't be too narrow-minded. World Channel. Do you regret it in North Dakar? World Channel. Wen Ning looked expressionless and watched the chatter on the World Channel. The Fierce Wind Nation's approach was a typical divisive tactic, but the other party was so bold, as if they were very confident in their blue torches. Sure enough, after Wen Ning released the auction news, the Fierce Wind Nation immediately responded to the news. Jack 8898, shopkeeper, there is no need to hold an auction. We can take all your goods, and the price is definitely unimaginable for these casual people. Then, he confidently set a blue torch over. The condescending tone seemed to be waiting for Wen Ning to regret immediately. Wen Ning sneered and took out 2 blue torches. I did a light synthesis. Then I displayed it in the private chat channel. Private chat channel, your torch seems not very good. The scene turned to the other side, where a huge shelter was located at the foot of the mountain. The architectural style was obviously not from Yin country. American-style bungalows and townhouses were grouped together, with some unknown flowers planted in the yard, and even special gardeners maintaining them. However, these gardeners were all pale and thin, and looked very old. Torches were lit in the house, and Jack drank a glass of beer carefully. Usually he was reluctant to give it up, but today was different. Soon there would be new Yin country merchants bowing down to his powerful strength. All he wanted was a torch worth 1 survival point. His intelligence organization was larger than other bases, and only 7 people in this game had the secret of the blue torch. Mr. Jack, this Yin country merchant seems to be very powerful. Are you sure he can be used by us? Jack raised his head, and drank the wheat beer in the glass, shaking his head. In my eyes, the Yin people are all clowns, and I am the one who controls the clowns. Hee, look, the message is back? Jack squinted his eyes, and opened the reply message from the other party. A meaningful smile condensed on his face, and the next second, his eyes widened. The wine glass in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Fuck. I don't believe it. How could this Yin person have a torch with this property? Alex came up and supported the irritable Jack. Mr. Jack, what happened? The other party also has a blue torch? How is this possible? Jack repeatedly looked at the blue torch sent by Wen Ning. Blue torch. Excellent, a torch made with special craftsmanship. The burning time can reach 12 hours. The irradiation area is 20 meters, and within the irradiation range of this torch, 1 energy point can be restored every 10 minutes. Fuck. Jack didn't expect that he was so unlucky that he happened to run into another person with a torch. But the other party's torch made him crazy. Suppressing the irritability in his heart, Jack changed his tone and replied to Wen Ning. Jack 8898, oh dear, maybe we can discuss the production process of this torch. What do you want? Private chat channel, want to know. Tonight's auction will see your sincerity. Wen Ning didn't want to talk to this person, so he asked him to speak with strength at the auction. After closing the chat channel, Wen Ning finished dinner in a few bites and plunged into the kitchen. The most she could take out now was various foods. There were 5 or 6 kinds of attributes. The properties look okay, but the quantity is too small. It's definitely not enough to hold the place. Wen Ning looked at the 486 survival points he had left. He spent 186 to make 186 ordinary torches. Then he synthesized them all at once. Synthesis successful. Get 2 excellent level torches. Ding! Trigger synthesis critical hit. Get 1 dispersal torch. Ordinary torch. Excellent burning time 12 hours. Irradiation range 20 meters. Players within the irradiation range can get 1 point of energy recovery every 10 minutes. and can also get a maximum of 10 warm-up effect when used indoors. Dispersal Torch, excellent, used 10 times, can disperse 100 mutant beasts to 100 meters away for 10 minutes. Ordinary torches have similar functions to blue torches, but blue torches are specially designed for the wild at night. This dispelling torch is very practical, and the most powerful point is that it does not limit the level of mutant beasts. Wen Ning felt that it was necessary to keep 2 and try them in the dungeon. Taking it out at the critical moment can give you a lot of rest time. It can be used even if you don't use it in the dungeon. Think about it, if you encounter a mutant beast in the wild and can't beat it, taking out this torch, isn't it an invincible shield? But the number can only be 100. If you encounter a beast tied of thousands or hundreds, it will be useless. Finally, after Wen Ning synthesized all 186 ordinary torches, he obtained 65 ordinary torches of excellent level and 28 dispelling torches. Just these torches can make players crazy, right? But it's not enough. Wen Ning thought about it. He still has some herbs, but because there has been no good way to make them, they can't play the maximum effect. Wen Ning always felt that his method of use was wrong. For example, even if you boil the hemostatic herb and take it, you have to drink a big bowl of it every time, and then drink another big bowl of the anti-inflammatory herb, and then drink the analgesic and heat-dissipating herb. After drinking all the medicine at once, you will feel full and look like a medicine jar. So Wen Ning usually tries to avoid getting hurt. Or just sell the herbs? It looks a bit cheap. Or try the food processor? Wen Ning caught the idea as soon as it flashed through his mind. He turned around and went to the kitchen. Throw the hemostatic herb in and choose electric energy. Please wait while making. Making successful. Congratulations on getting the hemostatic potion *10, hiss. Chapter 115. Wen Ning's eyes widened. What he was amazed about was not that he had actually made a hemostatic potion, but that one hemostatic herb could actually make 10 hemostatic potions. What a waste of resources. Her heart ached when she remembered that the hemostatic herb she had sold to Chung Ningkuan could be made into 10. She almost shed tears of regret. Ahem, I've acted too much. Although Wen Ning felt a little sorry, she was far from being so angry. After checking her backpack, there were still 38 hemostatic herbs. This meant that 380 hemostatic potions could be made. It's a fortune, haha. This didn't even include other herbs. However, Wen Ning still looked at the effect of the hemostatic potion first. Primary hemostatic potion. It has a hemostatic effect on simple wounds, and it takes 5 minutes to take effect. Wen Ning tried to synthesize 2. Intermediate hemostatic potion. It has a hemostatic effect on wounds that are deep enough to see the bone, and it takes 3 minutes to take effect and heals the wound quickly. This effect is too good. Wen Ning knew that the wound healing property was caused by the synthesis system +1 property. The properties of this potion are basically the best. If it can be synthesized again, it may be the level of bone regeneration. Wen Ning took a look and found that it only took 1 minute to make a portion of hemostatic grass. Wen Ning threw 10 portions in. He took out 2/3 of the finished ones for synthesis. Congratulations on obtaining an intermediate hemostatic potion *1. Ding! Trigger synthesis critical hit. Obtain advanced healing potion *1. Advanced healing potion, the best among healing potions, can be used to regenerate broken limbs. Tip: the course of treatment required varies depending on the injury. Good guy. Sure enough, the end of the upgrade is metaphysics. Wen Ning took out this small potion, and it could even grow a broken limb. How could this be possible? Wen Ning looked at the food processor with burning eyes. This was the correct way to open the potion. In the shelter, Wen Ning was busy running around, while Hu Zi and the elf were lying next to the fire. Time passed, and soon it was 10 o'clock. World Channel, hurry up! Watch from the front row, the Treasure Pavilion auction has begun. World Channel, where can I watch it? World Channel, click on the Treasure Pavilion store, and there is a watch next to the name. After entering, you can get the qualification to bid by spending 5 points. Note that you cannot participate in the auction anonymously. World Channel, the audience seats are free. You can also participate in the auction midway. World Channel, thank you, good man. I came in, there are so many people. Wen Ning poured himself a glass of milk, poured a basin for Hu Zi, and the elf also prepared a small cup for her. Cheers, I made money. Roar. Yeah. The two little guys couldn't see Wen Ning's panel, but they were happy when Wen Ning was happy. Wen Ning had already gone to the host's desk. The seats were numbered on a first-come first-served basis, and bidders could get their own numbers by paying 5 survival points. Then the real name would be noted in front. It wasn't until the auction started that Wen Ning realized that she could get 10% of the survival points received by the auction. For example, now there are already 1,250 bidders in the auction, and she will get 125 points after it ends. This is only temporary, and more people are pouring into Wen Ning's store. Popularity is also rising. As a shop owner, Wen Ning does not need a real name, and can still use the identity of the owner of the Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Pavilion. The auction time has come. Players who are interested in participating can take a seat, and the first round of auctions tonight will start in 10 minutes. Auction. There are really a lot of people. Auction. It's late at night, and there's nothing to do. Why not join in the fun, and feel the gap between the rich and the poor in the Wasteland world? Auction. What's the point of blacklisting? I'm here on behalf of North Dhaka. You have been blacklisted by the store, and are not eligible to participate in this auction. Auction. Haha, is the person above funny? Wen Ning just found the conditions for entry. After setting the conditions, all the people related to North Dhaka in the auction seat were kicked out. The points spent were not returned by the system. He could only rage on the world channel. Wen Ning did not keep it a secret, and the number of bidders on the scene had reached 2,000. As soon as the 10 minutes were up, she threw out the first item. Treasure Pavilion. The first round of auctions will begin soon. Wen Ning's channel is different from the audience's, so there is no need to worry about being spammed. After Wen Ning puts the goods on the table, the goods will be pinned to the top of everyone's panel. Until the countdown ends. Treasure Pavilion. The first round of auctions is a food package. Treasure Pavilion. The first item is coconut juice *20, and the auction begins. Auction. Coconut juice packaged. Although coconut juice is already a familiar face in the Treasure Pavilion, Wen Ning surprised many players by using 20 portions as an appetizer. The coconut juice that is usually sold one by one was packaged in 20 portions at the beginning. It can be seen that the value of the following items cannot be lower than coconut juice. There were players who came for coconut juice at the scene, and they started bidding immediately. The effect that Wen Ning wanted was achieved, which was to mobilize the enthusiasm of the players. He looked at Jack in the bidding seat, seat number 1. Now, it depends on your sincerity. Jack number 1, quartz *200. Nyelon number 2, coal crystal block *20. Lucier number 3, quartz *400. In an instant, 20 coconut juice was called up to a high price of 400 units of quartz. There is no unified currency in the Wasteland world, so the value of items can only be judged by the system. And the unreasonable thing about the auction is that if Wen Ning likes the second place item, he can only choose the first place item to make the deal. Auction. 400 units of quartz. Who is this Lu Shi? Auction. The Lu family base is very low-key, but very powerful. I've seen Lu Shi in the financial newspaper before. He is the president of a group with great skills. Auction. Wow, if it weren't for the auction, I probably wouldn't have heard of these big guys in my life. In the first round, the top 3 big guys made bids, and the rest of the people simply gave up the idea of competing. Wen Ning watched the guy named Lu Shi buy 20 coconut milks. In the brief confrontation, no one revealed too much of their family background. Wen Ning smiled and looked at the 400 units of quartz that arrived in her backpack like a money grubber. This thing, she just needed. Treasure Pavilion. The second round of bidding will start soon. Treasure Pavilion. The items for this round are still food gift packs. To avoid trouble, they are all sold in a package. Treasure Pavilion. This includes 20 savory meat dumplings, 20 vegetable sushi, 20 fruit coconut milk, 20 mashed potatoes, 20 critical meatballs. As soon as the message was sent, 5 icons instantly popped up on the panel of the people in the channel. They correspond to 5 kinds of food respectively. Auction. WTF WTF WTF. Chapter 116. Auction. Shopkeeper, you are really a chef. Auction. This is really the shop with the most food varieties I have ever seen. Auction. I think these foods can support an entire auction. Auction. How did they do that? Auction. These foods are all made with a home cooking machine, but the shopkeeper's drop rate is really too high. I made more than a dozen dishes, and only got a food with attributes. I can't show it off at all. Auction. I'm drooling, not because of the attributes, I just want to try it out. Jack was a little surprised before clicking on these foods. Vegetable sushi. After consumption, it can increase the upper limit of energy value to 120, and the effective time is 2 hours. Fruit coconut milk. After drinking, you can gain the ability to breathe underwater for a short time, and the effective time is 2 hours. Mashed potatoes. After consumption, the weapon attack power is increased by 30%, and the effective time is 2 hours. Critical meatballs. Increases critical hit rate by 20% after use, effective for 2 hours. Fuck. Why do these yin people have so many good things? Alex was salivating at the side, food with heaven-defying properties. Who wouldn't want to have it? After a short silence, the auction column was filled with bidding information. It was so fast that Wen Ning couldn't see what these people were bidding. Suddenly, a bidding information directly topped the list. Auction. Jack number 1. Electric Energy Core * 100. Auction. His. 100 energy cores, that's 500 fragments. I only have 3 fragments, I can't even get a core. Auction. Oh my god, are these foods really worth so many energy cores? No matter how the audience reacted, the various bases quickly discussed. Are you still going to follow the price or not? Yin Country official base. After a brief discussion, Nia Lon made a decisive offer. Nia Lon number 2. Electric Energy Core * 100 plus Woolen Cloth * 50. Damn it. Yin Country base. Jack's face was as gloomy as water, and he gritted his teeth. He added another 50 units of fiberglass. Nia Lon immediately followed. Nia Lon number 2. Electric Energy Core * 100 plus Woolen Cloth * 50 plus Fiberglass * 100. Are you trying to suppress Jack? Wen Ning looked at the official base's type price. These prices are not exaggerated at all. At the beginning, 100 blue torches in the official base cost 100 energy cores. Generally, large bases will organize people to clean up the mutant beasts around them during disasters. The explosion rate of mutant beasts is not low, so Wen Ning doesn't believe that there are not thousands of fragments. In addition to looting and purchasing. After all, many people don't have workbenches. In the case of unequal productivity, it's better to trade these fragments directly. Wen Ning has never purchased these fragments on a large scale. After the next disaster, you can consider stockpiling some goods, or if you don't need them, you can auction them this time. Thinking of his mutant core, Wen Ning thinks that this is also a way for a middleman to make a profit. This round, Lu Shi didn't make a move, and Wen Ning was a little curious. This Mr. Lu who suddenly appeared, wouldn't be angry because she didn't reply to the message? The scene changed, in a cave shelter. The torch flickered, and 2 bodyguard-like people stood upright at the door, one with a ferocious wolf squatting beside him, and the other with a leopard squatting beside him. In the cave behind, a blanket made of animal skins was laid on the stone bed near the wall. The back of a man, sitting in a wheelchair wrapped in animal skins, with a middle-aged man standing beside him. The middle-aged man lowered his head and discussed something with the young man in the wheelchair. The camera zoomed in, and the young man in the wheelchair had a thin face, and the dark blue under his eyes could not hide his handsomeness. His face was faintly pale, and because of his thinness, his jawline was more prominent. A thick blanket covered his waist below. If you look closely, you will find that one of his legs is missing from the knee. The trouser legs are empty. Base leader, don't we bid? The man with his sleeves rolled up lowered his eyes, and said in a calm voice, the 2 major bases have come to an end, and the bids are so high that they are determined to get this thing, so we won't join in the fun. The man behind him was Lu Shi's original housekeeper. After the Wasteland, the 2 were fortunate to be assigned to the same district. Lu Shi started his activities very early. He used his business intelligence to collect a large amount of supplies before the second disaster came, and even formed a large team. The 2 met before the second disaster. Lu Shi's leg was bitten off when he was fighting against the mutant beast. Li Jingyi saved him from the mutant beast. He raised him and built this base. It took Lu Shi a long time to recover. Losing his leg didn't seem to be a big blow to him. At least on the surface, he was calm and still managed his strategy while sitting in a wheelchair. The base expanded rapidly within a week, and some of Lu's employees, who were still alive, were gathered through the previous code words. The servants of the old house, and the members of the gray area who were trained before. It is said that Lu Shi is a very capable person. Even in the Wasteland, there are still people willing to follow him. But after becoming disabled, Lu Shi became much quieter. Most of the time, he does not speak. Li Jingyi looked at Lu Shi's back with some distress. The pride of heaven suddenly became like this, and in this wasteland where people eat people. If it were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed long ago. But Lu Shi just lay in bed silently for a day, and the next day he insisted on sitting in a wheelchair to start the work of inspecting the base, and began to arrange it in an orderly manner. Base Commander, we are speeding up the development of artificial limbs. No function, at least there is a shape. Li Jingyi's tone was dull, but Lu Shi's eyes did not change. He did not say good or bad. He tilted his head to look at Li Jingyi and mentioned something else. List. Li Jingyi hurried forward and handed the list in his hand to Lu Shi. While explaining, so far, the familiar faces found at the auction include the Li family, the Zhao family, and the James group. In the large base, there are few familiar people, and they are not the ones in power. I have asked our people to join these forces. Li Jingyi pointed to the familiar names on the list. Thanks to the real name system of this auction, they found many familiar faces. Well, it has been almost a month in the Wasteland world. The aristocratic families and the top chaebol should have recovered. Lu Shi calmly analyzed the current situation and secretly remembered his enemies. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to ask Li Jingyi. Yin Yin, haven't you found her yet? Li Jingyi was stunned for a moment, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. No. Maybe. The young lady is introverted and not good at dealing with people. In addition, the living environment in the Wasteland is harsh, so even Lu Shi has become like this. Li Jingyi didn't dare to think about it, let alone mention these words. Lu Shi knew what he was thinking. The emotions in his eyes accumulated, and he tried very hard to suppress them. His indifferent voice did not reveal any emotion. Let's continue watching the auction. Chapter 117. Jack number 1. 200 electric energy cores plus 100 woolen cloth plus 100 fiberglass. After several rounds of bidding, Jack directly added 100 units of electric energy cores. It seems that he was really attracted by Wen Ning's food. The lively barrage on the auction channel paused, and then surged wildly in the next second. Auction. Wow, so rich. 200 electric energy cores, just to buy these foods? The players looked at the sky-high prices at the bidding table, and lamented the gap between the rich and the poor. That's 1,000 fragments, not 1,000 big carrots. Wen Ning outside the screen was already laughing at this moment. This is the benefit of selling in packages. These foods have been sold for more than double the price she expected. No one continued to bid on the scene, and the first round of food auctions ended quickly. Wen Ning looked at the extra electric energy cores and a bunch of materials in her backpack. She laughed out loud. Excited heart and trembling hands, Wen Ning couldn't wait to enter the second round of auction. Thinking of the things he sold in the second round, Wen Ning could imagine Jack's face after seeing it. Love and hate. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the channel waited with bated breath. Wen Ning did not disappoint everyone. Treasure Pavilion. The second round of auction will start soon. The theme of this round, Tool Gift Package. Treasure Pavilion. Ordinary torches. Excellent. *20. A total of 3 groups. Treasure Pavilion. The first group will be auctioned now. Auction. Ordinary torches? This can also be auctioned? When the torches came out, many viewers were stunned. But they still clicked on the attributes out of curiosity. Auction. Oh my god. Are torches so expensive now? Auction. This attribute. Even if I lose all my stamina, I can recover dozens of points by sleeping for a day. The audience clicked on the attribute to check and then realized it. This attribute, not to mention the ignition time and range, the attribute of restoring stamina is amazing. Treasure Pavilion. The functions of this torch are introduced in the details. It will become a permanent member of the Treasure Pavilion in the future. Today's auction benefit is that the buyer who bids for this torch can enjoy a 10% discount on torches in the store in the future. Wen Ning took another strong medicine, just in case these people would not be tempted. All promotional methods were used. Although it was just the consumption of torches, it was not a loss at all. By liming number 13, Intermediate Planting Field 10. Zhang Giant Pain number 67, 10 or *100. Highland number 78, Gold Mine *80. The bidding area immediately started bidding one after another. At the official base of the Gale country, Jack looked at the torch and his face turned red. Why do his ordinary torches have such good properties? The glass cup beside him was pinched in his hand. Alex stopped him in time. Sir, this is our last glass cup. He looked helplessly at the person cleaning the side. This Yin countryman is really capable. Jack had broken more than a dozen glasses in 20 minutes. Even if you have a mine at home, you can't do this. Jack was furious and saw that the first item was about to end. Alex reminded, Sir, do we want to bid? No. What's good? Show the blue torch if you have the ability. Knowing that the blue torch could not be sold, Jack's words had a sense of throwing the kin away. The self-confidence that he had always been proud of was shattered into slag today. First, the other party disdained his blue torch, and then took out a blue torch that was several times better than his own. Now even an ordinary torch is several streets ahead of him. What kind of luck is this? The explosion rate of her production is so high. Is it a special prop? Alex looked at the bids on the auction seat, and was very excited. That was a torch that could restore energy. They also had food that could restore energy in the fierce wind country, but it was rare. The properties were also very low. It was not as good as the coconut juice in the treasure pavilion, let alone this torch. Another point, the food can only be eaten by one person, but this torch can be used by more than one person. 10 minutes will soon pass. When Ning looked at the bidding barrage, silent smoke was spreading, deafening in the silence. Several large bases didn't move much, and I don't know what they were waiting for. However, some individual bases were very competitive. Base leader, do we want to participate? Lu Shur took a look and found that the torch attributes were very superior, but these official bases didn't move. He knew what they were thinking. He turned to Li Jingyi and said, no hurry. Li Jingyi always believed in Lu Shur's decision. He didn't refute it after hearing it, and stood aside quietly. Chief, don't we bid? Li Weiguo sat calmly, and felt a little painful when he thought of the 80 portions of food he lost in the last round. But they had contacted the treasure pavilion privately, so they must be able to buy it. Don't blindly follow the price. Xiao Ya, just wait until the countdown is about to end and bid. Time it, and kill it in seconds. Don't make the price too high. Li Weiguo was still thinking about the sky-high price food just now. Once he made a bid, several big countries would intervene and raise the price even if they didn't want it. Nielan's eyes lit up, and she understood what Li Weiguo meant in seconds. Chief, you are an old fox. Li Weiguo smiled and said nothing. There are two rules for the auction. One is that when the countdown ends, the highest bidder will automatically win the deal. The other is that if no second person bids within 1 minute after the bid is made, the deal is defaulted. Now these people are arguing fiercely, and the bids are indeed very close, one after another without any pause. Li Weiguo's idea is to time it, and compete with hand speed. Jack, on the other hand, was angry and refused to bid, and even cursed when Ning in his heart. These people are really blind. When Ning sighed lightly, I roughly guessed the reason why these people bid so low. They wouldn't think that a torch can only be used by one person, right? This is a big misunderstanding. But the first lot is almost finished, and when Ning can't remind them at this time. If she did, they would probably think she was lying. For a moment, many people stared at the countdown. 3, 2, 1, the bidding information jumped violently at this moment. System message. Congratulations to number 3 Lu Shur for winning the first set of torches. Auction. What's going on? Auction. It turns out that everyone is holding back their ultimate moves and waiting for the countdown to kill. Auction. Master Lu is so generous that he directly offers 100 ice energy cores. Auction. It's a loss. Even if these 20 torches have amazing properties, they are not worth this price. Treasure Pavilion. The second round will start soon. Treasure Pavilion. I forgot to remind you that torches are range items. As long as players are within the range, they can enjoy energy bonuses. Auction. What? Range. What was the range just now? Auction. 20 meters in radius, which is more than 300 square meters. For torches can cover my entire base. Auction. It's a big profit. A torch can be used for a day, and the energy will not drop at all. Auction. She said yes, right? We didn't buy it. Lu Shur number 3. It has been verified that it can indeed be used by multiple people. Lu Shur's timely words shut everyone up. The channel was silent for only a second, and then the bidders in the auction seat became even crazier. Chapter 118. The players who had been laughing at Lu Shur for being an idiot in their hearts were now bidding like crazy. After a few rounds, the price had reached twice Lu Shur's bid. Li Jingyi looked as if it was natural, looking at Lu Shur's back with pride. His young master, with a sharp eye, was once a financial tycoon. If not, alas, the price in the bidding area showed no signs of stopping. Until the countdown of a few dozen seconds, the messages on the channel were already blurred. When the 10 minutes were up, the system made the final decision. System message. Congratulations to Jack number 1 for winning the second set of torches. Sir, didn't you say? Alex couldn't believe it. Although he was drooling with excitement, he didn't have Jack's consent. He could only watch helplessly. Jack took out a torch in silence and stared at it for a long time. Treasure Pavilion. Thank you, Mr. Number 1, 300 energy cores, and 1,000 units of refined iron ingots. You can get a 10% discount if you use this account to buy torches from the Treasure Pavilion in the future. Treasure Pavilion. The third round has begun. Although the words were emotionless, Jack could see the strong mockery and ridicule from the other party. He mocked him for showing off his torches without knowing his own ability. He mocked him for spending 3 or 4 times more than Lu Shur to buy the same set of torches. There was no emotion on his gloomy face. Alex stood there trembling and dared not speak. Until halfway through the third round of auctions. Jack's hoarse voice came. Take it and check it. Dig 3 feet deep into the ground to dig out the coordinates of this person. Yes. Alex didn't know how to check it, but Jack was obviously in a very angry state. It's better not to provoke him at this time. Alex took the torch, stepped out, and walked towards the intelligence department. It has to be said that some forces in the Wasteland are really hidden. The third round of the auction was won by an unknown base. The serial number was also very late. The name was also ordinary. Looking at the chat in the channel, this base has basically never shown its face in the world channel. But it took out 400 energy cores to bid for this set of torches. The whole audience was shocked. When Ning exclaimed that he had caught a big fish, and by the way, he wrote down the people who had bid high just now. These people look like crocodiles hidden under the calm lake water of the Wasteland, right? When Lucier saw this name, his eyes darkened a little. These old guys are very capable. Li Jingyi nodded repeatedly when he saw the familiar name. Although the person Lucier mentioned was only 50 years old, when he was on Blue Star. That's what Lucier called the other party. It must be said that these people have extraordinary backgrounds, and they are all holding back bad intentions. If it weren't for this auction, these forces would not have surfaced so quickly. 400 energy cores, although 300 of them are ice type and 100 are electric type, it has greatly exceeded Wen Ning's expectations. Editing information with a smile on his face. Treasure Pavilion. Thank you Mr. Lin Zheng of number 1322. Please privately chat with the above 3 people after the auction to receive discount cards. The second round of torches has already set the atmosphere on the scene to a high point. Wen Ning's private messages are also about to explode, all asking when the torches will be put on the shelves and how much they are priced. Wen Ning glanced at it and closed it. The level of ordinary torches reached, except that they could not clear away unknown dangers in the dark. Other functions are almost exactly the same. If these people knew that she had a blue torch with the same attribute, they would be even more crazy. Scarcity makes things valuable, so Wen Ning would not sell many in the store later. Hunger marketing is always the best way to sell. If everyone in the Wasteland holds this torch, they might end up shooting themselves in the foot. Wen Ning is very clear about this. The atmosphere was so intense that Wen Ning finally achieved her goal. Even if the auction ends here, the reputation of the Treasure Pavilion will be a big hit. Becoming the undisputed king of popularity, Wen Ning can get the rewards of the ranking list for free. However, the next thing to be presented is the top priority of the Treasure Pavilion's auction. Wen Ning believes that as long as this thing is sold, the status of the Treasure Pavilion will be irreplaceable. Clapping his hands, he put the hundreds of cores and 1,000 units of refined iron ingots that he had just harvested into the warehouse. Wen Ning edited the message slowly. Treasure Pavilion. The last round of auction is about to begin. While editing, Wen Ning put the last item on the shelf. Treasure Pavilion. Advanced Healing Potion *1. Under the attention of the crowd, almost everyone clicked on the link as soon as it came out. Auction. Hiss. What did I see? Regeneration of broken limbs. Auction. Oh my god, they actually skipped the elementary and intermediate levels and directly took out the advanced level? Auction. Just looking at this adjective, the best of the healing potions. Auction. This thing must be very expensive. No need to say more. I have nothing to do with it. Auction. Is there really anyone who can use it? Can people with broken limbs survive in the Wasteland? Which base would keep waste? Base director. On Lucier's side, the moment the medicine was put on the shelf, Lucier's eyes became deep and unfathomable. In a corner that Li Jingyi couldn't see, Lucier pinched the thin blanket under his palm, and his veins bulged. Looking at the introduction of the medicine on the shelf of the Treasure Pavilion, many people swallowed their saliva. At any time and in any environment, medicine is a scarce commodity. But for most players, such a top-quality product can only be out of reach. Treasure Pavilion. No one can understand the introduction. I will save you some time. The starting price of this item is 600 energy cores. Treasure Pavilion. The auction begins. Wen Ning directly skipped the bidding of 1 or 2 yuan, which would affect the transaction price if the time was prolonged. Auction. 600. That's 3,000 fragments. According to the drop rate of the European Emperor, at least 6,000 mutant beasts are needed. Are you kidding? Auction. Is the person above short-sighted? In the previous round, Lin Zheng base took out 400. It's obviously a loss to buy the best potion with 600. Auction. That's right. Do you think you made all these cores yourself? Do you know capital? Do you know how to make money? For Wen Ning, she can synthesize hundreds of such things. And herbs are equivalent to buying them for free. With extremely low costs, The price is 600 cores. Is this reasonable? Wen Ning said that it is very reasonable. As expected, some bases that were ready to move gave up their thoughts when they saw the bottom price given by Wen Ning. This is still the bottom price. They were so aggressive at the beginning. This was not an auction they could control. 600 energy cores, even more than all the energy cores in some bases combined. Fuck. Find this person quickly. Use all the power you can. Jack's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. If he was just curious and angry about Wen Ning just now. Now, Jack was deeply afraid of this Yin Kingdom treasure pavilion that suddenly appeared. Especially when the other party clearly expressed that they had no desire to cooperate. Jack could only pray that he would always be so arrogant, and would not pay attention to any olive branch thrown by any country. In this way, he could find this person before the other party completely attached himself to other forces, and then eliminate him. Nothing can resist the Great Gale Kingdom's colonization plan. His colonial era will definitely be realized on this foreign planet. Chapter 119. On the other side. Base Captain. Li Jingyi looked at Lu Shi with hesitation. Lu Shi stood tall with his back to Li Jingyi, not knowing what he was thinking. Base. I know what you are thinking. Lu Shi turned his head to look at Li Jingyi, and Li Jingyi almost couldn't hold back his tears. He also knew what Lu Shi was hesitating about. He just felt that the resources of the base should not be used on him. But Li Jingyi believed that without Lu Shi, without the supplies that Lu Shi had taken out before he fell into a coma, the Lu's base would not have been established at all. Moreover, most of the people in the base were the old people of the Lu group. They relied on Lu's for food and protection on Blue Star. It is right to pay now. Li Jingyi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Shi waving his hand. His handsome face could not hide his fatigue. Turning around, Lu Shi's eyes were filled with a strong struggle. He needed to wait carefully. Su Luo. Nialan called out to Su Luo, who was walking out. Just when the medicine was put on the shelf in the treasure pavilion, Su Luo jumped up. He rushed directly into Li Weiguo's office. He strongly requested Li Weiguo to bid for this medicine, and give it to the soldier who broke his arm in the last fog disaster. He was also the last soldier left in his team. But when the treasure pavilion announced the bottom price, Li Weiguo was silent. Su Luo's stubborn request made Li Weiguo close his eyes in pain. The official base suffered a great blow in the last disaster, and it was not easy to catch its breath and survive. It became a small-scale base with more than 200 people. Although these 600 energy cores are not serious. But the injured in the base are not only Su Luo's team members. The current condition is that it is not the lack of supply that is worrying, but the inequality. Li Weiguo has to balance the supply and demand of the entire base. He certainly knows the importance of that team member to Su Luo. But if he saves him, what about the others? This is an auction, not a clearly marked price of 600 per bottle. It is very likely that the entire base will be dragged down by then. Li Weiguo was also very upset. In the first round of torches, because of his indecisiveness, he wanted to pick up a bargain, but ended up missing the opportunity. In the next 2 rounds, he missed a good opportunity because of his weighing of gains and losses. What he is thinking about now is whether to find the treasure pavilion to buy some privately after the auction. Nialan's eyes patrolled back and forth between the two. Su Luo, can you consider the overall situation? Su Luo seemed to be stimulated, and turned his head suddenly. His eyes were red, and the hideous scars on his face could no longer be hidden. Consider the overall situation? I ended up like this today because of the so-called overall situation. Some of my team members died or were injured. Xiaobin's arm was broken. He didn't think it was the game's fault. He just felt that he was useless. In order not to drag me down, he committed suicide several times. Chief, you can't see these. Only he has left my team. Su Luo's voice choked. The voice stopped suddenly, and when he turned his head, Nialan seemed to see a tear. Bang! The door was closed, and Nialan was stunned. A long sigh came from the office. Finally, Li Weiguo's voice sounded. Wait until the auction is over, and have a good talk with the treasure pavilion. Nialan instantly understood what Li Weiguo meant. However, does a base that cannot even go on stage at the auction really have the strength to negotiate with the other party? Bidding. Jack number 1. 600 energy cores plus 1,000 refined iron ore. Auction. How many mines does the Fierce Wind Country have? Another 1,000. Auction. That's right, but this time it's refined iron ore, and the last round was directly refined iron ingots. Auction. I guess it didn't burn it. Bidding. Lin Zheng number 1322. 700 energy cores. Bidding. Li Linfeng number 23. 800 energy cores. Bidding, Zhao Wu number 67, 850 energy cores. Bidding, Matsushita Masako number 55, 900 energy cores. Bidding, Victor number 10, 1000 energy cores. The forces that have been silent for 2 rounds finally couldn't help it. Wen Ning didn't expect this situation, except that Zhao Wu and Matsushita Masako had made symbolic bids in the previous 2 rounds. The rest are all new faces in this round. Auction, Zhao Wu number 67, Old Lin, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect that you, an old man, are still so rich in the Wasteland. Auction, Lin Zheng number 1332, Old Zhao, stop bragging. Straight to the point, I want this medicine. Auction, Li Linfeng number 23, where did you two put me? If I had known I was not dead, why didn't you talk to the world and play landlord when you had time? Auction, oh my god, the big guys are chatting. Auction, from now on, I will obey the treasure pavilion. This auction has produced so many big guys. I thought the big guys were all on the list. Auction, speaking of the list, why don't I see the top lady? Auction, she might be from a family present. Generally, only those in power are qualified to mobilize resources. Wen Ning watched these people's discussion with interest. It seems that the forces in this wasteland are more complicated than she imagined. It is estimated that the things that have been taken out now are just a drop in the bucket. Wen Ning is very curious about who will get the potion in the end. These big guys chatted while raising the price without any pause. In just 1 minute, the bid has reached 1,500 energy cores. It was the price offered by Matsushita Masako, who was named Ria. Auction, Matsushita Masako number 55, 1,500 energy cores, 300 more than the previous bid. Those present should not compete with our Ria. Bidding, Li Linfeng number 23, 1,501 energy cores. Auction, Li Linfeng number 23, mainly a rebel. Auction, Matsushita Masako number 55, damn yin people, you will regret it. Auction, Li Linfeng number 23, thank you, we yin people are all about speaking with fists. Bidding, Matsushita Masako number 55, 1,600 energy core plus Uzi submachine gun blueprint. Auction, Matsushita Masako number 55, how about it, yin people, are your fists strong? Auction, his. Here are the blueprints. Auction, it is said that blueprints are hard to come by, and the drop rate is only 5%. How can you bear to give them up? Auction, is it possible that he is a disabled person who is in a hurry to use medicine? Auction, it is unlikely. Although I can't afford it, I feel aggrieved that Leah bought it. Auction, boss, come on. Wen Ning's eyes lit up when he saw the blueprint. Clicking on the details, she found that the parameters were not much different from those of the Trailblazer, but if she had this blueprint, she could combine the two with the energy core. You might earn more, but many players in the channel said that they couldn't sell it to Rya, and even began to blame Wen Ning. Wen Ning's temper immediately came up. Treasure Pavilion. The auction is fair and just. If no one bids within 1 minute, the item will be automatically sold. At the auction, if there is anything that is the most difficult to guess the value of, it must be the blueprint. According to the rules of the auction, the bid value must be greater than the previous bid to be successful. And this value is determined by the system. If the bid value is lower than the previous one, even if the bid fails, it will be locked in this round and cannot bid until the next round. Now Rya took out a very valuable blueprint, and the scene was directly stagnant. The Li family and the Zhao family took out blueprints one after another, but the value was not as high as Rya's. It was directly locked. Other people were not sure how valuable the blueprint was for a while. Or after weighing it, they were reluctant to give up their precious blueprints. The 1-minute countdown was very fast. In the Rya base, everyone was smiling, as if the high-level potion on the shelf was already in their pockets. Everyone in the auction channel held their breath, waiting for the final result. Even when Ning thought that the matter was settled. Auction, Lu Shi number 2, 1,600 Energy Core Plus Growth Robot Blueprint *1. Chapter 120. Growth Robot Blueprint. After use, you can create a growth robot with learning functions, which can help players handle shelter affairs, including but not limited to harvesting/taming/manufacturing/defense, etc. Tip: in principle, robots cannot leave the construction range of the shelter, but some functional robots can leave the shelter for a short time. Tip: after the robot is successfully manufactured, it can be used until the end of its life by providing an energy core. Oh my god! Wen Ning's eyes were straight when he saw this robot blueprint. Isn't this blueprint tailor-made for him? Not to mention other functions. Just this handling of affairs is enough to make Wen Ning excited. If this learns cooking skills, it will be an industrial chain in the future. It can make food with attributes 24 hours a day. Even if it can't be put on the shelf, it doesn't matter. Wen Ning can do it himself. The key is that when he is not at home, the food processor or other machines will not be idle. The key is, the robot does not need to eat. An energy core will last until old age. This robot is not only exciting for Wen Ning. The various forces in the channel are also crazy excited. Okay, auction. Lin Zheng number 1322. Brat. Why don't you sell such a good blueprint yourself? Auction. Zhao Wu number 67. Mr. Liu is not crazy. Auction. Li Linfeng number 23. Didn't that stinky girl cause you trouble again? Broken leg? If I were you, I would throw her out to feed the dogs. Lucier is just a child bride. Auction. Lucier number 2. If you can offer a higher price, please bid. Don't be sarcastic. This can't change the fact that you can't afford it. Auction. Lin Zheng number 1322. Lu's boy, do you still think this is a shopping mall on Blue Star? Auction. Lucier number 2. If you didn't say it, I would have thought it was. Auction. Lin Zheng 1322. Arrogant. Auction. What a rich family drama, Mr. Liu. Could it be that man I saw in the financial newspaper before? Auction. Damn it, I thought the capitalists would collapse in the Wasteland, but what happened? Wen Ning looked at these names, and the memory of the dead Blue Star began to attack her. I didn't think about it just now, but now looking at these comments, the names are indeed familiar. Some of them are former clients of her company, but Wen Ning usually doesn't pay attention to the personal information of clients. Maybe there are people she protected before. Aristocratic families, chaebols and businessmen have re-established their power so quickly. Interesting. Wen Ning's sense of urgency increased a bit. There is no way, she is a weak woman alone, if she develops slowly. Maybe she will be swallowed up by these expanding forces soon. When Lucier's drawings came out, the people in the Riyadh base were dumbfounded. They couldn't come up with better drawings. They could only watch the system message being sent out. System message. Congratulations to Lucier number 2 for winning the third round of auction items. With the drawings in hand, Wen Ning had no nostalgia for the auction. Auction. Treasure Pavilion. The first auction of Treasure Pavilion has ended successfully. Thank you for participating. See you next time. The audience of the channel is still reluctant to leave, but the various forces have already withdrawn. Those who are interested have already contacted Wen Ning privately. Auction. Shopkeeper, don't leave. When is the next time? Auction. Yes, although I can't afford it, it's good to join in the fun. The auction has ended, and the channel will be disbanded in 3 minutes. This auction has ended successfully, with a total of 2,348 people participating in the auction, and a 90% handling fee will be deducted. Congratulations on obtaining 235 survival points, and the current survival points balance is 535. Congratulations on obtaining 700 electric energy cores, and 900 ice energy cores. Congratulations on obtaining 1 growth robot blueprint. Do you want to learn? Study. The blueprint in his hand turned into light and dissipated. Wen Ning clearly felt that the manufacturing interface had changed. Here it comes. Congratulations on successfully learning the blueprint of the growth robot. This blueprint is a set. After learning, you will automatically learn the accessory blueprint. Growth robot. Need to use a workbench. Growth robot. Navigator 0/1. Start core 0/1. Metal frame 0/1. Mechanical parts 0/10. Electronic components 0/10. Good guy. No wonder Lucier is so generous. I have never seen this thing except the last one. I have never heard of it. Wen Ning clicked on the list below. Navigator. Gold ingot 235-1. Iron ingot 3241-10. Glass fiber 24-5. Kyanite 0/5. Engine core. Gold ingot 235/3. Iron ingot 3241-20. Lepidolite 0/5. Electric energy core *1. Metal frame. Gold ingot 235/10. Iron ingot 3241/20. Glue 0/5. Wen Ning's enthusiasm was half extinguished. These materials are not cheap. She didn't seem to have many of them. Wen Ning went to the trading market and looked around, but only found 2 types of glue and electronic components. He bought all of them. He also bought electronic components. He cleared the market directly. Wen Ning's target was not just 1 or 2 robots. The rest were kyanite, lepidolite and mechanical parts. They were not available in the trading market. These things seemed to be related to the mine. They didn't have to go to the mine, right? They were not available in the trading market, and the big stores didn't sell them. Either no one has it, or it is too precious and people are reluctant to give it up. When Ning thought about who he could find. On the other side, congratulations on obtaining the Advanced Healing Potion *1, Base Captain. Try it now. Lu Shi's eyes sparkled, and his usually calm face showed an excitement that only belongs to young people. Li Jingyi was behind him, looking at the small bottle of potion in Lu Shi's hand, and his mind was full of Lu Shi's high spirits when he was galloping in the mall before the time travel. Advanced Healing Potion. After drinking it, you will automatically fall into a deep sleep until the wound is completely repaired. Tip: only one potion is needed for a broken limb under 50 centimeters, and the growth time takes 12 hours. 50 cm. Uncle Li, a ruler. Li Jingyi didn't understand, but he still took the ruler dutifully. For the first time, Lu Shi took the initiative to lift the blanket on his legs. Base Captain. It's okay. The tape measure was pulled out, and Lu Shi looked directly at his hideous and twisted scars. This matter is still a bit suspenseful. Can this potion really grow a severed limb? 37. Plus the sole of the foot? The scene in the cave fell into a weird state. One was the CEO who ran the group, and the other was a capable man who built a base in the Wasteland world. The two people took a tape measure and measured, calculating something in a low voice. Uncle Li only hated that he couldn't model, otherwise he would have a comprehensive understanding of Lu Shi's severed foot. Now he still needed to draw coordinates here and calculate the Pythagorean theorem? Base leader, how about we ask the treasure pavilion? No. Lu Shi didn't want to expose his weakness, and immediately rejected Li Jingyi's proposal. I don't know what kind of force the other party is. You can't expose my situation, no one can. Chapter 121. Lu Shi finally chose to take the risk and swallow the potion. The current situation was beyond his control. He spent most of the energy core of the base, and the only advanced blueprint. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He can only hope that this medicine is useful, because during the auction, the treasure pavilion did not explain any function. Everything is unknown. Li Jingyi looked at the sleeping Lu Shi and carefully covered him with the quilt. He arranged for confidants to guard him closely, and turned to walk out of the mine. The entire Lu family base was built on the mountain, and large and small mines constituted the main buildings. Today's auction of Lu Shi was discussed on the World Channel. Moreover, only a few people knew about Lu Shi's injury. Now he won this bottle of potion in a high-profile auction. Those who have never seen Lu Shi will inevitably have doubts. There must be many people who are suspicious, and Li Jingyi has to calm people's hearts. Stabilize the situation, and wait for Lu Shi to wake up. As for Wen Ning, countless private messages poured in as soon as he opened the private chat channel. Now he couldn't block them all. Wen Ning added the person who just auctioned 3 sets of torches as a friend, and added the words, 10% off on torches. Then he picked out potential customers based on the memory of the bids in the auction. Wen Ning was not afraid that these people were bidding randomly. Because the system was very rogue, it would be impossible for him to bid successfully without these supplies in his backpack. Moreover, once the transaction was completed, the supplies would be directly deducted from the buyer's backpack. There was no need for the owner's consent at all. After doing all this, Wen Ning blocked the rest. Yelon 3516, hello, can we chat? Wen Ning frowned slightly. Chat? Chat right after the auction? You can tell what they want to talk about with your toes, considering that the official base didn't bid anything at the auction. Wen Ning has already guessed 70% of it. TSK. Wen Ning sighed lightly, always feeling that this so-called official base is too small. The official bases on the World Channel have a common problem, that is, these so-called leaders and survivors have never heard of them. Let's wait and see what happens. Linjung 3333, hello, Pavilion Master, can I use my discount coupon now? Hey, I still like this direct way. This business is delivered to your door. Private chat channel. Torches have reached their supply limit today. Linjung 3333, Pavilion Master, don't beat around the bush. I don't believe you don't have any survival points. Even if you don't, today's auction should have contributed a lot. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows. The other party actually knew that there would be a share in the auction. But that's right. There is a topic on the World Channel that specifically organizes the functions of the system. And the other party is a base, so these functions must be more thoroughly understood. Private chat channel. You can buy it, but you have to pay more. Lin Zheng narrowed his eyes flashing. He had roughly guessed that the other party's survival points were running out. Combined with the number of people in today's auction, he thought about it. This torch must be bought, and the sooner the better. The disaster is coming, and more people will come to the treasure pavilion to order torches. At this time, the price will only go up, not down. It is not an exaggeration to say that the price changes every day. Taking advantage of the 10% discount coupon issued by the treasure pavilion, it is the most cost-effective. Lin Zheng 3333. Sure, I want 100 units, you name the price. Wen Ning sighed. He is indeed an old fox. Today, he only got more than 200 survival points, and he wanted 100 units. But he didn't know that 100 excellent level torches required 200 survival points from Wen Ning. It can only be made after synthesis. Treasure pavilion, at most 50, the price I want is mechanical parts, lepidolite, and blue crystal. If you have it, we can talk, if not, forget it. Lin Zheng 3333. Pavilion Master, will anyone do business like this? Private chat channel. Yes, you are? Ha ha ha. Interesting. Lin Zheng looked at the message sent by the other party, laughed, and turned around to let people count the things the other party said. Base Captain, there are 100 units of lithium mica in the base, 50 mechanical parts, and 20 blue crystals. Lin Zheng replied to Wen Ning. Lin Zheng 3333. Sorry, Pavilion Master, I can only take out 20 units of lithium mica. Private chat channel. Oh, go to bed, bye. Lin Zheng glared, almost blowing his beard. Wen Ning, Lin Zheng said that he didn't have it and decisively stopped talking. Alas, it seems that it is really precious. But there is no way, her torch is also very precious. If it doesn't work, go to the mine tomorrow. By the way, why is there no movement from Lu Shi? This big deal has just been negotiated, shouldn't we keep in touch? It would be better to negotiate another business. Wen Ning looked at the message that Lu Shi sent at the beginning, which said that there were drawings. Could it be that he has a lot of blueprints? After thinking about it, Wen Ning silently added another note behind Lu Shi's name, Big Blueprint Owner. In this case, if he suffers a little loss when doing business, he will suffer a little loss. Can he still go against blueprints? After being defeated by Lin Zheng, Wen Ning contacted the big boss, who had just made the bid again. He didn't sell 50 torches in a package, because retail investors also have money. Finally, he used 40 torches, 10 coconut milk, and 20 salty and fragrant meat dumplings. He bought 10 blue crystals, 10 lithium mica, and 20 mechanical parts. Just enough to synthesize 2 robots. Make. Do you want to make a growth robot? Each one costs survival points * 100. Good guy. One needs 100 points. Wen Ning's current survival points balance is 455, and this will cost a little more than half. Gritting his teeth, Wen Ning still made it. At worst, I can just earn more points in the future. Wen Ning spent 200 survival points to create 2 robots. Created successfully. Congratulations on getting Robot Guard * 2. Combat Robot. Wen Ning couldn't help but exclaimed, he created a combat robot in one go, and there were exactly 2. 2 robot light balls were lying quietly in the backpack. Wen Ning looked at the space and chose to go to the yard. Under the effect of the pearl lamp, the yard was very bright and open. Hu Zi and the elf looked at Wen Ning's movements curiously. Wen Ning waved his hand, and 2 huge monsters appeared in front of him. Swish! Roar! Cub! Stop! The moment the robot appeared, Hu Zi pounced on it as if he had sensed it. Wen Ning had no time to stop it, and saw Hu Zi hit the robot's chest with a thud. Roar! So hard, the robot didn't move at all, but Hu Zi's eyes were full of stars, and he paid the price for his impulsiveness. Poochie! 2 ruthless laughs rang out, and Wen Ning saw Hu Zi's resentful eyes, and quickly stopped laughing. Hu Zi was right. It felt the crisis and rushed forward at the first time, protecting Wen Ning behind it. Fortunately, the robot did not fight back. What Wen Ning didn't know at this time was that the robot could distinguish Wen Ning from Wen Ning's things. It would not do anything to harm Wen Ning's relics, or Wen Ning's pets. Even if Hu Zi wanted to dismantle it, it would not fight back. Let's take a look at their functions. Wen Ning smiled and walked forward. Chapter 122. The robot is nearly 185 centimeters tall, exuding a metallic luster. It looks like a human, and is more than sturdy. Do you want to start it? The eyes and the eye sockets should be bright, but now they are dark. The player has successfully made a robot. The system panel has been updated. Wen Ning's mind moved and he had a guess. He opened the system panel in his mind, and as expected, the to be continued on the panel moved back 1 grid. A simple and clear icon appeared. Robot section. The interface opened, and Wen Ning studied it for a while. It is divided into 3 columns: robot number, function and working status. The default number is 001 and 002. The note in the function column is, Combat Robot. No autonomous consciousness, can defend the shelter. Combat Power Level 1, cannot leave the shelter. Fighting Power Level 1? How do you measure it? Roar. I can beat too. Wen Ning looked at Hu Zi suspiciously, his eyes almost overflowing with disbelief. Roar. Believe, believe, believe. Finally, Wen Ning compromised, and the robot's combat power was described as 1/2 Hu Zi, working status, closed. Wen Ning thought about whether to turn it on and see, but what if it can't be synthesized after turning it on? So, combat robots *2 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining a Mechanical Guardian *1. Mechanical Guardian, War Robot awaken the fighting heart. Combat level is level 3, can detect any living creature around the host, and hostile people will have nowhere to hide. Tip. The system adds an attribute to make it awaken autonomous consciousness, and it can be independent. After the host sets a protection target, it will fight to the death. Tip. With the fighting spirit activated, you can actively attack the enemy or defend. You can leave the shelter, but you cannot leave the host too far away. Tip. With the mechanical guard warehouse activated, the host can store the guardian in the warehouse at any time without occupying the system backpack. Tip. A mechanical guardian with a fighting spirit is a natural warrior. His fighting skills are maximized, and the rest of his skills are automatically abolished. He can't farm. He can only fight. Hiss. The only way is to fight, which is simple and rough. Wen Ning released the mechanical guardian again, and heard a rumbling sound. The earth-shaking sound directly shook the yard a few times. At this time, Hu Zi stared with a pair of tiger eyes, looking at the behemoth in front of him that was more than 2 meters tall. Who? It seems, I can't beat it. When Ning stared at the huge robot in front of her, one of her thighs was thicker than her. The height was steadily more than 2 meters, and it was estimated to be about 2 meters and 3 meters. Unlike the metallic luster just now, the metal on the surface of the robot now turned into a low-key matte color, which was more solemn. Before turning on the machine, Wen Ning felt a strong sense of oppression. Hu Zi was digging the ground anxiously, and he was very hostile to this new member. Wen Ning calmed Hu Zi's restlessness. The elf took a curious look, and was frightened by the robot's dark eyes. It flew back to Wen Ning's shoulder, and looked at him. I'm going to open it, you two stand up. The two little guys were inexperienced, and had never seen anything before, so they were a little timid. Wen Ning didn't comfort them too much, and insisted on turning on the robot. A silver stream of light flashed, and the robot's pupils lit up instantly. With a buzz, the robot seemed to wake up. The mecha-like body moved slowly, and Wen Ning even heard a slight sound at the joint contact. Lightning-like light flowed out from the chest, and then flowed to the robot's limbs. The seemingly bulky body moved flexibly in an instant. After the startup state was completed, the robot, oh no, the guardian stood quietly in place. The mechanical eyes looked at Wen Ning, as if waiting for Wen Ning to give orders. This feeling is magical. When it is not turned on, Wen Ning only feels very oppressive. But after it is turned on, Wen Ning seems to have a strange connection in his heart. He can quickly receive his orders, and the oppression disappears. Instead, he trusts the guardian. Wen Ning looked around, but there was no place where he could test his attack power. Hu Zi obviously didn't want to meet him. After observing the surroundings for a while, Wen Ning decided to go to the mine to experiment tomorrow. Number 001 is ready. Put it in the guard warehouse. The guard warehouse has been opened, and the storage is complete. A flash of light, the guardian disappeared from the spot. Tip. Intelligent robots will be equipped with a separate guard storage warehouse. This function is good. I can run around with a group of robots in the future. If there is a robot army, she can walk sideways in the entire wasteland. Okay, I've been busy all day, go to bed quickly. Called the two little guys back to the shelter. The owner of the treasure pavilion didn't reply. Li Weigui didn't sleep late at night. Nielon had already yawned twice, and shook her head helplessly. TSK, what's the problem? Nielon complained in her heart, but didn't show it on her face. Chief, the ex-chamber of commerce will hold a meeting tomorrow. Hearing this news, Li Weigui was stunned for a moment, his eyes flickered. Then he sighed, and nodded dully. I'm old, I don't understand the game anymore, you young people have to do it. Nielon didn't think Li Weigui had any big problems, but as the leader of the base, he seemed to lack some courage. The development of the entire base was ahead of the others at the beginning, but since when, the development speed has gradually been unable to catch up with others. This can be seen from the first transaction with the treasure pavilion. There is also a conservative political ideology of Blue Star. The X-Chamber of Commerce is a hidden shop established by the official bases of various regions of Yin country. It uses the auction function to hold meetings regularly, to share resources and intelligence. At the last meeting, their development was already a bit behind. Soli Wagwa was a little timid at the auction, and wanted to fight a beautiful turnaround with the lowest price. In the end, it was a waste of effort. This pre-war meeting might have to take them down from the position of the official speaking base. Nialan thought that her title of official spokesperson was probably over. According to the overall arrangement of the state machine, Yin country set up several important bases, the first of which was the base where the X-Chamber of Commerce was located. The name of the base has nothing to do with official or anything. But the people here are the core leaders of Yin country. The great hide in the city. Many people in that base don't know that they are in the core base of Yin country. The base administrators are active in the world in their own name. The presence of the base is reduced to the minimum. And Li Weigua's base, due to its good geographical location, has developed well at the beginning. It was selected as the first official endorsement base. In the name of the official base, it contacts the outside world, attracts players, and establishes an intelligence network. It was late at night, and Li Weigua was the only one left in the office. He leaned back on the chair and took out a cigarette from the office drawer. He lit it carefully and took a puff. White smoke rose, and through the smoke, you can see a few white hairs under the brim of his hat. Chapter 123. Wasteland Calendar, January 15th, mild season, 11 o'clock, sunny. Base Commander? Base Commander. Li Jingyi came to Lu Shi's bedside at the right time. His body was covered by the quilt, and Li Jingyi didn't dare to uncover it, so he didn't know the specific situation. But seeing Lu Shi's frown, his fingers unconsciously grasped the quilt. Guessed that he was about to wake up. Called him softly. The moment Lu Shi regained consciousness, he only felt the severe pain in his right leg. It was 1,000 times more intense than the pain of his broken leg. The pain spread throughout the calf, below the knee, and extended to the toes. Every inch of skin seemed to be cut by thousands of blades. His bones seemed to be growing again, and the bone spurs broke through the flesh and blood, squeezing in bit by bit. The nerve growth was like a needle piercing deeper and deeper in the flesh and blood. When Lu Shi regained consciousness, he looked like he had just been pulled out of the water, his chest and back soaked with sweat. Ugh! The pain kept getting worse, and Lu Shi couldn't help but groan. Li Jingyi was stunned for a moment. When Lu Shi broke his leg, his eyes didn't change at all. Now it hurt so much. Is there something wrong with the medicine? I thought to myself that I must go to the treasure pavilion to ask for an explanation later, and now I could only watch Lu Shi struggling with heartache. Base Commander. Hang on. Just when Lu Shi was about to faint from the pain suddenly receded like a tide. His right leg became hot. Lu Shi couldn't wait to look at Li Jingyi, and pulled off the quilt on his leg with all his strength. His. Base Commander. Your leg. Li Jingyi stared blankly at Lu Shi's newly grown legs. Really? It really grew out. Li Jingyi almost cried with joy. Now it's good, the base commander is finally complete again. Base Commander. Look, oh no, move quickly. Don't be a decoration. Lu Shi was sweating profusely. Hearing Li Jingyi's voice, he swallowed hard and slowly stood up. Okay. I seem to have some feeling. Then, Lu Shi struggled to mobilize all his strength. Under the gaze of 2 pairs of bright eyes, he slowly hooked his big toe. Move. Move. Li Jingyi was in his 40s, and he jumped 3 feet high, just like a man who had just become a father. Lu Shi collapsed on the bed, as if he was exhausted. Several confidants guarding the cave entrance heard Li Jingyi's cheers inside, and couldn't help wiping their eyes. As someone who has followed Lu Shi for 2 lifetimes, everyone knows that it has not been easy for Lu Shi to walk this path. Let's not talk about the cheers here. Early in the morning, Wen Ning led Hu Zi and the guardian to the entrance of the cave in the barren mountain. Before entering the cave, Wen Ning released the guardian. In the morning, Wen Ning had roughly tested the guardian's abilities in the forest. First of all, it must be said that the system statement that he has no talent for farming is already conservative. Wen Ning originally thought that she could not let him do the complicated farming work, but digging a hole would be good, right? It would be quite convenient to plant fruit trees at that time. As a result, as soon as Wen Ning gave the order, he saw a figure suddenly leap up, at least 5 or 6 meters high. Then, there was a sudden earthquake, and after a huge dust, a 3-meter-high pit appeared on the ground. Wen Ning's mouth twitched, and he wanted to ask, "Are you performing a palm technique that falls from the sky?" He tried several more times, but the result was still the same. Wen Ning was so angry that he wanted to change his name to Big Fool. Now when Ning understood that fighting meant beating to death, he didn't even spare the floor. Under his force, there were no minor injuries, no serious injuries, no half-dead, only death. When Ning redefined his fighting spirit. Then he tested the maximum distance that the Guardian could be away from him. Until about 200 meters, the system sounded an alarm, prompting the Guardian to be too far away and automatically leave the combat state. And it automatically shut down. Under this condition, Wen Ning could neither take it back, nor could the Guardian resist when attacked. The most outrageous thing was that someone took the opportunity to take Wen Ning's Guardian away, and Wen Ning had no way to summon it back. The only way to summon it remotely was that the robot was located in the shelter, so Wen Ning could summon the robot into the storage chamber no matter where he was. Now the test is over. Wen Ning is at the entrance of the mine. Hu Zi watched the robot walk into the mine alone. He looked at Wen Ning worriedly, thinking that this iron lump would be beaten up if he went in. That's right. There was indeed a sound of fierce fighting inside. There was also the light of lasers from time to time. On Wen Ning's side, the system kept prompting. 001 successfully killed the mutant snake *1. 001 successfully killed the son of the Snake King *1. Congratulations on obtaining mutant snake meat *3. Congratulations on obtaining the iron treasure chest *1. The player has left the range of the Wasteland mine dungeon, and the dungeon task progress is 35%. This combat power. Too terrifying. The Guardian was summoned back by Wen Ning. In just 10 minutes, the robot completed 18% of the dungeon mission. This was higher than the progress of more than an hour that Wen Ning and Hu Zi made last time. This combat power is the ceiling. Roar! There is venom on the body. Wen Ning also noticed that the Guardian's mechanical arm was coated with highly corrosive venom. There was a sizzling white smoke, and after being washed with water, the metal inside was intact. It seemed that the mutant snake inside had improved a lot. The attacking tricks also increased. Because in addition to the venom, the Guardian also had various scratches on his body. But these were just minor scratches, not fatal injuries. The loot in the backpack was already very rich, and Wen Ning originally thought that he could only reach 40% today. Unexpectedly, the Guardian's combat power was so strong that he could completely stand on his own. Who wouldn't want to lie down? While Wen Ning was overjoyed at this result, his ambition also increased a little. So far, 2 sons of the Snake King have been dealt with. Then the Guardian took 10 minutes to deal with this batch of mutant snakes that sprayed venom. Now Wen Ning followed in, and had to face the next son of the Snake King. The robot was still in the lead, as if to prevent Wen Ning from getting stuck. The mutant snakes originally rushed to a distance of 100 meters from the cave entrance. Now the battle line has retreated to about 180 meters. If the Guardian is allowed to come in alone again, it will be easy to get out of the control range. Wen Ning walked about 100 meters. Then the Guardian was released. Hu Zi took the initiative to ask to join the battle, and Wen Ning agreed. It should be the capable Guardian who stimulated Hu Zi's warlike factor, feeling that his position was precarious. So Wen Ning leisurely hid behind the double defense line of the Guardian and Hu Zi. He dug the ore on the cave wall without any scruples, and the system's ding-dong prompt sound was in his ears. Task progress 567/800. Congratulations on getting 300,500 stage rewards. Gold treasure box *2. Your pet has triggered the claw-tearing skill. 001 successfully killed the Snake King's son *1. Congratulations on getting detoxification snake gallbladder *1. Silver treasure box *2. System prompt. The copy progress has reached 50%, and the mutant snake will enter the first violent state. Chapter 124. No trace? How is it possible? Jack looked at the intelligence Alex handed over in disbelief. The intelligence only contained a few short sentences posted by the Treasure Pavilion account. Most of them were said at the auction. No one spoke on the World Channel at all. In addition, the intelligence personnel did not find any of the other party's associated accounts. This is impossible, unless the other party has not spoken on the World Channel since the Wasteland. This is impossible, unless he is from the official base of Yen country. The more Jack thought about it, the more possible it was. Only the core base of Yen country could have such ability to hide this person's information. It is very likely that the identity of the Treasure Pavilion is just a piece of skin. It is even more likely that the Treasure Pavilion is a puppet identity. Originally, Jack hoped to find the private account of the Treasure Pavilion through the intelligence network, and then locate her area through the speech records. Then contact the people in the area to explore the other party's location. Finally, teleport to this area through special means. Swallow his shelter, seize the blue torch, and the good things he auctioned. But now, the other party is probably not him, but them. Jack is almost determined that the official base of Yin Country is behind the treasure pavilion. Otherwise, how to explain that Li Weigu's official base only drove up the prices in this auction, but did not bid for any goods at the last minute, thinking that Li Weigu had come to him hypocritically to trade the blue torch. Shame! The paper in his hand was clenched, and a sneer appeared on Jack's face. He said to Alex, "Keep checking. The other party must be related to the core of Yin Country. Once he finds the treasure pavilion, he will most likely be close to the real core of Yin Country. He will definitely not miss such an opportunity." As if he had already won, Jack asked again, "Has the information about the progress of the hidden copy been distributed?" "Commander, we have distributed 9% of our progress bar as you ordered, but our real progress bar is already 18%. Jack's expression was slightly cold, and he only relaxed a little after hearing this 18%. "Hurry up. When the Fierce Wind Country successfully passes the level, you will definitely get the hidden rewards of the game. At that time, everyone will submit to the rule of the Fierce Wind Country." Jack opened the dialogue interface with the treasure pavilion again. Every word and every punctuation mark on it was a humiliation of Yin Country to him. It made him feel uneasy all the time. And the person that Jack thought was humiliating him was now digging seriously. The progress bar of the copy task reached 50%. The system prompted that the mutant snake would have its first riot. Just as when Ning digested this news, the ground beneath his feet began to shake. Pet active skill triggered. A large group of snakes are approaching within a kilometer of the depths of the mine. Warning! The snakes are of different species and are extremely aggressive. This is the first time the system has issued a warning. When Ning's black and white eyes were calm. After a brief inspection of the surrounding environment, he retreated decisively. Huzi, 001, retreat. For safety, Wen Ning took out the crossbow and loaded it, and at the same time, he had retreated to a place not far from the cave entrance. The pioneer is useful, but 001 and Huzi are both standing in front of her, and the rapid-fire gun is prone to accidental injuries. This group of mutant snakes is extremely ferocious and in a riot state. It is unknown how long this state will last. When Ning retreated directly to the cave entrance, and 001 was 100 meters away from her. If the hatred value of the mutant snake group is still 200 meters away from the cave entrance, then she can go deeper and then slowly grind. But if this group of mutant snakes loses control due to the riot, then after she retreats, if the situation changes and she can't resist, she can leave the dungeon at any time. The main point is that you can attack or defend. When Ning, just as he retreated to the cave entrance, heard the hissing sound of mutant snakes spitting out their tongues. This sound does not sound like a physical cry, but rather a bit like it comes from the depths of the soul. When Ning's heart surged with loneliness and fear for no reason. Mental attack. When Ning's memory instantly returned to the first secret realm, and her face suddenly became very ugly. She suffered a loss once, and you want her to be fooled a second time? The heart purification mantra has been running subconsciously. Thinking clearly again, when Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, her pupils locked tightly, and stared at the mutant snakes pouring out of the cave. She held her breath and concentrated, raised her arm steadily, and held the crossbow. Murderous intent surged in her eyes. She seized the opportunity and launched a remote attack directly. Swish! The crossbow arrow passed through 001 and Huzi with unstoppable momentum, and accurately hit the high-speed moving snakes, triggered critical hit. When Ning's second arrow was already loaded, but she didn't expect that the first crossbow arrow would trigger the ice critical hit. The explosion centered on the head snake directly froze the mutant snakes in the front row. 001 took this opportunity to move quickly, flew up, and kicked a sweeping kick in the air, directly kicking a whole group of frozen mutant snakes into pieces. 001 successfully killed mutant snakes *12 when Ning was stunned at the back. You should know that the critical strike effect of the crossbow can freeze the enemy for a very short time, only the whole body is frozen in the moment just triggered. But it is also this moment of freezing that directly injures the enemy, causing its combat effectiveness to drop sharply. For Wen Ning, it is a way to weaken its combat effectiveness and delay its attack. But she never expected that 001's speed could be so fast. It crossed a distance of dozens of meters in less than a second, completed this difficult action, and harvested a large group of mutant snakes. It turns out that this is the real use of the cross-compound crossbow. When Ning did not stop here, and quickly loaded the gun and continued to fire. This time, 2 shots were fired to trigger a critical strike, and 001 followed sensitively. 001 successfully killed the mutant snake *8. Hint, it is recommended to equip the Guardian with weapons. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? The system is considerate. After fighting for so long, Wen Ning saw that 001 could kill a group of mutant snakes with his bare hands in seconds, and he didn't feel anything wrong. This reminder came to her. How could such a powerful warrior not have a handy weapon? For his body size, the serrated blade should be suitable. As soon as the voice fell, Wen Ning felt that the serrated blade in her backpack disappeared, and then a familiar serrated blade was connected to the end of 001's mechanical arm. This serrated blade was designed according to Wen Ning's hand, and it was a bit heavy for her to hold it. And 001 didn't need to hold it with his hand at all. The mechanical arm directly became an interface, firmly fixing the serrated blade at the top. Killing mutant snakes is simply more powerful. 001 successfully killed the son of the Snake King *1 when Ning listened to the system broadcast. This scene was indeed something she didn't expect. The original idea was to be beaten to pieces. But now, the one who was beaten to pieces was the mutant snake. She suddenly became a pea shooter who stood still and output, and could wave her hands when she was empty. She cheered for 001 who was killing everyone in front. Chapter 125. With the serrated blade, 001 used his 18 martial arts to the fullest. After the serrated blade was activated, it flashed with extreme electric light when 001 swung it. Basically, 80% of the mutant snakes were directly blocked outside 001's defense line. The remaining ones that broke through the defense line were also harvested by Hu Zi. Wen Ning's only cooperation was to constantly find the right time to launch crossbows, accurately focusing the mutant snakes and triggering critical hits. This group of nearly 300 mutant snakes was solved in less than an hour under 001's tireless fighting. Wen Ning, on the other hand, took out coconut juice when her energy value dropped, and checked the number of kills while drinking. If she remembered correctly, she had killed more than 500 snakes before the riot. The total number was clearly only 800. Triggered critical hit. 001 successfully killed the son of the Snake King *1. The progress of the dungeon has reached 89%. The number of kills is 712/800. The progress of the dungeon has reached 99%. The number of kills is 792/800. Is it going to be cleared soon? But she hasn't even seen the shadow of the Snake King yet. Just when Wen Ning was puzzled, another good news came from the front. 001 successfully killed the mutant snake *7. Hiss. No way. It was so easy to clear the level? Wen Ning's eyes were full of disbelief. But there was no mutant snake in front of 001. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and the system likes to make trouble. System warning. Kill more than half of the sons of the Snake King. The Snake King's anger value increases by 100%. System warning. The progress of the dungeon has reached 99%, and the Snake King's anger value increases by 100%. System warning. The Snake King has launched a forbidden technique. The snake soul is awakening. Awakening, awaken. Awaken what? The only souls that can be awakened in this desert cave are the souls that she killed. A chill rose from the soles of her feet along her back. Dungeon mission progress 80%. Kill count 240 out of 800. Dungeon mission progress 65%. Kill count 120 out of 800. Dungeon mission progress 50%. Kill count 0 out of 800. The system gave 3 prompts in a row, which made Wen Ning's heart completely cold. The number was directly reset to 0. What else is there to understand? What was the previous falling flowers, and killing people in all directions, all overturned and started over again? It really knows how to make things happen. Wen Ning wanted to complain. System, you are so playful. Before Wen Ning could completely come to her senses, the blade of 001 attacked her as fast as lightning. There was no time to dodge, and the serrated blade brushed past Wen Ning's ear. Puff! The sound of a knife piercing flesh and blood mixed with the sound of a slight air-breaking sound clearly rang out behind Wen Ning. 001 successfully killed a mutant snake *1. Wen Ning turned around quickly, and found that the mine tunnel behind him was already densely packed with mutant snakes. No, to be precise, it should be the ghosts of the mutant snakes. These mutant snakes were in a dead state. Some of them were still standing upright without their heads. Some were chopped into 2 pieces, but their heads and tails were still aggressive. What made Wen Ning's scalp tingle was that all these mutant snakes were resurrected at the place where they were killed before they died. Their eyes were all glowing green. Their skin also became translucent. God damn it, they really resurrected on the spot. 001 and Hu Zi had already rushed forward to fight. The mutant snake's ghost attack is not only a physical attack, but also mental consumption. 001, as a robot, can be immune to this attack, but Hu Zi's bug of having a pet has been greatly affected. Wen Ning is even more so. Hu Zi and 001 guard her left and right respectively, and she picks up the gap in the middle to kill the mutant snake that breaks through the defense line. Originally, the defense of these mutant snakes was very poor, but now when Ning keenly discovered that these mutant snakes that have resurrected from the dead are covered with thick scales on their translucent bodies. Black, when they speed up in the dark cave, it is difficult to be discovered. Hiss! When Ning was not careful, and was bitten on the arm immediately. 001 turned around, and saw the mutant snake on Wen Ning's arm. The serrated blade in his hand swung faster, and protected Wen Ning in front of his chest. There was a dull pain in his arm, and Wen Ning felt the sharp snake teeth piercing the armor. It is not known whether it is poisonous. The mutant snakes in front of him kept resurrecting, and even 2 snakes resurrected at the same time. After quickly killing a 2-headed snake that rushed to him and penetrated the model, Wen Ning looked around. This won't work. I have to try to see if it works. In the cave, Wen Ning took out a dispersing torch, which had been lit and extinguished. So now he could directly ignite it with his mind. Puff! The moment the dispersing torch appeared, all the mutant snakes ran away desperately, as if they had seen a ghost. As if the fire would burn them, instantly retreated 100 meters away. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief and slumped on the ground. Hu Zi ran over to let her lean on him, and 001 guarded in front of Wen Ning diligently to prevent the attacks of the mutant snakes that had just resurrected. The effect of the dispelling torch lasts for 10 minutes, so Wen Ning can take this time to check his injuries. The mutant snakes on the ground are still resurrecting. They were extremely aggressive to Wen Ning when they were alive. So the first thing they thought about after they were resurrected was to attack. Then, they were affected by the dispelling torch and ran away. So a very strange scene appeared on the scene. The mutant snakes attacked Wen Ning in the center the moment they appeared. The next second, they turned around and ran away without looking back. And 001 was constantly harvesting these lives. The strength of these mutant snakes has increased by at least 3 times. Seeing that 001 took 2 attacks to harvest the lives of the mutant snakes in front of him, Wen Ning said, while taking the antidote, "It seems that the sudden increase in the strength of these mutant snakes is related to the anger value of the Snake King below." The antidote in his hand was not taken out by Wen Ning at the auction. He was innocent, but guilty of holding a treasure. Wen Ning had already been in the limelight that day. Maybe now there are people all over the world asking about her origins and coordinates. Jack is the number 1. There were indeed 2 needle-sized bite marks on her arm. After Wen Ning drank the antidote, a warm current surged in her body. The wound on her arm stopped bleeding instantly, but it was still slightly black. The white tiger next to her was spotless and looked uninjured. To be on the safe side, Wen Ning took a look at the panel and felt relieved. There was an antidote snake gall in the backpack, but Wen Ning didn't know if it would be useful. After taking it out, he found that it was bloody. Even if he washed it on the spot, he couldn't eat it. We have to find a way to get out. Wen Ning's brain was working at high speed, turning his head to look at the cave entrance area. Because the system set the copy range, the mutant snake hiding at the cave entrance seemed to be controlled in the middle by 2 barriers. Can't go in or out. Directly blocked the road. Chapter 126. The wound on his hand was aching slightly, and when Ning looked down, it seemed that the antidote could only temporarily suppress the mutant snake venom, but could not detoxify it. The dispelling torch would last for about 5 minutes. The light of the fire was reflected in her calm pupils. 001 in front of him waved the serrated blade, and the killing information kept ringing in his ears. 001 successfully killed the mutant snake *2. 001 successfully killed the mutant snake *1. Congratulations on obtaining the mutant snake meat *1. Congratulations on obtaining the stone treasure chest *2. Zizi, you are like this. Wen Ning turned around and discussed tactics with Hu Zi. Hu Zi stood up and followed the direction pointed by Wen Ning. The mutant snakes at the entrance of the cave were stacked up and blocked by the dispelling torch. There were also mutant snake ghosts that were constantly resurrected on the ground. After the attack failed, it quickly fled the area. It seemed that if he stayed for another second, his skin would be burned by the fire. Wen Ning bandaged the exposed wound, then took out another dispersing torch and lit it. He stuffed it into Hu Zi's mouth. Then he nodded to Hu Zi. The next second, Hu Zi took off and ran towards the cave entrance. Wen Ning took this opportunity to eat a portion of mashed potatoes to increase his attack power. He drank coconut water to replenish his energy. As soon as the new dispersing torch approached, the mutant snakes blocking the cave entrance felt threatened instantly. Behind them was the barrier of the dungeon range, and there was no way to go. They could only move along the wall into the cave with less pressure. Many mutant snakes began to rush towards Wen Ning, like a tide, black and dense. Their green eyes overlapped, looking very scary. But they were not coming to attack Wen Ning. Their eyes were full of fear, as if they were desperate people running for their lives. Panic. She could only rely on instinct to choose a less threatening route to escape. Wen Ning glanced at the mutant snakes that were getting closer and closer. The dispersing torch in her hand was still useful, and it kept many mutant snakes from approaching. She was in a dilemma. But the current situation was that Hu Zi had already run to the cave entrance, and was dispersing the mutant snakes into the cave entrance. She had to cooperate with the action. 001 turned around and looked at Wen Ning with wide eyes, as if trusting all the decisions Wen Ning made. 001, prepare to retreat. Wen Ning's eyes were firm. 001 was basically connected to her thoughts, so there was no need to communicate at all. The moment the plan took shape in her mind, 001 was completely prepared. There were many mutant snakes in the mine, and their attack power and defense were improved by more than one level. Finally, under the effect of 2 dispersing torches, they squeezed into the middle of the corridor. It was tightly blocked like a wall. Wen Ning took a look and heard Hu Zi's anxious call in his mind. He took a deep breath. He loaded the pioneer and stood side by side with 001. Next, it was her and 001's turn to break out. Then he put the dispersing torch in his hand into his backpack. Hiss! The mutant snake, which was originally suppressed by the dispersing torch, felt the burning sensation on its body disappear. The raging hostility and hatred took over its instincts again. Coupled with the effect of the dispersing torch at the entrance of the cave, it almost instantly rushed towards Wen Ning in the cave. It was out of control. Swish! Bang, bang, bang. Wen Ning first launched the crossbow, thinking that if a critical hit was triggered, it would be able to quickly pass through the gap formed by the mutant snake's collapse. But the opposite happened. Her good luck was used up at this moment. The crossbow arrows only had an ordinary attack. Then the powerful firepower of the pioneers poured out, and Wen Ning's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She moved quickly and approached the snake group side by side with 001. Her goal was not to wipe out all the mutant snakes. As long as she was not seriously injured and her mobility was not affected during the encounter, it would be fine. The mutant snake opened its poisonous fangs and clamored to tear flesh from Wen Ning's body. Hu Zi at the entrance of the cave also took action. He ran towards Wen Ning and tried his best to drive away the mutant snake. The originally arrogant mutant snake felt the danger behind him and wanted to escape. He stopped thinking about staying beside Wen Ning. A gleam of joy appeared in Wen Ning's eyes. At the critical moment, Hu Zi can be relied on. Hiss! Before the smile on his face could bloom, his ankle was bitten by a mutant snake as thick as a bowl. Wen Ning's ankle softened instantly, and he almost fell to the ground. The trailblazer in his hand subconsciously aimed at his right foot and bit the mutant snake that refused to let go. Bang, bang, bang. The serrated blade of 001 arrived at the same time as the bullet. A flash of lightning passed, and the snake head on the ankle was instantly broken. A second later, only the biting snake teeth were left at the ankle, deeply embedded in the flesh, and the cut gap flowed out venom mixed with black blood. The surrounding skin turned blue and black. Wen Ning struggled to deal with the mutant snakes attacking around him, and felt that the entire calf of his right foot began to numb. He had no strength at all. He was not careful, and his arm was bitten again. There were also thighs and calves. Within 10 seconds of the encounter, Wen Ning had been bitten several times. All of them were poisonous snake fangs. The moment they bit down, the venom in the snake fangs was injected into the body. The venom with neurotoxins instantly paralyzed Wen Ning's senses, making her unable to feel the existence of the corresponding limbs. Wen Ning's eyes were distracted for a moment, and she woke up by biting her tongue. The worst situation has happened. There are thousands of snakes around her, and with her small body, there is no place for a snake to bite. Now she has lost her mobility. Will she be buried in the belly of the snake today? The thought just came to her. There was an inexplicable sense of hostility around her, and Wen Ning hadn't reacted yet. She felt something holding her up in the air. The hard and cold thing across her waist was 001's mechanical arm. Turning her head as if she had noticed something, she saw 001's cold profile. There was still venom from the mutant snake on her face, corroding and smoking. 001 seemed to sense that Wen Ning was in danger, and he actually picked Wen Ning up horizontally. His setting was to fight first. Without Wen Ning's order, fighting always comes first. But Wen Ning didn't expect 001 to be used in this way. Escape with a princess hug. The mutant snake beside him was instantly thrown behind him. About 5 seconds later, the scenery in front of Wen Ning changed. The player has left the scope of the Wasteland mine dungeon and the dungeon progress is 67%. The dungeon progress has been saved, and I look forward to your challenge again. The killing prompt in his mind was replaced by the leaving dungeon prompt. Wen Ning was groggy and felt safe. But 001 had no intention of stopping. He continued to rush to the shelter in a princess hug. To describe it in one word, it was running wildly. Hu Zi followed anxiously behind him, and was horrified to find that he couldn't keep up with 001's speed even if he ran at full speed. Roar! Wen Ning's shelter was 2 hours away from the Wasteland mine dungeon. 001's speed was incredible. It took less than 10 minutes to bring Wen Ning back to the shelter. Zi was collecting crops in the yard. Turning around, she saw a 2-meter-tall object with white light entering the door. Then it flashed and entered the shelter. What happened? Chapter 127. Night falls in a corner of the Wasteland world. A refuge base directly wraps around the surrounding hills. There are hundreds of shelters next to each other inside the tall walls. People who look like soldiers wear round helmets, hold their guns, and patrol back and forth on the walls with torches. There are several checkpoints on the winding mountain road ahead. After 7 o'clock, the flag on the wall was lowered, and the wooden gate below was slowly closed. The guards on the wall withdrew. The well-trained people lined up and walked to the base cafeteria. At the foot of the mountain, there is a shelter that is different from the shelter next to it. It looks like a manor, which is out of tune with other buildings in the base. The surroundings are heavily guarded, and the soldiers on guard are real soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles. The murderous aura in his body is about to overflow from his eyes, and his cold eyes fall on the people passing by. These people were very vigilant, and passers-by didn't even dare to look up. Under the iron wall of these people, the manor behind them looked very difficult to approach. Time passed slowly. Lone Wolf could only hide in the shelter after dark, but the base was different. The safe house effect of the shelter base would last until 11 o'clock at night. In other words, before 11 o'clock at night, the survivors could move safely within the scope of the shelter base. But it was only within the scope of the base. Under the Wasteland timetable, everyone was racing against time to collect resources and find food during the day. When night fell, after returning to their own shelter, they dared to relax their vigilance and were glad that they had lived another day. The base in Ria has a special base canteen. The workers do not have a salary, but they can get free food after building the base. The work ends at 8 o'clock, and the canteen will be open until 10 o'clock. After 9 o'clock, the lights in the individual shelters will be turned on one after another. The whole base gradually became lively. Humans are social animals, and compared to the invisible and intangible communication platform, such as the World Channel, the survivors prefer to gather together after dinner to chat. It seems that they want to finish all the words that they didn't say during the early Lone Wolf period. The time is close to 10 o'clock, and the survivors have gone to bed to prepare for the next day's rush. At this time, deep in the shelter base, a scream came from the brightly lit manor. The survivors around seemed to be accustomed to it, and their eyebrows didn't move. They returned to the shelter on their own, and the next second, the door was closed. "Sir, this is the last batch of volunteers." Researcher Ria, wearing a white protective suit, approached the man next to the glass cover. Yoshino, the official head of Ria's base, had a distorted face with a hint of displeasure. "Don't you know to recruit volunteers from the world? My baby must be fed white and fat. When the next disaster comes, it can play a key role." The researcher turned his head and looked at the baby in Yoshino's mouth in the glass cover with fear. He lowered his head, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and whispered, "Sir, there are no more people on the World Channel. These survivors are very smart, unlike those brainless ones at the beginning. This is not what I should think about. I tell you, if my little baby is hungry, you will become its food." Yoshino's eyes were filled with madness, and he looked at the monster eating in the glass cover with enthusiasm. Bang! A bloody arm hit the glass in front of him, and blood splattered everywhere. A mixture of inexplicable green and yellow liquid flowed to the feet of the two people. The vegetation on the ground had long been corroded. It was obvious that this smelly food was difficult for it to digest, or perhaps it was full and mercifully left the arm. Yoshino looked at the treasure inside with fascination and waved his hand. More than a dozen fully armed people rushed out from behind, holding various special metal tools and entering the glass cover. Well-trained, cooperative, and tacitly standing in formation, Yoshino's treasure was locked up in a short while. Just when the team leader was about to lock up the pet according to the normal procedure, Yoshino's eyes flashed with excitement, and he raised his hand again. "Wait." The team leader stopped silently. "Baby has worked hard today, let's just let it play here today." Yoshino's tone was teasing, as if the monster in the glass cover was just eating, and it was like completing some great feat. Sir, we don't have. The researcher was shocked and hurried forward to persuade. Nothing? No volunteers? Don't we still have those reserve food? Why, are you afraid that my baby will eat up your reserve food? The researcher's eyes flashed with fear. Of course, he knew that the reserve food Yoshino mentioned was not real food. Yoshino's impatience had reached the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that he kept this researcher, he might have been in the cage now. The captain understood, walked out with a numb face, and led the team to the dark room deep in the manor. After a while, he came out with 5 or 6 half-dressed women. He opened the gap in the glass cover and drove a few people in like driving livestock. These women strangely did not resist, as if they could not see the monster in the glass cover, nor could they smell the disgusting smell inside. They looked dazed, and their eyes were dull as if they were wandering corpses. They walked in dazedly. This weird scene made even the captain, who was used to killing, show a trace of pity on his cold face. He turned his eyes away silently, pretending not to see the miserable scene inside the glass cover. Yoshino's expression finally became excited, with a satisfied smile on his lips, which looked a bit weird. Baby, enjoy the last delicious meal tomorrow. You will be sent to a bigger table. Don't let me down then. In the glass cover, the monster called Baby by Yoshino began to wriggle. The strange-shaped nose wings moved towards the group of women who had just entered. The fresh breath in the air penetrated its sense of smell, and mucus could not help but flow from the corners of its mouth, dragging on the ground, leaving a long mark. It moved to the nearest woman with a dazed look. The next second, the woman was directly wrapped in soft flesh. The highly corrosive mucus wrapped her whole body. She disappeared without even having time to scream. About a minute later, the silent monster's mouth began to wriggle. Yoshino's eyes became more crazy, but his temperament became gloomy. Puff, puff, puff. Only 3 sounds were heard, and a pile of white bones was vomited out. Carefully distinguishing, it seemed to be the remains of the woman who had just been swallowed. Ugh! The researcher could no longer hold back and vomited. Yoshino's mood of watching the show was completely affected, and the team leader dragged the man out before Yoshino spoke. Yoshino retracted his poisonous and cold eyes, and continued to look at the glass cover with great interest. His treasure was approaching the next target. There were several holes on the top of the glass cover, and the captain's men were extending long special spoons. They collected the mucus secreted by the monsters when they were eating. The mucus accidentally dripped into the grass nearby, and the originally lush grass withered instantly. There was black smoke, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell. Yoshino seemed to be unable to smell it, and his eyes were full of crazy smiles. There was a weird and deformed arc on his face. Ha ha ha. Soon, you will know the consequences of going against me. Chapter 128. Wasteland Calendar, January 15th, mild season, 2200 hours, late at night. Master, you finally woke up. As he flapped her wings, dragging a large snake gallbladder in her hand, and a small knife, the snake gallbladder was cut open. Huzi kept licking Wen Ning's palm with his warm tongue, and the wet feeling stimulated Wen Ning's nerves. There was still dark bile around Wen Ning's mouth, and his mouth was even more bitter. The moment he regained consciousness, a creepy feeling surged behind Wen Ning. After a moment of weirdness, this feeling disappeared. Is she dead? Wen Ning was a little dazed. When did she lose consciousness? Why can't she remember it at all? Roar! You are not dead, as he put down the bile in her hand and flew forward quickly. Master, this poison will at most make you sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, but it is not fatal. Wen Ning was stunned and looked down. The wounds on his body had been cleaned, and the fangs had been pulled out and piled up in a small pile. I ordered 001 to pull them out. Aziz continued to explain, we used to take care of the elves in the tribe after they were injured. It seems to have experience, but 001, it actually listened to Aziz's words? Wen Ning cast his eyes on the quiet 001 beside him. For some reason, his eyes flashed with a milky white halo. Wen Ning read a trace of comfort in his eyes. Its skin has been corroded by the mutant snake venom, and there are already marks. Although not deep, it also affects the appearance. 001, go back to the guard warehouse to repair it. Wen Ning's voice was hoarse, and he felt sorry for 001. The light in 001's eyes dimmed, and then turned into a phantom and disappeared. 001 has successfully recovered the guard warehouse. Please add materials to repair it. Required materials, glass fiber *2, tin ingot *2. After Wen Ning added it, he saw a countdown on the guard warehouse, which would take 8 hours. Thank you, Aziz. turning his head to look at the busy little guy. Wen Ning's body was still a little soft, but his mind was clear. Hu Zi came forward and stretched the tiger head in front of Wen Ning, asking for comfort. Wen Ning touched the furry tiger head, and her memory gradually came back. She was taken back to the shelter by 001 just now. The last memory was seeing the familiar decorations of the shelter. The strong vigilance was instantly removed, and then she lost consciousness. Aziz was right. The venom of the mutant snake was not lethal. It seems that as long as you can get out of the scope of the copy, the injuries in the copy will be reduced accordingly. It may also be the effect of your own antidote. Anyway, the effect of the mutant snake venom is greatly reduced. However, Wen Ning has many types of venom in his body. Even if it is not fatal, he will faint and be unconscious for several days and nights, as Aziz said. There is no worry about his life for the time being, but when the disaster comes, Wen Ning can only wait for death. The snake gall that Aziz took was the one that Wen Ning had brought back several times and stored in the warehouse. Aziz is an elf and actually knows how to use snake gall to detoxify. Wen Ning was scared and glad that he had picked up a treasure. Aziz, where is the remaining bile? Her current situation is not good. It may be that she did not drink too much bile after fainting, and the poison in her body has not been completely detoxified. Aziz's little hand struggled to hold up the snake gall that was bigger than her body. Wen Ning quickly reached out to take it, and just as he was about to take another sip, he was stimulated by the strong taste and almost vomited it out. You? Wen Ning felt the bitterness in his mouth belatedly, and his eyes and eyebrows wrinkled together. In ancient times, people slept on firewood and tasted gall, and now people drink bile. Wen Ning could hardly bear it, and luxuriously took out a glass of coconut juice to rinse his mouth. If other survivors saw it, they would definitely think that Wen Ning was wasting food. No, this snake gall is simply not something that people can eat. Wen Ning got up and went into the kitchen. Detected detoxification snake gall *1, should other food be added. Maybe it can change the taste of snake gall. What to put in? Wen Ning thought about it, and chose to put in a coconut. Please select the energy supply method. Wen Ning chose electricity, creating please wait. Snake gall detoxification potion, coconut flavor, successfully made. Consume 1 snake gall, 1 coconut, make 10 detoxification potions. The recipe has been automatically recorded and saved. Coconut flavored detoxification potion? Try it. Poof! Wen Ning spat it out as soon as he took a sip. Although the detoxification potion had the fragrance of coconut juice, it was no different from Fengyujing after being mixed with the bitterness of snake gall. Oh my god, what a killer combination. Wen Ning was extremely resentful, and she hung all the remaining 9 portions in her hand on the treasure pavilion. The next 2 hours became Wen Ning's exploration time. She kept matching snake gall with various fruits. I must research a detoxification potion that I can eat. Snake gall detoxification potion, strawberry flavor, successfully made. Consume 1 snake gall, 5 strawberries, make 10 detoxification potions. The recipe has been automatically recorded and saved. It's a taste that's hard to describe. Snake gallbladder detoxification potion, orange flavor, successfully made. Consume 1 snake gallbladder, 1 orange, make 10 detoxification potions. The recipe has been automatically recorded and saved. It smells like Huixiang Jingqi water. Snake gallbladder detoxification potion, watermelon flavor, successfully made. Consume 1 snake gallbladder, 1 watermelon, make 10 detoxification potions. The recipe has been automatically recorded and saved. That night, the survivors who slept late speculated about this new round of disasters on the World Channel. Suddenly, I received new news from the Treasure Pavilion. I went in and found that the Treasure Pavilion had updated a lot of detoxification potions. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you will be shocked when you see the attributes. While shouting that the owner must have taken the wrong medicine, they rushed to buy it frantically. World Channel, how come there is no news about the Treasure Pavilion clearance sale? World Channel, I got 3 watermelon flavored ones. Stop talking nonsense, the less people know the better. World Channel, I hope the owner of the Treasure Pavilion can have a spurt every day and leak more good stuff. World Channel, watch your words, warning from the Black Room. This night was a carnival for the fans of the Treasure Pavilion. And Wen Ning was busy until the early morning, making nearly 40 kinds of antidotes, and barely made a satisfactory one. The poison in his body had long been completely eliminated during the process of testing the potion. The next day, Wen Ning did not challenge the copy of the Wasteland mine cave again. Instead, he took Aziz and Hu Zi to the woods and picked all the ripe fruits. In the afternoon, Ning was active on the trading platform and purchased a large number of supplies in case of emergency. In the evening, Ning collected coconuts from the beach. Then I used a food processor to prepare a big meal. After a hearty meal, I quietly waited for the announcement on the 17th system prompt. The third global disaster, suffocation, has officially arrived. This disaster will last 48 hours. Chapter 129. The expected system announcement came, and speculations about the disaster began to emerge on the World Channel again. Ning was about to take a break when Aziz suddenly sat up from the table. Master, something is wrong outside. Ning was instantly alert and subconsciously looked at Huzi. But Huzi's pet skill was not triggered. Wasn't there an invasion? For safety, Ning decided to go out and take a look. There was an electric fence in the yard, so she was not afraid of wild animals or humans coming to the door. However, as the saying goes, you don't have to worry about thieves stealing, but you have to worry about thieves thinking about it. Ning held the weapon in his hand, and with a thought, 001 appeared in front of him. After a day of repairs, the marks of injury on 001 disappeared completely. The tall body was brand new, and after appearing, white light shone in his eyes. He lowered his head and accurately found Ning's position, and quietly obeyed the order. Ning was very calm, and then he dared to open the door of the yard with a torch. It was dark outside. Because of the tunnel, even if there were no blue torches around Ning's shelter, it would not be oppressed by darkness. Ning looked around with the torch in his hand. The surroundings were too quiet, but there was nothing unusual. He turned his head to look at Aziz on his shoulder. Aziz looked around for a long time, with doubts in her eyes. He said a little embarrassedly, "Maybe I sensed it wrong." Ning frowned slightly, believing that Aziz should not be wrong. But there was indeed no movement around, so he shook his head, and could only temporarily avoid the shelter. After closing the door, he took another look at the electric fence on the courtyard wall, and said to 001, "Tonight, you have worked hard to keep watch. If there is danger, just go into combat mode." 001 nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Ning then returned to the shelter with peace of mind. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning when the lights in the shelter went out. 001 stood silently in the yard, the light in his eyes dimmed a little, and the presence of his huge body was reduced to the lowest. But his vigilance was pulled to the highest. In the darkness not far from the shelter, subtle movements were heard. Carefully, he broke out of the ground. His movements were extremely light, and his speed was comparable to that of a snail. Stretching his body, greedily absorbing the surrounding air, the small leaves were so comfortable that they trembled. The next second, as if afraid of being discovered, the leaves stopped moving, as if they had their own thoughts, paused for a while, confirmed that they were not discovered, and then continued to grow. Soon, the surrounding land was filled with misty green. In the silent night, it quietly expanded its range with this area as the center. Wasteland calendar January 17th, disaster season, 8 o'clock. World Channel, has anyone gone out? What's going on outside? World Channel, nothing special? There's not a single monster, and the system hasn't announced anything. World Channel, report. The air quality is excellent, with no trace of pollution. World Channel, the weather is also very good, the sun is shining in the sky, and the flowers are smiling at me. It doesn't look like a disaster season at all. World Channel, something is out of the ordinary. Everyone, don't go out. This is all a conspiracy. World Channel, TSK coward, there's nothing going on, right? Ning left the yard while reading the information on the World Channel. 001 stood guard at the door competently, motionless, until when Ning appeared, he shook his body twice and greeted Ning. Ning remembered that 001 was an intelligent robot. Although it couldn't speak, it seemed to have its own ideas. Moreover, Ning didn't forget that this blueprint was a growth blueprint. Maybe 001's behavior would be more advanced in learning in the future. Thank you for your hard work. Although she knew that 001 was a robot and would not get tired, Ning didn't want to take his efforts for granted. Besides, 001 was her lifesaver, which was of great significance. If 001 could awaken more consciousness in the future, it would not be impossible for him to become Ning's partner. At that time, 001 would be able to become the leader of her robot army. The imagination was beautiful. Ning looked at 001, who responded to her clumsily, and felt deeply that this was a major project. Opening the gate, Ning looked into the distance. It was indeed as the World Channel said, there was nothing wrong. The sun was still the same as in the mild season. The waves hit the shore, and the sea breeze felt salty and humid. There was no sense of urgency like in the previous 2 disaster seasons. I couldn't figure out the way. Wen Ning didn't dwell on this question, and turned back to the shelter to prepare for breakfast. On his way back, he glanced at the World Channel, where everyone's discussion was overshadowed by some similar remarks. After a closer look, he found that it was news about the auction. At the same time, there were many more stores, and auctions were held at the same time. And the goods auctioned were highly consistent. That was compressed air tanks. From the literal meaning, this disaster is to isolate the air, perhaps to see who can hold it for longer. Who has the biggest lung capacity? Although Wen Ning felt that the disaster would definitely not be that simple. In the ads that were flooding the World Channel, Wen Ning keenly saw familiar names. One was Nie Lan, the spokesperson for the official base of Yen country. The other was Lu Shi, the big drawer in her friend list. She remembered that she had been exploring in the dungeon these 2 days, and rarely visited the World Channel to pay attention to these things. She didn't expect that everyone seemed calm on the surface, but they were so involved behind the scenes. They really made a compressed air tank. Wen Ning remembered the promise that Nie Lan had made, saying that she would give it to her after studying the compressed air tank. But now the other party didn't take the initiative to ask for it, and Wen Ning couldn't go to the door to ask for it. However, she was very honest and entered the auction channel of the Yen country store. Auction, have you heard? The official base really spent a lot of money this time. 200 compressed air tanks were taken out at one time. Auction, 200. Is this welfare or a conspiracy of capital? Auction, who knows, anyway, I can't afford it if it's expensive, and I can't get it if it's cheap. Auction, how much is air worth? Does it need to be compressed? I dug up some potassium permanganate, so I can just heat it up when the time comes? Auction, didn't you get any oxygen bottles when you killed monsters? Does this mean that this disaster has little to do with oxygen? Auction, there is very little information about this disaster, and everyone's energy is focused on the base. Auction, anyway, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Let's see. Time passes slowly. Nie Lan on the host station sends a message. Nie Lan, welcome to the first auction of the Yangui Chamber of Commerce. This auction will start soon. Yangui Chamber of Commerce? Wen Ning curiously clicked on the store homepage. This is a store established yesterday, and the owner's information is actually public. But it's not Li Weigua, who Wen Ning is familiar with, but a man named Su Jiaqing. Wen Ning checks the information. Su Jiaqing, the person in charge of the official base of Yangui. Chapter 130. Where is Li Weigua? Before Wen Ning recovered from his confusion, the auction had already begun. Nie Lan was simple and rough. She packed 200 air compressors into 5, 10, and 20 packages. Bundled sales. Before the auction, she also said that those who successfully purchased would become VIPs of the Yen State Chamber of Commerce. Many players bid for the official name of Yen State. Wen Ning looked at it for a while. The importance of this air compressor has not yet been reflected. Most people don't think this thing is valuable, but this official ship is naturally a hot commodity. So the bids are getting higher and higher. Wen Ning watched the new players complaining with an attitude of watching the fun. Auction, I just came from another store, the official price is too high. Auction, I bought a can at another store, and the price is indeed at least 1/3 higher. Auction, what do you know? Everyone is competing for the VIP of the official base. If you buy this, you will be a guest of honor of the official base. I think that Treasure Pavilion is not as good as the official one in business. The auction at this critical moment is much more popular. Auction, they are all doing brand effect, but the store of the official base was only established yesterday, so I guess they have stockpiled a lot of good things. Auction, I think so too, Yangui official. They are rich, add attention first. Wen Ning looked for a while, and confirmed that Nie Lan had no intention of contacting her. She was struggling whether to bid for a group, and the private message rang at the right time. Wen Ning looked at it, and saw that the icon of Lu Shi, a big drawer, was flashing. Lu Shi 1267. The other party initiated a transaction. Wen Ning was a little confused. Lu Shi sent 5 compressed air cans. Lu Shi 1267. This is a compressed air can developed by Lu's base. One can be used for 40 minutes. Private chat channel, Boss Lu, did you send the wrong message? Lu Shi 1267. No, I just want to make friends with the store. It would be nice to exchange for a 20% discount coupon or something. So direct, the other party's desire to make friends is almost written on his face, but Wen Ning raised her lips slightly after she came to her senses. This straightforward personality suits her appetite. Private chat channel, 5 compressed air cans just want to exchange for a 20% discount coupon for the Treasure Pavilion. Boss Lu is really bold in this deal. Lusher 1267, take it slow. It means that this is just the beginning. He will think of her when he has good things in the future. Private chat channel, Boss Lu, I accept your kindness. It's a fair trade. Boss Lu, just ask if you need it. Don't be a fool if you accept something that comes to your door. And Wen Ning is not someone who is easily kidnapped by morality. Lusher is obviously trying to get close to him and make friends. Wen Ning values his drawings and is willing to make friends with him. Whoever is more skilled will get the upper hand in the future. It all depends on ability. Wen Ning got Lusher's 5 air compressors, so he didn't care about Nialan's auction. He just withdrew. Who would have thought that Nialan's message came just after he withdrew? Nialan 3516, are you there? Not there. Wen Ning wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. Nialan 3516, a lot of things happened in the official base during this period. The air compressor I promised you can't be fulfilled, but I bought one from the base at my own expense. Nialan 3516. The other party initiated the transaction. Wen Ning thought about it, and rejected Nialan's transaction. It's a little late to come after the fact. Nialan 3516, if you think it's too little. I can give you an internal price. The new leader is impartial. Private chat channel, I don't take advantage of you for no reason. You said you wanted to give it to me at the beginning. Now you don't want to give it to me. It's your freedom. There's no need to explain. Nialan 3516, General Li was dismissed. General Su and him have a personal grudge, so it's very likely that you will be labeled as a member of General Li's faction. Good guy. This person is sitting at home, and the pot comes from the sky. Private chat channel, I don't want to get involved in your grudge. Shout out pulls his ass. It's really eye-opening. Wen Ning didn't expect that the official base's style of doing things would be like playing house. Finish it as soon as possible. Wen Ning directly cancelled the friend relationship with Nialan and set up a private message block. Nialan sat behind the desk with some fatigue. She didn't expect the other party to not listen to her explanation at all, but it was reasonable to think about it. The handover of the base's affairs in the past few days has exhausted her. The new Su Jiaqin was Li Weigua's mortal enemy in the past. After the decision of the ex-Chamber of Commerce, he was airdropped to the base and fully replaced Li Weigua. And Li Weigua, because he couldn't let go of the base, refused to leave the base. Su Jiaqin was always on guard against those who worked under Li Weigua. Su Luo was sent out to play dungeons for 3 consecutive days, even during the disaster season. The scene returned to the auction. Nialan hit a wall here at the treasure pavilion, and could only look for new partners at the auction. Originally, she wanted to win over the treasure pavilion, but now it seems that she has offended them completely. Nialan felt vaguely uneasy. She might have done something that she would regret for the rest of her life. That was all for later. Wen Ning, after breakfast, found that there was still nothing special outside. So he decided to take 001 and Hu Zi out to explore. People on the World Channel also went out one after another, but still found nothing. In order to survive the disaster safely, Wen Ning could not sit and wait for death. With Hu Zi and 001, he first walked to the beach. There was nothing special on the beach, and it was not low tide. Wen Ning cut down the coconut tree by the way, and then turned to walk towards the forest. After entering the forest, Wen Ning went to see the bamboo forest first. Make sure there is no problem with his fruit trees. Although Aziz finally said that he had sensed it wrong last night, Wen Ning was still worried and checked the surroundings carefully. But there was really nothing special. If I had to say, the surrounding plants seemed to have become more lush. Even the land has grown patches of green grass. It was lush and green, and looked like spring. The air around was much fresher. Wen Ning looked around carefully, and finally found something wrong. He looked up at the edge of the forest, and followed the forest to the direction of the shelter. The originally yellow land was covered with a thin layer of green. It was like the new buds of the grassland in spring, a shallow layer that could not be seen at all when you got close. Wen Ning felt an indescribable sense of crisis in his heart, and turned around and walked out of the bamboo forest and headed for the shelter. Go home quickly. 001 and Hu Zi didn't know what was said, but they heard the seriousness in Wen Ning's tone. They followed Wen Ning decisively. System announcement, warning. The suffocation leaves cover 20% of the area. Please destroy them as soon as possible. System announcement. Warning. The suffocation leaves cover 25% of the area. Please destroy them as soon as possible. System announcement. Warning. The suffocation leaves cover 30% of the area. The growth rate has increased to 150%. Please destroy them as soon as possible. Chapter 131. Wasteland calendar January 17th, 12 o'clock, disaster season. System announcement. Suffocation leaves have extremely strong reproductive and growth abilities, and can cover the entire wasteland planet within 24 hours. System announcement. Suffocation leaves grow by absorbing oxygen in the air, and release a large amount of nitrogen during the growth process. After the oxygen is exhausted, they absorb carbon dioxide and continue to grow until the entire planet is covered with nitrogen. System announcement. Players are requested to destroy the suffocation leaves around the shelter as soon as possible to survive the disaster. Wen Ning had just returned to the entrance of the shelter when the system announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row. Wen Ning also completely understood the meaning of this disaster. Suffocation. Oxygen is consumed. Nitrogen is covered. The coverage area of the entire planet has reached 30%, and the growth rate has increased to 1.5 times. Wen Ning clearly felt that the green grass around him was a little brighter. The system says it can cover the entire planet in 24 hours. If we count from 12 o'clock last night, half of the time has passed. So the abnormality that AZ since last night was this suffocating leaf. World Channel. What suffocating leaf? So scary. World Channel. Hurry up and destroy it. Haven't you heard that it covers the entire planet? Anyone who doesn't contribute will die together. World Channel. I have herbicides here. Anyone wants it? Just any crystal core *100. World Channel. It's time now. And you still want to make money from disasters? World Channel. Don't buy it, it's useless. I tried it, and it doesn't kill them at all. World Channel. Fire doesn't work either. The carbon dioxide produced by burning torches makes these plants grow faster. World Channel. What should I do? Wen Ning thought calmly. This plant is not afraid of fire, water, or pesticides. We must find its weakness now. Bang, bang, bang. Wen Ning used the pioneer to shoot at the cluster of suffocating leaves growing in front of him, and the broken leaves were smashed into pieces. But it still couldn't be killed. Wen Ning was surprised to find that the broken leaves took root on the ground after falling to the ground, and then greedily absorbed the oxygen in the air, and quickly took root and sprouted. Some leaf fragments flew to Wen Ning's iron gate, and the next second, they were attached to it. The moment Wen Ning turned around, the suffocating leaves actually pierced through the 10-centimeter thick fine iron gate. It started to grow on the gate. Hiss. Even the fine iron gate is parasitic? While Wen Ning was stunned, 001 waved the serrated blade in his hand quickly, and the next second the suffocating leaves on the fine iron gate were cut off at the root. Then the whole suffocating leaf fell to the ground. Wen Ning originally thought that it would take root and revive, but it didn't. The roots cut by the serrated blade withered quickly, as if they had touched a branding iron, and the dense green color of the suffocating leaf faded. It turned into a withered yellow color in an instant. It fell to the ground without any movement. Wen Ning's eyes were slightly startled, and he looked at 001 who was wielding the serrated blade. Wherever his weapon went, the leaves of the suffocating leaf were cut off, and the leaves would fall to the ground and become a new plant. But if the roots of the suffocating leaf were cut off, the plant could be completely destroyed. Wen Ning had a guess in his heart, and he rummaged through his backpack and took out a machete, a harpoon, and a dagger. All of them were sharp iron weapons. Then Wen Ning verified his guess. He used several weapons to attack the leaves and roots of the suffocating leaf one by one. Finally, it was concluded that if the iron tool cut off the roots of the suffocating leaves could be completely eliminated. 001. Cutting off the roots will work. 001 received the order and immediately changed the target of attack. World Channel. Oh my god, how come this thing grows more and more the more I cut it? World Channel. Oh my god. This thing grows wherever it touches. I almost crushed it into slag, but it grew out of my shoe sole. World Channel. Everyone, be careful, don't let the leaves or juice touch your skin. Someone in our base was parasitized. He died instantly. World Channel. It's not a parasite. But 1 minute after it touched, it only took 1 minute. That person became the nutrient of the plant. There are roots under the skin. It's so scary. World Channel. So scary. Doesn't this thing have any weaknesses? World Channel. Weakness of the suffocating leaf. Iron weapons can destroy it by cutting off the roots. Note, only the roots. Can't cut the leaves? The World Channel suddenly flooded with more than a dozen identical messages. When everyone was desperate, the weakness of the suffocating leaf was announced. World Channel. Is the above message true or false? You have gained so many points in one go. World Channel. It works. I just killed one. System announcement. An anonymous player shared the weakness of the suffocating leaf. The system determined it to be true. Rewards will be issued after the disaster. World Channel. It is true. It is true. Everyone, hurry up. World Channel. I have transformed into a ruthless lawnmower. On Wen Ning's side, after he had gained more than a dozen messages in one go, the system announcement finally arrived. Although we don't know what the reward is, this is not the time to hide it. Some people have been parasitized and died in the World Channel. For a global disaster, the more people who survive, the better. Fortunately, the system still has some humanity and directly pinned the message that Wen Ning just posted. At the top of the World Channel, the message with large bold characters inlaid with gold edges has been hanging, and it is difficult to ignore it. Wen Ning can now clean up the suffocating leaves with peace of mind. 001 was stuffed with a long machete in his hand, and the two stood side by side, facing the suffocating leaves that were growing wildly outside. With the knife in hand, they killed one by one. After mastering its weaknesses, the players were full of fighting spirit and sharpened their knives to attack this damn plant. For a while, the system announcement did not report the coverage of the suffocating leaves. Before Wen Ning pointed out the weakness of the suffocating leaves, its coverage had reached 40%. Now that nearly 3 hours have passed, the system has not reminded that the coverage has increased. When everyone thought that the battle was contained, the system suddenly reminded. System announcement. The damage level of the defense of the number 3 base of the stolen country reached 80%, and the surviving members were less than 10%. The base was declared destroyed, and the base protection was invalid. System announcement. The damage level of the defense of the Maple Leaf base reached 80%, and the surviving members were less than 10%. The base was declared destroyed, and the base protection was invalid. System announcement. The damage level of the defense of the Alice base reached 80%, and the surviving members were less than 10%. The base was declared destroyed, and the base protection was invalid. 3 consecutive lines announced the destruction of the 3 bases ruthlessly. There were at least 100 survivors in this base, and hundreds of people died in an instant. Everyone felt deeply uneasy. Chapter 132. World Channel. Destroyed 3 large bases in one go? Too scary. World Channel. Something is wrong. There aren't so many suffocating leaves around my shelter. World Channel. The initial number of suffocating leaves is determined by the number of people in the shelter. The more people there are, the faster the growth and coverage will be. So that's it. In every corner of the wasteland, large bases are facing many challenges. At first, everyone just found that the number of suffocating leaves was very large and grew very fast. Even if there was a way to eliminate it, it still climbed up the walls of the base very quickly. It's impossible to kill it all. It's not as easy as it's said on the World Channel. It's quite difficult to deal with it. If you're not careful, you be stained by these terrifying leaves, and in the blink of an eye, you become its nutrients. There's not even time to call for help. And not all members of the base have the same combat capabilities. Many people hid in their own shelters because of the protection of the base, and didn't dare to go out to face it, selfishly thinking that as long as the base is there, this thing can't enter his shelter. When a few people have to face pressure that is not equal to the number of people, the consequences can be imagined. The power of a few people is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of a sweeping disaster. The suffocating leaves first engulfed the walls of the base, and then parasitized the players, who were unlucky in the battle, or who didn't pay attention to protection. The player only had time to scream before he became a vegetable. The reduction in personnel did not slow down the growth rate of the suffocating leaves. On the contrary, the huge gap between the number of kills and the number of new ones caused the speed of the suffocation leaves to cover faster and faster. Every time a player is parasitized, thousands of suffocation leaves will be newly generated. These suffocation leaves take root and sprout wherever they touch. Soon, a wall outside the base became a breakthrough point. The suffocation leaves that were defeated drove straight in, and soon covered the nearest shelter outside. The survivors hiding inside were also parasitized. A scream of fear sounded, and only one survivor was seen running out in a panic, stumbling to the ground before running 2 steps. The skin was broken, and the green leaves rushed out, stretching the body comfortably. The scene was horrifying to the survivors. The fighting survivors began to despair. There was no possibility of cleaning up the suffocation leaves of this magnitude. Someone observed the secret of the number and growth rate of suffocation leaves. While despairing, they grasped the last glimmer of hope. That is to exit the base. A faint light flashed, and the player disappeared directly on the spot. His shelter disappeared with him, and he returned directly to the position before joining the base. The number of suffocation leaves refreshed around him was obviously much less, and the growth rate was also quite slow. It was a speed that could be observed by the naked eye, but it was much slower than outside the base. He found that it was not difficult to kill by himself, and he could easily limit the suffocation leaves to a range of 5 meters outside the shelter. He passed the news to his companions with surprise, and his companions also chose to exit the base. The player's escape from the battlefield saved him from the disaster, but the pressure on the base did not ease. Instead, the number of kills by the suffocating leaf was lower because of the members' withdrawal. This vicious cycle eventually led to the destruction of the base. On the World Channel, this solution also spread. After seeing the game's favorable treatment for lone wolf players, many base players decisively chose to save their lives. So in the next half hour, another 5 bases were declared destroyed. World Channel. Zhang Lin. Zhao Chuan. You are so ungrateful. You begged me to accept you into the base like a dog, and now you just walk away like a cool guy. World Channel. Don't wait for me to find you. Area A34. There is a record of when you enter the base. World Channel. You can understand running away when your life is almost gone, right? World Channel. Hee when G enjoyed the benefits brought by the base, and now Disaster G pulls up his pants and refuses to recognize you. Do you think you are right? World Channel. People in Minglang base, listen up, those who leave the base will be permanently blocked. And they will be enemies in the future. It's best to pray that we can be together, otherwise World Channel. It's better to be a lone wolf. Kill some suffocating leaves easily. After 3 hours, my energy value is still 80. World Channel. This disaster is not targeting the base, right? I mentioned this group function. The system must have bad intentions. Many people agree with this statement. This mild season is very long, which gives many people the opportunity to group together, and also gives many bases room to develop. Everyone thought that the game encouraged grouping, and the human nature of living in groups made many bases gradually rise. The speed of development was far ahead of the lone wolf. But unexpectedly, the disaster season just started and gave everyone a loud slap in the face. The lone wolf was complacent at this time, killing the slowly growing suffocating leaves while watching the dog-eat-dog behavior of players on the World Channel with a smile. You are told that having a base is great and high above, now it's good. Can you show your usual unity? And those players who quit the base, after knowing that their coordinates will be exposed when joining the base, are praying in their hearts that the base will be destroyed quickly, otherwise, after this disaster, they will most likely be found. Fighting and contradictions are going on at the same time. In the corners that people can't see, the suffocating leaves absorb oxygen in the air, and the whole plant has become a circle larger. Those destroyed bases have become a paradise for the suffocating leaves. From a distance, the thick green looks like a bright carpet. It's just that this carpet has its own thoughts. The tentacles stretched out from all sides, madly devouring any objects around it. It penetrated these things with its powerful roots, and took root deeply in the soil. After absorbing enough nutrients, it began to expand outward. It multiplied infinitely like cancer cells, marching towards the nearest shelter. As time went by, the roots of the suffocating leaves became harder, and they took root deeper and more densely. The color of the leaves also turned dark green, and then covered with a layer of light mist. The mist became thicker and thicker, but it only gathered on the surface of the leaves, until a gust of wind blew the mist, dissipated and fell on the ground that had not been covered by the suffocating leaves. The next moment, dense new sprouts broke out of the ground. It turned out that it was not a mist at all, but the seeds of the suffocating leaves. Its reproduction method was spore reproduction like mushrooms. In this way, the air was full of the seeds of the suffocating leaves, and there would be traces of them wherever the wind blew. The danger of lone wolf players is on the way. Chapter 133. Official base of Yen Country. Nialan stood outside the base anxiously, looking outside the base from time to time, expecting the figure of that person to appear in the sight range. In front of them were soldiers, who kept cleaning up the overgrown plants, and behind them were logistics members holding potions to replenish energy, paying attention to the status of the soldiers at any time. The base medical soldiers wearing protective clothing held a large pair of scissors in their hands, and stood in rows behind the soldiers. Every 10 soldiers would be equipped with a medical soldier. As long as someone was accidentally parasitized, they would quickly step forward to cut off the parasitic roots of the suffocating leaves. After the suffocating leaves took root in the human body, they would quickly use human nutrients and then take root and sprout. The growth rate would increase to 15 times the normal rate. This is why he was able to grow all over the person within a minute. The suffocating leaves around the lone wolf shelter grow 1.5 times the normal rate. Based on the information from the World Channel, Nialan speculated that the growth rate of the suffocating leaves was 5 to 10 times the normal rate according to the size of the base. But as long as the base is sufficiently involved and arranged reasonably, it can be cleared, at least to ensure that the suffocating leaves will not break through the base wall. Ah! Medical staff. Quick! Another soldier was parasitized. The medical staff closest to him quickly stepped forward, killed the plant that had just pierced his arm with a knife, and then took out tweezers to clean the wound. If the suffocating leaves are dealt with within 1 minute after being parasitized, the survivor will only suffer minor injuries, and only need to pull out the roots that have penetrated. It's just that this process is very painful, and not something that ordinary people can bear. Su Luo hasn't come back yet. Li Weigua went to the front line and asked Nialan, "Commander, why did you come forward? It's dangerous here. Go back quickly." Has Su Luo come back? Li Weigua was anxious and ignored Nialan's dissuasion. Nialan looked outside the base and said with a disappointed tone, "He hasn't come back yet, Commander. I can meet him here." "You? Are there any casualties among his team members?" Li Weigua felt uneasy for some reason. Su Luo was also outside during the last disaster. He could still remember the tragic scene when he came back. Li Weigua blamed himself for a long time. If the same consequences happened again, this time, Li Weigua would probably not have the face to live any longer. Nialan hesitated for a long time before whispering, "Two, already. Adjutant. Bring people, let's go out to meet them." "Chief. This can't be done." Su Luo was sent out by General Su. "It's not your fault." Nialan was also a little desperate. Su Luo's current situation was very dangerous. Originally, Nialan still thought that Su Luo was in a dungeon. Maybe she wouldn't encounter the suffocating leaves. But the death of the team members broke her fantasy. Some people on the World Channel also said that the suffocating leaves would grow in the dungeon. It can be seen that Su Luo is now in a situation where he is attacked from all sides. But she can't let Li Weigua go to die. He is still the person in charge of the base, and the leader of them. If he dies, the base will become Su Jiaqing's one-man show. And the official right wing represented by Su Jiaqing takes an extreme route. They want to develop military force, and then invest in the hegemony of the Wasteland world. This development mode is an expansion without regard for the consequences, and does not put the lives of the soldiers in the base first. So Li Weigua must be alive to check him. The outside is already a paradise for the suffocating leaves, which are growing wildly and unscrupulously. And after several hours of fighting, everyone found that the suffocating leaves seemed to have become more resilient. The cut leaves seemed to have self-awareness, and actually took the initiative to fly towards the survivors. Now all the people involved in the battle are wearing protective clothing. This can slow down the parasitic speed after being stained. But it only slows down the speed. The official base has lost more than a dozen soldiers in the 3-hour battle. Li Weigua did not listen to Nialan's dissuasion and insisted on going out. The guards around him protected him diligently, and Nialan, regardless of the status of superiors and subordinates, tried to stop him at all costs. Just as the two sides were arguing, several figures were approaching from a distance outside the base. Su Luo. "Commander." "It's Su Luo." Li Weigua paused and rubbed his red eyes. Looking closely, he saw a black figure outside, followed by several team members, cleaning plants and rushing to the base. The neat fighting style. It's Su Luo at first glance. 001, hold on first, I replenish my energy. Wen Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned back to the yard. The current growth rate of the suffocating leaves is about 1 minute to grow and mature. This is the safest time to strangle them. Because the roots of young plants are too short, it is easier to cut its leaves when cutting. Not only can it not kill them, but also increase new plants. When the plant grows fully, as long as the root system is cut off close to the ground, the suffocating leaves will wither on the spot. This is why lone wolf players are not under too much pressure. The initial number is small, and the growth rate is slow. After one batch is cleaned up, the next batch will start to refresh in about 10 minutes. Most people's shelters cover a small area. Whether the suffocating leaves are aggressive or not, just keep harvesting them, and keep them away from the shelter. Many people are very calm and think that as long as they follow this frequency, and endure for 48 hours, they can safely survive this disaster. Just think of it as mowing the grass. It takes a few minutes at most to mow a circle of the shelter. You can also take time to drink water, take a breath, and replenish your physical strength. Although Wen Ning's shelter is large, there is a tireless 001 who can continuously harvest the suffocating leaves and ensure accuracy, and will never artificially add new plants. These plants cannot get close to the shelter within 10 meters. For 001, these plants are extremely dangerous. Although they have not launched an attack yet, Their overbearing growth method and bottomless pit-like refresh frequency make 001 feel a huge threat. This feeling becomes more and more obvious in the process of eradicating the suffocating leaves. First, its growth rate has become slightly faster, and then the resilience of the root system has become stronger. Wen Ning guessed that the destruction of those bases in the world has led to an increase in the coverage area of the suffocating leaves. Although there is no system announcement for the next stage, Wen Ning has also guessed that the coverage area of the suffocating leaves will only get larger and larger. Because players will get tired, get injured, and be parasitized, but plants will not. They will only take root and sprout more and more, instinctively absorb nutrients, absorb air, and occupy the entire planet. Wen Ning turned on the food processor, added coconuts to all the queues, and made coconut juice non-stop. At the same time, he put 100 coconut juices that restore energy on the shelf in the treasure pavilion. Exchange for glass fiber, kyanite, lithium mica, and other materials. She wants to make a few more robots, the sooner the better. Wen Ning has a hunch that the surface is calm now, but this is the calm before the storm. A bigger crisis is hidden under the calm, and she must make plans early. Chapter 134. While collecting coconut juice, Wen Ning looked at Zizi and Azzy who came over. You two little guys, stay at home and don't go out. It's very dangerous outside. Huzi was digging the ground anxiously. He could feel that it was indeed dangerous outside, but he could also feel that he was useless. Master, Azzy is useless. These plants are too weird. Azzy blinked and flew to Wen Ning. Just now, she tried to sense and connect with the suffocating leaf, trying to use the power of the elves to slow down its growth. It turned out that she couldn't control the suffocating leaf at all, and there was no way to establish a connection. After sensing for a long time, she was attacked. Azzy was worried. In her opinion, elves have a natural affinity for plants. Especially those plant elves that have not evolved themselves can be manipulated by other plant elves. Not to mention that Azzy is an elf born from purple bamboo, and her control over this kind of weed plant will be stronger. The current situation was something Azzy had never encountered before. While she was helpless, she also felt the oxygen in the air gradually disappearing. Master, the oxygen concentration around the shelter has dropped to 19%. Wen Ning paused after hearing this. Normally, the oxygen content in the air is 21%, but now it has dropped by 2 points. Although she did not feel any discomfort, no lack of oxygen or difficulty breathing. But this shows that the confrontation between the suffocation leaf and the players is not as evenly matched as everyone imagined. It can be said that in places that no one can see, the coverage of the suffocation leaf is further expanding. Although such speculation had been made long ago, Azzy accurately pointed out the decrease in oxygen content. This undoubtedly shattered Wen Ning's fantasy. With a sinking heart, Wen Ning made decisive arrangements. Azzy, you are responsible for monitoring the oxygen content around the shelter, and report at any time. Huzi, you are responsible for protecting Azzy and your own safety, and leave the outside to me and 001. Wen Ning took the coconut juice neatly, edited the price casually, and posted it on the treasure pavilion. The production of the robot is urgent. It was already around 5 p.m., and the continuous battle gradually reduced the physical strength of the survivors. The survivors who couldn't hold on had died, and this protracted battle was not even halfway through. Wen Ning thought about his plan, and simply set the price of the coconut juice and left it alone. World Channel. There are a lot of coconut juices on the treasure pavilion. The boss is really timely. World Channel. But what is this blue crystal? I have never seen it before. World Channel. Boss, since you are helping the poor, just sell energy fragments. I have never heard of the things you want except fiberglass. World Channel. Boss, are you going to make robots? These materials are needed for robot parts. World Channel. Oh my god, I thought it was poverty alleviation, but they are already building robots. World Channel. Boss, can you sell me a robot? I can't handle it here, I can't clean it up at all, and my energy value has dropped a lot. World Channel. Is the person above not accurate? Everyone must be sure to look carefully before you attack. If you cut a leaf with a knife, it is equivalent to manually refreshing more than a dozen suffocating leaves. World Channel. Because I was in a hurry in the early stage and didn't attack accurately, the growth rate of the suffocating leaves is now almost faster than my cleaning. Speed up. World Channel. Does everyone feel that the air is a little thin? I feel a little breathless. World Channel. I refreshed a different suffocating leaf here. There is a layer of dust on its leaves, just like the spores on the surface of Ganoderma lucidum. World Channel. This is a mature and complete suffocating leaf. Strangle it quickly. Otherwise, the spores will fall to the ground and form thousands of new plants. World Channel. It's too late, there are already several fully mature ones around me. Before the player finished speaking, his avatar dimmed. He is dead. World Channel. Oh my god. This suffocating leaf can parasitize, and sow seeds. If this continues, its seeds may float in the air at any time. Everyone who saw this message felt a jolt in their hearts. Looking at the seemingly harmless plants in front of them, they all held their breath. The fear of death loomed in everyone's heart, thinking that the invisible seeds of the suffocating leaf would enter the human body with the wind and breath. It parasitizes without people knowing, and by the time people react, it has already broken out of the ground from the surface of the human body. As if to confirm this statement, many players' avatars on the World Channel turned gray. In the Regional Channel, the speed of the number of people decreasing instantly accelerated. The strong invasion of fear caused many people to lose their footing, their hands trembled, and the knives in their hands were tilted, cutting through the leaves of the suffocating leaf. The Jews stained the human body and died in terror. Wen Ning's breathing was slightly restrained, and he found a pack of masks in the warehouse. He put on 3 layers in a row before he dared to breathe. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his heart was beating like a drum, and a sense of crisis gradually arose. Congratulations on obtaining Kyanite *2. Congratulations on obtaining Lepidolite *5. Congratulations on obtaining Fiberglass *4. The ding-dong transaction information pulled Wen Ning back to his senses, and Wen Ning forced himself to calm down. The most urgent thing was not to imagine the consequences of sowing the suffocating leaf, and 001 did not find the mature plants they said in the world. Wen Ning guessed that the speed of extermination could not keep up with the speed of maturity of the suffocating leaf, which led to its maturity. As long as he maintained a high cleaning efficiency, plus 001's help, he would definitely be able to survive this disaster safely. Taking out the materials, Wen Ning began to mass-produce growth robots. The materials she had just harvested, plus the materials stored in her warehouse, were enough to make 3 robots. Please, just give me 3 robots that can mow the grass. Do you want to make a growth robot? Each robot costs survival points *100. Hiss, not enough points. I almost forgot about this. Wen Ning glanced at the remaining survival points. 255. Make 2. Successful. Get a gardener robot *1. Get a combat robot *1. Gardener? Professional mowing? Fortunately, both robots are professional counterparts. They are different types, and although they can be synthesized, Wen Ning thought about it, and decided to forget it for the time being. Now we need the quantity, 2 robots, plus 001, plus her. All 4 sides of the shelter can be taken care of. Very reasonable. The robot was successfully made. Wen Ning turned around and left the shelter, leaving the food processor to a Z. Arriving in the yard, 2 robots about 1.8 meters tall appeared in front of him. He had seen combat robots before, and was used to the majestic body of 001, which was more than 2 meters tall. The 2 robots in front of him looked like little chickens. Wen Ning looked at the new type of gardener robot. This gardener robot actually held a lawn mower and a pair of scissors in his hands. Behind him was a metal backpack-shaped storage compartment, which contained all the tools for gardening. This was good. Wen Ning didn't have to provide tools for it. After choosing to activate, the corresponding robot's guard compartment appeared on Wen Ning's game panel. Wen Ning, who was not good at naming, directly named the 2 robots 002 and 003. Leading 2 helpers, Wen Ning stepped out of the shelter. Chapter 135. Wen Ning brought 2 activated robots to 001. 001 was so arrogant that she didn't even look at them. Combat robot. No autonomous consciousness. Can defend the shelter. Combat power level 1. Cannot leave the shelter. Gardener robot. No autonomous consciousness. Can trim the green belt of the shelter. Bring your own tools to work. Cannot leave the shelter. Both robots are powered by the electric energy core, and the working state is currently closed. Wen Ning rubbed his chin. Although the growth robot has no autonomous consciousness, it still has a certain learning ability. Otherwise it would not deserve the name of growth. Their appearance is somewhat similar, especially the combat robot and 001, which is simply a smaller version of it. But Wen Ning can still see the subtle differences between the 2. For example, the joint lines are not as smooth as 001, and the details of the mecha are not as rich as 001. The light in the eyes is not as varied as 001. After the unusual battle, Wen Ning was able to distinguish the subtle changes in the light at 001's eyes, showing some of its simple emotions. 002 and 003 were relatively simple, and their actions were not as flexible as 001, and they were a bit rigid and clumsy. Wen Ning was a little worried that they could not deal with the omnipresent suffocating leaf. If they were parasitized, it would be a loss of both the wife and the army. Therefore, after activating the two robots, Wen Ning did not rush to give orders to let them join the battle, but let them learn 001's battle. And with confidence in the system, Wen Ning also personally demonstrated and explained the key points of killing the suffocating leaf. I don't know if the two understood, but they didn't give Wen Ning any feedback. We have to try our best. There's no better way now. Wen Ning looked at the two robots with mechanical eyes. 002, go to the right side of the shelter and destroy the suffocating leaves that have invaded the shelter within 10 meters. 003, go to the back of the shelter. 002 and 003 acted instantly, their movements smooth and natural, as if the clumsy look just now was Wen Ning's illusion. Wen Ning looked at the two robots, imitating 001's method to cut the mature, suffocating leaves. The timing was very precise, and the suffocating leaves were cleared one by one. 003 had a lawn mower on his back, but he didn't use it. Obviously, he had heard what Wen Ning had just said, that the leaves of the suffocating leaves could not be destroyed, and only the roots could be cut off. Wen Ning felt relieved, and after drinking a bottle of coconut juice, he also joined the battle. Just now, Ozzy sent her a message through induction that the oxygen content in the air has dropped to 15%. This is equivalent to an altitude of about 2,700 meters. Wen Ning has been practicing martial arts for a long time, and has good physical fitness, so he has no reaction for the time being. But it is different for other survivors. World Channel, why do I feel a little difficult to breathe? World Channel, brother, you just felt it. I have already carried an air compressor. World Channel, no, I don't feel any difficulty breathing here. Is it because my lung capacity is large? World Channel, me neither, but my energy value is about to drop to 60. World Channel, don't you guys rest? I saw that its growth rate is controllable, so I secretly rested for a long time, and now my energy value is still 80. World Channel, I have been cleaning up, killing everyone I see, I dare not rest. World Channel, it seems that those who have rested have difficulty breathing. World Channel, but the system did not prompt that its coverage area has increased. Everyone on the World Channel was discussing it, and Wen Ning also found the phenomenon of polarization. Some people felt the thin air, and some calculated that the oxygen content in their shelters was about 4,500 meters above sea level. Some people did not feel any changes in the air, but their energy levels dropped a lot. What does this mean? Wen Ning pondered, and combined with his own situation, Wen Ning made a bold guess. The coverage area of the suffocation leaves has changed from global to personal. The speed and quantity of each player's clearing are different, and the amount of oxygen consumed by the suffocation leaves is also different. As if to confirm this guess, the system announcement sounded at 6 o'clock. System announcement. The global coverage area of the suffocation leaves has reached 50%, and the growth rate will increase to 200%. Please eliminate them as soon as possible. System announcement. System prompts that the coverage rate of the suffocation leaves in personal shelters will be sent later through personal private messages. For shelters with personal coverage rates below 50%, the growth rate of the suffocation leaves at night will be reduced by half. The system announcement was played 3 times in a row, and the time it finished was exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Another 5 minutes later, the personal coverage rate was announced, and Wen Ning paid attention to it. Hello, player, your suffocating leaf shelter's personal coverage rate is 30%. After night falls, the growth rate of the suffocating leaf will be reduced by half. Only 30%, the oxygen content has decreased by 4 percentage points. That is to say, Wen Ning's efficiency in clearing the suffocating leaves with the help of 001 in the afternoon was still very high. At least after the system announced that the global coverage area reached 30%, the coverage rate around her shelter has not increased. This is also why her shelter has not refreshed the mature and thorough suffocating leaves in the world. World Channel. Damn! My shelter coverage is 50%. Now the growth rate of the suffocation leaves is fast again. There are still 2 hours left. I don't know if I can hold on. World Channel. I rested too much this afternoon. Now the shelter coverage is 60%. I feel like I'm going to die. World Channel. Who can stand this? There are only 2 hours left and my energy is only 65. World Channel. Those who quit the base are slapping their faces. Our base was very dangerous just now, and many people quit. Now we survived, and the coverage area is only 45%. Compared with Wen Ning's situation, more people are on the verge of collapse. Either the oxygen content is insufficient, the battle is difficult, and the coverage area is just on the edge of 50. Or the coverage area has not reached 50, but the energy value is decreased, and they are in a dilemma. Chapter 136. Time passed by minute, and soon it was nightfall. The survivors struggling on the edge of death tried their best to resist the suffocating leaves growing wildly in all directions. At 8 o'clock, the scenes in each corner of the wasteland were very different. Some people controlled the coverage rate of suffocating leaves in their personal shelters to less than 50% at the last moment when their energy was declining. As soon as it was 8 o'clock, the growth rate of the surrounding suffocating leaves immediately dropped. The survivor also escaped from death and collapsed on the spot in exhaustion. But there was not much time left for him to breathe. Even if the growth rate of these plants was reduced by half, they still grew very fast. At least the expansion was visible to the naked eye. Under this sense of oppression, the survivors tried every means to eat to restore their energy in order to cope with the next battle. And for those whose personal shelters had a coverage rate of more than 50%, the suffocating leaves continued to grow wildly after 8 o'clock, and the speed doubled again. It was about to devour the entire shelter like a savage. With their energy exhausted, the survivors could only watch themselves become nutrients for the suffocating leaves in despair. On Wen Ning's side, the 3 robots dealt with most of the suffocating leaves, and she still had time to pay attention to the people who traded rare materials on the World Channel. Now her food processor's coconut milk production has been upgraded to the maximum level, and basically a cup of coconut milk can be produced in 30 seconds. In the continuous battle, her coconut milk is undoubtedly a powerful auxiliary. As long as Wen Ning offers to buy various rare materials on the market with coconut milk, the other party will agree without hesitation. There are more players who privately chat with Wen Ning with precious supplies. Coconut juice has reached the point where it is priceless. This is purchasing power. Before 8 o'clock, the suffocating leaves around Wen Ning's shelter were almost cleared, and the remaining ones could be dealt with by 001 and 2 new minions. Wen Ning was also relieved and turned around to go back to the shelter to have dinner. System announcement. The global coverage of suffocating leaves has reached 60%, entering the second stage of this disaster, and everything will revive. System announcement. Tip: in this stage, the suffocating leaves will stop growing endlessly, but the oxygen consumption rate will increase by 3 times, and there will be other changes. Players are requested to eliminate the suffocating leaves as soon as possible. Believe me, you don't want to see the next stage of the disaster. Wen Ning paused, and the scene behind him began to change as the system announcement sounded. All the suffocating leaves that had not been eliminated matured within 10 seconds, and the spores fell to the ground before 001 could react. After landing, they grew wildly. But the suffocating leaves in front were only about 10 centimeters high. The suffocating leaves that had fallen to the ground now soared directly into the sky. In a few seconds, they had grown to a height higher than 001, when Ning's eyes widened in shock, and he looked up at the suffocating leaves that suddenly grew densely like thorns. The leaves shrank, and the rhizomes became thicker, at least as thick as a thigh. Long spikes grew densely around them. The herb that had been separated directly became a tree. Then, flower buds emerged one by one. The branches of flowers bloomed one after another, blooming beautifully under the lights of the shelter wall. There is no fragrance of flowers, but a beautiful chagrin. Just when Wen Ning thought that the flowers had bloomed to the end, the flowers on the branches did not stop growing. The buds continued to expand, and the outermost petals gradually turned dark brown, like old bark, supporting the stamens inside. This was not over yet. The flowers of the suffocating leaf grew to a diameter of about half a meter, so big that it seemed that Wen Ning could be swallowed in one bite. As if to confirm this idea, the center of the stamen began to secrete transparent mucus. It was so bright that it made people salivate. Wen Ning's scalp tingled when she saw it. She found that as long as she got a little closer, the tentacle-like hairs on the roots of the suffocating leaf would stand up. They faced her direction, as if they couldn't wait to have an intimate contact with her. Wen Ning shook her head with a chill. Seeing that 001 was about to be surrounded by the expanding and growing suffocating leaves, Wen Ning thought and directly took the 3 robots back to the guard cabin. Then, he quickly retreated to the yard. The flowers of the suffocating leaves were afraid of the super-energy electric grid on Wen Ning's courtyard wall, and did not dare to approach. The fluff on the roots of the suffocating leaves behind him all drooped down the moment Wen Ning retreated to the shelter. It seemed that they were very sorry for Wen Ning's departure. Wen Ning released the 3 robots in the yard and let them guard the yard. First observe the growth of the suffocating leaves. The system just prompted that it would stop growing endlessly. Now it seems that the flowers will stop growing after they grow to a certain extent. The huge flowers were like net bags, pushing the surrounding flowers from time to time. All the flowers were aligned with the same caliber, and the bright stamens were facing Wen Ning's direction. When she moved, the flowers also slowly turned and locked onto her. No matter how beautiful the unnatural plants were, it was hard to appreciate them. Wen Ning felt a chill on his back. But he hadn't found the weakness of these plants yet, so he wouldn't attack rashly. Only 001 was allowed to be on guard with 2 fledgling robots, and there was a superpowered electric grid around the shelter to prevent the flowers from getting in. When they returned to the shelter, Huzi pounced on them. Roar! Look! What happened to little AZ? Huh? AZ? Wen Ning rushed to the kitchen, and saw AZ falling on the food processor. Wen Ning was stunned, and hurried forward to carefully lift AZ up. Az's little face was pale, and cold sweat was oozing from her forehead. Wen Ning suddenly felt something was wrong, and began to search rapidly in his mind for medicines that the elves could use. Master, I'm fine. I just felt a huge change in the plants outside, and I tried to communicate with the power of the elves, but I suffered a backlash. Elf power? Backlash? Wen Ning took the coconut juice that restored energy and fed Az 2 mouthfuls. I don't know if it worked, but Az's face looked better. Wen Ning carefully carried Az back to the bed and put her down. Az began to talk. The power of the elves is the innate ability of every elf, which can communicate and control plants. There are no more than 200 elves on the Wasteland planet, but there are tens of thousands of plants. The purpose of the elves being bred is also for the development of plants. In addition to controlling plants of their own species, the power of the elves can also control other species. For species that do not breed plant elves, the elves can unconditionally control their growth after establishing contact. However, Az tried to communicate with the plants outside twice today, and found that there was a layer of black substance attached to their seeds. This substance was the root cause of the endless growth of these suffocating leaves. Az found that this black substance had an indescribable familiarity during the second attempt. The curiosity in her heart made her explore deeper, but as soon as she touched this layer of black substance, she was counterattacked in an instant. Chapter 137. Regional Channel. What is the suffocating leaf? This is the enlarged version of the piranha plant. Regional Channel. Please take me in. I alone am not enough to fill its teeth. Regional Channel. The World Channel is quiet. I guess everyone has no survival points left. Regional Channel. Thank you, system. This 60 progress came just in time. I thought I was going to die, but the suffocation leaf stopped eating people. Now I think this flower is pretty cute. Regional Channel. Bullshit, it doesn't eat people. It eats meat. It eats meat. It ate all my pets. Regional Channel. So scary? But there are pets upstairs, I'm so jealous. Regional Channel. Everyone, be careful. I raised a rabbit, but it was just at the door of the shelter. When I escaped back, I didn't have time to close the door, and it was dragged away by the flower. Regional Channel. Not even a bone was left. Wen Ning's face gradually became solemn. She originally entered the World Channel, but the number of spokespersons in the World Channel has decreased a lot, and those who have are mainly asking for help or recruiting people from the base. Wen Ning switched to the Regional Channel with more than 6,000 people left. Only then did he see this information. Seeing that someone's pet was killed, Wen Ning raised 12,000 vigilance. Huzi was not at an advantage in this disaster, and these plants naturally restrain humans and animals. Once touched, they would become nutrients 100%. Az fell asleep under Wen Ning's comfort. Wen Ning took out dinner from the food processor, and went to the cellar to get meat for Huzi. The temperature in the cellar was kept below 0. Wen Ning climbed down the stairs, and smelled something different from usual. Wen Ning frowned, and took out a piece of meat. He put it to his nose, and sniffed it again, and then he confirmed that it was a smell of corruption. This meat has deteriorated so quickly? The seller can extend the shelf life of meat for 60 days. The meat Wen Ning purchased was very fresh, and no more than 10 days after it was cut. Wen Ning took out the pearl lamp, and opened the wooden boxes containing fresh mutant meat. Looking at them one by one, a faint smell of corruption came from the tip of his nose. It was not rotten, but it felt a little deteriorated. Wen Ning frowned. What was going on? After searching several boxes in a row, Wen Ning found meat that smelled okay. Put a pot in the backpack. After thinking about it, he put the whole box of meat, and other meat that had not deteriorated into the backpack. More than 10 tons of mutant beast meat were piled in one corner of the backpack, and Wen Ning's vegetables and herbs were on the other side. Fortunately, Wen Ning's backpack was big enough, and the meat and vegetables took up less than 1/5 of the space. Back on the ground of the shelter, The man and the tiger ate dinner in silence. The situation was unclear, and Huzi knew he could not help. He hung his head, and even the meat in the bowl was not so fragrant. Wen Ning was studying the intelligence of the regional channel, and had no time to care for his traumatized heart. Regional channel, have you eaten yet? My meat is all rotten. Regional channel, the oxygen concentration in the air is dropping too fast. I can't breathe. Regional channel, everything is reviving, plants are growing faster, and I feel that bacteria are multiplying faster. Regional channel, the rainwater I collected is full of parasites. Regional channel, what's that? I ate a piece of meat that has been sitting for half a month this morning, and I just saw maggots crawling out of it. Regional channel, oh my god, my water is also all spoiled. Now I can only drink newly opened mineral water. Regional channel, my meat is all rotten, I can only put it in my backpack, but my backpack is only 2 cubic meters, it can't fit it all. Regional channel, I'm asking for a backpack expansion voucher for a large sum of money. I exchange it for 100 kilograms of mutant meat. Regional channel, all food and water are organized. My vegetables are also withered. It's like going back to the days before liberation. Wen Ning rushed into the basement immediately after seeing the news. Sure enough, the smell of corruption in the nose became stronger. Wen Ning walked straight to a row of hardwood barrels in the corner. There was snow water collected during the first disaster. As soon as she opened the lid, the scene inside shocked Wen Ning. The pure snow water inside was gone, replaced by a musty green liquid, which was densely packed with plankton. All of them were visible to the naked eye. When she thought that the water she drank was full of these organisms, Wen Ning almost vomited. This water is terrible. Wen Ning looked at the whole row of barrels. There were at least a dozen tons of water in it, which was now completely scrapped. And there was half of the meat in the cellar. If her measures could not save it, those players with worse conditions would probably lose everything. Wen Ning suddenly felt that she had realized that this disaster might bring everyone back to their original state. Back to the beginning when everyone was short of water and food. The water was already like this. Wen Ning suppressed her nausea and collected all the rotten meat in her backpack. If they were all left to rot in the cellar, she would be ruined. Along the tunnel, Wen Ning planned to throw all the rotten meat into the forest at the exit of the tunnel. Outside the shelter were all suffocating leaves, staring at her covetously. If the meat was thrown into their mouths, it might provide them with nutrients. Wen Ning couldn't do such a stupid thing. At the entrance of the tunnel, the iron door slowly opened, and Wen Ning, who opened the door, had no idea of the scene outside. Uncle Li, is there any news about Yin Yin? Lucier had been fighting all day, and his body was stained with various unknown liquids. His image as a nobleman collapsed instantly. Li Jingyi looked at the blood-stained Lucier, and answered honestly. I found out that the area where the young lady is located is S66 area, but the specific coordinates cannot be found. Lucier glanced at Li Jingyi without hesitation. Find me a base in S66 area, and I will take people there. Base commander. It's so dangerous outside now. Lucier wiped the blood off his face, and did not even spare a glance at Li Jingyi. His tone was not to be rejected. It is because of the danger that I want to bring her back. She has been free for so long, and I originally thought. A trace of pain flashed in Lucier's pupils, as if he was regretting something in the past, and he was hesitant to speak. Li Jingyi knew the reason, and he stopped refuting silently, but just kept Lucier's instructions in mind. In a corner of the wasteland, a petite figure, holding a huge axe heavier than herself, chopped heavily on the huge flower that came over with an expressionless face. The mucus splashed, but it did not stain her body. Congratulations to the player for killing one suffocating leaf and obtaining 1L oxygen bottle *1. The fierce suffocating leaf became vulnerable in front of her giant axe, and the whole flower split in the middle, and then the message of being killed sounded. She dug out the trophy from the withered plant, and without a trace of fluctuation in her eyes, she chopped down the next suffocating leaf like a killer. Chapter 138. Wen Ning's shelter tunnel extends about 500 meters, and the exit is carefully hidden in the bushes of the morning forest. As soon as Wen Ning opened the fine iron door of the tunnel, a flower of the suffocating leaf rushed out in front of her. It opened its pink mouth and rushed straight to her face. Bang! Wen Ning quickly closed the fine iron door, and accidentally cut off the flower branch on the head of the suffocating leaf. In the dim tunnel, the corner was illuminated by the pearl lamp that Wen Ning had dropped. Wen Ning turned around and took out a machete, and was about to chop at the roots of the suffocating leaf. The suffocating leaf will take root when it falls to the ground before it blooms, and Wen Ning was prepared for this. But the suffocating leaf that rolled to the ground did not take root, but the flower opened and closed, and began to release fragrant pollen. Wen Ning subconsciously held his breath, then stood up and stepped forward, stabbing the machete in his hand fiercely into the center of the opening and closing flowers, smashing the stamens to pieces. Congratulations on successfully killing one suffocating leaf and obtaining 1 L of oxygen tube. Was there a broadcast? The flowers under Wen Ning's knife withered and turned into ashes, and then a blue metal can was left on the ground. Wen Ning picked it up, and there was 1 L of medical oxygen inside, and it was also equipped with a breathing port. As long as the valve at the top was pressed, oxygen would be sprayed out. Being able to kill these flowers greatly encouraged Wen Ning, thinking of the scene outside the door just now. Countless flowers are like paparazzi's long guns and short guns, and they also have tracking functions. Where she is, these things gather there. Wen Ning pondered how to deal with this piece of suffocating leaves. At this moment, Wen Ning wished he could research a bomb and throw it out directly. 001 cannot be summoned for the time being. The height of this tunnel is designed according to Wen Ning's height. Not to mention 001, the other 2 robots cannot fit in. Thinking of this, Wen Ning clenched the machete in her hand. It seems that iron is still the nemesis of the suffocating leaf. Now she can only use this thing to open the situation. Bending down to pick up the pearl lamp used for lighting, Wen Ning found that after having this thing, she rarely used torches. This thing seems to have no durability. Every time it is taken out, it can illuminate the entire space, and the light is not dazzling at all. I really have to thank the Lanternfish King for his collection. Lanternfish King? Wen Ning suddenly remembered that he seemed to have another prop, which seemed to have never been used since he got it. With a smile on his lips, Wen Ning had a perfect plan in his mind. Holding a knife in one hand, and a bead in the other hand. The faint halo is different from the publicity of the pearl lamp. But it can be seen from the look that this is not an ordinary thing. He stretched out his hand to pull open the tunnel door, and the machete in his hand took the initiative, bursting out with great power, and pierced the flower that rushed in front of him. Congratulations on successfully killing the suffocating leaf *1. Then Wen Ning drew his knife to the side, and dodged another flower that rushed over. The beads in his hand flew out, and Wen Ning uttered the lines in a very childish way. Summon. The beads were thrown into the center of the flower in front of him, and the next second, a huge Lanternfish King appeared out of nowhere. Directly tore the flowers of the suffocating leaf into pieces. Successfully summoned the Lanternfish King, and the battle time is 29 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. These suffocating leaves are your target. A glare shot up from a corner of the morning forest, and then went out in an instant. A salty and fishy smell reached Wen Ning's nose, and for a moment, Wen Ning thought that the Lanternfish King had resurrected. The Lanternfish King, which had 80% of its peak combat power, was not as big as when it was alive. Its eyes were red, and it was obvious that it was in a state of rage. As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, the lantern in front of the Lanternfish King emitted a dazzling light, and with a flick of its tail, the large pieces of suffocating leaves around it were instantly smashed to pieces by the huge force. Congratulations on successfully killing the suffocating leaves *12. Congratulations on obtaining the iron treasure chest *2. Congratulations on obtaining the oxygen tank 1L *2. Congratulations on obtaining the fiberglass *3. Congratulations on obtaining the portable oxygen inhalation device *1. The sound of the trophy rang in his ears, and the huge shadow of the Lanternfish King in front of him was cast on the ground, which made Wen Ning feel terrified. This overwhelming momentum made Wen Ning feel like he was watching a 4D experience movie. But the fishy smell between the nostrils, and the smell of plants and soil mixed together are real. The plant residues splashing everywhere are real. And the extra loot in Wen Ning's backpack really reminds Wen Ning that this is all real. The suffocating leaves around him can't attack Wen Ning, who is protected by the Lanternfish King, and they all turn their bloody mouths to attack the Lanternfish King. They bite at the Lanternfish King bite by bite, and when the petals fall on the Fish King, jagged teeth appear on the edges instantly, and they want to tear a piece of meat from the Lanternfish King fiercely. But the state of the Lanternfish King can be switched at any time. It's just that the suffocating leaves that have a restraining effect on players, and various animals lose their advantage in front of the Lanternfish King. Although the Lanternfish King has amazing fighting power, it is a mutant beast summoned by Wen Ning. It is directly immune to the attack of the suffocating leaf. The mucus of the suffocating leaf cannot corrode the skin of the Lanternfish King, and the fragrance of the stamen cannot confuse the Lanternfish King. In the face of such a huge strength, the suffocating leaf can only take a beating. The crowded suffocating leaf group was cleaned up by the Lanternfish King in a few moves. The surrounding suffocating leaves came forward, and there were also Fish Kings in front of them. Wen Ning took advantage of this time to release 001. 002, and 003, while killing the suffocating leaves that took advantage of the opportunity to come up. Then he took out a shovel and dug a big hole on the ground. Wen Ning's current physical fitness is 16 points. The work of digging a hole and burying meat is very easy for her. It took less than 10 minutes for Wen Ning to dig a big hole 5 or 6 meters deep. He threw all the rotten meat in his backpack into the cellar, then filled the soil back in, and then used a shovel to pat the soil around him. That should be enough now. Wen Ning moved all the rotten meat out of the cellar and buried it all. Although this might provide nutrients to the suffocating leaf, at this rate of decay, bacteria and fungi would multiply, and there was a high probability that a plague virus would break out. At that time, except for the 3 robots in the shelter, all others would become targets of the virus. Wen Ning could not guarantee that he could survive until the disaster was over. What water is left? Just deal with it all at once. Wen Ning looked up at the Lanternfish King, who was destroying everything. Lanternfish King, remaining battle time 14 minutes and 56 seconds. There was still time. Wen Ning turned and entered the cellar. 002 and 003 could not leave the shelter, so they stayed within 1 meter of the tunnel exit. Wen Ning loaded all the dozen hardwood barrels out. He found a vacant area next to the rotten meat he had just buried. Then he broke the wooden barrel, and the water and plankton all poured onto the ground at once. Just as Wen Ning broke all the wooden barrels and lit the torches to disappear, he heard an unusual noise behind him. Chapter 139. There was a sound of something breaking out of the ground behind him. Wen Ning hadn't turned around yet, but a sense of crisis suddenly rose. 001 rushed over as fast as lightning. Wen Ning turned around with her knife in hand, and then she saw the situation clearly. Just where she had just buried the rotten meat, countless suffocating leaves broke out of the ground. The density was even greater than that in the morning forest. And as soon as the flowers bloomed, Wen Ning smelled the rich fragrance of the flowers. With a thought, Wen Ning's gas mask appeared in his hand. He reached out and killed a suffocating leaf that rushed towards him, and Wen Ning turned sideways to put on the gas mask. After dodging the attack of the suffocating leaves, the serrated blade in 001's hand exerted a powerful force. Because these suffocating leaves were densely packed and close together, 001 swept a piece of them, and a strong current flowed through the serrated blade, and when it encountered the suffocating leaves, it was directly roasted into charcoal. Sparks flashed, and the surrounding area suddenly filled with the smell of burning plants. Wen Ning retreated while killing the suffocating leaf, pouring a large barrel of gasoline on many hardwood barrels. Then, before the Lanternfish King disappeared, he threw a torch in. The flame shot up to the sky, and under the effect of the ignition, the hardwood barrels, even if they were soaked in various creatures, instantly caught fire. The pungent smell of incompletely burned gasoline and the raging fire made Wen Ning unbearable even through the gas mask. When the Lanternfish King's time was over and the huge black shadow above his head disappeared, Wen Ning took back the 3 robots, retreated flexibly, and retreated back to the cellar. He pulled the door of the tunnel closed. The end of rotten meat may not only breed bacteria and viruses. Wen Ning guessed as he walked back. The scene of the suffocating leaves emerging from the soil just now is still vivid in my mind. Wen Ning feels that after the rotten meat decays, the suffocating leaves will extend from the ground to the inside of the shelter. Then a central bloom will occur. No one can react in time. This is why Wen Ning dumped all the spoiled water, even though he knew that throwing the rotten meat out would also become nutrients for the suffocating leaves. The things left in the shelter must not deteriorate, and cannot become the breakthrough point of the suffocating leaves. As for the big fire just now, Wen Ning has also observed that the suffocating leaves are only afraid of iron tools, and the attacks of the Lanternfish King. Not afraid of fire or water, the reason why Wen Ning lit this fire was just to burn the eggs of the plankton attached to the hardwood barrels. Any population, no matter how cute the creature is, will be a disaster when the number reaches an incalculable level. The current disaster was already horrible, so Wen Ning could only be cautious and careful, and nip all possible mutations in the bud. After dealing with the spoiled food and water, the cellar became empty again. Wen Ning walked around, and all the shelves were carefully checked one by one. With Wen Ning's current physique, the temperature of several degrees below zero can be ignored. After confirming that there was no missing unprocessed rotten meat, Wen Ning returned to the ground with peace of mind. Her cellar can slow down the decay of food by at least 1/3. But just now, the rotten meat had attracted so many suffocating leaves as soon as it was buried. What about other survivors who have no conditions? Wen Ning's heart rang with the system's reminder, the next stage of the disaster. Although the horror of the disaster was not described, if it was as Wen Ning imagined, the situation would be serious. The suffocation leaf had just stopped growing endlessly. And as long as it stayed in the shelter, it would not attack people actively. The survivors were at their lowest alert at this time. But when it was late at night, and the survivors who were tired all day fell asleep, thinking of a certain possibility, Wen Ning's face suddenly became solemn. His pupils suddenly sank. He had already started to act in his mind. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion, everyone, throw away all the rotten food as soon as possible. Suffocation leaves are likely to grow out of these rotten foods. Wen Ning directly used the Treasure Pavilion account to increase the spread. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion? Is it the Treasure Pavilion I know? World Channel, gold font, it's genuine, but what is he talking about? Let us throw away all the food. World Channel, are you kidding? I made a small refrigerator with the ice energy core. These meats just have a little taste, they are not inedible, why throw them away? World Channel, the capitalists are personally involved. I boldly predict that after we throw away these foods, the Treasure Pavilion will put a large amount of food on the shelves tomorrow. World Channel, I don't think it's fake. Everyone knows that the suffocating leaf is now carnivorous, and the root system underground is even more developed. Maybe it will grow in along. World Channel, everyone knows it's carnivorous, but why throw the meat away? Just feed it directly into its mouth. World Channel, that's right, this is the capitalist's trick. Besides, if she is right, why didn't the system prompt her? World Channel, the person above doesn't think the system is a savior, right? Guess how you got to this place? Wen Ning watched the World Channel become active again with cold eyes. It is dangerous for survivors to rely on the system's prompts. Before she sent this message, the frequency of the World Channel's message refresh was 1 every 10 minutes, but now it is 1 every 10 seconds. The reason for Wen Ning's speech was also very simple. She didn't have that many survival points. She couldn't refresh more than a dozen messages at a time like last time. And using the account of the Treasure Pavilion was also to attract everyone's attention. Increase exposure. No matter what, there are still many people who believe in her in the World Channel. After reading the news of the World Channel, the people in the regional channel analyzed it, and finally agreed with it. Many people have taken action. The players who were watching decided to stay up late tonight to see if anyone was attacked on the World Channel and the regional channel. But subconsciously, they took the rotten meat farther away and even wrapped it with plastic cloth. Regional channel, let's not talk about the meat first. Do you feel that the oxygen content has dropped more? Regional channel, I killed the suffocating leaf and an oxygen tank dropped. Fortunately, I didn't spend money to buy it before. Regional channel, I also dropped a simple oxygen device. Assemble the oxygen tank, and you can keep supplying oxygen. Wen Ning was cleaning up the spoils when she saw this news. She already had 200 oxygen tanks mentioned in the regional channel, and 50 to 60 portable oxygen devices. She also found several oxygen bars when she unboxed them. Oxygen bar. Using the principle of transformer adsorption, it can continuously produce oxygen from air after adding an energy source, and can supply a room with an area of 10 square meters, turning the room into a high-concentration oxygen chamber. Wen Ning looked at the half-man-high device in front of her. There was a trumpet-shaped outlet in front, and an interface-like device behind it. Wen Ning studied it for a while, and found that it could produce oxygen from air, and it could also add oxygen cylinders to disperse compressed oxygen into the air. Chapter 140. Although there are hundreds of oxygen tanks around Wen Ning, there are only a dozen large capacity ones with a capacity of 5L and an oxygen purity of more than 90%. If they are put into the oxygen bar for oxygen supply, it is estimated that they can only supply oxygen for about 5 hours. The rate of oxygen consumption outside has increased by 3 times. At this time, Wen Ning has already felt a little breathless. She knows that if she doesn't solve the problem of oxygen intake tonight, there are only 2 outcomes. Suffocate to death, or be attacked by the suffocation leaf. Hu Zi, who is beside her, is panting and approaching, and it is obvious that he has already reacted. Wen Ning hurriedly took action. Oxygen tank, ordinary, *4 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining oxygen tank. Fine. 50L *1. Oxygen tank. Fine under the +1 attribute of the system. Its capacity is increased tenfold, and the oxygen concentration is refined to 99.6%. Wen Ning did not stop, and then put the oxygen bar into the synthesis system. Oxygen bar, ordinary, *4 detected. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining advanced oxygen chamber. Excellent, *1. Advanced oxygen chamber. Excellent oxygen chamber made with special technology. Oxygen supply efficiency increased by 200%. Under the +1 attribute of the system, its oxygen supply area reaches 300 square meters. Satisfaction flashed in Wen Ning's eyes, and she immediately placed the oxygen chamber in the bedroom. The current oxygen chamber can cover her entire shelter, until the end of the disaster. After adding an electric energy core, install a 50L oxygen tank. The oxygen chamber began to produce oxygen continuously. Tiger's animal instinct smelled the fresh air. Excitedly, he came up, and his listless tail began to wag happily. Wen Ning leaned in and took 2 breaths, and his chest was instantly filled with a fresh feeling. Huh, I feel comfortable at last. Wen Ning's feeling just now could not be called suffocation, but it was similar to the feeling of altitude sickness. He was out of breath, but it was a bit strenuous, and his legs would become weak after walking 2 steps quickly. It was also because of her good physique that she reacted late. Someone on the World Channel had already shouted that they were suffocating. Wen Ning glanced at the sleeping AZ, opened the system panel to confirm that the 2 little ones were in good condition. Then he synthesized the portable oxygen device, installed a 5L oxygen tank, and went out with it on his back. She threw all the remaining oxygen tanks and portable oxygen devices into the treasure pavilion. Now the entire trading market is hard to find. As soon as Wen Ning's oxygen tanks were put on the shelves, they were snapped up. Wen Ning put 100 electric energy cores on the shelves. All they wanted were some rare ores and materials. The reason why she did this was also very simple. It was true that this disaster was now a personal battle, but it should be noted that the system prompt said that the disaster had entered the next stage caused by the increase in global coverage. So, now it is a personal battle under the collective battle. All the products Wen Ning put on the shelves were limited to 1 purchase per person. If you can save 1 person, save 1 person, just like Wen Ning posted his own guess on the World Channel. Letting everyone throw away the rotten meat was also for the same purpose. But Wen Ning just did what she could. As the old saying goes, it will rain when the sky falls, and the mother will marry. No one can stop a stubborn person from seeking death. After all, the supplies Wen Ning has now are not many. The purpose of her doing this can be seen from the World Channel. World Channel, God. The treasure pavilion has more than 180 oxygen tanks on the shelf. Only 1 fiberglass is needed. World Channel, the owner is awesome. This suffocating leaf is hard to kill. I had a hard time killing one, and an oxygen tank exploded. World Channel, there is also an oxygen breathing device. I grabbed one. With this, I can breathe oxygen automatically, which makes it easier to fight. World Channel, why is there a purchase limit? I have supplies. Sell me 20, and I can survive this disaster. World Channel, I changed an electric energy core, and I exploded an oxygen bar, which is just right for energy supply. World Channel, the freeloader upstairs, everyone is surviving like you, this disaster has ended long ago. Humanity is extinct in advance. World Channel, the pattern has been opened, and the treasure pavilion hopes that more people can survive. World Channel, look. Lu Shi's business has also put dozens of oxygen tanks on the shelves. But there is no oxygen bar. Boss Lu is not as powerful as the treasure pavilion. World Channel, there must be a huge organization behind the treasure pavilion. Li Jingyi had just put the extra oxygen tanks on the shelves according to Lu Shi's instructions, and turned around to see Lu Shi walking in with a portable simple oxygen device. He stretched out his hand and threw out a dozen more oxygen tanks. Base Commander, there is an oxygen bar in the treasure pavilion. Lu Shi paused after hearing this, thought for a moment, and responded, I understand, you lead people to continue to clean up the suffocating leaves around. Li Jingyi nodded and turned to walk out of the base. By the way, have you thrown away all the rotten meat? All thrown away, but luckily we have all the vegetarian food that drops, so it won't be a problem to hold on until the disaster is over. Well, the oxygen bar will be distributed according to the contribution to the disaster. Tell everyone to hold on until the early morning. Also notify the logistics department to make all the food that has not deteriorated into food to replenish energy. Brothers on the front line can't go hungry. Yes. It was almost 10 o'clock, and Wen Ning was leading 3 robots that did not need oxygen to clean up the suffocating leaves around. Among the petals flying up, Wen Ning picked up an oxygen tank from time to time and turned around to throw it into the treasure pavilion. The information of killing and successful transactions alternated in his ears. 001 swung the serrated blade with an arc, and a large piece of suffocating leaves fell instantly. The explosion rate of the 3 robots was very good, and Wen Ning paid attention to the news in the world. A smile of achieving his goal appeared on his lips. After the warning, She put another wave of oxygen tanks on the shelves as an example, mainly for other forces to see. Now the forces that can protect themselves have actively contributed their extra oxygen tanks. For popularity, or something else, the anchors on the leaderboard are all promoting the righteousness of mankind in the face of disasters. But everyone knows that now that there is one more human alive, the coverage of the suffocation leaves will be slower, and the chance of surviving this disaster will be greater. And the products that Wen Ning puts on the shelves from time to time have led to a wave of comparison in the Wasteland, and various forces are constantly putting them on the shelves. The powerful ones have long far exceeded the number of Wen Ning's shelves. The Treasure Pavilion withdrew early in this economic war, and the World Channel immediately said that Wen Ning was just pretending to be rich. He has no money but still pretends to be rich. Wen Ning didn't care about these remarks at all. Her purpose was just to slow down the pace of the disaster. She did this more for herself. Her idea coincided with Lu Shi's. She would stop cleaning at dawn and let 001 keep watch. There were still more than 20 hours before the disaster ended, and she needed to conserve her energy. Alex, have you found the coordinates of the Treasure Pavilion? Jack was hiding in the shelter, carrying the best oxygen supply equipment that the base members had found. In the corner behind him, there was an oxygen bar that was supplying oxygen continuously. Alex hurried in and took 2 deep breaths of oxygen before speaking. Sir, we have successfully located the area where the Treasure Pavilion spoke, in area S666. Jack clapped his hands, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Find our people in that area. Humph. Treasure Pavilion, prepare for your tragic end. Chapter 141. Lu Shi 1267. Hello, I want to buy some oxygen bars, using blueprints. Since Wen Ning put the products on the shelves of the Treasure Pavilion, people have been looking for her, and Wen Ning blocked them all. But there are special reminders for some people, such as Lu Shi, the current big blueprint owner. Wen Ning might refuse others, but the other party is a big blueprint owner. Wen Ning ducked to avoid the attack of the suffocating leaves in front of him. He retreated back to the yard, squatted in a corner, and focused on replying to Lu Shi's message. Private chat channel. Boss Lu, this thing is on the shelf of the Treasure Pavilion. Here, Lu Shi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wen Ning, who was pretending to be stupid. Lu Shi 1267. Shopkeeper, I need a large quantity. What conditions do you have? Wen Ning thought about it seriously. Lu Shi seemed more reliable than Li Weigua, and his purchasing power was very high. And he didn't want to take advantage of her. After thinking for a while, a cunning light flashed in his eyes. Private chat channel. Boss Lu, it's not that we can't talk about this deal. The main thing is that our Treasure Pavilion really doesn't lack anything. It's impossible for Lu Shi not to hear such an obvious hint. Lu Shi also knew that the reason why Wen Ning added him as a friend was because he wanted the blueprints in Lu Shi's hand. The robot blueprints that were traded last time were already among the more precious blueprints in Lu Shi's hand. Lu Shi paid for a while and replied, Lu Shi, shopkeeper, there are more than one aerobic bar in this wasteland. Threat? It doesn't matter, I will take action. Private chat channel. Boss Lu, if you talk like this, I have something else to do, so I won't talk for now. Wen Ning decisively closed the private chat channel. She was not a businessman and didn't want to play along with Lu Shi and the other two. If we can't come to an agreement, forget it. There are so many in the wasteland. You can buy them. Lu Shi didn't expect the other party to play by the rules. He immediately lowered his head when he thought of a possibility. Lu Shi 1267, I am offended. I will tell you straight. I want all the oxygen bars you have, including oxygen tanks above 5L. In addition, I want a robot. Lu Shi 1267, above, I will exchange it with a blueprint. Wen Ning didn't reply, so Lu Shi directly sent the details of the blueprint. Wen Ning saw the message when she cleared more than a dozen suffocating leaves and recovered her energy. Blueprint? What blueprint is worth so much money? She actually wanted all her oxygen devices and robots. Wen Ning opened the blueprint called Centaurus A while drinking coconut juice. Oh my god! The coconut juice in her mouth almost choked. Wen Ning swallowed it with difficulty, her eyes full of disbelief. Suddenly I felt that I had said something a little too loud. This Lu Shi is a real blueprint tycoon. Centaurus A, vehicle blueprint fragment. Collect the 3 blueprints of Centaurus ABC to exchange for the vehicle Centaurus. It turned out to be a vehicle blueprint. Wen Ning was very jealous and almost drooled. This is a vehicle blueprint. The blueprint has a rough shape, a wild motorcycle, and the camouflage green is very suitable for the shape. Maybe because the blueprint is incomplete, it looks very hazy. But this does not prevent Wen Ning from liking this blueprint, even though it is only 1/3. Wen Ning is itching to see it. What ability does Lu Shur have to have so many blueprints? Private chat channel. Boss Lu, can I know where you got your blueprints? Wen Ning was so curious that she didn't expect her brain to work so fast that she asked directly what she was thinking. After asking, Wen Ning immediately regretted it. How could the other party tell her such a confidential matter? Just when Wen Ning was annoyed, Lu Shur actually replied. Lu Shur 1267, sure, but I want to add 2 robots. Wen Ning's mouth twitched. The other party was obviously better at business than her. He knew that she was curious and started to raise the price again. Compared to the threatening method just now, Wen Ning preferred this kind of direct bargaining. But Wen Ning was not a soft persimmon. If the other party bargained, wouldn't it be embarrassing for her to agree to it immediately? She still had to pull it and bargain. Lu Shur was so determined to ask, he must have had the intention of testing, wanting to know whether Wen Ning could make a robot. Private chat channel. I can agree to give you a robot, but I can only give you 2. I can't give it now, because I don't have survival points, and can't make it. Private chat channel. Also, the type of robot made from this blueprint is not fixed, so you cannot specify the type of robot. Wen Ning was calculating in her mind. If 2 housekeeping robots were made, she couldn't be blamed. She wouldn't make it again. It would cost a lot of points. Lu Shur had studied this blueprint at the time and understood what Wen Ning said about the type being not fixed. I just didn't know that survival points were required for making this robot. It seems that the points required are not low. The development of Lu Shur's base was limited during the time when he was injured. Although he had a high IQ, he could only be in a small corner and could not think through many things. So even though she did have a few rare blueprints, she couldn't cash them out due to the base equipment. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shur still chose to agree. In the Wasteland, there are actually quite a few people who have blueprints, but the production conditions of advanced blueprints are very harsh, with too many preconditions, and the system intends to control the speed of world technology development. The robot in Wen Ning's hand is already unique. Lu Shur 1267. 2 robots are fine, and I can agree to the conditions. What about the oxygen bar? Private chat channel. There is one more thing. I can trade the oxygen bar to you immediately, and all the oxygen bars obtained by the treasure pavilion tonight can be given to you, but the robot will have to wait until after the disaster. Private chat channel. I don't have survival points. Wen Ning said it with confidence, and Lu Shur on the opposite side was rarely silent. Lu Shur 1267. Yes, I agree. Wen Ning was satisfied, and Lu Shur was still generous, and he was not afraid that she would abscond with the money. The 2 sides had some friendly exchanges on some details, and finally finalized the deal. Lu Shur directly told Wen Ning the source of the blueprint, which was obtained in a secret realm. This secret realm was a little unusual. As for what was different, Lu Shur said that he would tell everything when the robot arrived. The other party had already shown great sincerity, so Wen Ning could not continue to ask, and reached a verbal agreement. Lu Shur directly traded the blueprint of Centaurus A to Wen Ning in exchange for all the oxygen bars she had. With the encouragement of the Centaurus vehicle blueprint, Wen Ning instantly became eager to fight. Holding a machete, he cooperated with 001 to kill outside the shelter. Time passed bit by bit, and Wen Ning reserved enough oxygen for the next step. The remaining qualified ones were traded to Lu Shur, and the remaining ones were put on the shelf in the treasure pavilion. At 12 o'clock, Wen Ning let go and left the battlefield to 001 and his 2 younger brothers. He returned to the shelter to rest. In other corners of the wasteland, some people were fighting desperately for enough oxygen, and the players who had saved enough oxygen closed the door. Fell asleep with the oxygen tank in their arms. Fatigue reached its peak, but in the disaster season, few people could sleep well. Ah! A sharp scream cut through the night sky, but soon quieted down. Chapter 142. Just as Wen Ning was about to fall asleep, a message suddenly appeared on the World Channel. World Channel. Suffocation leaves have grown in my shelter. Help! The word stopped abruptly, and the avatar quickly turned gray. What happened is self-evident. The World Channel was instantly in a panic, and one after another people began to report that suffocation leaves had appeared in their shelters. Wen Ning immediately went to the regional channel. Number of survivors, 3989. Nearly 2,000 less, 1/3, and it is still decreasing. Wen Ning immediately had a guess in her heart, and what she had anticipated happened. The center bloomed. Regional channel, damn it. Suffocation leaves really grew. I only left a piece of meat. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and slept with the knife in my arms. The player who said this had listened to Wen Ning's words earlier and threw away all the spoiled food, but there was a piece of meat that didn't smell strong, so he thought of having it for breakfast the next morning. Then he went out to kill the suffocating leaf, but when he came back, he forgot to put the meat into his backpack. He was so tired that he fell asleep. It hadn't been 10 minutes since he fell asleep. There was a noise on the ground of the shelter. This player was quite cautious and rushed out to check immediately. He saw a suffocating leaf flower emerging from the ground and attacking instantly. The player subconsciously fought back, and most of the sleepiness was scared away. Fortunately, he was agile and solved the suffocating leaf. He immediately went to the regional channel in panic. Regional channel, what the treasure pavilion said is true. I threw all the meat in the refrigerator into the yard, and then the suffocating leaf grew out immediately. Regional channel, the number of people dropped so fast, how many people were eaten in their sleep? Regional channel, coordinates 1234, 8769. Someone in our base didn't listen and secretly hid rotten meat. Now the base is full of suffocating leaves. Is there anyone who can save us? Regional channel, let's retreat from the base quickly to save our lives. Brothers, we can't go out at night. Regional channel, not to mention the threat of the night, there are so many suffocating leaves outside, going out is seeking death. Remember I said to hide in the water before the disaster came? I just took a look. The river next to the shelter is full of suffocating leaves. Regional channel, help. Even if we retreat, the outside of the base is full of suffocating leaves, and we can't clean them up. Whether it's the regional channel or the world channel, everyone is talking about it. The central point is that he is too stupid to copy the standard answer. The words frequently mention the treasure pavilion, which invisibly advertises Wenning. The number of people following the store has been rising, and has exceeded 10 million. Wenning closed the chat channel, and his goal was achieved. He should not be able to escape the popularity list. Knowing in advance is worth a lot of money, and many people paid the price this night. This night is destined to be a turbulent night, because the suffocation leaf erupts in the early morning, which is exactly when the players are most tired. There are even many players who are hiding in the shelter with a fluke mentality. When the suffocation leaf jumped out from under the floor of the shelter, they were directly frightened and stunned. Without giving him a chance to regret, the suffocation leaf pounced on him like a hungry wolf smelling meat. The last thought in his mind before he died was that if he had listened to the treasure pavilion store owner at the beginning, it would be better. But it was too late. Fortunately, there were many smart people, and the casualties this night were not as heavy as imagined. Wasteland calendar January 18th, 8 o'clock, disaster season. Wenning woke up to Huzi's wet licking. After waking up, he first checked the working status of the advanced oxygen chamber. A quarter of the 50L oxygen tank had just been used up. The rest was enough for the shelter. 001 successfully killed suffocating leaf *645. 002 successfully killed suffocating leaf *245. 003 successfully killed suffocating leaf *89. The three robots fought all night and got a lot of spoils. Wenning put the oxygen-related devices directly on the shelves. There were also some treasure chests that were all opened at once, and those that should be put on the shelves were put on the shelves, and those that should be put in the warehouse were put in the warehouse. Huzi ran to Wenning with the food bowl in his mouth. Wenning took out the unspoiled mutant meat from his backpack and told Huzi to eat it as quickly as possible. Then he started to prepare breakfast for Aziz. Master. After a night's rest, Aziz felt much better. She flapped her wings and flew to the side of Wenning's neck. Wenning touched her head soothingly. How is your recovery? Aziz lowered her head embarrassedly. It was because of her carelessness that Wenning was worried about her. Nodding shyly, Aziz took a curious look at the advanced oxygen chamber in the room. Then she looked at Wenning, who was carrying an oxygen device on her back. Master, there is enough oxygen in the shelter, but the oxygen content outside will soon be less than 10%. Well, I know you two should not go out. These things will disappear after today. Although Aziz thought it was impossible, she would not doubt Wenning's words. The fresh vegetables and meat in the backpack were enough for Wenning to eat for a while, and there were so many packaged fast foods. There was no need to worry about water, as mineral water of various volumes and brands was piled up like a mountain. Wenning didn't have to worry for the time being, but others might not. On the second day of the disaster, the survivors who were still alive ate the food in their hands with great care. The space in the backpack had been vacated and filled with food and vegetables. As for the water source, mineral water would drop when killing monsters, so it seemed that there was no need to worry. But when the survivors got up in the morning, they found that the mineral water they had opened last night was full of plankton. It deteriorated so quickly that they had to accept their fate and open a new bottle. Soon the survivors found that the water they had just opened would also deteriorate quickly if they didn't drink it within 10 minutes. It smelled like mold. There were complaints on the World Channel, and the value of water and food also rose. Just when everyone was paying attention to the food spoilage, the system is causing trouble again. System announcement. The global coverage of the suffocating leaves has reached 70%. Players are requested to destroy them as soon as possible. System announcement. Tip. When the coverage of the suffocating leaves reaches 80%, the disaster will enter the third stage. Every word of the system announcement, like a death warrant, hits the survivors hard. The situation is very urgent, and there is no room for delay. In order to prevent the game from entering the third stage, almost everyone speeds up their actions, replenishes their energy, and goes out to continue fighting. Regional channel. Damn! Is this really not the third stage of the game coming early? Regional channel. Everyone be careful, the suffocating leaves have grown bigger again, and its fluff can shoot spikes. Regional channel. These needle-like spikes are poisonous. I just escaped back and my legs are numb. Chapter 143. On the second day of the disaster season, the suffocation leaf was still very strong, and the oxygen content on the surface of the world dropped to less than 10% on a large scale. All the players who could survive were carrying oxygen production devices. Fighting would accelerate the body's consumption of oxygen, and players basically prepared several spare oxygen cylinders. The compressed air survivors bought from the stores of major bases at the beginning also used it. The lack of oxygen content is a disadvantage. The manufacturing technology of compressed air is immature and cannot be carried with you. It can only be opened in the room, and all. The gas will be discharged in a short time. The discharged gas will soon be consumed by the suffocation leaf. So, it is like a chicken rib. Many bases were auctioned at high prices at that time, but now they are scolded by players. When Ning walked out of the shelter, and the chicken coop in the corner was empty. There was only a planting field left in the planting area, and the crops had been harvested. When Ning had earlier captured all the wild chickens and brought them into the shelter, there was a reserved stairwell next to the bathroom, and when Ning temporarily kept the chickens there, use a fence to isolate it so that the gas flow is not affected. The oxygen consumption rate is getting faster and faster. Today, when Ning prepared 3 50L oxygen tanks, taught Ozzy how to check the consumption, and change the oxygen tank when it reaches the critical value. There is no suffocating leaf in the yard, and fighting sounds can be heard outside the yard. That is the tireless 001, 002, and 003. It is worthy of being a growth robot. 001 is naturally needless to say. The remaining 002 is a growth robot, and its fighting style is becoming more and more proficient. If 001's fighting style is innate, and learned from Wen Ning, then 002 completely took 001 as a benchmark. Even 003, a gardener robot, has a little bit of 001 shadow. At this moment, the 3 people cooperated perfectly. Oh no, it was 2 people. 001's body of more than 2 meters is not much shorter than the suffocating leaves that blocked out the sky and the sun around it. And the suffocating leaves will not actively attack 001. 001 defeated the enemy with one move, and did not give the suffocating leaves a chance to fight back. On the other hand, 002's side, it worked significantly with 003. The scissors in 003's hand can cut off the branches of the suffocating leaves, and the flowers fall to the ground. 002 goes forward to make up the knife, and complete the kill. The fluff on the branches of the suffocating leaves that are as thick as tree trunks under attack changes into sharp thorns. It shrinks suddenly, and then bursts out. Thousands of spikes covered the sky and hit 002 and 003. It had no effect at all. The steel-like body showed no pain from these attacks. But it was a completely different situation when it hit people. When Ning looked around, there were only suffocating leaves in his field of vision. No other plants had disappeared. Not to mention animals. In the past, disaster seasons were accompanied by a tide of mutant beasts, but this disaster seemed not to have any. The strength of the suffocating leaves can be seen. Fortunately, after the disaster, these things will disappear, and this continent will return to a state where nothing happened. When Ning looked carefully at the weaknesses of the suffocating leaves, under the attack of the 3 robots, the surrounding suffocating leaves were cleared out of a large area. The second stage of the suffocating leaves stopped growing, and the reproduction method changed from spore transmission to root germination. When Ning found that in order to avoid the thorn attack of the suffocating leaf, the first point is not to get within 1 meter of it. Secondly, the only way to avoid triggering the attack is to kill the suffocating leaf in one go. The killing method is still to destroy the center of the pistol with an iron tool. Thinking of this, Wen-Ning took out his compound crossbow. The material of the crossbow arrow is also iron. Try to see if it works. Wen-Ning stood sideways, holding the crossbow steadily in one hand, aiming and shooting. The crossbow arrow burst out with huge energy and accurately hit the pistol of the suffocating leaf. Puff! Congratulations on successfully killing the suffocating leaf *1. Congratulations on obtaining fiberglass *1. It works. It seems that the weakness of this suffocating leaf is also very obvious. It's okay to have a weakness, so as not to blindly risk your life. You can't get too close to the suffocating leaf. Wen-Ning simply stands there and acts as an emotionless shooter who stands still and outputs. The crossbow in Wen-Ning's hand will trigger a critical hit, and after the critical hit, all the suffocating leaves in the range will launch an attack. For this reason, Wen-Ning also took a shield that exploded from the fish-headed monster and blocked it in front of him. Remembering that there were still half a box of harpoons in her warehouse, Wen-Ning simply moved them all out. Throw the harpoons as javelins. It can also kill the suffocating leaves. After throwing for a while, Wen-Ning suddenly realized that she seemed to have found another way to get rich, turned back to the shelter, and found all the iron weapons, armor, and other things in the warehouse. Pick and choose, and put all the suitable ones on the shelves. System announcement: the store you follow has new products in the Treasure Pavilion. World Channel: what does it mean to put harpoons on the shelves in the Treasure Pavilion? World Channel: there are still so many crossbows and fish skin armor. World Channel: who cares, I'm going to rush. The armor on my body happened to be broken. As soon as the voice fell, Wen-Ning received a message of a successful transaction. The other party bought her a fish skin armor. Another minute passed. World Channel: everyone, I'm back. Fish skin armor is useful. It completely blocks spike attacks. It's much more useful than my wooden armor. World Channel: as a crossbow user, I tell you, the height of the suffocating leaves is nearly 3 meters. If you have a good aim, you can take down one with one crossbow arrow. And it won't trigger the spikes. World Channel: damn! Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't I think of the long-range attack? But fortunately, I can make crossbows myself. World Channel: ah! I don't know how to make a crossbow. And there are crossbows, who can put them on the shelf. Wen-Ning saw this, and the next second, a group of 100 crossbows appeared on the shelf of the Treasure Pavilion, a total of 100 groups. This thing can make 30 with 1 unit of iron ingot, and a group can be exchanged for 5 units of iron ingots, which means a net profit of 50 crossbows. Soon, all the weapons on Wen-Ning's shelf were sold out. Other shops began to follow suit, especially Lu's business, which was simply a follower of Wen-Ning. The prices were almost the same. Wen-Ning rolled his eyes, but since he had made a small profit, he didn't care about it anymore. She turned around and concentrated on killing the suffocating leaf. Compared to those forces, whether she could make it to the kill list this time was still a big question. The addition of crossbows greatly improved the killing efficiency of players, and the casualties were reduced. After Wen-Ning knew that the thorn attack of the suffocating leaf was poisonous, he put a batch of antidote potions on the shelves. World Channel: damn! The owner of the Treasure Pavilion really has everything. He also has antidotes. World Channel: otherwise, how can he have the confidence to call it the Treasure Pavilion? Chapter 144. With the right weapons and medicines specially put on the shelves by the major forces, the player's fighting consciousness has reached an unprecedented level, and some invisible changes are gradually happening. Wen-Ning is becoming more and more adept at cleaning up the suffocating leaves. And I don't know if it's because everyone has found the right method. The system didn't remind me that the coverage area of the suffocating leaves has increased until noon. This also gave all the players confidence. But the situation is still urgent. Everyone knows the nature of the system. Maybe in the evening, the moment it enters the night, the system will cause trouble. In order to survive, basically all the players are doing their best to clean up the suffocating leaves. Regional Channel: oh my god, my bread just tore open the package, and it rotted in the time it took to get some water. At noon, the players returned to the shelter to rest. When they ate, they found that once the food came into contact with the air, it would rot quickly. Not only vegetables, but also instant products such as bread. There are also dry noodles, rice, and even condiments. It is best to eat the food within 2 minutes after opening the package. Wen-Ning confirmed that the oxygen content in the air had dropped to 5% under Aziz's reminder, and the shelter was surrounded by inert gas. The situation in other shelters would be even worse than hers. The suffocating leaves outside were frantically capturing oxygen molecules in the air and gradually approaching the shelter. 001's people were cleaning endlessly, and the deterrence of the superpowered electric grid on the courtyard wall also made the suffocating leaves a little afraid. Wen Ning used up a 50L oxygen tank in the shelter in one morning. Most of the oxygen produced by the oxygen chamber was absorbed by the suffocating leaves, and the absorption speed was getting faster and faster. Wen Ning placed a few more oxygen tanks in the shelter, and told Zi to replace them with new ones immediately once the oxygen content dropped to a critical level. No need to save money for her. Then Wen Ning quickly took out a large piece of meat, and cut it into pieces that Zi could swallow in one bite. Then he took back the backpack and threw it into Zi's mouth piece by piece. This way, Zi's lunch was solved. After recovering his energy, Wen Ning continued to go out. Before going out, he gave the usual instructions. Zi, protect Zi. Roar! This tiger does things. You don't have to worry about it. As if knowing that he could not play a role in the current situation, Zi's response was obviously not confident enough. Wen Ning stroked his tiger head. She didn't dare to be really assured. 002, you come back and guard the inside of the shelter. He gave an order directly in his mind, and 002 immediately took back his weapon and returned to the shelter. He guarded the two little ones diligently. Wen Ning then went out with peace of mind. It was better to be on guard since he could not figure out the system's temperament. In the afternoon, Wen Ning cleared the approaching suffocating leaves at the gate of the courtyard and turned on the live broadcast channel of the Wasteland. Under the camera of the anchor, Wen Ning saw the situation of the entire planet clearly. The suffocating leaves were about to occupy the entire planet. No matter what the terrain was, even the ocean was full of plants. The thick roots were connected in all directions, and the intertwined roots directly covered all the ground area. The only way to open the channel was to kill it. Even if the channel was opened, the player did not dare to approach it easily, because the suffocating leaves would trigger a spike attack if they approached. Directly using the move of Flowers of the Fairy, the indiscriminate attack will trigger a chain reaction of the surrounding suffocating leaves. Immediately afterwards, there will be an overwhelming number of spikes, which will directly make the players unable to return. Wen Ning glanced at the regional channel, and the number of people stabilized at 2,400. About 500 people were lost in the morning. The mortality rate has dropped significantly. The surrounding suffocating leaves have grown in a perverted direction, as if they are getting bigger and bigger in order to reach the upper air. Wen Ning keenly discovered that 001's huge body seemed a little small in front of the suffocating leaves. The scissors in 003's hand can no longer cut the branches of the suffocating leaves in one go, and it takes 2 or 3 times. The thick branches are tangled together, twisted together like a spiral, and the flowers on the top of the head are swollen to the extent that they can swallow a person. The flowers are rich in fragrance, with the color of death Barbie pink, looking for opportunities to swallow careless players. There are even human-like chewing movements. Without even spitting out the bones, the suffocating leaf, which had eaten the meat, stretched its body, and the roots and stems on its body also received nutrients. Twisting vigorously, its body unknowingly expanded a little more. On the root system that stretched for who knows how many kilometers, a new suffocating leaf grew rapidly, filling the gap at the top. Bright flowers bloomed. The entire Wasteland continent was a pink ocean, beautiful and dreamy. All other plants and animals withered and decayed, becoming nutrients for the suffocating leaf. Between these pink oceans, you can occasionally see a piece of space that is not filled with flowers. The original area is large and small, looking like bubbles in the ocean. Either it keeps expanding, or it is punctured in an instant. The surrounding pink flowers gather in the middle, and eat away at it in batches. These large and small gaps are the shelters that the survivors are guarding. This area is also the last area in the Wasteland world that is not covered by the suffocating leaves. As time goes by, the survivors find that the suffocating leaves are getting thicker and taller, and it is getting more and more difficult to kill them. But no one dares to relax, and no one dares to stop. If you are not careful, you will be attacked and eaten by the suffocating leaves, and then your own shelter will be eaten. The house will be broken and destroyed by the root growth of the suffocating leaves, and the traces of the survivor's existence will be cleaned up. The overdrawn battle makes everyone gradually unable to cope with it, and everyone also finds that the suffocating leaves in front of them are growing more and more. The area outside the shelter cleared by the survivors was gradually filled with new suffocation leaves. The space for the survivors to move around was getting smaller and smaller, and finally it was compressed to the entrance of the shelter when it got dark. Everyone was filled with despair, but they also thought that they must not fall before victory came. Although their arms were numb from waving, they still dared not stop. The crossbow arrows were used up, and they found that they had used up all the iron ingots they had made when they went to the trading market to buy them. The oxygen tank on their body was about to run out, and the pace of invasion of the suffocation leaves around them did not stop at all. There was only one thought left in their hearts: hold on, it will be over soon, hold on. I don't know when. The system announcement came to my ears. System announcement, global announcement, this disaster suffocation is officially over. Rewards will be issued tomorrow. Please look forward to it. Chapter 145. The sudden announcement of the end of the natural disaster made everyone lose consciousness at the same time. The attack of the suffocating leaves stopped instantly, and then began to decay and wither on a large scale. The sleeping players did not react to all this. If anyone was still awake, they would find that the land outside the shelter began to return to normal. After the suffocating leaves withered and disappeared, everything returned to the way it was before the disaster. This showed that this disaster was unusual. Not knowing what the system did, Wen Ning woke up in the bed in the shelter the next day. Opening his eyes vigilantly, Wen Ning took 2 seconds to figure it out. He hated the feeling of being controlled by others. Wen Ning sat up slowly. The robot was already lying in the guard cabin, with Hu Zi and Aziz sleeping beside him. Wasteland calendar January 19th, 8 o'clock, mild season. System announcement. Congratulations to the players for successfully surviving the third disaster. The disaster briefing is issued below. The third disaster has ended, and the cumulative death toll is 48% of those who participated in this disaster. In this disaster, the suffocation leaves finally covered 78% of the area, which did not reach the third stage. As a reward, the system has successfully restored the damage caused by the disaster to the Wasteland continent. As a reward, the system issues a physical package, and all players' physical attributes are increased by 5. As a reward, the number of rich secret realms is increased, and they will be refreshed during the mild season. The disaster period is over, the mild season is coming, and the duration of the mild season is randomly selected. Random success. The duration of this mild season is 4 days, and the next disaster will be announced in 1 day. Next, the survival manual will be issued. Please pay attention to it. Survival manual. 1. The leaderboard has been updated. Please check the rewards. 2. System update. Player death drop update. After the player dies, all equipment and backpack contents will be dropped. The drop duration is 24 hours. 3. System update. The game map will undergo the first round of fusion. This round of fusion areas will be randomly selected. 4. Pets can enter the backpack as living things. 5. System update. The base system is improved. New base defense buildings are added. Administrators can use materials to make them. 6. Regional channel update. After this disaster, it has automatically merged to 10,000 people. 7. Players, please continue to work hard. The survival manual will open more functions next time. System announcement. Next, rewards will be issued to players who have made great contributions to this disaster. System announcement. An anonymous player shared the weakness of the suffocating leaf. The system judged it to be true. Survival points *500 are awarded. System announcement. An anonymous player shared the weakness of the suffocating leaf. The system judged it to be true. Secret Realm summoning ticket *1 is awarded. System announcement. The owner of the Treasure Pavilion account gave early warning of the disaster trend and played an important role in the entire disaster process. He will be awarded survival points *500. The above content was repeated 3 times. The World Channel has been in an uproar. World Channel, let us congratulate the 2 lucky people above. World Channel, Secret Realm summoning scroll. It's another day of drooling over other people's rewards. World Channel, oh my god, I'm really envious. I didn't have so many survival points after the disaster. World Channel, my physical fitness is 15. Is there any base that wants it? World Channel, my physical fitness is really great. I feel that my physical fitness is bursting. I have no problem climbing to the 15th floor in one breath. World Channel, yes. My face is not red, I am not out of breath, and even my hidden diseases are all healed. World Channel, everyone. A shelter suddenly appeared next to my house. I asked and found out that it was not in the same district. I saw living people, so touched. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion is so lucky, it got 500 survival points in one go. World Channel, to be honest, he deserves it. If it weren't for these 2 people's reminder, the disaster would have reached the 3rd stage long ago. World Channel, Shopkeeper, which base do you belong to? I want to join. My physical fitness is 17. World Channel, is 17 a lot? I have a lot of supplies. If you let me join the treasure pavilion, I can hand them all in. World Channel, doesn't anyone suspect what happened last night? It's so scary, I woke up in bed. World Channel, this thing is just like wearing a school uniform. Everyone has experienced it, so it doesn't seem strange. World Channel, this is the first time I thank the system for saving my life. Before I fainted, I thought I was going to die, but who would have thought that I would have a chance to open my eyes? Wen Ning brushed his teeth while watching the World Channel. Seeing that someone envied her for getting 500 survival points, she smiled. Is it difficult to get 500 survival points? It's obviously 1,000. What's the big deal? It's nothing special, just 10 growth robots. But after adding 5 points to his physical fitness, Wen Ning felt a lot lighter. Open the personal panel. Name, Wen Ning. Physique, 16 plus 5. Physique potion increases by 3 points. Equipment increases by 1 point. Energy, 100. Equipment, omitted. Pet, crystal white tiger, purple bamboo elf. Survival points, 35 plus 1,000 plus 2,757, 2757. The calculation method of survival points is the balance plus the reward for this disaster plus the disaster score. Wen Ning directly got 2,757 points in this disaster. It is 4 times the last disaster. Wen Ning looked through the system records. System notification. This disaster has ended. You have killed 13,785 suffocating leaves in this disaster, including the number of robot kills, and obtained a total of 2,757 survival points. They have been issued. Please check them. Wen Ning calculated that on average, 5 leaves are exchanged for 1 survival point. Now Wen Ning has nearly 4,000 survival points. This makes her look forward to the next ranking list. If this time it is still based on the number of personal kills, Wen Ning has the help of robots, so the ranking must be high. Wen Ning opened the ranking list. Disaster ranking 1. Asterisk 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 900 points. 2. Asterisk 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 800 points. 3. Asterisk 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 786 points. 4. Omitted. Good guy. Wen Ning took a look, and all the people on the list chose to remain anonymous. She didn't reinforce the shelter in the last disaster, but just changed the yard. So the score of 800 remained unchanged. But she didn't expect that with 9 days of preparation, her shelter could still rank second. But what Wen Ning didn't know was that in the previous disaster season, everyone was keen to stick together, and after obtaining the base's protection, they handed over all the materials to the base. In this disaster, more than 60% of the bases were broken through by the suffocating leaves, fell apart, and no longer existed. Congratulations on getting the second place in the shelter ranking, and the extra bonus of 90 survival points has been issued. Disaster score list, 1 asterisk 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 1,378 points. 2. Asterisk 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 934 points. 3. Asterisk 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 876 points. 4. Omitted. Congratulations on getting the first place in the disaster score list, and the extra bonus of 100 survival points has been issued. This disaster score list overlaps with the kill list, and kills are also considered as part of it. In addition, there is also the completeness of the shelter and the contribution to the disaster. Wen Ning's 2 pieces of information contributed at least half of the total, and her shelter stood firm in the disaster, and the surrounding suffocating leaves could not get within 10 range. Next is the personal kill list. Wen Ning only hopes that the number of robot kills can also be counted on her head. The moment she saw the list, Wen Ning felt relieved. She first place by a huge margin. She was far ahead of the second place. Thank you 001, thank you Wasteland TV, thank you. Ahem, Wen Ning put down her hand that was covering her mouth and laughed, and watched the reward arrive. Congratulations to the first place in the personal kill list, and the extra reward of 100 survival points has been issued. In the last popularity list, Wen Ning also won the first place with the influence of the top stream of the treasure pavilion. So far, Wen Ning has won 3 first places, and 1 second place in the 4 lists, with a total of 390 survival points. She deserves the 3rd first place. Chapter 146. Name, Wen Ning, survival points, 4,182, for 1,000 survival points, that is, 40 growth robots. Wen Ning felt a little regretful. It's a wasteland now, and it's still hard to make money. This mild season is only 4 days, and when Ning will take action immediately. With a turn of his eyes, he immediately thought of a good way to make money, not points. Turned around and started to prepare. Hu Zi and Az woke up at the right time, and when Ning arranged work for them after feeding the two little ones. Let them drive the wild chickens to the yard to raise them, and when Ning picked up the eggs laid by the wild chickens in the past 2 days. When picking up, he found that a wild chicken was guarding the eggs under it, and didn't want Ning to get close. When Ning glanced at the heroic wild chicken next to him. Are they hatching eggs? Let's observe first. If they are really hatching chicks, Ning will have to consider building a chicken coop. When the time comes, chickens will lay eggs, and eggs will hatch chickens. She will be able to roast chickens freely before she is 23 years old. The crops in the yard had all been harvested before the disaster, and now they have to be replanted. There is also an orchard in the bamboo forest. I don't know what it will look like outside after the disaster. When Ning found the planting field among the spoils, and after synthesizing it to the highest level, he placed it in the designated planting area. Azi carried a few bags of fertilizer that she had found in the warehouse and applied it. The planting area was completely handed over to her. When Ning started to tinker with other things. The cellar was now empty. All her hardwood wine barrels were destroyed, so when Ning had to make new ones. Next, we had to solve the problem of water and food as soon as possible. In the shelter, except for the robots, who couldn't help, when Ning and the 2 pets were working hard to build their home. In another corner of the Wasteland world, Sun Yanhe had just woken up from a deep sleep and had just digested the system announcement. There was a giant axe taller than a person at the corner of the wall, reflecting the blade in the sun. Sun Yanhe was playing with a fine iron dagger in his hand, thinking about something with his eyes calm. Not far from her shelter, several figures appeared at the original border of the map. Several people carefully stretched out their feet and crossed the original map border. The leader was a sturdy man, holding a long-handled hammer in his hand, wearing iron armor, and his equipment looked like it weighed 100 pounds. But his steps were brisk, and there was a flash of aggression in his eyes. Hurry up, there must be players at the border of this map. There were 7 or 8 people following him, not even as tall as his shoulders, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, talking about the fusion of the map border. Boss, which area is this? The bald man did not look back, but carefully observed the surrounding environment and looked for the target. Light up the hoods for me. Our target is the isolated shelter. If you see the base, run. Boss is still smart. It's only 10 o'clock. These people must not have recovered yet. The bald man narrowed his eagle eyes and ordered in a deep voice. This area is all barren mountains. Look for the mines around. If there is no one, you must bring some mines back. A younger brother behind him, wearing a peaked cap, holding a toothpick in his mouth and a baseball bat in his hand, followed the others to disperse and look for the target. He stepped on a hilltop and looked around. He shouted in surprise the next second. Boss! Boss! Shelter! Where? Why can't I see it? Toothpick, are you hallucinating? The younger brothers around him gathered around and looked in the direction he said. There was only a barren mountain. The sun had just come out, and the fog between the valleys had not yet dissipated. You know shit. The younger brother called Toothpick gave up his position to the bald man and flattered him. Boss, look. The bald man looked at the place he pointed to, and saw that there was a place between the barren mountain and the valley, where smoke was slowly coming out, blending with the surrounding fog, and it was not easy to distinguish. You kid, you have a good eye. If you do this, you will be credited. The bald man grinned and waved his hand. Let's go! Toothpick bowed behind him. Thank you, boss. A group of people found the direction, quickly gathered, and ran towards the shelter in front. The smoke was not big, it should be a small shelter. The bald man is not worried about the small or big one. There is no lone wolf who can survive the disaster without getting fat. Take your steps lightly, don't alert the enemy. Free supplies are delivered to your door. If anyone fails to keep up and lets my duck fly away, the end will be. The bald man stopped talking, and the younger brothers present couldn't help shrinking their necks. They didn't want to experience the end of the bald man's mouth. The bald man continued. If there is no one, empty his supplies. If there is someone. The faces of the younger brothers around him flashed with cruelty, and they all understood what the bald man had not said. At this time, Sun Yanhe was making breakfast. The water and food in the shelter were rotten. After 48 hours of endless fighting, she was a little exhausted, and adding 5 points of physical fitness was of no use. Her body is somewhat special, which is related to what happened when she was a child. She is actually very skilled, otherwise she would not have been able to live so long by herself and successfully survived 3 disasters. But she has a fatal weakness, which is that her body is extremely easy to overdraw. After a battle, she needs to rest for a long time before she can gather her strength. This is the sequelae of strong explosive power. During this period of time, her mobility and reaction will drop by several levels. The last time when Ning accidentally saved her, she actually killed several people on the other side. The 2 people behind her almost succeeded by sneaking up on her when she was exhausted. Thinking of this, she thought of that person again, her nominal brother Lu Shi. As soon as the thought came up, Sun Yinhe immediately shook her head frantically. It seemed that she remembered something terrible. After driving the person out of her mind, she took out the instant noodles in the pot, dragged her feet, and sat at the wooden table, eating in small bites. This weak state will last at least 2 days. She knew that Lu Shi must be looking for her now, but even though she was in a desperate situation, she didn't think of contacting him. Suddenly, Sun Yinhe's ears moved slightly. The action of slurping noodles in her hand stopped, and then the whole bowl disappeared in her hand, and surprise flashed in her eyes. Sun Yinhe quickly stood up, and went to the weapon in the corner. She reached out to take the giant axe, but her body had not recovered yet, and the giant axe at this time seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Sun Yinhe gave up the giant axe, and took out a crossbow from her backpack, but it still felt a little heavy. But this was already the lightest weapon, and the only other weapon was the fine iron dagger that Wen Ning gave her. She staggered a little with the weapon in her hand, and hid in the corner of the mine behind her. The crossbow in her hand was aimed at the door of the shelter. Just now, she heard the messy footsteps that surrounded her shelter. There were at least 10 people listening to the footsteps. Her shelter was built along the mine, with only one entrance, and there were some traps. She sat at the door. The gate was also made of fine iron. Sun Yinhe was not sure about the other party's purpose and strength. But one thing that was certain was that the other party knew that there were people inside. She had just started a fire and cooked. The smoke must have exposed her. She couldn't wait to go out and find a shelter as soon as the disaster was over. Sun Yinhe clenched the weapon in his hand. The other party might have bad intentions. Chapter 147. After knocking for a long time outside Sun Yinhe's door, the iron door remained motionless. The other party seemed to have no way to deal with her, and suddenly became quiet. At the same time in the regional channel, listen to this person in the deserted mountain, open the door of your shelter immediately. The bald man saw that he couldn't force it, so he resorted to coercion and inducement. Regional channel, what's going on? The crowd of spectators quickly gathered, and the entire regional channel became lively in an instant. The bald man smiled crookedly. The more people, the better. Regional channel, open the door quickly, otherwise don't blame us for rushing in. Your shelter is in a good place. If the coordinates are leaked, the consequences will be serious. Regional channel, you didn't open the door after being called for a long time. Are you pretending to be dead? Open the door quickly, the community will send you warmth. Regional channel, don't expect anyone to rescue you. We have already surveyed, and there is only your shelter around. Come out quickly, and don't force me to zoom in. Sun Yinhe frowned, and there was no change on her face. This group of people didn't talk on the regional channel at first, but 2 people stepped on her trap and knocked for a long time, but the iron door didn't move at all. This is when they started to threaten her on the regional channel. This indirectly reflects that the strength of this group of people is not very good, but 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and she has just overdrawn her body. It is impossible to open the door. Sun Yinhe looked behind her, and saw a passage extending out. Now her body has not recovered yet, so she can't fight head-on. If it really doesn't work, you can only hide in the mine to avoid the sharp edge for the time being. There are many passages in this place, and there are many mutant beasts. She tried to go down several times, but never got to the bottom. She didn't want to take the risk unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, she saw what was said on the regional channel. Players in the same area were watching the fun, asking for coordinates, but no one blamed her. This is normal, and this happens almost every day. Sun Yinhe opened a dialogue box, and was about to enter the information, but hesitated for 2 seconds and gave up. Forget it, my sister doesn't like her. Besides, her current strength can't beat the tiger that's in the way. Bang bang bang. The threat failed, and the outside started to attack again. The sharp weapon hit the fine iron door, and the door was dented, but it still stood. Suddenly, the movement outside disappeared, and then a rustling sound was heard. Sun Yinhe heard a sharp laugh from outside. Ha ha ha. Boss! There's a gap next to this door. It's over. Sun Yinhe suddenly felt something was wrong. Her shelter was built next to the mine, and all the resources were piled on this gate. There was no matching wall at all. The situation became a little tricky. Sunyenha's eyes flashed with a trace of tension, and she clenched the crossbow in her hand. The current situation is either to escape into the cave, or to drag 2 people with you, and die early and be reborn early. No matter which one, her current state, the ending is doomed. The bald man outside looked at the crack found by the younger brother with burning eyes. Because of the violent impact just now, the crack expanded to the point where a finger could be inserted. Not bad, not bad. It's really easy to get. You 2 dig for me. Okay. Boss. Half an hour, oh no. 20 minutes, definitely dig through. Regional channel. You didn't listen to my kind advice, and you broke the trap and hurt my 2 brothers. Grandpa will go in and chop off your fingers one by one. The regional channel was eager to watch the fun and asked them to report their coordinates. Baldhead was not stupid enough to share the fat meat at this time. He directly closed the regional channel and waited for his younger brother to dig. Wow! Ah Z, this fruit is ripe again. In the bamboo forest of the morning forest, Wenning grinned at the branches full of fruits. He couldn't wait to pick a guava and took a bite. It was fresh and juicy. Fragrant. Roar! Let me taste it. How fragrant it is. Pick it yourself. With permission, Huzi jumped and swallowed the palm-sized fruit in one bite. Huzi, who landed on the ground, only felt that a round thing rolled into his throat, and he didn't even taste it. Roar? What just went down? Puff. Wenning laughed so hard that she bent over and couldn't stand up for a long time. Huzi's way of swallowing the fruit whole reminded her of the person who ate ginseng fruit in the illusion. Huzi rushed over to stop her from laughing, saying it was embarrassing. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Wenning stood up, picked 2 fruits and threw them into Huzi's mouth. Huzi rolled on the ground happily after tasting them. Wenning ignored its worthless appearance. He and Az worked together to pick all the fruits. Then he asked Az to use a skill to collect the purple bamboo and bamboo leaves into the space. Master, if these fruit trees stay in the bamboo forest for a longer time, my skills will also work on them. There is such a good thing? Wenning's eyes lit up. Compared with roast chicken, she seemed to be able to achieve fruit freedom first. Can I plant fruit trees here directly? Yes, but the fruit trees planted here have no ownership, and Az can't stop others from picking them. Wenning knew this a long time ago. Az can only take care of things in the wild, and can't completely control them. But it doesn't matter. For the time being, Wenning has not found the existence of a shelter around. It's even more unclear on the other side of the forest. But with Az's surveillance, even if someone comes to steal her fruit, she can find it in time. Wenning nodded lightly, and then let Az control the bamboo forest to make room for another area, and then planted other kinds of fruits after setting up the planting field. Apples, loquats, cherries, oranges, and durian, 2 each. They directly used up all the planting fields in stock before stopping. I just don't know if the herbs can be planted. There weren't many herbs left in Wenning's backpack. She rolled her eyes, and took out a few commonly used ones, and buried them in the planting field. After applying fertilizer, she let them grow freely. Whether they can survive depends on whether the system allows them to be planted. After doing all this, Wenning prepared to turn around and return to the shelter. Everything at home was almost sorted out. She also had a summoning ticket for the secret realm. For food and water, Wenning planned to go in and explore in the afternoon. As she turned around and walked, the private chat channel rang. Wenning took a look and frowned. Sunyenha 3232, the other party initiated a transaction. Wenning, who did you learn this temper of initiating a transaction when you don't agree with him? When he opened it, Wenning frowned even more. There were too many supplies inside, everything. This didn't look like a transaction, but more like entrusting the afterlife. Private chat channel. What happened? An ominous premonition surged into Wenning's heart. Sunyenha was not mentally normal. She regarded Wenning as her second parent because of her chick complex. Although Sunyenha had not disturbed her during this period, Wenning would occasionally check her friend list to see if the girl was still alive. Sunyenha 3232, sister, please accept the supplies. I may never have the chance to see you again. These supplies are my way of repaying your life-saving grace, although these things are far from enough. Wenning was silent for a while after watching the message. Although Sunyenha was a little paranoid, she would not do anything to commit suicide. The only explanation for her behavior was that she was now under threat of death. But no matter how Wenning asked, she never replied. This made Wenning a little upset. She could not accept the supplies, and she could not let this girl lose her life like this. After looking through the things Sun Yinha had traded, she suddenly stopped looking. The light in her eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 148. Sun Yinha, who had handed all her supplies to Wen Ning, held the fine iron dagger in her hand, as well as the last weapon, the crossbow. She closed the chat channel. She looked up at the fine iron door that was gradually loosening, and waited silently for the opportunity. System special reminder. A friend has initiated a transaction with you. Please check carefully. Transaction? Did my sister agree to the transaction? Sun Yinha hurriedly checked, but found that Wen Ning had returned most of her things and traded something else. The note is, equivalent exchange. Sun Yinha was confused until she saw what Wen Ning had traded. Hope instantly ignited in her eyes, and after weighing it, Sun Yinha agreed to the transaction. Transaction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Puppet Warrior *1. Puppet Warrior. A war machine with strong firepower. Combat level 3. Can attack designated targets after summoning. Existence time is 2 hours. Can be summoned once a day, and reset at 12 o'clock in the morning. Tip. Puppet Warrior needs to use hot weapons. The default guns can be replaced by the player. The powerful firepower limits its endurance, and you need to be careful when using it. The bullets fired are indiscriminate attacks. Tip. Puppet Warrior cannot be summoned outside the shelter. System prompt. The player has a robot, and the system panel has been updated. System prompt. The mechanical panel has been opened, and the guard cabin has been opened. Please modify your robot information as soon as possible. Combat type. Robot? Before Sun Yinha came back to his senses, the door in front of him collapsed. The bald man and others who broke in were caught off guard and looked at Sun Yinha from a distance. Woman? The bald man in the lead had a fierce expression on his face, but he froze when he saw Sun Yinha's pretty face. Fuck. Ha ha. Little woman. I was wondering why no one dared to agree, and she's a pretty little beauty. Seeing Sun Yinha standing there stupidly, the bald man and a dozen other people burst into laughter, and the brothers who were carrying the wounded became excited. A dozen pairs of eyes with wolf-like green light looked at Sun Yinha, who was half exposed at the corner. The eyes kept scanning, as if they had stripped Sun Yinha clean. Ha ha ha, it's really good luck from heaven. I came at the right time today. The bald man threw the hammer in his hand to the ground, rubbed his hands, and was about to come forward. Sun Yinha subconsciously aimed the crossbow in his hand at him. Hey baby, don't be so stubborn if your hands are shaking. Is this crossbow arrow suitable for your delicate hands? A malicious laugh came from behind. Everyone knew what the bald boss wanted to do, so they tacitly didn't come forward. After coming to the Wasteland for so long, today I met such a beauty. It's natural to relax. The horny little brother blocked the door, preparing to enjoy this live porn show, while throwing away his weapons and undressing, making a very obscene laugh. Sun Yinha was already disgusted. Her original plan was to escape into the mine, while looking for an opportunity to fight back. It would be even better if she could trigger a fight between the mutant beasts and these people. But now, with the big killer she just got, Sun Yinha's mouth curled up a weird smile, and the crossbow arrow in her hand was also put down. Hey! That's right, little beauty, come here and let your brother kiss you. Sun Yinha stared at the bald man who was rubbing his hands and approaching, and the breath coming towards him was disgusting. He silently chanted summon in his heart. The next second, a steel giant 2 heads taller than him appeared in front of the bald man. The bald man raised his head with great effort to see the robot's face clearly. A red light flashed, and the robot's eyes lit up instantly. Sun Yinha leaned against the wall and looked at the group of people in front of him, as if he was looking at a dead person. Hit the legs, don't kill them in one shot. The bald man's heart was alarmed, and he felt something was wrong. Oops. Bang! A gunshot was heard, accompanied by a strong scream. Sun Yinha looked down, and a section of the gun barrel extended from the knee of the puppet warrior, and the bullet was fired from this position. The bullet accurately hit the bald man's knee, and it was only his knee. The exploding bullet instantly shot through his leg. It really hits wherever it points. The bald man screamed and rolled to the ground, holding his bloody knee and trembling and screaming. The younger brothers around him woke up instantly, their hearts chilled. They just thought of running away, but their bodies hadn't reacted yet. Then they heard more than a dozen gunshots. All the people present, without exception, fell to the ground. Screams came one after another. Sun Yinha slowly got up and walked slowly to the giant axe in the corner. He was calm and composed, not showing any weakness. You just said, you want to feel comfortable? With his foot on the face of a yellow-haired younger brother, Sun Yinha slowly lowered his body, leaned closer with his pretty face, and spoke fierce words in a gentle tone. No, no. It's not. The yellow-haired younger brother looked at the woman above his head in horror, not daring to hide his cruelty in his eyes, and the piercing pain in his knees made him unable to speak a complete sentence. The puppet robot followed Sun Yinhe, and its arms turned into cannons. It pointed at whoever Sun Yinhe looked at, following him like a shadow, which was very consistent with the name of its puppet. The little brother under his feet trembled under Sun Yinhe's emotionless gaze, and looked at the bald man beside him for help. Do you think he can save you? Sun Yinhe slowly looked at the bald man in the front. The bald man hoped that Sun Yinhe would forget about him at this time, and the robot's long guns and short guns followed his sight. Beauty. No, big boss, spare my life, it's... We didn't recognize the great man, please spare us. Sun Yinhe was a little distressed, turned his head, and looked at her fine iron door, and said slowly. But you broke my door, I am a weak woman, I can't even lift the crossbow, how can I repair this door? The bald man was sweating wildly, and the wound on his leg was bleeding. If he dragged it on, he would really be hopeless. We will pay you. Can we pay you all the supplies in our backpacks? Sun Yinhe didn't nod in agreement, but he didn't say no either. The bald man's desire to survive exploded, and he took out things one by one. In order to show his sincerity, he took out the valuable things first. Sun Yinhe waited until he had almost finished before speaking. You are the only one who will pay? Then these people. We will pay, hurry up, hurry up. Toothpick instantly recovered from the pain, and began to take things out with his trembling hands. The sound of taking things out came from all around, and soon the mine was filled with all kinds of supplies. Sun Yinhe couldn't help laughing in his heart. These people really couldn't stand being scared. The supplies all over the ground were really real. More than 10 minutes later, the dying bald man looked at Sun Yinhe sincerely with a pleading look. Sun Yinhe waved his little hand, and nodded indifferently. Okay, let's go. So many supplies, to buy your lives. Chapter 149. The bald man's eyes lit up. He thought he was in a desperate situation, but he didn't expect that there was a chance to turn around. He didn't care about his knee that was still bleeding. He propped up his body with one leg, and turned to walk out. He silently said in his heart that women are easy to be soft-hearted and deceived. When he goes back? Before he finished thinking viciously, the devilish voice of a woman suddenly sounded behind him. Time is up. Puppet, kill them. 2. After a burst of gunfire, more than a dozen people fell in a pool of blood. The bullet did not kill the bald man immediately. He still had his last breath left. You? Why? He struggled and twitched to ask, but what he got was the giant axe in Sun Yinhe's hand. I gave you 10 seconds to escape. You are too slow. The giant axe fell, and the bald man's head was thrown high up, and the equipment fell to the ground. She was very restrained and just teased these people. If it were in the past, she would have had plenty of ways to make these people taste the taste of purgatory. TSK, you're not honest, you didn't even take out half of the supplies. Sun Yinhe's face flashed with sarcasm. If it weren't for her sister, she wouldn't care about the supplies on these people. You killed players Wang Wei, Lin Gui, Zhao Qiansun, and 14 others. All equipment and backpack supplies have been dropped. The duration is 24 hours. Please pick them up as soon as possible. Ignoring the players' bodies lying in the shelter, Sun Yinhe walked into the pile of supplies without changing his face, and began to pick and choose. He muttered, This is good, leave it to my sister, and this one. Wen Ning was relieved for a short time after Sun Yinhe agreed to her deal, but then she brought it up again. Even the newly acquired blueprint was not so attractive. It's really worrying. If it weren't for this blueprint. 10 minutes passed, and Sun Yinhe's avatar was still on. Wen Ning was bored and looked at the regional channel, and suddenly noticed that the death toll dropped by more than a dozen. The regional channel was still very lively. Regional channel, what the hell? The avatars of those people who just besieged others are all black. Did they get killed? Counterattack? Wen Ning had a guess in his heart, and flipped up the chat history, and finally flipped to half an hour ago. So that's it. Wen Ning, who knew the whole story, saw that Sun Yinhe's coordinates were not exposed, so he was relieved. He looked at the blueprint in his hand. In this case, I will accept this blueprint with peace of mind. Vehicle progress, +1. That's right, the blueprint in Wen Ning's hand was the Centauri B blueprint. When she saw the blueprint, she was immediately moved, thinking of saving Sun Yinhe at all costs. But the sky is high and the Emperor is far away. At that time, unless she was within Wen Ning's sight or range, she was not sure. Thinking about it, she thought of 001, so Wen Ning spent points to make a robot, and considered its combat effectiveness. After improving the synthesis of the robot, he traded it to Sun Yinhe, and the price was actually similar to that of Lu Shi. It was just that Wen Ning wanted to keep Sun Yinhe alive, so he gave a 50% discount. 50% discount is 50%. Just for Sun Yinhe's attitude of entrusting her with full authority, she was happy. Moreover, if Sun Yinhe wins this battle, she will definitely come back to find her. Thinking of this, the private chat channel rang. Wen Ning opened it and took a look. Wow, Sun Yinhe 3232, sister, you saved my life again. Sun Yinhe 3232, please accept these supplies. The things you gave me are too precious. It seems that I can no longer return them to you. Just consider them as my purchases. The other party initiated a transaction. Good girl. I really didn't misjudge you. Wen Ning did not refuse at all this time, and happily accepted the supplies that Sun Yinhe traded. Congratulations on getting one intermediate monster encyclopedia, dropped after death. Congratulations on getting 45 backpack expansion scrolls, dropped after death. Congratulations on getting 3 primary energy potions. Congratulations on getting 1 unknown seed. Congratulations on getting 1 pet egg. Congratulations on getting 8 boxes of mineral water, 12 bottles. Congratulations on getting 4 boxes of Tangerine instant noodles, 24 packages. Congratulations on getting 23 ice energy cores. Congratulations on getting 13 electric energy cores. Congratulations on getting 45 glass fibers. Congratulations on getting 34 blue crystals. Congratulations on getting 6 lithium mica. There are also a lot of ores and equipment. Wen Ning was suspicious that Sun Yinhe had given her all the spoils. Private chat channel, take the pet egg back, it will be a helper after hatching. Sun Yinhe 3232, sister has given me the greatest help, I don't need anything else. Wen Ning's mouth twitched. This girl, she was so happy to receive the things. On the contrary, if these things were released to the outside world, they would be snatched up like crazy. Just gave it to her without blinking an eye. Wen Ning was silent for a long time. That's all. He saved her twice. The master once said that it's useless to avoid fate. Besides, these materials are the same price as Lu Shi's information to her. It's even, she didn't break the rules. Besides, Sun Yinhe was very sensible and didn't take the opportunity to ask Wen Ning for help. Wen Ning replied in a very good mood. Private chat channel, okay, call me if you need anything. Sun Yinhe looked at the message from Wen Ning and was as happy as a child who got a doll. She seemed to have found a way to please Wen Ning. Sun Yinhe replied happily, closed the chat channel, turned around and looked at the corpses on the ground, as if they were much more pleasing to the eye. You are still useful. Wen Ning picked up the intermediate monster illustration. He focused on the suffix of death that could be dropped. This thing is not Sun Yinhe's. When Sun Yinhe traded all his belongings, this thing was not in the account. Then this thing must have been dropped by someone else. It is not reasonable not to study the illustrated book. Then the only explanation is that this thing was dropped after death. And there are dozens of backpack expansion coupons. Wen Ning recalled the content of the system update. The fusion of maps, player supplies are no longer protected. It sounds like the system is gradually opening up the world's authority. This game is becoming more and more free, and the system obviously encourages grouping and killing. If the system wants to make humans extinct, why not just wipe out everyone, but create rounds of disasters? And this disaster, it doesn't seem like a natural disaster at all. Looking back at these 3 disasters, they are all very large fantasy levels. In the disaster, the only ones who really died were humans, mutant beasts, beast tides, and suffocating leaves, all of which were created by the system. And after each disaster, the Wasteland continent will return to its original undestroyed state, which does not look real at all. Wen Ning even suspected that this was a super large VR game, where monsters and materials were all data. After people died here, they would be sent back to the blue planet. What if all humans died? What would happen after that? Chapter 150. Baby go? A fierce look flashed across Yoshino's face, and he looked at the chaotic crowd at the door with a sinister look. The next second, a desperate cry for help resounded throughout the sky. Just now, he used the rules of the Wasteland to join the base and brought his little baby into this base. Then when he mixed into the crowd and entered the city, he opened the monster compressed in the glass jar. In the glass bottle as thick as a calf, there was a monster that could be magnified hundreds of times. After being released, it instantly grew into a monster more than 10 meters tall. It had no spine, or even bones, and its entire body could be compressed in a small glass jar. When it was released at this time, Its instinct to eat made it rush to a crowded place. Yoshino took this opportunity to quietly walk away and observe in the dark. World Channel. A giant flesh worm appeared in our base. World Channel. Help! It swallowed dozens of people in one bite. World Channel. Has the next disaster arrived early? What is going on? Yoshino followed the news on the World Channel and whistled happily at the scene of slaughter in front of him. The anger in his heart was vented fiercely, and he was even a little crazy, watching the monster attack the base. This is a base of Yen country, in the W12 area. The base is not small, with a total of nearly 500 people. It is the first day of the mild season, just after 7 p.m., which is the time when the survivors return to the base in large numbers. The sudden arrival of the monster caught them off guard, and dozens of survivors died in the monster's mouth at once. When the base management rushed to the gate of the base, they saw the monster biting the nearby survivor. The poor survivor didn't even have time to scream before half of his body was bitten off. The survivors who were unable to dodge nearby were touched by the monster's corrosive mucus and wailed in pain. 1, 2, 3 survivors were eaten one after another. The monster chewed for a while, and then spat out the undigested bones. Long, short, flat, pieces of bright red bones with meat residue on them. It fell beside the survivors, who were so scared that they rolled and crawled into the base. The smile on Yoshino's face became bigger and crazier. The laughter on his lips could no longer be suppressed. In order to prevent people around him from discovering his abnormality, Yoshino hid in the crowd and endured it very hard. When he saw someone running away, he would block him in front of him without leaving a trace, and find the right time to push the person into the monster's mouth. Eat. Eat all. Ha ha ha. This is the fate of those who look down on us, Ria. It's time for you to have a taste of what it's like to have your base eaten to death by a monster. If this base is destroyed, there will be another one, and there will be thousands of others in this wasteland world. Looking at the scene of slaughter in front of him, Yoshino's face flushed with excitement, but he was surrounded by survivors who were running for their lives in fear. And no one noticed that he was abnormal. 5 minutes. The base took 5 minutes to organize a counterattack. In these 5 minutes, nearly 100 people had died in the monster's mouth, and the number of people in the entire regional channel dropped wildly. It attracted countless people's inquiries. The monster that devoured dozens of survivors had a great increase in strength, and it didn't care about the crossbows, iron weapons, and other attacks from the people around it. After everyone fled into the base, it unwillingly crawled towards the gate, leaving a long trail of mucus on the ground. Where it passed, the land was corroded into a charred appearance. Quick, close the door! The survivor shouted loudly. Outside the door was a fragmented wreckage, and the bright red on the ground made people dizzy. The alloy door was closed with a heavy sound. The survivors recovered from their fear, climbed up from the ground with their hands and feet, and looked at the door. The people on the wall, who fought back with various weapons, couldn't help vomiting after seeing the scene below. On the ground, after being attacked by the monster, there was a bright red blood on the ground, and some of the limbs and meat that the monster devoured. All of them stimulated people's nerves. This was more terrifying than the attack scene of the suffocating leaves. The hell scene in front of them made everyone fall into deep despair. What should I do? Attacking is useless. It's crawling over. It's starting to climb up. The monster crawled to the door that had just been closed at a faster speed, and hit the metal door with its face that could not be seen clearly. Sizzle, sizzle, the mucus on the body sprayed on the door, corroding and burning instantly. The survivors took a few steps back, fearing that the metal door in front of them, which was more than 10 centimeters thick, would be corroded through. But obviously, the monster's mucus was not enough to corrode the alloy door. The monster, finding that this road was blocked, stood up, and layers of flesh blocked its feet. When it stood up along the alloy door, everyone realized that it had feet. How is this possible? The base chief's eyes were bloodshot, and soon, he saw the monster climbing up the wall, stretching out its long neck to attack people who were close. Ask for help. Ask for help from the official base. Hurry! There were thousands of legs lined up in 2 rows at the bottom of the monster's body, and at this time, the suction cups were stretched out, firmly controlling the body to suck on the wall. The fat dragged to the ground, and everyone could see the monster's face clearly. Isn't this the parasite in the fog? Help! How is this possible? The parasite has been completely eliminated, and the system will take back all the parasites when the disaster is over. All the survivors fell into deep self-doubt while being terrified. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, fearing that they had seen it wrong. The base commander immediately led people to siege it, hoping to delay its steps to climb up the city wall. The rest of the people began to ask for help on the World Channel and the Regional Channel. Everyone had a premonition that tonight, this parasite would reap everyone's lives. Yoshino, hiding in the corner, looked at the parasite sticking its head out of the city wall with an obsessed look. Since the last disaster, he had caught this parasite at the cost of half of the base's people, and then fed it with the flesh and blood of the survivors to its current appearance. He hadn't seen the original appearance of the parasite for a long time. In his eyes, the main feature of parasite is its handsome appearance. The current scene is pleasing to the eye in his eyes. World Channel, parasite is back. Dawn base is in danger. Help. World Channel, please save us. The administrator has opened the base to join. Big guys, our base has lost more than 100 members in 10 minutes. World Channel, manually tag the official base of Yen country. The country can't ignore us. World Channel, which district is upstairs? Report the coordinates. System announcement, ding. The remains of the fog disaster in the Wasteland world have been detected. System announcement, in order to correct the world, a task is hereby issued. Please actively participate. Chapter 151. System announcement. Special mission released, destroy the parasitic beast. The player with the highest damage contribution will have the opportunity to unlock the secret of the night limit. System announcement. First rank mission reward. Permanent increase of 10 in physical fitness, a diamond level treasure chest. System prompt. The night limit will be temporarily lifted during this special mission. System prompt. For special missions, you only need to click to participate to be teleported to the battlefield, and you will automatically return to the shelter after the battle. System prompt. You can bring your pet to participate in the battle. Players can be anonymous, but pets cannot be anonymous. System prompt. The strength of the parasitic beast will be adjusted, and the strength increase will be set according to the number of participants. System prompt. Please note that death during this special mission will be considered as game death. The current number of participants is 245, when Ning has just sorted out the supplies given to her by Sunyanha, and the extra ones are hung on the treasure pavilion in exchange for food and water. After the disaster, many people will go out hunting and start worrying about food and water again. System prompt. The special mission entrance will be closed in 5 minutes. Do you want to accept the mission? After a series of announcements came out, the World Channel was already in an uproar. A trace of surprise flashed across Wen Ning's cold face. The system didn't even remove all the parasites? How did this parasite get to this base? It seems that this parasite should have existed in the Wasteland world for a while. Why did it break out now? Is someone deliberately hiding its existence? Or did it fall into a bug after the last disaster and only come out now? Shaking his head fiercely, Wen Ning looked at the mission reward with envy. Whatever happened, it was just a mission to kill monsters. Hesitating for one more second would be disrespectful to the reward. Participate in the mission. It was detected that the player has pets and combat robots. Do you want to bring pets and other helpers? P.S. Damage is counted as personal. Of course you have to bring them. But 002 cannot leave the shelter, so Wen Ning can only bring 001 and Huzi. Does the player participate anonymously? P.S. Anonymous status will get a random mask issued by the system. Facial data, body shape and voice will be modified to a certain extent, and gender cannot be modified. Wen Ning chose anonymous without hesitation. Settings completed, teleporting to the battlefield, 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. After clicking to complete, a mask fit Wen Ning's face. At the same time, her height and weight seemed to have changed a little, and the whole person became a little more ordinary. More importantly, all the equipment on her body changed the style, just like the novice equipment when she first entered the game. Wen Ning's eyes were filled with surprise. He opened the system panel and saw that his equipment had not changed, only his appearance had changed. She was completely anonymous. The only recognizable ones were Huzi and 001. Wen Ning nodded with satisfaction. Now, even the master would not be able to recognize her. There were only 3 seconds left in the countdown. A golden light flashed in front of Wen Ning's eyes, so dazzling that Wen Ning could not even see his own shelter. He stretched out his hand to block in front of him, and Wen Ning's people disappeared in the yard in the next moment. 002 and 003 were released by Wen Ning and guarded as Z. System prompt. The task acceptance time has ended, and a total of 3,689 people have participated. System prompt. That's all. I wish you all a happy game. A flash of light appeared, and Wen Ning was already standing on the wall. Less than 10 meters away from her, many survivors were already testing the parasite. The parasite seemed to be restrained by something, and could not get close, so it could only spray mucus continuously. Don't stand there. Get out of the way. As soon as Wen Ning appeared, she felt a sense of danger. A female voice shouted to remind her. Wen Ning reflexively flipped back and landed neatly. He avoided the splashing green mucus. Sizzle. On the ground, just where Wen Ning had just landed, a large pool of mucus kept sizzling and steaming. The nose was full of blood and stench. Wen Ning subconsciously covered his nose and took out his gas mask and protective clothing. The game equipment is very convenient and can be put on with one click. Auxiliary equipment like this can be stacked and will not affect Wen Ning's soft iron armor and other built-in equipment. Nialan only saw an ordinary woman who was stunned for a moment after landing, and then nimbly dodged the slime attack of the parasitic beast. Then two things appeared in her hands, and the next second, the whole person was tightly wrapped up. Forget about the face, it is difficult to tell whether it is a man or a woman. A series of actions made her amazed. A middle-aged man came forward enthusiastically and stretched out his hand to grab Wen Ning. He said polite words. Thank you for your help to the Shuguang base. I am Su Jiaqing from the official base. On behalf of the Yin people, thank you for your help. Wen Ning took a step back without leaving a trace, ignoring the man's familiarity, and asked back. Is this your base? Why two names? This man was too enthusiastic, and he was obviously a smiling tiger. Wen Ning talked to him, but did not extend his hand. His eyes were wandering around, looking at the players around him. The wall was already crowded with these players. Many people were anonymous like Wen Ning, wearing masks with different patterns on their faces. There were also some people wearing gorgeous equipment, as if they had turned on the flash special effect. Wherever they went, there was a group of people following them, with a hint of pride on their faces. These should be the ones who were not anonymous. The smile on Su Jiaqing's face was stunned for a moment, and fell into Wen Ning's eyes. However, he did not notice it. He thought he had adjusted his expression perfectly, so he naturally withdrew his hand, and continued to talk to Wen Ning. The little skills that this person showed just now were enough for Su Jiaqing to see that he was a martial artist. Now that the voice was indistinguishable from male and female, and the body shape was similar to his own, Su Jiaqing subconsciously assumed that he was a man. The spirit of dedication of the warrior is really admirable. What's your name? TSK. He was responded by the other party's impatient TSK. Uncle, I don't have time to chat with you. You're blocking my view. Wen Ning didn't give face to Su Jiaqing in front of him at all. This man has a bad face. He looks very cunning. If he were in Blue Star, Wen Ning would not accept an employer who paid her 10 times the salary. And the spirit of dedication? How can you be more morally blackmailing than Li Weigua? Everyone present is here for the reward. Besides, this is not your base. Do you need you to be the host here? Wen Ning's ungrateful look made Su Jiaqing stunned. The smile on his face froze quickly, and then his face changed on the spot. He snorted coldly, took a deep look at Wen Ning, turned around and walked away with Nialan. Let's see how capable you are. You don't even dare to show your face. Chapter 152. A special mission-level monster. All players who participated in the mission, including players who originally belonged to the attack base, can view its information. Name, thousand-legged parasite. Type mutant. Risk factor, unknown. Drop, none. Weakness, unknown. But the information we know is pitiful. There is a 5-minute countdown above the parasite. Everyone understands that this is a system protection device. After 5 minutes, the mutant will immediately attack. Yoshino hid in the crowd, staring fiercely at the parasite blocked by the transparent barrier. It's almost there. It's almost there. He never thought that the system could detect the existence of the parasite. He originally thought that the system did not take away the mutant after the disaster, and it was tacitly allowed him to do so. But now that this happened, he didn't know what to do next, and could only watch the players around him study the weaknesses of the parasite. He gritted his teeth and cursed the players. Thousands of players filled the walls of this small base. Some players took the initiative to leave the base, and surrounded the parasite outside the city. Anyway, the restriction of night during the mission was lifted. Besides, the players still had blue torches in their hands. Those who could participate in the mission were capable. Wen Ning hid in the crowd, and was already thinking about how to kill the parasite. Hu Zi and 001 were collected in her backpack. Hu Zi was also a kind of living creature. It cost 3 points per hour to collect it. There was no way. Hu Zi and 001 could not be anonymous, and were too recognizable. Don't show up unless necessary. In the Wuye disaster, the parasite's weakness was carbonated drinks. But now, with such a large parasite, Wen Ning felt that at least tens of thousands of bottles of carbonated drinks would be effective. Wen Ning looked inward silently. There were hundreds of bottles of Coke and other carbonated drinks in his warehouse, so he prepared them in advance in case of emergency. Outside the city, the huge parasite was bound by the rules. Its face was originally invisible, but now its body was stretched due to gravity. Anger caused its scarlet eyes to stare at the people on the city wall, spraying mucus continuously as if it was free. Su Jiaqing took a step forward, as if he was not afraid of the flying mucus. The loud voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone! This happened at the Yen Country base, and our official base will not sit idly by. I brought the Yen Country Special Operations team. This is our captain, Su Luo. A young man came out, wearing a novice outfit that was no different from most people. Su Luo nodded slightly, with no extra expression on his face, but staring at the parasite intently. There was a small commotion in the crowd, when Ning heard it clearly, and there were sneers all around. Someone whispered, "What? The captain of the Yen Country Special Operations team dares not show his face. Are you afraid of losing the fight and being embarrassed?" "Haha, brother, it's hard for people to disagree with what you said. Too petty, I thought he was just a passerby when the fight started, so don't blame everyone if he gets hurt by mistake. I forgot to mention that there is no damage immunity between humans in this battle. If a human dies at the hands of his own people, his equipment will instantly burst out and anyone can pick it up. Therefore, the few people present who were dressed gorgeously and had dazzling equipment on their bodies naturally became the target of public criticism. The players were all harboring ulterior motives, and no one knew what they were planning. Captain Su is too polite. As Yen people, how could we stand idly by when our brother base was in trouble? That's right, this. Captain Su, do you have any good battle plans?" Everyone was flattering Su Jiaqing, but when they turned to Su Luo, their attitude became subtle. Su Luo was unmoved, as if he hadn't heard anything, and turned a deaf ear to the muttering discussions around him. Su Jiaqing looked at him with a little anger, and was about to scold him, but Li Weiguo on the side couldn't sit still. "Everyone, work together, and come up with any good ideas, the countdown is almost over." Li Weiguo, like Su Jiaqing, was not anonymous. He was wearing clothes that marked the deputy manager. Everyone knew his identity, and he was also an official, so everyone stopped making things difficult for Su Luo for a while. Instead, they began to discuss tactics seriously. Su Jiaqing saw that everyone's attention was diverted, so he could only hold back for the time being. "What else can we do? Let's all attack from a distance. With so many people, we can shoot it into a sieve with one shot each, right? I remember that the White Bear Country in the Mist Field proposed to use carbonated drinks. Should we be able to use them this time?" A strong man walked out of the White Bear Country who was named. He was wearing a military green shirt, and the bulging muscles on his chest made it impossible to button the shirt. There was a pistol, and a delicate and sharp dagger on the military belt around his waist. "Yes, we also brought a lot of carbonated drinks this time, and secret weapons." "That's great. Everyone, try to attack from a distance and don't get close. I don't know if the players who died in the hands of the parasite will lose their equipment." This sentence strangely made the atmosphere on the scene subtle. Su Jiaqing hurried out to smooth things over. No matter what method you use, everyone must protect themselves while killing monsters. There are still 3 minutes left in the countdown. Everyone hurry up and get ready. The crowd began to disperse. When Ning walked to a corner and looked around at the people participating in the task. The anonymous players were similar in height and body shape, and even their voices had no obvious characteristics. There would be a number on the top of their heads to distinguish them. When Ning's was 233, which should be the order in which she entered the task. For those who were not anonymous, their real names would be displayed on their heads. When Ning's eyes wandered around, and suddenly stopped when he saw a person. He stared at a tall Byron man, who looked a little fierce, and was turning his head to talk to another white man. There were also several soldiers behind him. They were wearing uniform military uniforms, and had a murderous aura on their bodies, which was different from the burly and majestic White Bear Country. They looked like the type who would kill without blinking an eye. When Ning focused on the head of the leader, and a familiar name jumped out of her eyes. Jack. He was the captain of the Fierce Wind Country base, who wanted to humiliate her with a blue torch. When Ning observed calmly, but Jack suddenly stopped explaining. The eagle eye instantly shot towards Wen Ning, and Wen Ning quickly lowered his eyes, and pretended to wipe his weapon, as if nothing had happened. Jack stared at this area for 3 seconds. There were anonymous players with similar figures here, and he didn't find anything unusual. He looked at it twice, and retracted his gaze. He stretched out his hand, and waved it casually, and a waist-high leopard instantly appeared behind him. Hiss! The surrounding players' eyes were instantly straightened. After playing games for so long, most people have pets. But it was the first time I saw such a handsome one. Jack glanced at the people around him calmly, his expression relaxed, as if warning the person who just looked at him. If you want to attack him, you better estimate your own strength. The leopard sensed the mood of its owner, and seemed to walk around Jack lazily, but in fact a low sound came out of its throat. It was a warning, and with its green eyes, the players around instantly looked away. Only Yoshino in the crowd, his eyes exuded crazy jealousy. This is a real pet. I find a chance later to let him die. Chapter 153. Everyone present was making final preparations. Su Jiaqing walked to Su Luo with a false smile on his face, and approached him quietly. Su Luo's eyes flashed with disgust, and his hand holding the weapon tightened. He listened to Su Jiaqing's orders expressionlessly. You can only take the first place in this mission, otherwise, your old leader, your little lover, and the two wastes kept in the base, all pack up and get out. After saying that, without waiting for Su Luo's response, he smiled and walked away, walking towards Jack. Jack! Long time no see. Jack heard a rough voice, and before he could react, the mercenaries around him had already turned their guns and pointed them at Su Jiaqing. Su Jiaqing was stunned and stopped where he was. It's me! Jack, when I was on Blue Star, I visited your country. Jack's blue eyes stared at Su Jiaqing, as if he was recalling something carefully. After a moment, he laughed heartily. Oh! Su! I remember. I didn't expect to meet you here again. Jack smiled but didn't smile. He waved his hand casually to let the mercenaries around him put down their guns. Su Jiaqing walked forward as if he didn't care. The two shook hands in a friendly manner, ignoring the inquiring eyes from the surroundings. Su Jiaqing exchanged a few words of greeting, and his words were full of gratitude, as if Jack had done something great. Jack and he pretended to be friendly, and the atmosphere between the two was like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. As time passed, the players watched the countdown and released their weapons and pets one by one. When Ning looked around, everyone seemed to be pretty strong. There were at least 10 pets of the same level as Hu Zi. Although Hu Zi was not outside, he could observe the outside world through Wen Ning's perspective. The man and the tiger had a heated discussion. Roar! This one won't work. It can't beat this tiger. Roar! This one is barely even. Roar! Don't look at me. This tiger is the most handsome cub in the whole place. Wen Ning curled his lips and responded in his mind. You better not be bragging. Roar! Bragging? This tiger is so honest, how could he be bragging? Seeing that the countdown was about to end, Wen Ning quickly planned a strategy in his mind. I will use a big move in a while, and you will take the opportunity to come out and fight. Our strategy is to fight on our own. Don't get close to me. Roar! Don't get close to you. Then how can I protect you? Be good, I will protect myself, don't worry. Although Hu Zi was a little reluctant, he didn't dare to disobey Wen Ning's orders. Wen Ning sent the same command to the sleeping 001, so that she could hide herself to the maximum extent in the melee. She had originally decided to leave the main battlefield today to 001 and Hu Zi. As for the ultimate move she mentioned, the countdown will end soon, and the result will be known at that time. Everyone around was ready, and Wen Ning pretended to take out the cross-compound crossbow and stood in the back row of the crowd. In this way, basically no one would focus on her. Bang! Bang! The transparent barrier was hit by the parasitic beast when the countdown was about to end, making a loud noise. The city gate was also completely deformed by the parasitic beast, and the alloy was full of bulges, and some places were corroded. With only a few seconds left in the countdown, the parasitic beast suddenly roared to the sky and sprayed a large amount of mucus to attack the surrounding players. The system raised the anger value of the parasite to the peak, and the battle began as the players were frantically dodging the slime. Attack! Crash! Boom! A huge shadow appeared above everyone's head, and invisible energy attacks were quickly launched from midair, directly hitting the parasite. What? What is that? Oh my god! Another monster. It's a fish. A flying fish. Successfully summon the Lanternfish King, with a remaining countdown of 29 minutes and 58 seconds. That's right, Wen Ning's ultimate move is to summon the Lanternfish King. The Lanternfish King is comparable in size to the parasite, and its attack is very powerful, instantly suppressing the parasite under the wall. The huge fishtail swung up, whipping the parasite again and again. Everyone was stunned until a transparent leaderboard suddenly appeared in the air. Everyone saw that the anonymous player in the first place had his damage increasing exponentially. No way. Is this the pet of some big boss? Go! This damage is too amazing. In just a short while, it's almost 30,000. The players came to their senses, holding weapons and summoning pets to rush forward, fearing that they would not be able to grab the damage if they were slow. With the Lanternfish King attracting attention, Wen Ning seized the opportunity to summon helpers. Tiger, 001 now. Wen Ning muttered to himself, and suddenly a white giant tiger rushed out from the crowd, which was even bigger than Jack's leopard. Wen Ning compared them, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, not a single bite of food is eaten in vain. Old tiger. Damn it, why can't I catch such a powerful pet? Who is the owner of this pet? I don't mean anything else, I just want to get to know him. The person who said this was right next to Wen Ning. Wen Ning rolled his eyes and said while firing a crossbow arrow. Get to know him? The abacus beads are about to jump on my face. Wen Ning quietly stayed away from this ill-intentioned player, and her mind moved. A silver light flashed 200 meters away from her, and 001 appeared handsomely and coolly. Carrying Wen Ning's serrated blade, he jumped up and slashed the parasite fiercely with lightning. So many players saw that the parasite that their weapons couldn't penetrate for a long time was instantly cut open by this armor-like robot knife. The wound was still flashing with residual lightning, and the parasite's whole body twitched uncontrollably. So cool, everyone only had this sigh in their hearts. Oh my god! If it weren't for this mission, I would never see such a handsome robot in my lifetime. Which boss is so low-key? If it were me, my nose would be soaring to the sky. Look! The damage of the number one on the list is almost 100,000. Comparing people is so annoying. They only do a few dozen points of damage with a knife or an arrow, but the battle has just begun, and someone has already done nearly 100,000 damage. The key is that I can't even see the boss's figure, and he is an anonymous player. Please, why do you still want to be anonymous with such strength? The parasitic beast is more than 10 meters long. After eating the player, its swollen body has swelled several times, and it is almost the size of a double-decker tourist bus. If you raise your head slightly, you can be taller than the city wall of the base. But now under the suppression of the Lanternfish King and 001, there is no chance to raise your head. You can only keep attacking the players under the city wall. Huzi gave up the attack because the mucus of this parasitic beast has a harmful effect on him. However, claw tearing is easier to use. Although Huzi is unlucky, and it is not easy to trigger the instant kill effect, as long as he can successfully injure the parasite, he can cause continuous damage. And it can be stacked. Huzi's goal is to stack claw tearing to 99 layers. Chapter 154. Around the parasite, players attacked it without paying. Yoshino squeezed in among the players, feeling a little heartbroken when he saw the baby being attacked by everyone. But he didn't dare to get too close to the parasite. Although he raised the parasite, it had no thoughts at all. Not to mention the idea of recognizing its master. It attacked everywhere according to its instinct, one player at a time, constantly absorbing power to resist attacks. The mercenaries around Jack surrounded him tightly in the middle to ensure that he had a perfect output environment. Jack took some grenades and kept throwing them down. The mercenaries cooperated with Jack to attack the parasite from time to time. Jack attacked while looking at the leaderboard above his head. He was only ranked 3rd. Gritting his teeth, Jack took out a new weapon developed by the base, a laser gun, and pressed it hard. A beam of laser was emitted from the muzzle, and shot at the body of the parasite. The scorching temperature made the parasite twist its body in pain. Boom! Jack's eyes flashed with madness, and he adjusted the power of the weapon in his hand to the maximum. The damage was off the charts, and soon surpassed the 2nd place on the leaderboard. The fierce struggle of the parasite made the players, who attacked at close range under its feet, unable to escape, and they were directly crushed into meat paste by the bloated body of the parasite. This was not the end. All the players who were touched by the skin of the parasite were instantly trapped in the body of the parasite. Screams resounded through the sky, and the players below instantly became a mess, and could only run for their lives. For a time, the bottom of the city wall became a purgatory on Earth. All the players who did not have time to escape became the parasite's meal, and many pets did not have time to run away. Huzi was right next to Jack's leopard. For some reason, the leopard was quite hostile to Huzi. Huzi thought that the leopard was just jealous that he looked better than him, and couldn't do as much damage as he did. He was playing tricks during the fight, which was really embarrassing for the beast. When the parasitic beast on his head started to riot, Huzi wanted to retreat immediately, but the leopard next to him deliberately blocked Huzi's retreat route. Hu Zi's temper was very explosive during the fight, and he immediately got into a fight with the leopard. The two pets refused to give in to each other. Hu Zi was simply angry, and he didn't forget to hit the parasitic beast during the fight with the leopard. I thought I should just teach it a lesson, so as not to make the beast lose face. The leopard directly regarded Hu Zi as an enemy, the kind that would fight to the death. He was ruthless everywhere, but Hu Zi was not afraid of it. He fought back and forth, and had the upper hand. Jack on the wall saw the scene, his eyes sneered, and he ordered the leopard to attack with all his strength. Luna, kill it, there can only be one king of beasts in this world, and that is you. Roar! Help, help! This leopard provoked me, but now it wants Hu Zi's life. Wen Ning was paying attention to the attack of the Lanternfish King, and suddenly remembered Hu Zi's insincere request for help. The tone was like, Mom, someone is bullying me, I want to beat it. Apply for a fight. Wen Ning took a look at the opponent, and it turned out to be the leopard with eyes on the top of its head, just like his master, and he immediately got excited. Go on 001, you stay close, just in case. Okay. 001, can you speak now? Master, we can communicate in our minds, but I will study for a while longer and try to master human language as soon as possible. Wen Ning was a little happy. She didn't expect 001's learning ability to be so strong. If this continues, the day when 001 will command the three armies is just around the corner. When this battle is over, Wen Ning decided to go back and build a robot army immediately. Think about it, there are still orders from Boss Lu that have not been completed. The ghost howling from the bottom of the city wall interrupted Wen Ning's thoughts. After climbing up the city wall, Wen Ning found that the parasitic beast below began to riot again, twisting its body violently. But this time it was not because of pain, but it seemed to be evolving. Several long tentacles stretched out from the surrounding legs. This speculation made Wen Ning's forehead jump. Hu Zi was fighting with the leopard and didn't see the huge body pressing down on his head at all. Hu Zi! Get out! Wen Ning's mind was ringing with alarm bells, and he ordered Hu Zi loudly in his mind. Hu Zi didn't want to fight, so he turned around to avoid the leopard's attack and retreated. At the critical moment, life must be at stake. But the leopard thought Hu Zi was scared, so it suddenly activated its skills and stretched out its sharp claws more than 10 centimeters to slash at Hu Zi. Hu Zi had to turn back to deal with the leopard's move. The angle of the leopard's claws was very tricky. Hu Zi had to avoid the parasitic beast above his head and the leopard's attack. Puff! The sound of claws entering the flesh sounded, and Hu Zi's left shoulder was unfortunately hit. He groaned and rolled to the side. The wound on the shoulder was not fatal, but it aroused the leopard's bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Jack saw that the leopard succeeded and immediately shouted loudly. Luna! Good job! Attack! Hu Zi stumbled and escaped from the attack range of the parasite, and 001 also rushed to Hu Zi's side at this moment. Look, two beasts are fighting, and the robot is going to pick up the slack? Too exciting, I didn't expect that the pets started fighting before the parasite was finished. The leopard's attack was not deep, and did not affect Hu Zi's life, but this claw obviously used a skill. Wen Ning checked Hu Zi's status, and immediately found a negative impact on Hu Zi. Reduce Hu Zi's movement speed by 20%, lasting for 10 minutes. 20% speed itself has a great impact, especially in a battlefield that changes rapidly, not to mention that the opponent is a leopard known for its speed. Hu Zi turned around and saw that the leopard had activated the skill again, and the sharp claws stretched out to attack quickly. Jiao Jing Bloodline skill activated. Pet enters rampage state. Wen Ning looked at the battle situation. The leopard was faster than 001. Originally, her purpose was to prevent exposure, so she let 001 and Hu Zi attack from two directions. Unexpectedly, Hu Zi was threatened now. 001 rushed towards Hu Zi at full speed, and Hu Zi activated his skills at this time. Wen Ning was anxious. Swish! Just when Wen Ning was worried, the leopard's claws fell again, but the imagined information of Hu Zi's injury did not sound. Instead, a scream that did not belong to Hu Zi sounded. Wen Ning looked closely, and found that the leopard rolled to the ground, and one of its claws was cut off. Luna! How dare you touch my Luna? 001 still maintained a posture of swinging the knife. Beside him, Hu Zi had already jumped up and attacked with the same sharp claws, greeting the leopard lying on the ground and rolling. Ding! Triggering claw tearing. Successfully killed Pet Luna instantly. Luna! Jack's eyes were about to burst, he opened his mouth wide, and he couldn't believe what he saw. This is a pet with rare bloodline. It was killed instantly by the other party. From beginning to end, He didn't even see the other party's owner. Deep anger and fear occupied his entire mind, and then he said angrily, "Who is it? You deserve to die. Who is it? Kill it, the white tiger, kill it!" Chapter 155. Alex, who was beside Jack, commanded the people around him to jump off the wall and attack Huzi. However, they were blocked by the tentacles that suddenly fell from the sky. Several mercenaries were caught by the tentacles of the parasite and thrown into its bloody mouth. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief after a brief surprise. Jack's rage was no threat to her at all. If he wanted to kill her, he had to find her first. As for Huzi, the negative effects disappeared directly because of the death of the leopard, and a little skin injury could not affect it at all. Wen Ning was surprised that the first time Huzi triggered the instant kill skill of claw tearing, he actually used it on someone else's pet. Seeing that the leopard had been solved, 001 immediately moved away from Huzi and launched an attack on the parasite again. Wen Ning saw this scene, and the corners of her mouth twitched unconsciously. She wanted to remind 001, "Do you know what it means to be so rude? Good fellow, this robot saved this white tiger, and now it is so far away. Is it trying to avoid suspicion? This robot and this white tiger are definitely from the same family. If I hadn't washed my hair upside down." Jack was not completely overwhelmed by anger, and he also saw 001's position. At such an extreme distance, it must be done with all one's strength to save this white tiger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go, kill this white tiger and this robot. No matter what the cost." The remaining mercenaries around him were angry and took action instantly. In Jack's eyes, the parasitic beast was not the main target. How dare that robot and the white tiger attack his Luna? Wen Ning gave the order to 001 and Huzi to join forces and fight together. He was paying attention to the battle between the Lanternfish King and the parasite, and occasionally used long-range weapons to deal some damage. Although 001 and Huzi were delayed, the Lanternfish King was still very powerful, and her damage was always leading. The tentacles evolved from the parasite were extremely disgusting. Not only did they make up for its shortcoming of not being able to attack from a distance, but they also made many players suffer with the slime attack. The scene of the tentacles waving was like a group of demons dancing wildly, and its attack power was very high. In the face of absolute strength, all skills seemed redundant. There were players who were constantly rolled up by the tentacles of the parasite. Even if the teammates beside him rescued them in time, their bodies had long been corroded by the tentacles of the parasite, and their bones had melted. The whole thing was just a pile of soft meat, and it was impossible to tell the human shape. The tentacles whipped the surrounding people and buildings quickly, and the scene suddenly changed from the scene of the parasite being suppressed. The gate of the base was turned into scrap metal, and the nearby city wall collapsed. The debris of the fallen city wall crushed some players, who were unable to dodge. "Run! Run!" There were wails in my ears. At the beginning, the Lanternfish King suppressed the parasite. Everyone thought it was a war of attrition. As long as they kept suppressing it, they would be able to grind it to death sooner or later. But no one expected the parasite to suddenly riot and mutate again. The scene was in a mess. Only a few players and their pets stabilized their bodies and continued to fight. Several players with good damage on the leaderboard disappeared directly. It is not difficult to guess their fate. Wen Ning quickly ran to the edge of the city wall, avoiding the attack while loudly reminding the people around him. There are still many ordinary people with weak combat capabilities in this base. The collapse of the city wall directly crushed the shelters of these people. The scene of wailing everywhere is no less than a disaster. Damn it! The Lanternfish King has 18 minutes left to survive. At this time, it is still firmly suppressed on the head of the parasite. It suddenly opened its mouth and bit the top of the parasite's head fiercely. The body of the parasite was suppressed and could not move. But the tentacles extending around are dozens of meters long. This is simply unstoppable. And the parasite does not need to use its mouth to eat at all. It only needs to use its tentacles to roll up the surrounding players, then quickly retract and drag the players to the near side, and its skin will automatically wrap the players in. Complete the killing and eating. Wen Ning quickly judged the attack method of the parasite's tentacles. The suction cups on the tentacles are the real places for adhesion and mucus spraying. Once it is attached, it is difficult to get rid of it. After observing for a while, Wen Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. Attack where its tentacles extend. After Wen Ning reminded loudly, he took out a sharp tang sword from his backpack. With a run-up, he jumped onto the city wall. In the eyes of the crowd, only a thin figure was seen, going against the flow of people fleeing, flying straight out of the city wall, and flying straight to the battlefield of the two giant beasts. Oh my god! Is he going to die? Wen Ning is going to die? Of course not. She just observed the tentacles of the parasitic beast and found something wrong. She flew out from the city wall, and the tang sword in her hand drew an arc in the air, and the sharp blade whizzed away. In the eyes of everyone, Wen Ning dodged the whipping tentacles. The lanternfish beside him was willing to help, stretching out its huge tail to cushion Wen Ning's downward trend. Wen Ning landed steadily on the tail of the lanternfish king, and then nimbly dodged the tentacles of the parasite that seemed to be sensitive. He stretched out his hand to grab the tail of the lanternfish, and swung it violently, and the whole person flew down to the belly of the parasite. At the same time, Huzi got rid of the entanglement of the surrounding tentacles and ran towards Wen Ning. Puff! Wen Ning raised the tang sword in his hand above his head and chopped at the root of the parasite's tentacles with all his strength. The tang sword made a harsh sound when it entered the flesh, and at the same time a foul smell came out. It was the smell of the parasite's blood. But the tentacles that were thicker than her thighs were not cut off at once. Wen Ning held the handle of the tang sword with both hands, and sank into her dantian and exerted force again. Puff, puff. Bang! The tentacle under the tang sword finally cracked, and Wen Ning took the opportunity to press down with his weight, successfully cutting off one of the tentacle of the parasite. The tentacle fell to the ground with a loud noise, and the parasite turned over in pain, and blood mixed with mucus flowed out of its body in red and green. Without the support of the tentacles, Wen Ning fell down instantly. Everyone on the wall felt their hearts tighten together. They just saw the anonymous player successfully cut off a tentacle, and before they could be happy, they saw him falling down uncontrollably. There were more waving tentacles on the ground, and the rolling parasite was about to crush Wen Ning under it. Just when everyone thought that Wen Ning would have a hard time escaping, a white figure quickly passed by. The next moment, the anonymous player landed on it accurately, riding on the white tiger, and escaped from the attack range of the parasite in a few breaths. It turned out to be the white tiger that killed the pet of the captain of the Gale Nation base in 1 second. Chapter 156. Bang! Huzi carried Wen Ning and ran out of the battle range. When he stopped, Wen Ning was thrown out due to inertia and rolled to the ground. Huzi was stunned on the spot, with a deep surprise in his eyes. Mom, you are not trying to scam me. Wen Ning stood up with a turn, patted the dust off her body, gave Huzi a reassuring look, and stopped 001 from approaching in her mind. Huzi understood what she meant, put away the worry in his eyes, raised his head, and turned around to pass by Wen Ning. As if he didn't know this person. Wen Ning pretended to cover his chest exaggeratedly, and bowed deeply in the direction where Baihu left. The people on the city wall were disappointed, thinking that this kid was the owner of Baihu. Oh! It turns out that Baihu was merciful and saved this kid's life, but this kid is really lucky. But this player's strength is not bad. Look at him cutting off a parasitic beast's tentacle without any damage. Indeed, this tentacle is extremely tough. I think he just took an ordinary tang sword. Hey! How did you do it? The people on the wall watched Wen Ning limping up and surrounded him to ask. Wen Ning had already told 001 the method, and at this moment 001 was wandering on the ventral side of the parasitic beast. The serrated blade in his hand was more useful than the tang sword in Wen Ning's hand, and he cut off a parasitic beast's tentacle in a few strokes. Wen Ning looked at 001 wandering below with innocent eyes, and pointed at him. Nothing. I just saw that robot doing this, so I wanted to try it. Maybe the damage is high. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Wen Ning's action just now was indeed very sudden, and the parasitic beast had thousands of tentacles, and now the robots below were chopping vigorously. It was hard to say whether this player did it first, or he saw the robot's action and followed it. Everyone saw that his eyes were clear, his foot seemed to be twisted, and he looked embarrassed and didn't look like a big boss at all. They immediately snorted and ignored him. Instead, they went down in groups to brush damage. In the crowd, an anonymous player dressed like Wen Ning looked at Wen Ning's spotless protective suit and lowered his eyes. There was a flash of deep thought in his eyes. Wen Ning thought he had gotten away with it, and his mouth corners opened quietly, watching his damage rising. Very good. Not only did he let everyone know the weakness of the tentacles, but he also successfully hid his identity. Huzi's acting skills are really good. Now everyone will think that she was lucky and was rescued. Players who knew the parasite's weakness began to attack the place where the parasite's tentacles came out. If one round of long-range bullets didn't work, 2 rounds would break the defense there, and finally cut off a bloody tentacle. A few minutes later, 1/3 of the parasite's tentacles were cut off. The parasite was in great pain at this time, but the tentacles would be cut off by the players if they stretched out, so he could only retract all the tentacles outside. At this time, everyone realized that the tentacles of the parasite were its feet. The suction cups on the tentacles were the suction cups on her feet. At this time, the 2 rows of feet were chopped to pieces, and the internal organs and flesh and blood leaked out from the gaps. Even the city wall could not be climbed up. It could only twitch constantly on the ground. Desperate but unwilling to launch the final attack, the players seemed to see the dawn of hope, and rushed forward like a swarm of bees, all wanting to grab the last blow. Yoshino hid in the crowd, watching his baby being slaughtered, and the wounded appearance made his efforts these days completely in vain. Damn! Damn players, damn robots, and that white tiger. Since you helped humans kill my baby, then you should compensate me with yourself and become my pet. Yoshino stared at Huzi fiercely, lurking in the crowd to get close to Huzi. Huzi focused on attacking the parasite in front of him. Everyone around him was full of murderous intent and did not notice the danger. Pet passive skill triggered. Someone behind your pet wants to attack the pet. Wen Ning's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately gave an order. Huzi, get out of the way! Huzi's outstretched claws had not yet been retracted when he heard Wen Ning's order. His body was faster than his brain, and he subconsciously dodged the attack behind him. Yoshino's sudden action caught everyone off guard, and he had no time to stop his vicious smile. The white tiger in front of him dodged to the side, as if it had eyes on its back. Yoshino looked at the parasite in front of him in horror. Oh! No! Puff! The people around him were even more confused. They were fighting monsters, and suddenly saw a figure rushing up, screaming and throwing himself into the arms of the parasite. Really? There was no way to stop it. After a short scream, it was like falling into a swamp, and there was no movement. When everyone was confused, Yoshino suddenly stretched out a hand, trying to struggle out. But it was covered with the mucus and internal organs of the parasite, which was terrifying and disgusting. For a moment, no one dared to step forward to pull it, fearing that it would be stained with the highly corrosive mucus. Finally, the hand fell down weakly and disappeared. System announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player for successfully killing the instigator of this incident. Special rewards will be issued after the battle. The instigator? Didn't that guy just commit suicide? Fuck. I should have kicked him earlier. I really felt itchy when he stretched out his hand just now. Didn't he just join our base? Could it be that he brought this parasite with him? Base commander? Where is the base commander? What is his identity? The base commander of the Dawn base said slowly, with a look of utter despair on his face. He came anonymously, only showed me his physique, and donated a lot of materials, so I was soft-hearted. Who would have thought he was a little devil? I didn't even have time to kick him. Rya. Damn, this is definitely aimed at our Yin country. His name is Yoshino, and he is from Rya's official base. Knowing the true identity of this person, the people at the scene were instantly infuriated, and they wanted to rush to Rya's base right now. However, there were still parasitic beasts that had not been dealt with at the scene, and the indignant players could only temporarily suppress their anger. The parasitic beast that was surrounded by everyone was already dying, and was about to die. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 157. Ah! A violent scream suddenly broke out in the crowd. Wen Ning looked back, and before he could figure out the situation, a flesh ball that could barely be distinguished as a human flew in front of him. Bang! It fell heavily in front of everyone. Help! Help! The player was corroded beyond human form, and he squeezed out a few words for help from his throat, and died unwillingly. The next second, a pile of equipment exploded. Before Wen Ning could react, the players behind him had already rushed up to pick it up. I saw this first. Don't grab it. Don't grab it. This is mine. Wen Ning looked at this scene with his pupils shrinking, and looked in the direction of the parasite. The players around him, who could barely keep their sanity, and were not overwhelmed by the equipment, also looked in the direction of Wen Ning. The voice was full of fear. Oh my god. Everyone saw that the body of the parasite had expanded several times, and even the skin became transparent, like a pink balloon that could explode at any time. Master, this mutant beast finally rioted, and it awakened wisdom. All the people around it were swallowed and spit out. Then it turned into a pile of things on the ground, and these people all rushed to grab the light ball on the ground. The scene is very chaotic. The voice of 001 machine sounded in Wen Ning's mind. Wen Ning glanced at the bottom of the city wall. The more chaotic it was, the more players the parasitic beast swallowed. The wound on its abdomen showed a faint tendency to heal. The situation was very critical. Several players who understood, including Su Jiaqing, were loudly reminding the people around them not to be blinded by the supplies. This was obviously wrong. In the upper right corner of the leaderboard, the number of players was dropping madly. Half of them would soon die. This was not a solution. Wen Ning's brain was working fast, and he did not stop attacking, but the attack at this time had little effect. Grab all the spoils before everyone else? Unrealistic. This group of people had completely lost their minds, and they were like hungry wolves seeing meat, rushing forward one after another to give themselves up. After death, the equipment exploded on the ground. Although Wen Ning was fast, he was not fast enough to surpass everyone. Now there was only one way left, and that was to strangle the mutant beast with all his strength. Although it was at the end of its strength, if this situation continued, it would still have a chance to recover. 001, Huzi, attack with all your strength. The Lanternfish King has only 5 minutes left. After it disappears, we will definitely not be able to defeat this parasite. Everyone, attack quickly. The parasite's wound is healing. If this continues, everyone will die. Everyone will die. Wen Ning stood on the wall with full energy, and shouted this sentence with a deep breath. I don't know if the players heard it clearly, but everyone was shocked by Wen Ning's words, everyone will die. Looking again, Wen Ning exaggeratedly pointed at the parasite's wound, which was really healing slowly. The players who suddenly realized the truth quickly turned around, and picked up their weapons, and attacked frantically. But there are still stubborn people who pick up this equipment, holding the so-called fluke mentality. Su Jiaqing is one of them. On the surface, he ordered the players to attack the parasite with a righteous face, but in fact, he had sent his confidants to pick up the leaks. And after seeing the anonymous player leading the leaderboard, and comparing the output of Su Luo, who barely ranked 10th, he unwillingly gave up the idea of letting Su Luo take the first place. Instead, he was asked to protect those people who picked up equipment. Su Luo felt very disgusted, but he had to do it. Su Jiaqing was extremely selfish. In his eyes, Su Luo was a wild wolf that could not be tamed. Only by accurately grasping his weaknesses could he be controlled. For example, the disabled people in the base, such as Nialan standing next to him. This is why Su Jiaqing brought Nialan to participate in the mission. Su Luo was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and there was an inexplicable feeling between him and Nialan. Su Jiaqing sneered at his confidant, who was picking up equipment in the distance, and felt happy in his heart. He didn't care whether the base was dead or alive. Anyway, he could leave the mission at any time. It's just that 80% of the supplies picked up after leaving would be lost. This trip was not in vain. He bought so many supplies for free and gained a good reputation among the players. Most importantly, Jack, and he reached a win-win deal. The more proud Su Jiaqing was, the more righteous anger appeared on his face. He loudly rebuked the players around him, who forgot to fight while picking up equipment. Even if a cultured person curses without using dirty words, he can still insult you to the point of being ashamed. But no one thought he had a problem. He was an outsider, but he cared more about the safety of the base than they did. It was because he was too narrow-minded and coveted small gains, and he almost lost his life. When Ning walked in front of the representative of the White Bear Country, his tone was as anxious as an angry young man. His words were fierce, and his actions were very exaggerated. Pointing at the parasitic beasts that were rolling and devouring players under the city wall, he shouted, "You old fool! Where is the secret weapon you mentioned? People are almost dead, why don't you take it out? Are you waiting for it to explode and bury everyone with you?" When the exhausted players heard this, their eyes lit up. "Yes! Where is your secret weapon? Hurry up and use it! If this little brother hadn't mentioned it, we would have almost forgotten it. Use it now, use it now!" The White Bear people were tall and strong, and Wen Ning looked like a little chicken standing in front of them, but Wen Ning looked so righteous that the other party couldn't find a reason to attack him for a while. What's more, he was originally in the wrong in this matter, and he even forgot the secret weapon. Wen Ning rolled his eyes exaggeratedly, but he was relieved in his heart, hoping that the secret weapon of the White Bear Country would really be useful. Wen Ning, who had successfully aroused everyone's memory by performing a play, retired successfully, and returned to the city wall silently, concentrating on dealing damage with an inconspicuous crossbow. A pair of eyes in the crowd kept glued to Wen Ning. Wen Ning was very calm and performed flawlessly. Occasionally, he would miss 2 arrows and pretend to be distressed. Until the gaze on him disappeared, Wen Ning had not revealed his true colors. Huzi, if you fight at close range, just use your claws to tear it apart. If you are lucky, you can kill this parasite instantly. 001, close protection, your iron skin is not afraid of corrosion, I will repair it for you when we go back. Roar! Got it. Okay, master. The chaos at the scene gradually returned to order, after many players woke up one after another. And the mutant beast seemed to sense that its life was over, and fewer players entered its mouth. It struggled more violently, but unfortunately the Lanternfish King still had enough time to survive, and its combat power was not reduced, so it suppressed it tightly. In this anxious scene, the White Bear Country finally prepared its secret weapon after a long delay. Everyone, get out of the way! Here comes the secret weapon! The players all turned their heads, wanting to see the secret weapon. The sight was clear, and after seeing what the White Bear Country player had in his hand, everyone had only one thing in mind. That's it? Chapter 158. Are you really kidding me? You'd better be serious. Oh my god, I'm dead! Amidst the curses, the secret weapon of the White Bear Kingdom finally revealed its true colors, when Ning's jaw dropped in shock. He saw several people holding long pink water guns in their hands, and dragging a man-welded catapult-shaped thing behind them. It's cool, but a bit silly. This is the secret weapon? Do you think this is the water splashing festival? Several people from the White Bear Kingdom puffed out their chests, calling on the crowd to retreat, while escorting their catapults to the city wall. The corners of Wen Ning's mouth twitched, and when the White Bear Kingdom took out a huge bucket, she was numb. She knew that the last time the players of the White Bear Kingdom found the weakness of the parasitic beast, it was definitely luck. Look! They actually improved the water gun, poured carbonated drinks into the big bucket, and then connected these water guns. As soon as the switch was turned on, the water column in the water gun sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. It sprayed directly towards the parasite. Ha ha ha! Enjoy the mysterious power from the west. It was so exciting, the players around were stunned. It was such a stupid thing. How could these 1.9-meter tall burly men do it without any psychological barriers? They looked quite enjoying it, when Ning didn't care about the method. She just stared at the state of the parasite. Of course, she hoped that this trick would work. Master, the parasite's movement speed has slowed down a lot. Soon, 001's feedback came. Wen Ning was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. The players from White Bear Country pushed the catapult over again, which had a special buckle on it. Then the leading player pulled out a huge brown water ball from his backpack. That's right, it was the Fat House Happy Water, and now it was about to become the Parasitic Beast Happy Water. The player stuck the water ball into the special slot, and then quickly pulled the lead of the catapult. Everyone felt a bang, and then saw a huge water ball flying out. When it reached the top of the Parasitic Beast, the player from White Bear Country pressed a switch in his hand. In an instant, the water ball in everyone's vision burst and exploded with a bang. The air was full of the sweet smell of carbonated drinks, and the huge water mist completely enveloped the parasitic beast. The players from White Bear Country directly performed a live version of Artificial Cola Drop. You say they are powerful, they use water guns. You say they are stupid, they designed so many details. Wen Ning had to admire the creativity of these players. This water gun device, as well as the catapult device for throwing water balls, are obviously not products of the system. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, they are all handmade. The parasitic beast under the city wall was subjected to the all-round scrubbing service of carbonated drinks. At this moment, the surface of its skin was full of bubbles. Under the fierce rolling and struggling, the wound that had been healed cracked again. Ha! Seeing that you like to corrode people so much, you should enjoy the taste of being corroded yourself. The players watched the parasitic beast gradually lose its vitality, and its huge body, like a hot air balloon, deflated. They all applauded excitedly, and on the leaderboard, the damage of the White Bear Country player rose sharply, and it was even close to the first place. Huh? Look, finding the weakness is different. The White Bear's damage is about to catch up with the first place. Everyone looked at the ranking list anxiously, and calculated whether the White Bear's speed could catch up with the first place while attacking. Even Wen Ning was a little worried. Now this parasite is really struggling to survive. The Lanternfish King has 1 minute left. By then, just when the White Bear's damage was infinitely close to the first place, the ranking list suddenly disappeared. System announcement. Congratulations to the 1,789 surviving players. The special mission is completed. The damage value is being counted, and an announcement will be issued later. System prompt. The mission has ended. The damage caused by the parasite to the Dawn base is irreversible and cannot be repaired. System prompt. The mission is over. Players can stay in this map for up to half an hour. And, is it over? The parasite disappeared on the spot, leaving puddles of mucus and a piece of equipment and supplies on the ground. Who is the first in the end? Did Bai Xing catch up with the pot? I think he may have caught up, because in the end, there was only a few thousand damage left. It's hard to deal a few thousand damage, okay? I think the anonymous guy definitely secured the first place. To be honest, I still have dozens of bottles of Coke in my backpack. Why didn't I take them out? The people present were discussing who would be the first after the battle. Pick up 2 more drop supplies and equipment by the way. But in the corner, Ning curled her lips slightly, trying to suppress the ecstasy in her heart, because just now, she thought that the White Bear Country was about to catch up with her damage. Ding! Your pet has triggered the claw-tearing skill, and successfully killed the parasite. Hu Zi's tiger quality exploded. He killed the parasite in 1 second. Hu Zi! I give you a bowl of meat when I go back. No. 2 bowls. Roar. What happened? ZZ is awesome. He killed the parasite in 1 second. The communication in the mind can be shared, so when Hu Zi heard 001 praising him, he felt like he saw a ghost. The tiger's eyes were wide open. Calm down, calm down. Hu Zi's character exploded today, and he actually triggered the instant kill skill twice. Ning was very happy, but when she turned around, she inadvertently saw Jack leading people to Hu Zi in a menacing manner. Hu Zi, 001, go back to the backpack. After a battle, Hu Zi and 001 were exhausted, especially Hu Zi. Although Ning was not afraid of Jack, people were not as good as parasites. She had intensive phobia and was afraid of people with many tricks. Moreover, Hu Zi had just killed Jack's pet, so who knows what bad things this guy might be up to. The agile white tiger and the cool robot disappeared in front of everyone at the same time. The players were all stunned, and then they looked at the person who had just left the mission channel. There were 5 or 6 players who left the channel at the same time. The owner of these 2 must be hiding here. The exasperated Jack looked around and searched carefully in the crowd. After finding no suspicious people, he left with gritted teeth. Ning hid in the crowd, and when he saw that the system had no sound for a long time, he left leisurely. Player 233 successfully completed the mission and has returned to the shelter. After Ning left, among the players who stayed behind, a young man stared at Ning's number on the channel and repeated it softly. 233. The remaining players picked up their favorite equipment one after another and left. Finally, the mission channel was disbanded, leaving only a devastated base with less than 300 people. System announcement. The statistics of special missions have been completed. Next, the rewards for this mission will be announced. Chapter 159. System announcement. 3,689 people participated in this special mission, and the final number of survivors was 1789. System announcement. In this disaster, the anonymous player number 233 achieved the first place in the damage list and received the following system rewards. System rewards. Permanently increased 10 attributes of physical fitness, 1 diamond level treasure chest, 1 relic summoning ticket. System prompt. The special rewards for this mission are not distributed publicly. Thank you for the players' efforts. See you next time. The world channel was filled with wailing in an instant. World channel, who dares to raise goo? Don't let me know. World channel, goodbye. Never see you again. World channel, is there any big guy who can popularize it? I don't even know what the mission is. What kind of goo to raise? In an instant, a group of surviving players wrote a few hundred words to expose the good things that Rhea had done. World channel, damn him. Why doesn't the Rhea base come out to claim your former base commander? World channel, this is ridiculous. What can this thing feed such a big thing? I have a bad guess. World channel, Matsuda, the person you are talking about is not from our Rhea. World channel, everyone present saw his mustache. You are playing dumb now, right? World channel, Matsuda, whoever claims, whoever provides evidence. What evidence do you have to prove that he is from our Rhea base? Slander? Defamation? Do you think you have a mouth? World channel, good fellow, the old dog at the entrance of our village is not as shameless as him. I won't say much. We will kill any Rhea players we see in the future at our Dawn base. World channel, the person is already dead. We can just do it appropriately. World channel, I am more curious about who is the first place. 10 points of physical fitness. I only got 16 points of physical fitness after adding 5 points last time. World channel, there are also special rewards. Please share them with the 2 big guys in the world channel so that we can open our eyes. The discussions in the world are endless. Ning paid a little attention to them, and then closed the chat channel. Now there are more important things waiting for her to do. Although all the players in Riyadh denied this matter, the other players have already identified them. Ning knew that they were not wronged. When they were killed, the system broadcast his real name. He had shown his face in the live broadcast room before. The people of Riyadh could not escape. He just disappeared from the yard, and now he is still in the yard of the shelter. It has been more than half an hour. Just in time for dinner. Wen Ning kept his word and added 2 pots of meat to Hu Zi. He also added some canned pet food and the like. Zi had already cooked a table of food with a food processor, and 001 was taken back to the guard warehouse by Wen Ning for repair. Wen Ning praised Zi for becoming more and more like a little housekeeper. Zi's cheeks were slightly red, and she rubbed Wen Ning intimately. After finishing all the food in a whirlwind, Wen Ning burped. Hey! Comfortable. Touching his round belly, Wen Ning received the reward from the system. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully receiving the reward. Your physical fitness is permanently increased by 10, currently 31. System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining a diamond treasure chest *1. System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining a relic summoning scroll *1. Relic summoning scroll. A special mission relic summoning scroll, which can randomly refresh the ruins with night restrictions. After exploring, there is a chance to lift the night restrictions. Good stuff. It is an opportunity, but also a risk. Wen Ning pondered for a while, and put it in his backpack first. Then he received another reward. System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining a special mission reward. The reward is as follows. System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining survival points *1000. System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining a diamond treasure chest *1. Hua, so generous, 1000 survival points. Wen Ning smiled and narrowed her eyes. As soon as her physique was added, Wen Ning felt that her body was much lighter. In this situation, she is definitely the person with the best physique in this game. This disaster has already added 5 points of physique. Wen Ning felt a clear difference when fighting the parasitic beast. Her physical strength and toughness have increased a lot. She jumped over a wall of more than 10 meters at a time. Even with the buffer of the Lanternfish King, it would have been impossible for Wen Ning to do it with her previous physique. And she was in a state of no damage. Now that 10 points have been added, Wen Ning feels like Popeye eating spinach. She walked to Hu Zi, who was trying hard to eat, and stretched out her hand. The next second, Hu Zi felt that someone had grabbed his face by the armpit, and the whole tiger instantly flew into the air. Almost had a close contact with the ceiling. Hu Zi landed flexibly and turned his round body around, with a confused light in his big eyes. It's okay, I just want to see if you can protect the food. Yeah? Mom, do you believe what you said? If you want to protect the food, why don't you pull my rice bowl and show it off to the ceiling? Wen Ning awkwardly retracted his bulging biceps, rubbed Hu's head twice, and fooled him. Only Hu Zi was simple and easy to deceive. Wen Ning walked to the yard again and summoned 002. 002, you attacked me. Bang! Before Wen Ning finished speaking, a fist flew towards him. The punch was fierce, and it was obvious that he used all his strength. Wen Ning was shocked. Are you fierce? I haven't said start yet. With rich combat experience, Wen Ning instinctively ducked to avoid the attack, but 002's fist still hit her shoulder. Ugh! Wen Ning groaned and fell back a few steps to stabilize her body. Hu Zi heard the noise and rushed out without even eating. With 1 pounce, 002 was pinned to the ground, and with 1 claw, the iron sheet on 002's chest was torn. Boy! Stop! Roar! You dare to touch my mother! 002 lay on the ground expressionlessly, without attacking. On the face of the machine, the light in the eyes flickered, almost burning the CPU. The expression on the face gradually became innocent. 002, do you think I am touched? Wen Ning shook his shoulders, which were not even scratched, walked forward, and pulled Hu Zi up with one hand. Hu Zi was still immersed in the thought of whether this robot had malfunctioned. He did not notice that his mother had turned into a strongman. Wen Ning lifted his clothes to show Hu Zi, who was shocked. This was not even scratched? Wen Ning explained in words that Hu Zi could understand, and Hu Zi released his claws on 002's chest. His face was full of heartache. Roar! Next time, come to me. He is brainless and doesn't know how to control his strength. Wen Ning looked like a child who had grown up and felt sorry for her. He nodded heavily. They supported each other and entered the shelter. 002, who was lying on the ground and forgotten, said, "You two are really noble." Chapter 160. After the experiment, Wen Ning confirmed that his physical fitness had improved a lot in all aspects. Strength is only one of the external manifestations. To be precise, speed, agility, and the most important ability to resist injury, including when Ning found that the speed at which his energy value decreased was also half of what it was before. In general, the overall physical fitness was improving. When Ning frowned, this was not a good thing. The system generously increased everyone's physical fitness, which was in disguise to improve everyone's ability to resist disasters. What does that mean? The next disaster is likely to increase the difficulty. Ding. You have a special attention message, please check it. When Ning's thoughts were interrupted, special attention? Boss Lu, it's so late, is it a debt collector? When Ning clicked on the private message chat channel, Lucier 1267, Boss Zong, the disaster is over. Sure enough, the debt collector came, and in front of the creditor, when Ning did not dare to neglect it. Private chat channel, Boss Lu, this Boss Zong. Lucier 1267, you are anonymous, and I don't want to keep calling you the store owner, so... Private chat channel, just call me boss. Lucier 1267, call you. Boss? Private chat channel. Ahem. Just hide the boss, that's fine. When Ning touched the tip of his nose, thinking, he is indeed a genuine capitalist, only others can call him boss, Lucier sat quietly here. A hint of speculation flashed across his shrewd face. Then he tried. Lucier 1267, 233? When Ning's alarm bells were ringing. Could this Lucier be the one who peeped at her in the crowd again and again today? It was said that even my master couldn't recognize her. She had never seen this person before, but she guessed her identity? Did the other party take some hidden script that she didn't know about? The other party didn't respond for a long time, and Lucier had a triumphant smile on his face. Lucier 1267, boss, where is my robot? When Ning saw the word boss, her left and right eyelids jumped. This is not asking for her own robot, this is telling Wen Ning nakedly. I knew it was you the first time I saw that robot today. Wen Ning thought about it, and decided not to admit it. Since the other party didn't continue to ask, she pretended that she didn't see the 233 said by the other party. This is a long story. When she was in the mission today, she felt that someone was observing her inexplicably. Fortunately, her performance was impeccable throughout the whole show, and she successfully left the stage in the end. She thought so, but now it seems that she is not flawless. In the eyes of this fox, she must have been exposed long ago. When Ning thought about it, and the only exposed part was when Huzi ran over to pick her up. The other party first saw 001 saving Huzi, and then saw Huzi saving her. After analyzing and connecting, she got a great enlightenment from this series of touching deeds of Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, and then, Huzi, your acting is really bad. I declare that you will never win the Oscar for Shadow Tiger. Roar. What is stuck? The crazy mother ignored Huzi's curious look. When Ning was thinking about countermeasures. But except Lucier, there should be no one else who guessed her identity. As for Lucier, he should have studied the blueprints of the growing robot before he could guess it. In this case, Wen Ning accepted his fate. Fortunately, Lucier was not his enemy. They could not be called friends, but at least they had a mutually beneficial relationship. Moreover, after Lucier guessed her identity, he should have worshipped her even more and treated her as a guest of honor. After all, the damage of the number one on the list was a huge success. Private chat channel. Wait a minute, I will rub the robot for you now. On Lucier's side, he waited for a long time and only got a painless rub from Wen Ning, and to his previous test, the other party did not admit, nor object, and did not even ask a question in return. Lucier was immediately unsure of the Treasure Pavilion's intentions. Is this telling him that whether I am 233 has nothing to do with you, and I don't care whether you know it or not? Lucier has been in the business world for many years, and for the first time he felt at a loss. Thinking about the damage done to 233 at that time, Lucier's jawline tightened. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks become child's play. In his mind, a huge figure appeared, sharpening a knife. The direction the knife was pointed at was his direction. Lucier shuddered with fear. He seemed to be floating. What could he use to threaten the Treasure Pavilion? Yes, a threat. Lucier just realized that his behavior was a threat. If this were in the business world, only the party with the upper hand would have the right to test the threat. How dare he do that in his current situation? The Treasure Pavilion would not want to settle its orders quickly and then go their separate ways. Wouldn't this go against his original intention of making friends? Li Jingyi came in from outside the room and saw his young master turning around a few times on the spot, and suddenly sat down dejectedly. Lucier was in no mood to explain, and he saw that Wen Ning had already traded the robot. Private chat channel. Boss Lu, this is the robot you want. remember to send your information. In Lucifer's eyes, this meant, pay the order quickly. Don't delay me from finding the next buyer. Lucifer was so scared that his fingers were shaking when he clicked the deal button, and he couldn't click it anymore. After a while, Lucifer suddenly remembered the white tiger he saw on the battlefield today. That pet, that physique, that majestic, that round face. It must have eaten a lot. Go and get 1/3 of the mutant meat that the base killed today, no half. Li Jingyi was stunned. Half, tentatively said, base captain, if half, that would be 2 tons? What is this for? Treat the entire regional channel to a feast and make all the poor people in the world happy? Lucifer nodded affirmatively and said, I grabbed a lot of instant food today, as well as staple foods such as rice, which can fill this gap. Lucifer was not idle on the battlefield. After finding that he could not compete in terms of damage, he decisively gave up the idea of competing for the first place. Of course, he also went all out while observing Wen Ning, and even had time to pick up supplies. It's just that others grabbed equipment, but he only grabbed food. When Li Jingyi heard this, he directly brought what Lucifer wanted. Lucifer then put it up with a clear conscience and clicked on the transaction. Congratulations on getting a combat robot *1. Congratulations on getting a logging robot *1. Wen Ning received intelligence and some unexpected things. Congratulations on getting ruins intelligence *1, determined by the system to be true. Fresh mutant beast meat *2000 kg. What's wrong with this meat? It's still fresh. Wen Ning asked back in confusion. Hey, we can't accept dirty money. Be clear. Don't be blackmailed later. Lucifer received Wen Ning's question, thought about it for a long time, and finally had a flash of inspiration. Lucifer 1267. Well, we are talking about robots in exchange for intelligence. This meat is to pay you for the material fee. Material fee? So considerate? Wen Ning asked carefully and confirmed that there was no worry before he felt relieved. In that case, I won't be polite. Chapter 161. The meat collected can just fill the gap in the cellar, but Wen Ning has enough space for the time being, so he won't put the food in the cellar. Wen Ning still has a little shadow on the suffocation leaf. System, check the intelligence. Intelligence used successfully. The parchment in Wen Ning's hand began to flash, and a low and magnetic voice came. The vehicle blueprints and robot blueprints were obtained in a cyberpunk-style ruins. I went in by chance. The high-rise buildings inside are no different from those on Blue Star, but they are desolate and terrifying. I found a box in a building similar to a laboratory. As soon as I put it in my backpack, many robots appeared around and attacked me. Fortunately, the location was close to the exit, so I escaped. Those robots are very strange. They have a beating human heart in their chests, but their bodies are all mechanical. They are very hostile to me. After I came back, I opened some blueprints in this box. Later, the system prompted that I only enter the periphery of this ruins. As Lucifer told the story, Wen Ning's doubts became heavier. Ruins, cyberpunk, cities where humans live, and these robots, are they the product of humans? There are such precious drawings on the periphery of this ruins, if it is inside. However, Lucifer had no way to get in. He described the details of the ruins in detail, and finally reminded Wen Ning to be careful if he encounters it. It seems that he is very attentive. Wen Ning was in a good mood and replied to Lucifer, saying that he had received the information and hoped that he would patronize him more in the future. Lucifer was more excited to see Wen Ning's message thanking him for his patronage than he was to get 2 robots. He heaved a sigh of relief, which stunned Li Jingyi, who was studying robots with him. Lucifer did not explain, but just fondled the 2 robots. Li Jingyi's eyes almost popped out. Master, do you want to see how you look now? If this robot could speak, it would be so harassed. Lucifer, you don't understand. You don't understand at all. I almost lost a big client. This is definitely the biggest stain in my business career. It's better to call him boss from the beginning. What is face? How many robots are worth? Wen Ning, the intelligence will automatically dissipate after 3 broadcasts, and she will find her death notebook directly. She relied on her ability to remember everything within 1 minute to record all the intelligence word by word. You 2 little cuties are left. After recording, Wen Ning couldn't wait to run towards the 2 treasure chests. There were 2 exquisite treasure chests on the table, which were diamond-level treasure chests that Wen Ning had never seen before. In addition to the usual complex patterns on the shell, there is also a circle of broken diamonds inlaid. Wen Ning sat down happily, very excited. But what is more exciting is what can be opened inside. Successfully opened diamond treasure chests *2. Congratulations on getting Nongfu Mountain Spring Mineral Water *12 boxes. Congratulations on getting vegetable self-selected gift pack asterisk 100. Congratulations on getting backpack expansion coupons asterisk 20. Congratulations on getting gold mines asterisk 200. Congratulations on getting blue crystals asterisk 30. Congratulations on getting titanium mines asterisk 20. Congratulations on getting mechanical automatic turret blueprints asterisk 1. Congratulations on getting blue crystal armor asterisk 1. Congratulations on getting EM electromagnetic pulse gun asterisk 1. 2 boxes. There are more than a dozen kinds of materials opened, and they are all very precious. Wen Ning's mouth was almost stretched to the sky. The important thing is that a blueprint, an armor, and a weapon were produced. Wen Ning was even more excited and picked up the blueprint first. Mechanical automatic turret. Disposable blueprint. Disposable means that it disappears after learning and cannot be sold again. It can make an automatic turret that uses 5.56mm bullets. System prompt. This turret can set whether to attack automatically according to the owner of the shelter. Note: the attack gun line is single and cannot be rotated. Hiss. This thing looks like the puppeteer given to Sun Yunhe. They are both turrets, but the one is mobile and can be aimed automatically, but it can only be used once a day, for 2 hours at a time. This one is fixed. As long as there are bullets, there is no time limit, but there is only one gun line, and it is fixed. They each have their merits. Wen Ning was a little disappointed, but it didn't matter. The synthesis system should be able to save it. After Wen Ning finished learning, he found that the materials were completely sufficient, so he immediately made two mechanical automatic turrets and 2 electric energy cores detected. Do you want to synthesize? The 4-grid synthesis column was filled with materials by Wen Ning, and synthesized in one go. The synthesis system triggers a critical hit, and obtains the attribute, critical hit. The synthesis system adds 1 attribute trigger, and obtains infrared monitoring. Congratulations on obtaining 1 mechanical automatic electromagnetic turret. Mechanical automatic electromagnetic turret. Forged from a special process, it can use bullets to attack and also launch electromagnetic attacks. System prompt. Critical hit. The critical hit rate of the turret is increased by 10%. System prompt. Infrared monitoring. The aiming line of the turret will emit infrared lasers. After setting, the turret will monitor the range of the shelter in all directions without blind spots. Outsider invasion can trigger the automatic attack of the turret. System prompt. The shelter will automatically exempt the damage to the turret, and the members of the shelter will be immune to the damage of the turret. Good guy. Wen Ning was stunned by this attribute. This turret was only about as high as Wen Ning's knee, with a buttstock and a very cool gun on top. On the buttstock, it can rotate 360 degrees, with no blind spots except for the soles of his feet. This gun is cooler than his own Trailblazer, but it's a pity that the bullet turret of the Trailblazer can't be used. Wen Ning posted the news of purchasing bullet drawings on the treasure pavilion. While waiting for the transaction, she made 6 more turrets, and combined them into 3 trackable turrets. They were placed very roughly on the 4 corners of the wall. There was no need to worry about no bullets, as an electric energy core could be used for a long time. The moment it was turned on, all 4 infrared rays gathered straight on her. Wen Ning's back suddenly felt numb, and then these turrets turned around at will, and began to monitor according to the rules. Wen Ning was terrified. Why was she so alert? She had never been so scared when someone pointed a gun at her head in her life. All the living creatures in the shelter were set as safe targets. For safety, Wen Ning also set up a confirmation process before firing. She really didn't believe this. After dealing with this, Wen Ning looked at other weapons and armor. Just in this battle, she felt that her weapons and armor were not enough. Now her physical fitness has risen to 31, and the iron armor on her body looks not as thick as her skin. Wen Ning took a look at the durability. If it exceeds 50%, it can be sold. Wen Ning fights a lot, and her durability drops quickly, but her durability is still 52%, so she puts the armor on the trading channel without any psychological burden. Then he looked at his newly acquired blue crystal armor. Blue crystal armor, a perfect level of armor made with blue crystal as the main material. It automatically fits the body to provide full body protection, and can also actively hide its appearance. It is warm in winter and cool in summer. It is a rare treasure. Blue crystal armor, defense 99, durability 200. Chapter 162. The perfect armor made of blue crystal is many times better than the iron armor Wen Ning stole. Especially, the properties are much better. Wen Ning clicked the one button to change clothes, and the next second a blue light flashed, and she was wearing blue crystal armor. The armor automatically changed to her size, and was very elastic, and it could also automatically adjust the shrinkage according to Wen Ning's movements. Good stuff. It's a pity that it was not a blueprint, otherwise Wen Ning could have mass-produced it. This armor should be synthesized, right? It's more appropriate to equip one piece of armor with 3 energy cores. Wen Ning took off the armor, and when adding materials, he didn't know what he thought of, and replaced one of the energy cores with a temperature control stone. Synthesizing, please wait. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining Blue Crystal Shield Armor *1. Blue Crystal Shield Armor, perfect using a special addition process to add some energy with special functions, so that the armor has the properties of greatly improved defense and automatic temperature control. System prompt, temperature control function, can be raised or lowered by up to 50 degrees Celsius, automatically adjusted to the most suitable temperature for the host, can be adjusted subjectively. System prompt, defense attribute, 2 electric energy cores, give the blue crystal armor a shield function. When the host is attacked strongly, the shield can automatically pop up and attach to the body surface, reducing certain damage and forming certain counter-injury. System prompt, the shield energy value is provided by the electric energy core, and a maximum of 2 electric energy cores can be charged within 24 hours. His shield counter-injury. And this temperature control, it's simply amazing. Wen Ning couldn't let go of the armor in his hand, which was as light as a silk quilt. But its function is too cool. It is basically a life-saving trump card to prevent other sneak attacks without martial ethics. Wen Ning felt that he was one step closer to walking sideways in the wasteland. 002. No, 002 is also injured and repaired. Wen Ning held her forehead. Just now, Huzi accidentally injured 002 during the test. Now she only has Huzi who can fight. Huzi is not incapable. But I have a new weapon. Wen Ning quickly took out the new weapon, the EM electromagnetic pulse gun. The weight is just right for her current 31 physique. Carrying it on her shoulder with the blue crystal armor, she looks like a future warrior. Wen Ning didn't try it, and directly took out the energy core for synthesis, and this time she also added an ice energy core. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the EM electromagnetic pulse gun. EM electromagnetic pulse gun, perfect. The attack power of the electromagnetic pulse gun manufactured through special technology has been doubled, and the attack range has been doubled. System prompt, congratulations on the EM electromagnetic pulse gun obtaining the skill, Frost Knockback. System prompt, the addition of ice elements maximizes the power of electricity, and the attack power of the pulse wave is increased to 200%, and the range is increased to 200%. System prompt, enemies hit by the pulse will cause continuous damage for 5 minutes, not only reducing the speed of action, but also bleeding for 5 minutes. System prompt, Frost Knockback skill, the trigger probability is 30%. After triggering, the pulse emitted by the EM electromagnetic pulse gun is an energy storage excitation pulse, which can cause the enemy to be immobilized for up to 30 seconds. Holding the synthesized electromagnetic gun in his arms, Wen Ning was just short of roaring to the sky 3 times. Ha ha ha. Such a powerful weapon, it is hard to find a second one in the entire wasteland. My pioneering crossbow can finally retire with honor. Wen Ning thought about whether to give the pioneer to 001, and the serrated blade to 002. It is not suitable, it is not suitable. 001 has thoughts and can speak, she has to respect him. At most, she can collect some more weapons. But Wen Ning hesitated to react after looking at the misshapen melons and cracked dates in the warehouse. It seems that there are few wasteland weapon blueprints and armor. The 2 or 3 times she exploded were finished products, not blueprints. There are no large quantities of the same weapon circulating on the market. Those who have weapon blueprints have established their own forces and control the weapons within the range they want to circulate. Each store is even more secretive about rare weapons, which are simply in the market but priceless. It seems that the number of weapons, and whether there are weapon blueprints have become the standard for measuring a person's strength. Remembering that he still has 2 relic summoning scrolls, Wen Ning decided to try his luck tomorrow. Boy, let's go out and have a fight. Roar? With whom? The 2 of us. After this battle, Wen Ning looked at Huzi's experience points. He had already reached 3/4 of the way, so he should be able to level up again soon. There was a disaster forecast tonight, and Wen Ning was going to stay up late anyway, so he pulled the confused Huzi away from sleep, and the 2 of them started sparring in the yard. Speaking of which, Wen Ning had never fought with Huzi before, and he only had a vague understanding of his strength. Huzi originally thought that his mother would be unable to stand steadily after being touched by 002, so he had to be more careful. As a result, after several rounds, He not only didn't even touch a corner of Wen Ning's clothes, but was hit hard by Wen Ning. Who? ? Why do I suspect you are seeking personal revenge? Wen Ning covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She just tried her body skills. After her physical fitness improved, her body skills became more advanced. If she had entered the special mission in this state, she might not need Hu Zi to rescue her at all. So Wen Ning practiced her body skills while walking Hu Zi. Hu Zi began to take this battle seriously, and gradually used all his strength. The tiger claw flashed past. Wen Ning deliberately tested the armor on his body. He turned over and dodged while letting Hu Zi grab his arm. Shield successfully triggered. For a moment, Hu Zi felt that his mother was standing in the backlight, with surging electric current flashing on her body, and a layer of transparent energy material on the surface of her body wrapped her from head to toe. Stop! Wen Ning paused, and Hu Zi braked suddenly, and almost hit Wen Ning. Wen Ning dodged to the side, allowing Hu Zi, who was confused, to avoid the electric shock. You know, after the shield is triggered, if you attack Wen Ning again, you will be electrocuted by the shield energy when you touch her, and you will even be hurt back according to the attack ratio. And Wen Ning, who triggered the shield, was not hurt at all by Hu Zi's claw just now. Wen Ning immediately checked her status. In the armor column, the shield value under the armor dropped by 1/5. After Hu Zi stopped attacking, the shield on Wen Ning disappeared for a full 10 minutes. So Wen Ning also discovered that this shield is triggered according to the opponent's strength. With Hu Zi's strength, the shield can be triggered about 5 times, each time for 10 minutes. What if the strength is higher? We can only wait until 001 is repaired tomorrow before studying it. Wen Ning glanced at Hu Zi, who was panting next to him, and turned back to the shelter. As he walked, he said disdainfully, starting tomorrow, practice for an hour every day. If you can catch me, I will give you more meat. Hu Zi's eyes lit up when he heard this. God knows his mother used his weight as an excuse to not let him eat enough for every meal, only 70% full. How cruel. Hu Zi followed him back to the shelter happily, and he didn't forget to verify. Roar! You said you don't lie to tigers? Yin people don't lie to Yin tigers. Wen Ning spoke without hesitation. Ignoring Hu Zi's determined expression, Wen Ning quietly waited for 12 o'clock. System announcement, Disaster Season Preview. Disaster Season Preview. Disaster Season Preview. This disaster will come in 3 days. System announcement, the theme of this disaster is strong earthquake. The duration of this disaster is 12 hours. Chapter 163. I'm sorry, kid, you didn't get a snack today. Wen Ning wiped the non-existent sweat off his face, ignored Hu Zi who was lying on the ground in disbelief, and returned to the shelter. Wasteland calendar January 20th, mild season, 9 o'clock, Hu Zi fell to the ground exhausted. Who can tell him that his mother needed his rescue yesterday? Why is he a different person today? No, he has become a devil that he can't catch up with even if he runs to his death. It's time for dinner. Wen Ning put the meat in the basin, called lazily, and waited for a long time before seeing the exhausted Hu Zi staggering in. The only thing in his eyes was the basin of mutant beast meat. Wen Ning laughed out loud, but didn't even get a glance from Hu Zi. Shaking his head, he ignored his worthless look. Wen Ning turned to the gentle and well-behaved Az and said, Az, we are going out today, you just stay at home. Az nodded obediently. Az was not a warlike person by nature. She could stay at home all day cleaning the yard and watching the sea. Wen Ning took Hu Zi out after dinner. 001 has been repaired, but the cooling time of the Lanternfish King has not ended. But Wen Ning, who changed into new equipment, was not panicked at all. System, use the Ruin Summoning Scroll. Successfully used the Ruin Summoning Scroll. As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, the beach in front of him was surrounded by thick fog. Wen Ning slowed down, calmed his mind, and stepped in. Yesterday, he got a new Ruin Summoning Scroll. Wen Ning compared it, and found that it was exactly the same as the one he got after the disaster. After asking the system, it was confirmed that the 2 relic summoning scrolls belonged to the same level, and could randomly reach the relic of the same level. The first thing Wen Ning did when he went in this time was to understand the restrictions of the night mentioned by the system, and to collect supplies. In the fog, Hu Zi instantly became alert and stared at a direction with a fierce look. Roar! There is something here. Wen walked in the direction Hu Zi was looking at, and after walking about 100 meters, the system prompt sounded. Player discovered a limited time relic invasion. Tip: the limited time relic lasts for 4 hours, and players who have not escaped by then will be permanently trapped in the relic. Death in the relic will be considered game death. Compared with the first time, when he was a little flustered, Wen Ning was more determined this time. He entered with Huzi without changing his expression. Player entering the relic is detected, the chat system is closed, the trading channel is closed, the map has been switched, and the exit has been marked. Pets can be used in the relic, but please note that pets cannot be resurrected if they die in the relic. The countdown has been synchronized. The surrounding fog quickly dissipated with the system prompt. Wen Ning grasped the key point. If something happens to Huzi after he enters. She looked down at Huzi, who was following closely. This was a rare opportunity for growth. As long as she was careful, she would definitely not let Huzi get into trouble. Besides, there was still 001. When Ning thought of this and summoned 001 directly, player summon robot detected. Please note that the remains of dead robots in the ruins cannot be taken out of the ruins. That means they cannot be resurrected. Well, the three of us have one life. Master. 001's slightly gentle voice sounded in his mind, and he looked at Wen Ning with respect and trust. 001. Protect yourself and Huzi well, it may be a fierce battle inside. 001's eyes flashed, and then he nodded firmly. Then, Wen Ning added food buff to himself and Huzi, and then looked at the ancient gate representing the ruins. Although it was a gate, from Wen Ning's perspective, there was no door panel at all, just open, but the scene inside was covered by thick fog and could not be seen clearly. Wen Ning glanced at the map. There were 3 exits in total. First, he marked the nearest exit, and Wen Ning led 001 and Huzi into the dilapidated door. As soon as he entered, the thick fog in front of him instantly dissipated around him. Within the range of vision, the thick fog within a radius of 30 meters seemed to be accurately measured. Wen Ning's eyes swept around, but the door frame behind him disappeared at this time. Wen Ning looked back and suddenly found that she was in a wasteland. The weeds were overgrown, and the green and yellow weeds reached her waist height, which made it difficult for her to see the ground. Wen Ning moved towards the exit marked on the map, and the road under her feet became smoother and harder. The fog around was very heavy. Even within Wen Ning's visible range, there was fog, and the fog was filled with a choking smell. It seemed that no one had been to the place where Wen Ning came for hundreds of years. It was deserted. The surroundings were even more silent, without any trace of living things. Wen Ning walked and observed, the sky was also foggy, so she couldn't tell whether it was daytime or time. According to the current fog and sky color, it looked like early morning or evening. Suddenly, the weedy road disappeared from sight. Wen Ning was a little surprised and continued to move forward in this direction. At a certain moment, Wen Ning finally saw the scene in front of him except for the weeds. Wen Ning looked at the dark road in front of him in disbelief. Although it was a little cracked, weeds had grown on both sides, and unknown wild grasses grew in the cracks. Yellow soil covered the road surface. Wen Ning stomped her feet hard, and the touch of the hard ground under her feet finally made her sure. Isn't this asphalt road? After coming to the wasteland for a month, Wen Ning had almost forgotten the roads on Blue Star. At this moment, she saw this asphalt road. Wen Ning was just horrified. Why is there an asphalt road here? Where is this place? Parallel planet? Or Blue Star? But what about the people on Blue Star? Didn't the system say to take care of the elderly and children? Questions in her heart came out one after another, and Wen Ning's footsteps walked uncontrollably to the front of the road. She wanted to know an answer urgently. Wen Ning walked faster and faster, and in the end, he almost ran, and the scene in front of him became clearer and clearer. Until he saw the scene clearly, Wen Ning couldn't help but take a breath. At the end of the road, the leaning on the roadside was clearly the most common road sign on the Blue Star Highway. And over there, it was crooked and upside down. Isn't it a car? Chapter 164. The familiar scene in front of him made Wen Ning's scalp numb. Wen Ning walked forward and squatted to check the tilted billboard on the ground. Thick dust covered the billboard, and Wen Ning carefully identified the handwriting on it. Unable to see clearly, Wen Ning stretched out his hand and just wanted to wipe it, but his hand just touched the edge of the billboard. He heard, crack. The corner of the billboard cracked instantly, and then a large piece fell off. That's not all. Due to the severe weathering of the billboard, this small damage directly caused a chain reaction. Boom! Dust rose in front of him, and the billboard in front of Wen Ning completely collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. Wen Ning was shocked, and Huzi and 001 pulled him back 2 steps to avoid the dust. Now he couldn't see anything. Wen Ning looked at the debris on the ground and had no choice but to move forward. The surrounding vehicles were like the billboards, and they would be shattered when touched. Wen Ning simply gave up the idea of exploring these vehicles and headed straight for the exit. With doubts in his mind, Wen Ning ran all the way. The surrounding scenery gradually became both strange and familiar. Strange because Wen Ning had never been here before. Familiar because this place was really very similar to Blue Star. Too similar. Wen Ning stopped at the entrance of a city. The scene in front of him was shocking, but it looked very desolate. The surface of the towering dusty building was in tatters, with only reinforced concrete connecting the cement of the outer wall. There were ruins everywhere. The building collapsed to the ground, and glass shards were scattered all over the ground. The building in front of Wen Ning was standing here with a 30-degree tilt. The degree of destruction is as sharp as that of terrorists. It looks like this place has experienced a great disaster. Apart from those horrific natural disasters, Wen Ning could only think of the possibility of alien invasion that could cause these sturdy buildings to collapse. It was so desolate here that he didn't know if there were any living creatures. Wen Ning calmed down. He followed the road into the city. After entering, Wen Ning found that the rotten, rusted, and weathered cars and road signs outside the city would break at the touch. But the buildings in the city were surprisingly sturdy. Is the passage of time different inside and outside the city? It seemed to be protected here. At least many supplies could be taken away. Congratulations on getting a spare tire for a car *1. Congratulations on getting bulletproof glass *4. Wen Ning walked to the side of an off-road vehicle and saw the spare tire on the back of it. She was tempted, but she didn't expect that she would really take it away. Wen Ning checked the tire she had just put into her backpack, and it was still of excellent grade. I don't know if this car can be used. Give up the car with wheels and windows removed. Wen Ning looked around, walked to a relatively intact Wrangler, and stretched out his hand. System prompt. The system determines that it cannot be collected. Wen Ning curled his lips when he heard this, and then rolled his eyes. You don't want me to collect it, right, then? Don't blame me. Congratulations on getting a spare tire *1. Congratulations on getting a car tire *4. Congratulations on getting a car seat *5. Congratulations on getting a car engine *1. Congratulations on getting plexiglass *4. 5 minutes later, Wen Ning looked at the Wrangler in front of him, which was only a frame left, and nodded with satisfaction. Forget about the remaining scrap metal. He turned to 001 and said, 001, you treat these cars as enemies and cut them into pieces. Is that okay? 001's eyes flashed with surprise, and he recalled Wen Ning's actions just now, and was silent for a moment. It seems. It's not impossible. After getting 001's affirmative reply, Wen Ning glanced at the countdown. In 10 minutes, I will get all the cars on this street that don't belong to me. Roar. Get it. Get it. So, the sound of ping pong rang out on this street instantly. 001 knows how to learn. Oh no, he knows how to dismantle cars. His fluid technique would make even the butcher ding bow down to him. He moved neatly along the fixed axis of the tire, and the screws turned flexibly under his hands. Soon the whole car became a pile of supplies. Even the screws were neatly placed on the ground. Wen Ning was responsible for coming over and putting them into the backpack. When the 10 minutes were up, Wen Ning and 001 stopped at the same time. Wen Ning was happy when she saw the pile of auto parts in her backpack. She was not allowed to take the car. It didn't matter, 001 would help. While dismantling the car, Wen Ning was not idle, observing the buildings on the whole street. Wen Ning found that this street was very similar to the commercial streets on Blue Star, with shops lined up on the side, and tall office buildings on both sides. There were traffic lights, large shopping malls, hotels, and other buildings in the distance. They made such a loud noise on this street, but did not attract any indigenous creatures. Wen Ning couldn't help but suspect that there was really no one here. After taking a look at the map, Wen Ning found that the nearest exit was only about 2 streets away from him. Wen Ning took Uzi and 001 directly to the exit. Find out the retreat route first, then explore the surroundings. This is Wen Ning's usual practice. It is no exception now. When he arrived at the intersection, Wen Ning turned his head to observe the environment, and was suddenly flashed by a bright light. Huh? Is this a diamond treasure chest? Wen Ning looked at the glowing place at the intersection. She had seen this dazzling light yesterday, and she was definitely not mistaken. Wen Ning took 2 steps forward and looked carefully to find that the diamond treasure chest was hidden behind the front desk of the hotel lobby opposite. A corner was exposed. In the surrounding corrupt dust environment, it seemed out of place. Adhering to the principle of what I see is what I have, Wen Ning would certainly not miss this opportunity. So Wen Ning carefully stepped into the hotel with half of the sign falling off. As soon as he came in, he smelled a rotten smell, not the kind of corpse or plant decay. It was the smell of moldy facilities around, because no one had been active for a long time. This hotel is quite big. The entrance is directly opposite the front desk. There is a staircase on the left that leads to the second floor. The second floor is surrounded by a fence for observing the first floor. The elevator is on the right. Wen Ning took a look before entering. She couldn't see how many floors the hotel had, but she knew it was very high. Not intending to go deeper, she approached the dusty front desk. There were landline phones, pens, and some cards scattered on the counter. There was also a computer monitor and a facial recognition camera on the side. Without exception, these were all covered with thick dust. Wen Ning tilted her head and squatted down. When she was 50 centimeters away from the diamond treasure chest, she used the storage function of the backpack. Congratulations on obtaining the diamond treasure chest *1, swoosh. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, there was also the sound of something approaching quickly behind her. Wen Ning turned around and quickly climbed into the front desk, thinking, sure enough. Luckily, she was prepared. When she poked her head out of the front desk, 001 and Hu Zi were already fighting with the monster that jumped out. Wen Ning took out her weapon and walked out of the front desk. Hu Zi's figure happened to block the monster so that she couldn't see it clearly. However, as soon as Wen Ning walked out, the monster actually flexibly got rid of 001 and Hu Zi's encirclement and flew straight towards Wen Ning. Fuck. Chapter 165. Wen Ning looked at the thing that was rushing in front of him, and his pupils shrank sharply. The hair on his body stood up crazily. What rushed in front of him was a mechanical dog. It was pitch black, but there were many scratches on the mechanical exoskeleton. It showed its fangs fiercely, and blood was dripping on its teeth. I don't know what it had just eaten. What surprised Wen Ning the most was that this mechanical dog was made of metal all over. But in its chest, beating, it was actually a living heart. This seems a human heart. Not sure, let's take a look. Wen Ning took advantage of the gap when the mechanical dog rushed forward to turn sideways from the front desk. He rolled forward on the spot and hid behind 001 and Hu Zi. Roar! I scratched it. Well, be careful, I have never seen this monster before. Wen Ning reminded, and then took out the electromagnetic gun. The mechanical dog turned around and hit the muzzle of Wen Ning's gun directly. Bang! Congratulations on successfully killing the robot dog *1. The robot dog that flew over fell vertically in midair. It fell to the ground with a plop, twitched on the ground with a flash of lightning, and died. Wen Ning hurried forward to observe the robot dog's body before it disappeared. Unexpectedly, the body on the ground had no intention of disappearing. Wen Ning took out a harpoon and turned the robot dog that was lying on the ground over. Hiss! Not dead yet. The robot dog's heart was still beating vigorously, and Wen Ning's eyelids twitched. But it was impossible. The system had just prompted that the kill was successful. Wen Ning touched the heart in the hollow chest of the robot dog with the harpoon, but as soon as it touched it, a mechanical barrier appeared around the heart, which directly bounced Wen Ning's harpoon back. Is the defense so thick? Wen Ning shook her numb knuckles and refused to believe it. For some reason, she hated this mechanical dog, and hated the human-like heart in his body even more. Throwing away the harpoon in her hand, Wen Ning directly used the Tang sword. This was an excellent Tang sword. It was not of high grade, but Wen Ning was very good at using it. Swish! This was not a test, but a real attack. The invisible mechanical barrier cracked when Wen Ning used 70% of his strength. Plop, plop! At the same time, the sound of a beating heart and the smell of blood came. As if some kind of switch was turned on, the wound on the mechanical dog that was attacked just now began to bleed. The heart beat suddenly violently, and then slowed down as if it was failing. This was exactly the same as the frequency of a human heart beating when it was injured. Wen Ning felt a little nauseous. He closed his eyes, and the blade of the Tang sword in his hand slashed out. Wen Ning raised his hand, and then dropped it. Puff! The Tang sword pierced the heart, and the heart under the knife stopped beating. Congratulations on obtaining the broken heart *1. System prompt. Some ancient memories remain in the broken heart. Collect enough hearts to exchange for the history book when leaving the ruins and unlock the secret of this ruins. The heart pierced on the tip of the knife disappeared directly, and the system prompt sounded at the same time. The nausea in his heart disappeared the moment the heart was obtained. Wen Ning listened to the system prompt in surprise. Unlock the secret of the ruins? Could it be that the secret of this ruins is related to the dark secret of the Wasteland world? Just as Wen Ning was guessing, Hu Zi suddenly looked at the outside of the hotel with vigilance. Roar! Something is approaching. What? As soon as the voice fell, Wen Ning heard the messy footsteps on the street outside. 001, this pioneer is also for you. Get ready for battle. Wen Ning carried the electromagnetic gun and turned over to the front desk. Hu Zi and 001 also retreated to the sides, ready for battle. Choosing the right time, Wen Ning fired a shot the moment the shadow appeared at the door. Boom! Trigger thrust repel. Several mechanical dogs at the door were instantly hit by the pulse emitted by Wen Ning's electromagnetic gun. After triggering the skill, they were directly fixed in place, and the dozen mechanical dogs behind them rose directly, leaping over the mechanical dogs blocking the way, and falling into the hotel lobby with a few thuds. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bullets mixed with the sound of swords suddenly rang in the hotel lobby. Wen Ning saw that 001 was handling it easily, and Hu Zi didn't need help. While taking the opportunity to run to the hotel entrance, he harvested several mechanical dogs that were fixed. During the intervals between the attacks, Wen Ning had been observing. The appearance of these mechanical dogs was exactly the same, but some of them had scratches on their bodies, while others did not. In their chests, the beating hearts were basically the same. She had not had time to study the heart that Wen Ning had just obtained, but her intuition told Wen Ning that these were all human hearts. Although Wen Ning worked as a private security guard when she was on Blue Star, it did not mean that she had never killed anyone. In addition to taking on bodyguard tasks, their security company also had other projects such as rescue and assassination. Wen Ning took on a rescue mission in a subtropical jungle where human traffickers captured victims, removed their organs, and then sold them. When Wen Ning arrived, the cabin known as the Jungle Hell was densely covered with human organs. These were not favored by the buyers, and were hung out to warn the people inside not to try to escape. So Wen Ning felt sick when he saw the hearts in the chests of these mechanical dogs. These mechanical dogs were not very powerful, and more than 20 of them attacked Wen Ning and his team together. It took less than half an hour to solve the problem. Wen Ning cut out the hearts one by one. Congratulations on getting the broken heart *24, the bodies of the mechanical dogs, whose hearts were dug out, turned into starlight and disappeared, leaving a bloody field to represent what had just happened. How is it? Are you not injured? Wen Ning nodded slightly after getting the answer. Let's go to the exit first. They arrived at the exit safely with Hu Zi and 001. Wen Ning squatted down to rest, and took out the diamond treasure chest he had just obtained. Lucier said that he got the blueprint from the treasure chest. The heart incident just now allowed Wen Ning to successfully match Lucier's information, but Lucier met a robot, and she met a mechanical beast. Now there is only this piece of information that has not been verified. If there is really a blueprint in it. Thinking of this, Wen Ning silently chanted to open it in his heart, successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining gold mine *200. Congratulations on obtaining bottled pure drinking water *2. Congratulations on obtaining Highland City map *1. That's it? Wen Ning endured the doubts in his heart and took out the map that the system said, "Do you want to use the Highland City map?" Use. Swish, the map in his hand disappeared instantly. And Wen Ning was surprised to find that the thick fog around him was fading rapidly. Chapter 166. As if sensing something, Wen Ning opened the ruins map. The map that was originally covered by thick fog was now fully revealed. The 3 words Highland City appeared in the upper right corner. It's really a map of the ruins. Wen Ning was surprised for a while, and then felt it was natural. It turned out that this ruins was called Highland City. Every street on this map was clearly marked. There are also several important landmark buildings. The City Hall building in the north, the prison in the upper right corner, and Anding Hospital in the lower left corner. There are also several large hotels, and the hotel where Wen Ning found the diamond treasure chest is one of them. It's called Rose Bay International Hotel. Go to the upper right, pass Itai Center, follow Wenan Road into Hygiene University, and you can reach the second exit. Ruins countdown 3 hours, 5 minutes and 34 seconds. Just a quarter of the time has passed, 3 hours, and the distance is less than 2 kilometers. Wen Ning thinks he is very confident. Let's go to Itai Center. From the map, it looks like a one-stop shopping mall. I wonder if there are any supplies that can be used. Walking out of the street, Wen Ning and Hu Zi walked stealthily. Because of his height, even if 001 learned to bend down like Wen Ning, he was still 1.8 meters tall. On the contrary, he looked a little wretched. Wen Ning and Hu Zi couldn't help laughing at him. A trace of helplessness flashed in 001's eyes, and the serrated blade in his hand suddenly swung out. Bang! Squeak! A mechanical mouse hiding aside and preparing for a sneak attack was instantly chopped. It fell to the ground and died. 001 successfully killed the mechanical mouse *1 when Ning came forward and was frightened by the mouse in front of him. This mechanical mouse is more than 10 times bigger than the one on Blue Star. It looks like the size of an adult cat. As expected, it also has a heart in its chest, but this heart is much smaller than the one Wen Ning obtained before. After harvesting, the system prompts Wen Ning that he has harvested a broken heart. Same as before. Squeak! Squeak! A rustling sound sounded, and Wen Ning's face changed drastically. Oh no! Mice are social animals, run. Before he finished speaking, Wen Ning had already run away. 001 always remembered that he could not be more than 200 meters away from Wen Ning, and followed closely behind. As a result, only Hu Zi was left, who was miserable and could not run faster. Hu Zi, Mom, is this what it means to run away when disaster strikes? As soon as Wen Ning walked out of the street, a large group of mechanical mice came out from the passage behind him. They were looking for the path of Wen Ning's escape. Wen Ning looked back and saw at least hundreds of them. Crazy, crazy. It was really crazy. There were so many of them, and their huge bodies had not lost the flexibility of mice. Their green eyes made Wen Ning feel like a plate of cheese on the dining table. Hu Zi, keep up. Wen Ning ran while paying attention to the route. When he passed Yitai Center, he saw the open glass door outside. Wen Ning turned decisively and ran in. After entering the door, he called Hu Zi to hurry up, and finally closed the glass door after Hu Zi ran in. Bang! The leading mechanical mouse slammed into the glass door in front of Wen Ning. The several centimeters thick glass was shattered in an instant, and a shield appeared out of thin air in Wen Ning's hand to block the attack of the mechanical mouse. But the mechanical mouse, which was like a small cannonball, did not stop. Wen Ning only felt that the shield in his hand was hit hard, and the whole person staggered 2 steps backwards, and his back hit the exhibition stand in the hall before he barely stopped. Be careful, it's harder to deal with than a mechanical dog. Loudly reminded Hu Zi and 001 who rushed forward to fight. Wen Ning quickly observed the terrain, and wanted to fight guerrilla warfare with this group of mechanical mice through the curved exhibition stand partitions in the mall. But the mechanical mouse in front of her, which was 3 feet high and jumped up, made her give up this idea. On the front, 001 and Hu Zi resisted part of it and killed it from time to time, and there were more than 100 coming towards Wen Ning. Since there is no perfect way to retreat, the only thing to do is to fight. Wen Ning carried the electromagnetic gun on his shoulder and swung the tang sword in his other hand. He repelled the mechanical mice that rushed forward and fired a cannon when he found the right time. He could instantly knock down a large number of mechanical mice with electric shock. The mechanical mice's attack method is very simple, that is, biting. Although Wen Ning's attack is very effective, it is still very stressful to face so many mechanical mice, especially these mice are rushing forward like they are desperate. They don't know pain at all. Wen Ning retreated while defending against the attack. He went up to the 2nd floor along the escalator that could not be operated due to power outage. At the corner, Wen Ning found an alloy door that was ajar. Next to the safety exit sign on it, there were a few big words written. The warehouse is a restricted area. No outsiders allowed. 001, Hu Zi. Let's go! Decisively changing the direction of retreat, Wen Ning flashed into the warehouse, and after Hu Zi and 001 came in, he closed the door. Squeak! Bang! A mechanical mouse rushed too fast, half of its body entered the warehouse, and was directly cut off by the heavy metal door. The front half rolled to the ground, and its sharp teeth were still thinking about attacking. Wen Ning stabbed its heart with his tang dao, and put an end to it. In this attack, Wen Ning consciously attacked the heart directly. The mechanical mouse whose heart was penetrated by the weapon would die directly, and the spoils would fall directly into the backpack. Including the contributions of 001 and Hu Zi, Wen Ning already had nearly 100 broken hearts. I don't know if it's enough to exchange for a history book. Wen Ning opened the map to check her current location. The map only showed that she was in Yitai Center, and the more detailed map inside Yitai Center could not be displayed. Forget it, explore it yourself. The mechanical mice outside the door scratched the metal door unwillingly, making a very harsh sound. After a while, the harsh sound suddenly disappeared, and the rustling sound gradually faded away. The group of mechanical mice seemed to retreat. But Wen Ning didn't believe that they would retreat so easily. There were many dangers in this ruins. The attack of these mechanical mice just now seemed to be random, but if you look closely, you will find that they are deliberately chasing and intercepting Wen Ning. If Wen Ning hadn't found a warehouse here and forcibly broke through the encirclement of mechanical mice, maybe he would be blocked in a corner and beaten up now. Since he was not in a hurry to get out, Wen Ning turned and looked at the shelves in the warehouse. Search carefully to see if there is anything useful. The shelves were messy, and there were supplies placed in a disorderly manner. It looked like they had been looted by refugees fleeing famine. Wen Ning walked to the nearest shelf, which was covered with dust, so thick that he couldn't see the supplies underneath. Wen Ning used his tang sword to brush away the dust on the surface, and the materials underneath were shattered along with the dust. Wen Ning carefully distinguished, and could vaguely tell that it was some cloth. Chapter 167. Sigh, forget it if it can't be used. But after flipping through 3 shelves in a row, the supplies on them were all broken, and Wen Ning was a little speechless. Roar! This tiger found something good. Master, I have a treasure chest here. Just when Wen Ning was speechless, good news came from Hu Zi and 001 at the same time. Wen Ning walked to Hu Zi first, and at the bottom of the shelf, under the green tarpaulin, there was a silver treasure chest hidden. Well done! Wen Ning was generous in praising, then squatted down and carefully used the tang sword to take out the treasure chest. Fortunately, no mechanical monsters appeared this time, and Wen Ning put the treasure chest into his backpack safely. 001 had a gold treasure chest, and Wen Ning also took it, and then asked 001 and Hu Zi to conduct a carpet search of the warehouse. Don't miss any treasure chest. The materials in the ruins are richer than those in the wild. You can pick up treasure chests everywhere, and I haven't seen any treasure chests below the silver level yet. Half an hour later, Wen Ning sighed. From the door of the warehouse to the innermost layer, it is about 1,000 square meters. Wen Ning searched out 30 silver treasure chests and 20 gold treasure chests. Apart from that, no materials were received. It seems that this warehouse is quite safe. The mechanical mouse has been gone for so long and has not returned. Wen Ning has already planned to go out. The only thing left in the warehouse is the lounge at the back. Forget it, I'm here now. It doesn't matter if I take a look. However, Wen Ning did not act rashly. He carried the electromagnetic gun on his shoulder and carefully crossed the corner. The tang sword in his hand was stuck on the door handle, and he slowly pushed the door open. The old wooden door creaked, which was very abrupt in the silent warehouse. Wen Ning listened carefully for a while, but heard nothing except the door moving. He leaned out and looked inside. There was only one bed in the lounge, and the rest of the room was empty. But Wen Ning stared at a corner of the bed with shining eyes. There was a glittering treasure chest quietly placed. This doesn't seem to be a diamond treasure chest. The highest level Wen Ning had seen so far was a diamond treasure chest, but this treasure chest was obviously bigger and glittering than a diamond treasure chest. Wen Ning immediately put away the tang sword, and then a flash of light appeared in front of her. Hu Zi and 001 behind her didn't know what she was doing. Seeing the treasure chest, she didn't pick it up, but took out her own treasure chest. The one Wen Ning took out was the empty box she left behind. She made a conclusion after comparing it in all directions without blind spots. This treasure chest is not a diamond treasure chest. But it is more advanced than a diamond treasure chest. Hee. Master, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. 001's calm voice interrupted Wen Ning's joy and retracted his greedy expression. Wen Ning turned around and gave 001 a thumbs up. Awesome 001, you can use idioms so quickly. The light in 001's mechanical eyes flickered, as if shying away from Wen Ning's praise. After the joke, Wen Ning's eyes ignited with desire. She certainly knew that there was definitely something wrong with the appearance of this box here. She was no longer the little girl who lost her compliments when she saw a silver box in the ruins. She is now Niu Hulu Ning. The treasure chest lay quietly on the bed, waiting for Wen Ning's visit. The mechanical lines surging on the box, the glittering gems inlaid with it, and the mysterious patterns. Every part deeply touched Wen Ning's ambition. Wen Ning stood at the door of the lounge, not taking another step, thinking hard about how to get the box and get out of it safely. 001 looked at Wen Ning's appearance, and then looked at the box inside. After sensing that Wen Ning seemed to want the box very much, he was about to say that he would go and get it. As soon as he looked up, he found that the place where Wen Ning was originally standing was empty. When he looked again, Wen Ning was already standing by the bed in the lounge. Master! Run! Wen Ning's stern command rang in their ears, and 001 and Hu Zi subconsciously ran to the door. Suddenly, a muffled groan came from behind, and 001 looked up and saw Wen Ning flying to the ground with a blue shield all over his body. Bang! Hiss my butt! Hee, luckily you have a shield. Just now, Wen Ning rushed in to get the treasure chest, and then ran away and was knocked away. The whole action took no more than 10 seconds. There was a strong threat behind him, and 001 instinctively turned around and went to meet it. Wen Ning touched her button stood up, and saw that 001 had already fought with a robot that had just broken through the wall. Just after she collected the treasure chest, the system prompted that it was a relic treasure chest. Before Wen Ning had time to be happy, a robot broke through the wall in front of her. It looked exactly like what Lucier described, and Wen Ning almost instantly pulled the trigger on the electromagnetic gun in his hand. At such a close distance, Wen Ning's chance of hitting was 100%, but the opponent actually dodged in a weird posture. Wen Ning ordered 001 and Hu Zi to run quickly in his mind. He was hit by the robot while turning around, and the shield on his body was directly triggered and flew out. Shield successfully triggered. 80% damage. Note that your shield can be triggered 2 times. Wow, this robot is so much stronger than Hu Zi, and it can fight 001 even after 80% damage. Wen Ning immediately stopped Hu Zi, who wanted to help, and raised the electromagnetic gun again. The scene of 001 fighting with this robot was already chaotic, and it was difficult for Wen Ning to aim. Adding Hu Zi, it was even more difficult. After communicating with 001 in his mind, Wen Ning fired directly in the direction of the 2 people, and at the same time instantly took 001 back to the guard cabin. The robot was originally confident that it could avoid Wen Ning's shot, and wanted to show off, so it dodged at the last moment and wanted Wen Ning to accidentally hurt 001. As a result, Wen Ning took back 001 in time. The sudden disappearance of the opponent made the robot suddenly stunned. The shot hit its chest solidly. The barrier at the heart of the chest made a shattering sound. Wen Ning didn't know if it was her illusion. The moment the robot fell down, she saw disbelief in his eyes. 001, go! At the moment the robot fell, 001 appeared out of thin air, with the serrated blade in his hand pointing downward, and heavily penetrated the heart of the robot. 001 successfully killed the B-level mechanical man. Congratulations on getting the Broken Heart *1. Congratulations on getting the Relic Treasure Chest *1. Chapter 168. 2 Treasure Chests of Ruins. Wen Ning didn't even have time to take a closer look at the loot before he turned over the corpse on the ground. The heart in the chest was taken out, and the corpse turned into starlight and disappeared in the next second. Wen Ning only had time to remember the appearance of this robot. Squeak! A familiar rustling sound came, and Wen Ning looked up and saw a mechanical mouse crawling in angrily from the wall that had just been broken. Fuck! It actually found this place. It's really persistent. Fortunately, Wen Ning didn't run out rashly just now. But Wen Ning was not afraid, and he directly fought with a group of mechanical mice in the wide warehouse. Kill a few more, and get more rewards. The shield on Wen Ning's body had not disappeared yet, and he rushed forward head-on. 001 supported him from the side, and Hu Zi picked up the leaks behind him. The robot's attack power was very strong, and it directly consumed half of Wen Ning's shield's energy, and its lifespan reached 1 hour. Wen Ning's shield's powerful anti-injury skill made these mechanical mice, who rushed forward, suffer a great loss. Not to mention the electric shock when they rushed up. Their teeth had no way to penetrate Wen Ning's shield, and they almost knocked their teeth out. The electric current penetrated the mechanical mouse's body, as if it cut off the connection of the joints, and the mechanical mice rolled to the ground one after another, twitching, losing the ability to move. Then 001 cut the mechanical mouse in half, like splitting a watermelon. The graceful figure kept shuttling among the mechanical mice, and soon his serrated blade had 4 or 5 hearts pierced. Ignoring the bloody scene around him, 001 still looked very elegant. 001 successfully killed mechanical mice *5. Congratulations on getting a Broken Heart *5. Your pet successfully killed mechanical mice *4, and got 200 pet experience. Ding! The pet experience is full, your pet will automatically upgrade, and the upgrade time is 3 hours. It's over. Wen Ning's eyebrows jumped, and he was so excited about killing that he forgot to let Hu Zi control the points. Roar! Why are these mice spinning in circles? Wen Ning had no choice but to hold his forehead and kill the mechanical mice around him. They are still dancing waltz. Spinning in circles. Roar! Although it's not appropriate, this tiger is a little sleepy. Wen Ning quickly moved in front of Hu Zi and wanted to put Hu Zi into the space. Holding Hu Zi, who was crooked and about to fall to the ground in the next second, Wen Ning had an idea. Pets cannot be stored in the ruins. 001, carry it and prepare to retreat. It can't be collected. 001 heard the order and directly took back the pioneers behind his back and carried Hu Zi on his shoulders with one hand. The serrated blade was wielded vigorously, and he could even fight. Awesome, awesome. Who wouldn't say he was awesome? Wen Ning planned an escape route on the map and synchronized it with 001. Then he followed 001 to resist the mechanical mouse that was charging at him. Hurry up, go straight to the exit. Hu Zi upgraded at a very bad time. Wen Ning was only halfway through the exploration of the ruins, and there were still more than 2 hours left in the countdown. But for Hu Zi's safety, Wen Ning had to make a choice. Or it could be called a choice at all. Nothing was more important than Hu Zi's life. Besides, the system had already reminded them when they came in that no matter whether it was 001 or Hu Zi, they could not be resurrected if they died in the ruins. After escaping Yitai Center without any danger, Wen Ning even found the corpse of the mechanical mouse that he had just killed but had not had time to pick up. After leaving Yitai Center, Wen Ning planned to return along the same route. Go back to the exit below. But the road they came from was actually crowded with mechanical mice. The mechanical mice on the whole street saw Wen Ning and 001 who escaped from Dasha, and the green light in their eyes flashed directly. Mamma mia! All the mechanical mice in the city were dispatched. Wen Ning began to suspect that 001 killed the king of these mechanical mice at the beginning. Otherwise, how could he explain so many mechanical mice who came to avenge it? The relationship between mice is ridiculous. Change the route. Go to Hygiene University. Wen Ning quickly adjusted and turned into the alley with 001. At this time, he didn't care whether there was a road or not, and he climbed over the wall when he saw it. The alley has its advantages. Wen Ning's shield has not disappeared, and she can protect 001 very well. A large number of mechanical mice rushed forward and were knocked down by the continuous current of the shield. They also knocked down the mechanical mice behind them, giving Wen Ning enough time to escape. In addition, the electromagnetic gun on Wen Ning never stopped. They kept attacking backwards. An hour later, Wen Ning and 001 managed to protect Hu Zi behind them, and entered the playground of Hygiene University without any injury. The exit was right in the middle of the football field. Wen Ning and 001 ran all the way, and just when they were about to reach the exit, there was a huge noise behind them, like the sound of a building collapsing. Keep running, don't look back. Wen Ning reminded 001 loudly, and the two rushed straight through the barrier representing the exit. Wen Ning turned around and looked at the source of the commotion. In Wen Ning's last sight, it was a huge robot, with mechanical mice crawling all over its body. Some mechanical mice were crawling towards the robot's chest like crazy. In the chest, a huge heart was beating. If you want to say what it looks like, it must be the heart of a whale. The robot held a super large pendulum in its hand, and it smashed it on the ground with a bang, and countless mechanical mice were directly smashed into meat patties. In the last second when Wen Ning disappeared, the robot seemed to have sensed something and looked in Wen Ning's direction. Wen Ning was immediately horrified, and all the hair on his body exploded. The robot actually had a pair of real human eyes, and the eyes were empty and waveless, no different from death. But what was terrifying was that these eyes, in just a moment, seemed to press Wen Ning on the chopping board. For a moment, Wen Ning felt that he could not move at all, and could only be slaughtered. The murderous aura that was not obvious made Wen Ning feel that in the eyes of this robot, he was no different from the mechanical mouse that was hammered into a meat pie on the ground. Retreat, run quickly. This was the only thought left in Wen Ning's mind. Ding, the player has a strong desire to exit the ruins, and has successfully exited. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of her became clear again. Wen Ning found that she had fallen down at the door of her home. The familiar door of the shelter appeared, and she exhaled the gas blocked in her chest. TSK, I was so scared that I forgot to breathe. The mist surrounded the ruins again, and when it dispersed, there was no ruins on the beach. Congratulations on the successful exploration of the ruins. The ruins harvest has been automatically exchanged. Automatic exchange. Does it mean the broken heart? Wen Ning looked inside his backpack, and sure enough, the heart like a hill in the backpack disappeared. Even the bloodstains disappeared completely, leaving only a yellow parchment scroll. Wen Ning took it out. This time you collected 234 broken hearts, which can be exchanged for one history book. The first volume of the history book has been detected. Do you want to open it? Chapter 169. Although he was very curious about this history book, Wen Ning still kept his sanity. Suppressing the remaining fear in his heart, Wen Ning first asked 001 to take Hu Zi back to the shelter. Zi asked with concern, and Wen Ning comforted her. It's okay, he's growing up, and he will wake up before dinner. This is true. I don't know if Hu Zi's size will change after this upgrade. Zi nodded, and immediately served Wen Ning delicious food. The time in the ruins is different from the real world. It is already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wen Ning realized that he was hungry. With a big meal prepared by the thoughtful AZ, Wen Ning asked 001 to go back to the guard warehouse to rest. He then opened the history book in his hand. System, open the history book. The parchment scroll spun, and the holographic image appeared. Wen Ning looked up. The picture appeared. It was a warm family, a family of 3 eating breakfast harmoniously. The little daughter smiled like a silver bell at the table. The man finished his meal, put on his coat, and walked to the door. He accepted the farewell kiss from his gentle wife and lovely daughter. Then he changed his shoes and went out. It was a very ordinary day, as simple as most humans on Blue Star. This might be Blue Star before the disaster, Wen Ning guessed. Or maybe it was not Blue Star, but a parallel planet like Blue Star. Because in Wen Ning's memory, they suddenly traveled through time and did not have any memory of the disaster. Soon the scene changed, and the man complained to his neighbor about the increasing haze in the sky when he went out. The neighbor agreed. The two walked and complained to each other. The air quality in the city is getting worse and worse, the managers are not doing anything, and garbage classification is just a slogan. Some disasters have happened recently. The country next door disappeared in a volcanic eruption, and the entire island sank. Volcanic ashes drifted across the ocean to countries around the world, and rising temperatures have also caused glaciers to melt. Many tsunamis have occurred in coastal areas. The temperature has become unpredictable. The weather forecast says that the temperature will enter summer, but in June, there will be heavy snow outside. This damn weather is caused by humans not caring about the environment. The male host complained while throwing the cigarette butt in his hand into the grass. The neighbor's face flashed an ambiguous look and whispered, "If you want, we can change the world." The male host was stunned for a moment, then smiled. How could it be possible? Human nature will accelerate the consumption of this planet. This behavior is irreversible. Don't be naive. The neighbor's eyes flashed, and he still insisted, "If you want, we can change the world." But the man seemed not to hear the words he emphasized, and laughed it off. The two walked away, and the sanitation worker picked up the cigarette butts that the man had thrown away, and threw them into the trash can of hazardous waste accurately. He kept muttering, "We can change the world." Time passed, and it was time for the man to get off work. The doorbell rang, the hostess prepared a table of delicious food, and the daughter was lying at the door, babbling, waiting for her father, who had worked all day. The man came home, touched his daughter's round face, washed his hands, and went to the table. Looking at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, he did not praise his wife as usual. Instead, he severely accused his wife of extravagance. The wife felt puzzled and quarreled with the male host. The little daughter held the rice bowl and didn't know what she had done wrong, sobbing. Her round face was flushed with tears, and she sobbed and grabbed the corner of the male host's clothes. The male host seemed to suddenly wake up and hugged his daughter in his arms. The female host slammed the door with a bang and didn't want to eat anymore. The male host hugged his daughter and coaxed her, muttering in his mouth, "We can obviously change." The emotions in his eyes gradually became paranoid and crazy, and finally turned into firmness. The daughter in his arms was in tears, and he couldn't see her father's expression clearly. The scene changed. It was still this family of 3. The little daughter had grown up to about 4 or 5 years old, and the female host was making dinner. For some reason, the mother and daughter were pale and thin, with prominent cheekbones on their faces, and their arms and legs were extremely thin. There was an electronic scale in front of the hostess. She was measuring the food strictly according to the requirements to ensure that no one exceeded the standard. A TV program was playing on the TV. The host was also pale and thin. He sat there shakily, and even his suit could not be supported. He spoke weakly, and the microphone that was very close could only pick up his breath. The picture was weird and outrageous. At this time, the doorbell rang. The little daughter staggered and opened the door with shining eyes, welcoming her father in. The father was also thin, but his eyes were bright, and he looked very ambitious. The first sentence he said, when he entered the door, was to praise his daughter for looking better today. The little girl lowered her head shyly, and her sallow face had no blush on it. After waiting obediently for her father to change his shoes, the little girl looked up and asked carefully, "Can we eat?" The male host nodded, and took the little girl to the table. The dinner for the family of 3 was very simple, and there was not even a trace of oil in it. The male host praised the hostess for her good cooking skills, and announced at the table that the 3 of them had been selected for the digital life plan. This made the hostess very excited, and 2 pairs of bony hands were held together. They said in unison, "We can change the world." The scene ended here, and Wen Ning almost frowned as he watched it. Is this the beginning of the whole thing? What does this have to do with the Wasteland? Or is the Wasteland planet like this at the beginning? Like the Blue Planet? Wen Ning carefully recalled the 4th volume of the history book he saw last time, trying to find some connections from it. After a while, he shook his head and couldn't connect. Based on the 1st volume of the history book, Wen Ning felt very heavy. This family of 3 should represent the epitome of everyone on this planet. What is the reason for this happening on the entire planet? Famine? Or brainwashing by a cult organization? The repeated same sentences here made Wen Ning feel that it was not so simple. If I can find the second and third volumes of the history book, I should be able to connect. Wen Ning still has a relic summoning scroll. I will wait until Hu Zi is upgraded to see it. And the secret of the world's darkness mentioned by the system has not been solved. Instead, some mysteries have been added, which makes Wen Ning very uncomfortable. Forget it, let's clean up the spoils first. Shaking his head, don't keep thinking about things that you can't figure out. This is the master's teaching. It's easy for Wen Ning to pick up something, and it's also quite easy to put it down. At this time, she has been attracted by the 2 relic boxes in her backpack. Successfully opened the relic treasure chest *2. Chapter 170. Congratulations on obtaining the top-level shelter design *2. Congratulations on obtaining the vehicle Centaur Seed blueprint *1. Congratulations on obtaining fiberglass *30. Congratulations on obtaining hard aluminum alloy *30. Congratulations on obtaining the primary plant illustration *1. Congratulations on obtaining the Universal Fusion Blueprint *1. Congratulations on obtaining the Regional Map *2. Congratulations on obtaining Gasoline *50L. Sure enough, there are vehicle blueprints and other blueprints. Wen Ning happily looked at the blueprints that came out of the 2 relic boxes. How come Lucier got so many blueprints for just one vehicle blueprint, and was luckier than her? Wen Ning looked at something else. Top-level shelter blueprint. A complete shelter design can be transformed into a 3-story shelter, which can be observed through the blueprint holographic technology. This is amazing. This is actually a complete shelter design, the kind that can be directly converted into cash with materials. As long as there are enough materials, you can convert them into cash with one click. This makes Wen Ning very happy. She is not an architect, and the current shelter design is too simple. It is already a bit difficult to deal with the current disaster. What's more, the next disaster is a strong earthquake, and her shelter may not be able to survive at all. System, show the panoramic view of the shelter. The design in her hand began to glow, and then the holographic scene appeared. There is also a thoughtful explanation. The main structure of the shelter is a 3-story design, 1 floor above ground and 2 floors underground, taking into account planting, living, entertainment, monitoring, garage, storage, safety and other functions. The exterior of the shelter is made of concrete and alloy structure to form the exterior wall, which can withstand firepower attacks below level 8. The entrance of the gate adopts a shutter design, which is windproof and fireproof, equipped with the top military-grade metal gas valve, and matches the system's biometric recognition. The top floor is equipped with a planting area, water source filtration system, water collection system, and water irrigation system, which can complete the production of water source relic plants. The entire outer shell of the shelter is made of solar energy, wind energy, and thermal energy collection materials, and can be operated with a fuel engine. The shelter covers an area of 400 square meters per floor, can accommodate up to 30 people living together, and is equipped with special bathing, leisure, kitchen, dining room, and laboratory. The garage is designed to accommodate 5 off-road vehicles, and the top floor is designed with a helipad that can land vertically. The underground is equipped with vacuum storage rooms, ordinary storage rooms, safe houses, power distribution rooms, monitoring rooms, weapons rooms, etc. The 3 underground floors have the ability to withstand a strong earthquake of magnitude 12. The following scene is Wen Ning marveling at the interior of the shelter. What Wen Ning didn't expect was that the leisure area inside was actually a complete gym. Although it only occupies 200 square meters, it is enough for Wen Ning to use alone. Even if she is not alone, she still has her robots and pets, who would complain that their shelter has few functions. Look at this big bed, soft sofa, solid exterior walls, and all-round surveillance without blind spots. There is also a safe house that can withstand a magnitude 12 earthquake. It is even equipped with supplies that a single person can survive for at least 90 days. Wow, I am drooling just thinking about it. Wen Ning even forgot that he had collected all the vehicle drawings. What a pity. The 2 top-level shelter drawings are exactly the same. Wen Ning thought the 2 drawings were of different styles, and could still choose. The synthesis system cannot synthesize drawings, so he can only look at the drawings in front of him, and spread his hands helplessly. But what kind of drawings is this? Universal Fusion? Wen Ning picked up the Universal Fusion drawing, which was blank and had nothing on it. Just when Wen Ning was puzzled, the synthesis system suddenly came back to life. Universal Fusion blueprint detected. Is it used for blueprint synthesis? Blueprint synthesis? Wen Ning was surprised, and he understood after careful study. This universal fusion blueprint is used by the system to improve the quality of blueprints, which is equivalent to blueprint fusion agent. If the player has two identical blueprints and a universal fusion blueprint, one of the blueprints can be turned into fragment experience and injected into the other blueprint. After the quality is improved, the equipment or building items made using this blueprint can be improved to a certain extent. Specifically, it is manifested in the attack power and durability of weapons, the strength of items, etc. As we all know, as the game progresses, a large number of drawings refreshed from treasure chests have a high duplication rate, and there are many drawings in the world that cannot be sold. In this way, the quality of some drawings is improved, and the market share of such products is increased. In other words, the system is helping players develop advantages. As long as the player has the ability to improve his drawings to the highest quality, his products will definitely sell better in the market. The profit is also higher. After all, the raw materials will not change. Wen Ning did not expect that the synthesis system could also break the rule that drawings cannot be synthesized in this way. So is it that the system gave her a break, or is it the benefit of her strength improvement? Wen Ning is more inclined to the latter. After all, she used to enter this level of ruins, and probably only had the chance to escape. Do you want to use the universal fusion drawing? Use. Please put the object to be used in the synthesis column, and the upper limit of use is the upper limit of the synthesis column. Wow! The synthesis system is indeed a golden finger. Wen Ning has just discovered that the universal fusion blueprint is used in the system, that is, one universal fusion blueprint is needed to fuse one. Now in the synthesis system, the upper limit of a universal fusion blueprint becomes the number of synthesis columns, although she only has 2 top-level shelter design drawings. Can't wait, the next disaster is coming soon. Wen Ning still chooses to use it. Put the 2 top-level shelter design drawings and the universal fusion blueprint into the synthesis column. Synthesis. Synthesis in progress. Please wait. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the top-level shelter blueprint *1. Wen Ning can't wait to take out the new blueprint. Top-level shelter design drawing. Perfect. The special process improves the quality of the design drawing and makes it a perfect level shelter design drawing. I am sure that it will become the ceiling of the shelter design drawings. 9 floors. After seeing it clearly, Wen Ning covered his mouth and exclaimed. After the synthesis, this shelter design drawing directly became a 9-story structure. In addition to the functions just introduced, there are many other new functions. Wen Ning even saw that the blueprint below the 3rd underground floor is locked. It is necessary to build the 2 floors above the ground, and the first 3 floors underground before it can be unlocked. The most important thing is that this shelter blueprint can be used repeatedly. Even if you can't sell the shelter blueprint, you can sell the structure inside. With a flash of his eyes, Wen Ning immediately found a business opportunity.